Prologue Scorched Dragon versus Storm Dragon for Veldora. This was most definitely not a good day. In preparation for the invasion of the Imperial Army, the entire capital city had been moved into isolation in the labyrinth, leaving only an empty plain of nothingness where the city had once stood. Against this backdrop, the image of a beautiful woman in flight stood out prominently on the monitor. "Sister," Veldora thoughtlessly muttered. His voice lacked power, which was unthinkable to those familiar with Veldora's usual demeanor. Perhaps, Cherries asked. "Could that be your famed elder sister Velgrind Sama?" That's right. That is my sister Velgrind, one of the supreme true dragons, Scorched Dragon Velgrind." Upon hearing this, the remaining people in the control room immediately took action, sounding the emergency alarms in the labyrinth and alerting everyone to the foreign presence. W8, Master. "What can we do when Rimuru isn't even here?" Ramirez panicked. Although she was normally a bit helpful, all she could do at a time like this was raise a ruckus. Research was one thing, but Ramirez had no place in a battle. However, Ramirez had a group of friends that she could rely on. There were the labyrinth managers, Trainee and her sisters, along with their subordinates, the Dryads. She also had Beretta. Although no longer a part of the dungeon's Elite 10, he was still the dungeon master. However, the most dire circumstance was that half of the Elite 10, who would normally spearhead the defense in a situation like this, were currently in a state of evolutionary slumber. Therefore, Beretta, as the former leader, had to do his best to protect Ramirez. "She doesn't look friendly. We shall meet her inside the labyrinth." Trainee and the others had already assessed the situation at each level, and Beretta confirmed it. Of the dungeon's Elite 10, only the 4 great dragon kings were still awake. Gadra was also awake, but absent, as he had taken the demon Colossus and was on his way to reinforce the armed nation of Dworgen. 8 Beretta's reasoning was that, although they were not strong enough to fight against Velgrind, even their reduced force should be able to stall for time by using Labyrinth's perfect defenses. Veldora nodded in response. "I don't know what she is doing here, but it was foolish Takam alone. With all of you here, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Q-ha-ha-ha." He laughed bullishly with a smile, yet his expression was tense. He was clearly afraid. Just a day ago, Veldora had been tossed around by his elder sister Velzard. The memory was still fresh in his mind, and no, his younger sister Velgrind was single-handedly attacking the central city of Rimuru, the capital of the Jura Tempest Federation. Veldora found the whole situation outrageous and desperately racked his brain, hoping to somehow find a way out. So he immediately jumped at Beretta's suggestion. But at that moment, "Veldora, be a good boy and come out quietly." Velgrind's mouth moved on the monitor and her voice echoed in his mind in the form of Athot. To Veldora, it felt as though her gaze was fixed on him even through the monitor. "Veldora-sama. Cherries, this is not me being scared. This is a trap. If I go out there carelessly, I will surely get screwed over." Why, yes, Veldora's shameless remark left Cherries speechless. If it's Master she's after, then this has nothing to do with us. MMPH. Ramirez, who flamboyantly tried to avoid the crisis, was unwillingly cut off mid-sentence. Veldora's hand covered her mouth. And with that, everyone had to prepare to fight to the end. "I see, so you're not going to come out. You're just as stupid as you always were, aren't you? Fine. In that case, I'll just give you a gentle warning." From the monitor, it was hard to tell what Velgrind was saying, but everyone in the room understood that the mood had changed. Veldora heard her loud and clear, and he could tell that Velgrind was planning something. But no, it's okay. Ramirez built her labyrinth using superior power that can isolate even dimensions. Defeating it would be a difficult task even for me. No matter what she does, she can't touch me as long as I stay here. That's right. As long as one was in the labyrinth, escaping from Velgrind was possible. A level or 2 may be breached, but Ramirez's restorative powers were greater than any destructive efforts. With Veldora's help, it should not be impossible to keep Velgrind at bay. Need to fear. As long as you and I work together, no matter who the opponent, tried to explain, but he didn't get a chance to finish his sentence, as Velgrind suddenly summoned a crimson spear in her hand. Master, this is bad. If we don't do something, even labyrinth creation might not be able to protect us. That goes without saying, Veldora thought. I know, everybody prepare for impact. No one needed a second warning. Everyone immediately took a defensive stance, and moments later a violent onslaught assaulted the labyrinth. And no way. I've confirmed that the damage has spread to the 50th floor, the upper floors have been destroyed. And Beta kept reporting damage one after another. At that moment, the myth about the labyrinth's absolute safety completely collapsed. Just as Veldora was starting to let fear give way to full-blown panic, he received a telepathy net from Rimuru. "Hey, how are you?" Rimuru asked in a leisurely voice. Veldora replied indignantly, "Fool, this is not the time for that. We're in big trouble. Sister, my sister is coming after me. She is currently outside the labyrinth, but if things continue like this, she'll get to us. This is Rimuru. He of all people can certainly do something." Believing this, Veldora waited for an answer, and after a moment he received Rimuru's worried response, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Veldora understood that Rimuru must have a lot on his plate as well. Otherwise, he would have come back immediately. He couldn't rely on Rimuru's help. "I see how it is." Veldora's naivete then disappeared. He realized that if he could not rely on Rimuru, then would just have to go himself. "I have no choice but to go out myself. It's better than being attacked inside the labyrinth. I think I can do it." Veldora thought so without any basis. Despite his best attempts to block it out, he couldn't forget Rimuru's demanding training regimen. If he could survive that kind of training, then he shouldn't lose to anyone, not even Velgrind. "I will take full responsibility, so I want you to take care of Velgrind." "Can I ask this of you?" Rimuru also did not seem to think that Veldora would lose. If Rimuru says he will take full responsibility, it means that he will not be angry no matter how much destruction Veldora causes. If Veldora took that into account, it was like being told to show off the fruits of his training. Now that Rimuru had asked this of him, there was only one answer to give. "Oh, if that's the case, then just leave it to me. Qhehahaha." With that, Veldora turned his attention back to Velgrind. The chat with Rimuru had brought him back to his usual mindset. Veldora felt himself quickly calming down. "I guess I have no choice but to deal with her myself," Veldora said in a relaxed manner. "Master, Veldora, Sama." Ten Ramiris and Beretta looked at Veldora in surprise. Veldora looked refreshed, as if all anxiety had been blown away. "I don't like the idea of fighting my sister, either. But if the labyrinth cannot be used to buy time, there's no other way. But it's all right, cherries. Immortality in the labyrinth is possible only because it is an isolate space. Now that it is known that it will not work in front of my sister, the only way to minimize the damage is for me to go out there. Veldora would be indestructible as long as Rimuru was alive and well. The only way to avoid casualties was for Veldora to go. That case, I will go with you." "No, don't. Even though you have become stronger, you are still completely incomparable to me. Perhaps Zijin might be, but any others will only slow me down." Was a harsh statement, but it was the truth, and Veldora's mind was made up. Veldora put on a dignified expression that almost made his companions forget his shameful behavior. Tathai's point. "You sure you're okay with it, Master?" "Hell no. Just thinking about how my sister has treated me makes me shudder, but never mind. I've grown stronger. Since meeting Rimuru, I have grown. I have taken on disciples and realized my past immaturity. I am not who I used to be." Qhehahaha. Veldora forced a laugh, lifting the mood and returning him to his normal self. "Fret, just watch me in all my glory." With that, he left the labyrinth alone. Veldora recalled his past battle with Velzard. After such a long time, his older sister Medto have grown much more powerful, almost infallible, compared to before. She now projected an aura that the old Veldora could not comprehend. However, since he met Rimuru, Veldora, too, had grown to a completely new level. The crowning achievement of his hard work was his ultimate skill. While he was sealed away, he had observed Rimuru from inside the stomach and learned many things. And then, locked away in that dark void, he realized power is meaningful only when mastered. Veldora had a huge amount of magicules, the largest amount of all the true dragons. It was precisely because he possessed more magicules than his two elder sisters that he was able to claim to be the strongest without much effort. But he realized his own naivete. He had learned that there were those who were weaker, but who never gave up on victory until the end. Rimuru was like that. Many of his opponents were like that too, such as Hinata, Granbell, and Demon Lord Luminaz. They didn't just rely on power to achieve victory, but also on their instinctual drive to win by any means necessary. Those are the people against whom you can never let down your guard. This realization prompted a change in Veldora, evidenced by the fact that even Velzard 11 could no longer unilaterally dominate him. Velzard was Veldora's natural enemy. In terms of power compatibility and nature, she was a very bad matchup. Velzard, who was the eldest of the three siblings, had a maximum power couldn't even fathom. Despite his higher magicule count, he could barely cope when fighting against her. It was as though his magicule count provided no advantage at all. Even if he fought to the best of his ability, he could not hope for victory. Veldora had tried to fight Velzard several times since he was born, but he was beaten back every time. Velzard, Eternal World, was an ironclad defense and a weapon that sealed off Veldora's movements. Storm, destruction, corrosion, annihilation. All of these effects had no effect in the face of an absolute stop. Veldora himself was surprised that he had even been able to take on such a fearsome sister. Way to go, me, he psyched himself up. After all, he noticed that his sister Velzard was able to perfectly suppress her mana release, only because Veldora himself was able to control his own mana. The difference in proficiency between them was too great to compare. One reason may be that Velzard's power was specialized in stopping kinetic energy, but even so, there was no doubt that there was a huge difference in their abilities. Velzard was a supreme talent, so Veldora was surprised to hear her praise his progress. Well, I'm surprised. The Veldora-chan who used to do nothing but rampage is actually able to think and fight. At this rate, I might not have to destroy you anymore. Subtext was disturbing, no doubt, but overall it was an unmistakable compliment. Though still terrified, Veldora found himself a little less so after hearing his sister's compliment. That said, he still couldn't beat her, so what about Velgrind? Velzard and Velgrind were almost evenly matched. Neither of them had been good sisters to Veldora, and he really did not want to deal with them if he could avoid it. Of course, this time had no choice. Sister Velgrind, you are as fierce as ever. Even I can't easily pierce through the levels of the labyrinth like that. Could probably destroy 1 or 2 levels by force if he distorted the labyrinth's isolated dimension. However, he definitely could not penetrate multiple layers at once, even when cranking out as many magicules as possible. This fight will turn on how we each use our ultimate skill. If I want to fight my sister properly, I will have to make skillful use of Investigation King Faust. Yes, if one compared only the amount of magicules, Veldora was superior to Velgrind. Sothis was still a little better than having to deal with Velzard, Veldora assured himself in order to mollify his mental trauma. Victory and defeat will definitely hinge on how well he used Hispor. Though neither of them had ever gone all out when they fought in the past, Velgrind 12 had the edge in skill in each of those confrontations. But that was a long time ago. Velzard was difficult to beat because of her natural affinity, but that was not the case with Velgrind. And now, thanks to Rimuru, Veldora has his own ultimate skill, Investigation King Faust. If this power worked against Velzard, then Veldora felt that he had nothing to fear even against Velgrind. That thought motivated Veldora. Qhahaha, I haven't lost just yet, right? However things go from here, I plan to test me power to the fullest against my sister. Having steeled his resolve, Veldora stood toe-to-toe with Velgrind. The two true dragons, each in human form, stood perfectly still in the sky, glaring at each other. You got the message. Clever. That means you'll help me, right? Velgrind let out a beaming smile as soon as she saw Veldora. I'm sorry to disappoint, sister, but I refuse. I'm not a tool for you to use. I would oppress it if you did not drag me into your sisterly quarrels. That's harsh. I'm just saying that I'd welcome you as a companion if you willingly cooperate. If you do, I'll teach you how to use your powers and allow you to run wild all you want as long as I can choose the location. You have my answer, sister. I'm not the same person I used to be. I have already mastered my power, and it's no longer fun for me to aimlessly rampage. I'm a grown-up now. Mature. Did I spoil you too much? Fine. In that case, let me see just how much you've grown up. Veldora's slight provocation was all it took to get Velgrind going. Seeing this, Veldora shifted into a fighting stance. It never crossed Velgrind's mind that Veldora might obey her orders after a few kind words. She understood that with her brother, she had to demonstrate her strength and make him obey. If that didn't work, she would simply ask Rudra to take control off him once he was weakened. She had made the offer only out of the goodness of her heart. Velgrind, feeling mildly annoyed at her brother's obstinance, swiftly unleashed a thrust at Veldora. She intended to quickly weaken Veldora and wait for Rudra to arrive. However, the blade on her right hand was easily deflected by Veldora. Not only that, but he immediately answered back with a kick. Velgrind, while frustrated, caught the kick with her left hand, but how? This kind of power, no matter how you think about it, is not from someone in Oiken's state. Velgrind still believed that Veldora had not fully recovered from the damage he had sus-13 while sealed for the past 300 years. This assumption stemmed from the fact that the Veldora she had known always used his power at the max right from the off. Now, after this opening exchange, she realized that she was wrong. Have you improved your skills a bit? Looks like you have something to brag about. My Veldora-style killing arts TM are undefeatable. Even you, sister, will know your own powerlessness before these fists. Wait, Hua. Veldora was about to make his smug speech, but Velgrind didn't intend to listen quietly. In fact, she was annoyed, so she launched a series of violent attacks. Red lotus flames dwelled in both of Velgrind's fists as well as in the supple legs that extended from the hem of her dress. The graceful succession of dance-like moves was so full of fury that a grazing hit could burn an enemy to death. Nevertheless, Veldora held his ground. Aya hot, hot. Even though Veldora looked pathetic running around, he had not suffered much damage. I disciplined you so much in the past, but it seems that you still haven't improved your sorry wits. You shouldn't talk so big, boasting about being invincible and undefeated right in front of me. Despite the burning intensity of her fury, Velgrind remained calm. She saw that Veldora had not only fully recovered, but was also stronger than expected. This is troublesome. In this form, I can't take him on seriously nor do much damage. If this continues, even Rudra won't be able to control him. Velgrind's original intent was not to teach Veldora a lesson, but to control him. Once Rudra won the match against Guy, she would release him properly. But for now, she hoped that he could serve as an important pawn. Thus, for Velgrind, there was no point in a small fight. And then there was Veldora. Gwa, my clothes that Rimuru gave to me are now on fire because of you. The clothes that Veldora was currently wearing had been a gift from Rimuru as a token of appreciation. That precious gift had been burned by Velgrind's attack. Over time, as Veldorasura seeped into the clothes, they would have become a part of his body. However, such a change doesn't happen in just a few days. Although Veldora had not suffered much damage, his heart was aching. Ignoring the fact that he had chosen to wear his new clothes into battle, he focused on taking it out on his sister. And as it turned out, that was a lucky turn for Veldora. His anger masked his fear, no matter how much he steeled his resolve. His two sisters had been symbols of terror to him for years, and that fear was deeply ingrained in his psyche. In that state, he really couldn't go all out if one of them was the opponent. But now, those shackles were broken. Even if you are my sister, I cannot forgive this. Prepare to feel my wrath. With a mighty shout, Veldora unleashed his power. A mighty and majestic jet-black dragon emerged. 14 seeing this, Velgrind snickered at the convenience. Huh, are you too stupid to know what you're talking about? You seem to have forgotten the fundamental fact that you're no match for me, so I'll have to re-educate you. With that, Velgrind transformed as well. She transformed into a supple, beautiful crimson dragon. So commenced the great battle of True Dragons 15 Chapter 1 Time of Despair. Just as Rimuru was preparing to infiltrate the imperial city, Dwarf King Gazel Dwargo found himself at the center of a desperate battlefield. He was unable to avert his gaze from the incarnation of beauty scattering death in the distance. That gravity collapse, it can theoretically expand its power infinitely. Do you think Legion magic can prevent it? Gazel asked the assembled group. That's absurd. It's impossible to prevent it, even if you place both the magic support team and the magic strike team on the defense. A true dragon is not a danger that can be quantified, answered Admiral Paladin Vaughn. Vaughn, along with the dwarf army deployed to the area, had been waiting for Gazel's arrival. As such, he had a front row seat to the destruction of the Empire's mixed core. All the soldiers were shocked speechless by the scale of the tragedy. Their will to fight was crushed, yet they did not flee. Everyone understood that retreat here meant the death of their family and friends back home. If their death could help those precious loved ones survive for even a little while longer, that alone justified their sacrifice. That thought kept their feet planted in their orderly ranks. King Gazel, a champion, would not squander their lives in vain. That is what the soldiers believed, and from that belief sprang their deep loyalty to him. Although Gazel fully understood and accepted the feelings of the soldiers, Gazel was in agony. Although he remained calm on the surface, his mind was in turmoil. We can't win, and this futile battle will end up wasting everyone's lives. Should I surrender? The Empire will not allow it. We must show them at least some of our power. They had to convince the Empire that it was better to take them in than to fight them. Otherwise, the Empire would not even accept their submission. In that case, the only way to survive was to fight them tooth and nail. No matter how many sacrifices had to be made, they had to believe that they would not die in vain. They say quality is better than quantity, but this feels like cheating. We'll have to take Heron all by ourselves and defeat her. Hey now, isn't the king supposed to command the whole? Fool, there is only one enemy. Under the circumstances, what use is there in commanding the whole army? Gazel laughed at Vaughn's question. There was only one enemy, Velgrind. Strategy and tactics were meaningless against her, and Gazel and the others had no choice but to find a way to survive. Vaughn, well aware of this, asked his question facetiously to ease Gazel's mind. And it helped, as Gazel felt his anxiety diminish. Henrietta then reported to Gazel, "My king, it seems that the Scorched Dragon is not the only enemy. There are a number of people behind her, and they seem to be performing some sort of ritual. Jane Sama says that the supreme magic may be part of that ritual." Gazel nodded in response. The supreme magic that had sacrificed 60,000 troops was being used in some kind of ritual. Gazel could tell straight away that there was an evil plot afoot, the details of which He didn't wish to imagine. Even so, it would be extremely difficult to defeat Velgrind, who was at He's center of the plot. In that case, the only path forward was to defeat those behind her. "Do you want to move the troops?" Dolph asked, but Gazel shook his head. The heavily armed strike force was not very mobile and would become a target for magic if they were not moved thoughtfully. Normally, they would use their strong defenses as a shield to push forward, but that would be pointless against Velgrind. A suicide attack with 500 Pegasus Knights would be their only option. "I don't like the idea of weakening the defense here. Gazel's right, we'll just have to go in alone." "Right, Dolph." Vaughn spoke with a laugh. Dolph, on the other hand, scratched his head and responded earnestly, "That's disrespectful, Vaughn. It's beyond outrageous to call the king by his name. You need to consider your position." Lectured for a moment before agreeing with a smile, as if he had suddenly set aside his gripe. "But this time, you've got a point. If we want to buy as much time as possible, we should avoid dispersing our forces. Besides, if it's just us, we'll be agile and might be able to take the enemy by surprise." Jane Sama also said she would join the war once she has persuaded the elders. Henriette nodded in agreement. "Let's just leave all those worries to her, and we can go wild like in the old days." They waited for Gazel's reply with bated breath. These old friends had not changed at all. They were united with Gazel and stood by him to help him tackle this impossible situation. Gazel laughed. "Foo-foo, what a bunch of fools. I wonder what Jane, our chaperone, would say if she heard." For a long time, Jane had been accompanying Gazel and his crew, giving them candid advice and suggestions. She was the most powerful wizard in the Dwarven Kingdom and Gazel's trusted advisor. Jane would be very angry, I suppose 18 with that in mind. Gazel was about to make his decision. But it seemed to be a little too late. "Oh dear, this is what happens when I take my eyes off of you for even a second. You're such a troublemaker, King Gazel." Just before Gazel and the others set out, Jane arrived via transfer magic. "Jane, did you hear everything?" Jane stole a sideways glance at an embarrassed-looking Gazel and shook her head. "I thought that you had become a magnificent king and was relieved. However, I can't blame you this time. With an opponent like her, there is nothing we can do. The reason that a true dragon is catastrophe class is because it is impossible for a nation to deal with." Well, that's true. True dragons could not be touched by the kind of magic humans normally used. In fact, the spell that Velgrind was currently wielding was far too powerful for human beings to manage. Even if all the champions of the human race were to unite, it was unknown whether or not they would be able to defeat a true dragon. But that did not mean that there was no hope. "I just received notice," Jane said. His Majesty Rimuru is sending reinforcements. Let's take action once they arrive." There was hope right on time. "How is that possible? Barely any time has passed since I contacted you." "Well, I'm having a hard time understanding it myself, but I'm not lying. Vestidono reported to me, and we all know that His Majesty Rimuru can mobilize all the people of that country with just a word." All those gathered could only nod their heads in exasperation as they listened to Jane's dumbfounding words. That's right, everyone understood right away. And before they could even change gears, reliable reinforcements had arrived. Suddenly, there was a distortion in space. As if enveloped in a giant cocoon, a small army Oathlight soldiers emerged. There were 100 of the Huryuu led by Gabel, and 300 off the Kurenai under the command of Gabua. 400 in total, each at least a rank, a fighting group that could rival the Pegasus Knights. And what's more, there was a huge weapon that demanded everyone's attention. I had heard that it was perfected, but I did not expect them to pull out all the stops and use it here. That's Rimuru for you. Is that the finished form of the magic armored soldier? That's right. It seems that it was named the Demon Colossus. It's a reliable ally to have on your side. Gazel certainly understood that it would be no match for Velgrind, however. Its majestic appearance could put the soldiers at ease by its presence alone. Reliable. If we could have mass-produced them, we might have been able to fight a little better. Unfortunately, they would be useless against Velgrind. It might be able to handle a disaster class, though. Gazel and the others were having their conversation. Some newcomers approached them. It was Gabil, the Legion leader, and the 3 demon girls, led by Testarossa. They were Follow Edby, Gabua, and Hakyuru. It has been a long time, King Gazel. For some reason, it was Testarossa who greeted them instead of Gabil. She was the right person for this situation. Testarossa had diplomatic authority. She possessed a lot of experience and was used to these kinds of situations. Long time no see, Testarossa Dono. Thank you for the reinforcements. Under different circumstances, there would have been things to take issue with in Gazel's reply. Formalities and etiquette were to be considered, and it would have been more normal to have a spokesman answer instead. However, this was not the time to be talking about such things. Everyone understood this and decided to ignore the formalities and hold a strategy meeting. They moved to the command post and everyone got down to business. Testarossa, on behalf of Rimuru and the others, informed them of the plan. She then proposed the strategy that should be carried out in this area. Rimuru striking the Emperor directly, That's more realistic than a suicide mission. Is that so? It sounds like an absurd plan in and of itself. Gazel snorted as if in deep thought. Vaughn agreed that the situation had improved. Dolph agonized over whether there was anything else they could do. There was no time to think about it. Since no one could come up with an alternative, Testarossa pushed the discussion forward. We will take care of Velgrin Sama. The rest of you should work to stop the ritual taking place in the back. I have no objection. Gazel agreed to the unsolicited offer. With the absence of any alternative options, the Demon girls were the only ones who could be trusted with the most dangerous task. It was Jane who put the brakes on. One moment. Testarossa Dono, can you, the Primordials, defeat the Scorched Dragon? 20. This was an important question that would affect the entire operation. Velgrind was so overwhelming that Jane was convinced that Testarossa and her team could not win. There is no doubt that the 3 Primordials were their strongest force, but that made it all the more importante understand their odds of success. If Testarossa and the others were defeated here, the fate of Freon else would be sealed. Honestly, I don't think we can win. In that case, you should stay on the defensive. Instead of provoking her rashly, why don't we wait here for His Majesty Rimuru's plan to succeed? With the odds against them, they should stall for time. Jane's logic seemed sound, but Rimuru's forces rejected it outright. Unfortunately, we cannot do that. If we leave Velgrin Sama alone, she may return to the Imperial City to interfere with his lordship. Carrera spoke firmly with determination. Although Rimuru had told them that they could leave Velgrind alone, she had decided that they needed to draw her attention. More importantly, we did not come here to discuss a battle plan. We received an order from Rimuru-sama and only came to tell you about it. I will consult with you if I can help, but I want you to know that I will not allow you to stand in our way. Even the usually soft-spoken Hakyuru harshly expressed his disagreement. Time was short, so he valued clear intentions over etiquette. Gazel got the message. He spoke quickly before his agitated companions could further object. If Hakyuru Dono, my master, has said so, then I have no choice but to move aside. Otherwise, do you guys have a better idea? Gazel asked. His companions could only solemnly shake their heads. It will not be easy to interfere with the ritual with the Imperial Intelligence Bureau on Themove. I think it is best to keep grounded here. Statement was definitive. All that remained was to confirm the details before the operation commenced. Provoking Velgrind was exceedingly risky. The 3 demonesses were fully aware of this, but they still did not hesitate. Can we interfere with the ritual by dealing with her? Ultima asked aloud. I wonder. I don't know, but even I would find it impossible to keep gravity collapse running at output, Carrera added. And for her to maintain the magic and take on the 3 of us at 21 the same time, absolutely impossible, right? I believe she can pull it off, which is why I am rather wary, Testarossa muttered. You're kidding, right? I'm quite serious. Well, no need to argue, Carrara exclaimed. We'll find out soon enough. The three conversed freely. Then, without hiding, they walked straight towards Velgrind in a dignified manner. Naturally, Velgrind was aware of them. However, she was not wary, but rather happily allowed the three demons to approach. Good day to you. It is a good day for a fight, is it not? Testarossa greeted, and Velgrind responded with a smile. Yes, it is. But before we fight, let me ask you something. Why don't you join my side? You are primordials of great strength. I promise to treat you well. Before the three demons, Velgrind kept her relaxed demeanor and made her offer. Needless to say, Testarossa and the others answered with a resounding no. I have history with the Empire, so allow me to reject that offer. For me, it's the first time I've had a master, and it's surprisingly comfortable. I don't want to give it up, as she said. More importantly, let's just end this conversation and get on with the fight. If you don't want to go 1-on-3, you can call in the men behind you. A clear rejection that left no room for negotiation. Carrara, for her part, did not care about negotiating and was in high spirits as she prepared for battle. Seeing Velgrind's magic so close to her, her fighting instincts were on fire. Velgrind laughed. So that's your answer. Okay then. In that case, I'll play with you guys for a bit. That was the signal for the battle to begin. And then, slowly, right in front of Testarossa and the others, Velgrind split. No. Like air reflection in the mirror, the number of Velgrinds increased to 2. Testarossa had an idea of what the phenomenon was. Troublesome. This isn't just a clone. If I had to say, this seems to be like Rainis Mist. Testarossa had fought Rain in the past. She forgot the cause of the dispute, but she had accumulated a lot of combat experience from the exchange. Rain, Mist, was a skill that allowed her to generate a clone by splitting her body in half. However, unlike split body, only one of the two could carry consciousness. Even so, depending on how it was used, it could be vicious, and was perfect for catching an enemy off guard. Although it was difficult to use against cautious opponents, it was an ability with strong safety insurance. However, considering that Velgrind's parallel existence could create split bodies, it could not be denied that it was superior in all respects. The difference between the two skills was like 22 heaven and earth. Testarossa did not know this, but a shadow began showing on her beautiful face. What's that? Rain, you see, can split her body and regenerate from any one piece of flesh. I see. That means either one can be considered the main body, right? That is the case. Testarossa and the others analyzed the situation without rushing. Even though the battle had already begun, their attitude was just as unharried as when they were elegantly speaking a moment ago. Is very clever, and yes, you're right, Velgrind said, amused. This is one of my powers called parallel existence. I don't want you to interfere with the ritual, so I'll deal with you here, she declared while gracefully waving her fan. 23 Testarossa wasn't amused by that statement. The corners of her eyes were glinting as she glared at Velgrind. I now have the name Testarossa given to me by my lord Rimuru-sama. I wish you would stop calling me Blanc. She said this. Testarossa casually twirled a flaming whip she had created out of nowhere. The whip twisted around like a snake as it attacked Velgrind. I heard about that. So it's true that the slime has been nomming primordials. With that bit of intel now confirmed, Velgrind couldn't hide her surprise. However, her body remained undisturbed as she flicked away Testarossa's whip. It's rude to call his lordship a slime. Carrara roared indignantly and unleashed her magic. She opened with her trump card, Gravity Collapse, right out of the gate. The scale was reduced in size as much as possible, thus increasing the intensity. The strongest attack that Carrara could currently muster hit Velgrind, who was focused on Testarossa. Velgrind was enveloped in a jet-black pillar that seemed to connect heaven and earth. The circular pillar, which was only big enough to hold a single person, was like a prison from which there was no escape. However, Velgrind smiled fearlessly, remaining unperturbed in the cage of hypergravity. As expected of a demon overlord, your magic is perfectly powerful. However, for so long as you are bound by the laws of this world, your attack won't work against a true dragon. If to prove her point, Velgrind shattered the jet-black pillar from within. She raised hero mana and interfered with Carrara's magic, rendering it powerless. As expected of Veldora-sama's sister, you're making it seem like a joke. If magic doesn't work, then there's nothing more I can do, huh? No, I have a sword technique I'm learning from Ajara. It may be useless, but I'll give it a try. Karara seemed to be enjoying herself, even though her best move had just been defeated. Without any sign of distress, she raised the sword she had created with magic. The beautiful sword had a fierce presence that was unbecoming of a demon. Karara's magical energy flowed directly into the blade, giving it a radiant glow. This is most likely our only choice. It is not simple magic nor skill, but a technique you have developed and improved yourself. It may work even against the true dragons, the source of the world. Veldora-sama says that a woman named Hinata has proven this approach effective. Without needing to test it, Testarossa knew that magic would not work on Velgrind. That was why she had materialized a whip using magic from the very start. The whip was white, a magic formula devised by Testarossa, possessing a contradictory nature known as freezing white flame. Humans are interesting after all. Maybe I'll use this too. Saying this, Ultima materialized 2 knives and held them in her hands. The blades of the knives were a poisonous purple color and had a sinister aura around them. 25 Ult, you're already getting serious from the start. Aren't those the same ones that wounded Zijin last time? Well, honestly, I thought it was pointless for us to move our bodies. Isn't it a surprise? I never thought my experience fighting Zijin Dono would come in so handy. The girls were good at magic and never really put much emphasis on close combat. However, in their battle against Zijin, all other means of attack had been ineffective. The reason for this was Zijin's ironclad defense as well as his absolute superiority over magic. Almost all magic was ineffective against Zijin. As a result, they had been forced to seek other means. And the answer they came up with was this. They had finally succeeded in damaging Zijin with a blow infused with a strong force of will into which they poured their whole existence as a spiritual life form. For a spiritual life form, the power of the will triumphed over anyone. A skill was just another form of will force created by the desire of each individual, and the ultimate culmination of that was the ultimate skill. If that was the case, how close could their wills get to it? They concluded that they would just have to test it. By materializing their will, they created weapons that each of them was good at. Zijin's defense was not inferior to an ultimate skill. Nevertheless, Ultima's knives had inflicted wounds on Zijin's body. In other words, the attacks of the 3 demon girls could reach the ultimate skill level. I tried to imitate Ult's weapon. My swordsmanship was just for fun, but Ajira has taught me the intricacies of swordsmanship. Let me be your opponent. As soon as she said that, Karara sprinted forward. Without any thought of defense, she slashed at Velgrind with all her might. Velgrind parried the slash with her feather fan. It was made of high-grade feathers and could hardly be called a weapon. However, its strength had been altered by Velgrind's demonic aura and was harder than a diamond. It was thin, light, flexible, and hard. It was not at all inferior to Karara's sword and was Velgrind's favorite weapon. I'm surprised that you primordials are so quick to dismiss magic. Is it that surprising? What is our pride but a pittance in comparison to the victory we shall bring to our lord? Testarossa's whip struck Velgrind, who had turned to the defensive in the face of Karara's onslaught. Like a white snake that had split into countless pieces, Testarossa hunted down Herpri at will. Velgrind clicked her tongue in annoyance. The hem of her dress was torn by Thewhip. A glimpse of her beautiful legs peeked out, and a bright red welt could be clearly seen there. It was proof that Testarossa's attack had worked. Nice work, Testa. I'll continue being the vanguard, so keep up the good work. I can't believe you're happy at such a fluke. Even though she was slightly injured, Velgrind was still relaxed and had plenty of time. 26, that's why, while facing Testarossa and the others, she made a serious blunder. In other words, she had been careless. It wasn't a fluke, was it? Ultima's triumphant voice sounded just as Velgrind felt a pain in her side. What? A moment of confusion. As if aiming for that moment, Testarossa's whip and Kararasward's strikes came one after the other. Velgrind fell to her knee. She could not immediately understand what had happened to her. No, it wasn't that she couldn't. Rather, she didn't want to understand. That was a clean hit, Ultima. We shall ask Rimuru-sama for praise later. That was impressive, but we must not be careless. Let's keep this thing going. Yeah, there's still another parallel existence left, so let's kill that one too and interrupt the ritual. Hearing these voices in the distance, Velgrind stood up. My, it seems you didn't take too much damage from our attacks. Even I would take a long time to break the hold of Ult's poison curse. True dragons are really amazing. But you see, it's not like we can't beat her, right? The damage will accumulate at this rate. Velgrind moved fast, outpacing Ultima before she could finish her sentence. She grabbed Ultima by the neck and slammed her to the ground with such speed that even the three demon girls' super intuition could not detect her. Gyuha! Velgrind kicked Ultima, who groaned involuntarily, and Velgrind left the scene. Immediately after, Karara's slash passed through the space where Velgrind had been. Velgrind, now out of Karara's range, pulled a knife stabbed in her side and threw it away. Her clothes were still torn, but there were no scars on her white skin. It was as if the damage caused by the barrage of attacks was nothing to Velgrind. You really are a monster, after all. Velgrind responded to Karara's, mumbling with a slight self-mockery. Not really. I still have a long way to go. It's been a long time since I've been careless enough to get hurt. No. I could have been doing it habitually, but I just was not aware of it since it never resulted in issues. It's like the fate of being the strongest, but you guys can understand that too, right? Velgrind chuckled, but her eyes were sharp. She glared at Testarossa and the others. Reditto noticed the slightest movements. There was no hope for her to be caught off guard a second time, and thus, at this moment, Testarossa and the girls' chances of victory were reduced to 0. The primordials really are troublesome, but that doesn't mean that they are a threat. It just means that they are a pain to deal with. However, I've changed my mind. Now that you've incarnated and been given names, you've become stronger than I ever imagined. I will acknowledge 27 that. Velgrind was not underestimating the primordial demons. Even if their strength was not as great as hers, she could still benefit from their help. They could be of great help to Velgrind when she challenged her sister, Velzard. In fact, Velgrind had been taken by surprise just now. If this had happened during a battle with her sister, Velgrind's defeat would have been decisive. As proof of this, Testarossa and Theodor's attack had succeeded in ruining Velgrind. Split body. Of course, she would recover in time. However, as Karara had said, it was a painstaking task for Velgrind to break Ultima's poison curse. So Velgrind released the damaged, split body and created a new one. In this way, she made all her damage disappear. Such usage was the essence of parallel existence. No matter how powerful the killer move was, it was meaningless in the face of Velgrind's power. However, this skill was not all-powerful either. There were some restrictions on its use. The biggest restriction was that for every split body created, 10% of the maximum amount of magicules would be used as collateral. This was not a consumption, but a maintenance cost. The term collateral was employed since she would get the magicules back once the split body was erased. However, it was also an irrefutable fact that there was a limit to the number of split bodies that could be created. The maximum number of split bodies that Velgrind could produce was 10. However, if Velgrind created 10 of them, the amount of magicules she had left would be 0, and her fighting ability would be reduced. Velgrind believed it would be more efficient to keep at least 50% of her magicules, since they could be shared with any split body. Therefore, she kept the number of split bodisto 3 or 4 at most. There was one more limitation. It was the damage done to the split body. If the body was erased without issue, the full 10% of magicules would be returned. However, if the body was damaged, the amount of magicule returned would be proportionally less. This vast strategy that Rimuru had envisioned, and in a sense, it was correct. In this case, her magicules were depleted by 5%. Incidentally, gravity collapse, the nuclear magic that Karara finally activated with all her might, had consumed less than 1% of Velgrind's magicules. That was how enormous the amount of magicules in a true dragon was. Thus, Velgrind was not completely immortal, even if she appeared invincible at first glance. Physical damage was pointless, but if you slowly depleted her energy, you would eventually be able to knock her down sooner or later. Although the probability was very small, Velgrind had come to realize this possibility. As some of the strongest in this world, they might be able to defeat her. Although she had said they were of no threat, that had just been a bluff to break their spirits. Velgrind was convinced. The 3 demon girls could be a useful trump card against Velzard. If she could get Testarossa and the others to join her in the fight against her sister, victory would be assured. That was why Velgrind spoke words of invitation once more. 28. You understand, don't you? No matter how much you struggle, you cannot defeat me, so there's no point in fighting anymore, is there? Just help me out a little and I will give you your freedom, so why don't you just surrender to me now? Offer was the biggest concession that the proud Velgrind could make. Nevertheless, the 3 ladies rejected it. You want me to betray Rimuru-sama? That's a funny joke. You know, you're really looking down on us too much. It's common knowledge that demons do not break their contracts, right? Just because we are losing does not mean we will betray him. You tell me. Certainly, there are some demons who can be negotiated with. There might even be some who only work with their own interests. But you should know that I would never betray his lordship. Each of the three spoke their true feelings and unleashed a simultaneous attack on Velgrinto, remind her of their displeasure. These attacks, with their maximum force, destroyed Velgrind. Split body in an instant, causing Velgrind to consume another 9% of her magicules. Negotiations had broken down. Well then, that's unfortunate. Gravely. Velgrind, who had created a new split body, muttered and gave a devastating smile. And then, the time of thrashing had begun. Gazel and the others set out on a plan to take a detour around the gravity collapse, the crimson pillar that was causing the rain of blood from the sky, and attack the site where Cagali was performing the ritual. If they got too close, even the Pegasus Knights would be caught in the gravity waves. It was up to Dolph, the captain of the Pegasus Knights, to be cautious about that and lead the way. However, his fears were unfounded. The gravity collapse, maintained by Velgrind, had completely blocked off any influence on the surroundings. On the ground, the battle between the demon girls and Velgrind seemed to have begun. And yet, the crimson pillar was still standing strong. Gazel felt a chill run down his spine as he grasped this fact. However, he did not show it and shouted loudly. It's hard to believe, but that is Velgrind. To be able to produce a clone of the same level as the main body, what else could this be but a nightmare? But fear not. Know that we have powerful reinforcements that also defy logic. 29 Gazel's voice reached the ears of the knights. It was imposing and majestic, and erased fear from everyone's hearts. Gazel, in truth, was terrified. In the face of such an overwhelming presence, there was little that a saint could do. Even if they attempted to resist, the difference in power was too great. However, he did not give up. His sense of responsibility as a king strengthened his heart. More importantly, the reinforcements from his beloved younger co-disciple, Rimuru, were showing him that it was too early to despair. The three demons Velgrind was fighting now were inferior in terms of magicule quantity alone. Despite this, they were boldly challenging their opponent, who was almost 100 times stronger than them. Kyukuku, seeing them like that, how can I, as a king, complain about anything? Gazel made a strong vow in his heart. This resolve spread to Gazel's companions and Theknites under his command. By the time they reached their destination, all the fear had vanished from their hearts. On the other side of the Crimson Pillar was a battlefield that would be their destination. It was a large open grassland where a large army could be deployed. The ground was stained crimson with the color of blood. This was most likely the blood of the Empire Mixed Corps, which was making shady transactions, a proof of their demise. There were nearly 100 people on the ground. One man who stood out from the rest was Lieutenant Kondu, who wore a different uniform. He threw his gaze at Gazel, giving off an overwhelming presence. In addition, Footman, Tear, and about 30 of Yuuki's former comrades were gathered at her. There were also nearly 50 Imperial Guardians. They were deployed to protect Cagali, determined not to let anything interfere with the ceremony. On Kondu's side, a group of men in uniform could be seen. They were employees of the Intelligence Bureau, and some of them were also Imperial Guardians. In other words, the Bestaff the Empire's forces were all gathered here. In terms of location, Cagali was on the outer edge of the Crimson Pillar. She was immersed in a ritual, bathed in a rain of blood. Velgrind was standing on the sidelines, watching over her. After creating a split body on the other side of the Crimson Pillar, she came back to this side to prevent the three demon girls from interfering with the magic. Even the mighty Velgrind, with only one split body, would have her hands full casting one of the most powerful spells in the world. For this reason, Velgrind seemed to have no intention of making a move, and instead Planedto simply spectate the battle. Gazel confirmed the situation in the sky. He then began his descent with calmness. Kondu greeted Gazel and the others as they landed on the ground. "It is an honor to finally meet you, the famed champion King Gazel," Kondu spoke 30 brazenly. Gazel snorted and raised his sword. "And you are?" "Head of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, Lieutenant Kondu. So you're the information monster. Interesting. I shall be your opponent, so quickly draw your sword." Gazel recognized Kondu's strength at a glance. When his skill, though read, which Huse the moment they got face to face, Didn't work, he considered him to be his equal. Hey, he will be my. Vaughn, I need you to stay out of the way and take care of the others. You guys too. I am the only one who can handle him. Gazel looked around at the others who entered this decisive battle and spoke up to them. Jane was the first to nod in agreement at Gazel's order. That's right. That person is a bit more than we can handle. Let us at least remove the obstacles and allow King Gazel to fight in peace. Jane's decision was met with a nod from Dolph. Understood. Everyone, listen up. They may be outnumbered, but do not underestimate our opponent's strength. Form into groups of 5 and engage in aerial. Assess the enemies and gave out an appropriate instruction. An unobstructed assault from above was the Pegasus Knights' main tactic. This time, however, the strategy was to take advantage of their greater numbers and mess with the enemy. Yuuki's comrades and the Imperial Guardians were as strong as the Sage class. Sage level was equivalent to special rank in the Freedom Association's threat scale, which was as strong as an archdemon. Those at this level were worthy of being called champions, as they could reach the Demon Lord seed if they were cultivated properly. Dolph's subordinates were only over a rank when working together with a Pegasus. Dolph himself was a sage, and while some of his men were stronger than others, they appeared to be no match in a one-on-one battle. Dolph did not see it exactly, but he could feel on his skin that the opposing troops were dangerous. While the chances were better than fighting Velgrind, he believed it would not be an equitable fight. That was why he gave such an order. The goal was not to destroy the enemy, but to distract the enemy by using the advantage off-fleeing. Buying time by doing so was Dolph's true purpose. He wanted to stay out of Gazel's way. The Pegasus Knights read his intentions and reacted immediately. I shall do my part, trusting that His Majesty will win. Besides, the reinforcements will be here soon. Dolph had made his decision, and it was affirmed by a cheerful voice. Gwahahaha, we're a little late, so it seems. This big thing was heavier than I thought, so we had a hard time carrying it. But now that we're here, rest assured. Take pleasure in this 31 battle with peace of mind. It was Gabble. Woo. That's Gabble-sama for you, so cool. Aye, getting more and more manly. I will follow you anywhere, so you better be prepared. And Gabble's men. Held in the hands of the Huryuu members was a chain that connected them to a huge object. It was the Demon Colossus. It had taken 100 people to bring it here by air. The Demon Colossus had no issues waiting for the enemy in the labyrinth, but its massive body was a liability when it came to the battlefield. Its fighting ability was perfect, but its movement speed was very slow. Even so, its melee speed was so fast that the problem had been overlooked until now. This problem needs improvement, but now that you've brought it this far, I shall do my best, Gadra exclaimed enthusiastically. Now was the time to return the favor, he said, entering the Demon Colossus with a motivated look on his face. Gadra turned his gaze to Kondu, but quickly averted it. Seeing that King Gazel was dealing with him, he felt that he should not interfere. And then he took notice of Velgrind. So Marshal Dono's true identity was the scorched dragon Velgrind after all. But if so, I don't understand Demrada's intentions. Did he really swear an oath of allegiance to His Majesty? Why did he need to order Bernie and Jiwoo to protect Mas Yuki? I don't understand. I don't, but now is not the time to worry about that. If Velgrind makes a move, the mission is over. I'll have to keep an eye on her to make sure that doesn't happen. With that in mind, Gadra sent the Demon Colossus towards the elegantly standing Velgrind. After seeing Gadra off, Gabble flew to Dolph's side. It seems Gadra Dono has volunteered to take care of Velgrind-sama. We will eliminate those who will be in the way, as planned. How reliable, Gabble Dono. In that case, let us get to work on the joint operation. Yes. My team will take the lead against the enemy and leave the support to you. Understood. Gabble and Dolph nodded at each other. As agreed upon in advance, the Huryuu, with their excellent fighting ability, would take the lead. The Dragonoots, with their superior defensive capabilities, would not be easily killed. In addition, Gabble's team was lavishly supplied with full potions. As long as they didn't die instantly, they could be revived, making them a good shield. Now then, Dolph Dono, I'll leave the command to you. Oh, wait! Dolph was surprised by Gabble's undiscussed action. I am the Draco Lord Gabble. Let's fight without cowardice. 32 Gabble was unconcerned about Dolph's behavior and launched an assault towards what appeared to be Kondu's close associates, one of them. Seeing Gabble, Gabua could only stare blankly. They had been the last to arrive, but it couldn't be helped as they had run across the ground. Even so, Their speed was commensurate with their over A rank, and they were just in time for the start of the war. Not only that, but they had managed to get behind the enemy troops as planned. The fact that Gabel Sama went alone means that the man's ability must be outstanding. Gabua's comment was countered by the man standing beside her. That's so. I can only see a weak, bespectacled kid who's good at paperwork, though. It was Phobio, the black leopard fang of Carian's Beastketeers. For some reason, he hadn't returned to his home country, but had followed Gabua before he knew it. Inwardly, Gabua was happy, but she was still in charge of the Kurenai by Benimaru's orders. She had to be stern in official duties, and so cautioned Phobio. Phobio Dono, your abilities are commendable, but you would do well to develop a better eye for the strength of your enemies. That's harsh, Gabua. Drop the honorific, call me Phobio. This is wartime and we're on a mission. I expect you to keep your private and public life in order. The two of them continued their conversation, but to their subordinates it just looked like they were flirting. It was a tense battlefield, but for some reason there was a warm feeling in Thier. So, what happens after this? Phobio asked, his expression suddenly turning serious. Gabua changed her mindset and responded. We will stay here and bide our time. We have already failed to achieve our tactical victory conditions, and now the mission is Dumedto failure. Depending on what Velgrin Sama does, we'll be wiped out. If all we wish to doys survive, the best choice is to run away, but that is not an option we can take. In short, the most important thing is to reduce the number of people in our way and lighten the burden of His Majesty Rimuru as much as possible, was the expression of someone who had made up their mind. If they kept Velgrind here, then Rimuru would be able to take advantage of the opportunity and take out Emperor Rudra. Or, perhaps, get him to agree to a ceasefire agreement, which had been the point of the operation. However, that plan collapsed when Velgrind released a split body. Normally, all operations should have been suspended at that point, but the people with the authority to make that decision were currently unreachable. Gabel was the supreme decision-maker in this situation. And Gabel's decision was to continue the operation. Testarossa and the others agreed, and Gabua had no objections. Do what you can. That was all. It was unclear how many split bodies Velgrind could produce, but they were prepared to stall them all. And if possible, they were going to interrupt the ritual Kagali was performing. 33. Are you trying to kill yourself? No. His Majesty Rimuru will never allow us to die, so no casualties will be allowed. Gabua's outrageous command, the Kurenai all nodded quietly. Velgrind moves, there's nothing we can do to stop her, right? If she does, we'll leave her to Gadradono and run. Gabua gave a wink in response. That look had enough destructive power to shut Phobio up. Fine. I'm going to stop thinking so hard and go a little wild. It looks like I have a history with some of these guys, so I should say hello. Phobio had once been tricked by Footman and Tear and had made a painful mistake in Thepest. However, he didn't hold a grudge against them because it was all due to his inexperience. On the contrary, he was even grateful to them, believing that he had been able to grow from the experience. He was a simple and vivacious man, just like a beastman ought to be. It was precisely because he was such a man that seeing his nemesis being manipulated gave him something to think about. Do anything rash. I can't promise that, but I swear I'll try not to die. With these words, Phobio joined the fight. Lieutenant Kondu faced King Gazel. The bespectacled intelligence officer was spotted by Gabel. Footman and Tear headed for Vaughn and Henrietta. Phobio intervened, and Gabua and the others tried to assess the situation. In front of Velgrind, who was contemptuously looking at the battlefield, was a demon Colossus controlled by Master Gadra. And thus, the battles began. In the midst of the battlefield, Gazel's mind was as calm as a tranquil sea. He was facing Theman Kondu, not as a king, but as a warrior and a swordsman. Kondu drew his military sword as Gazel had told him to do. He, too, quietly exhaled in admiration at Gazel's stance. Well, that's impressive. I guess the title of Sword Saint was not an exaggeration. These words were not flattery, and he meant them sincerely. But Gazel snickered back. Speak for yourself. Such words only sound sarcastic when spoken by someone like you. For his true feelings, 34 Kondu's stance was beautiful, and Gazel could see no flaw in it. Kondu now was holding his sword in both hands. Unlike when he had fought Footman, he was in a serious stance, and there was an even more surprising fact. The two men's stances were as identical as if they had rehearsed it together. They exchanged blows for a few rounds in silence, and both of them largely grasped the other, strength. They were convinced that it was no coincidence that their stances were identical. Gazel's swordsmanship had been learned from Hakuryu, and although he incorporated his own techniques, his basic stance was faithful to Hakuryu's teachings. It was handed down from Hakuryu's grandfather, Byakuya Araki, as the Aburo Ryu. There was no one else but Hakuryu to whom this school of swordsmanship was passed down. Even Gazel, who was a direct disciple of Hakuryu, did not know everything about the Aburo Ryu. He knew there were secrets yet to be discovered. But even so. In the country of monsters, Hakuryu was involved in the training of soldiers as the instructor. Naturally, he would have taught them the basics of swordsmanship, but it was unlikely that this would have been spread to the empire. To begin with, swordsmanship was not something that could be learned overnight. That Isui Gazel asked the question, and strangely, the same question came out of Kondu. That stance, how do you know Aburo Ryu? I had suspected it when I heard about it. But His Majesty Gazel's technique is similar Tomi, Aburo Shinmei Ryu. Who did you learn it from? They stared at each other. Gazel was the first to open his mouth. Aburo Shinmei Ryu, so it's not the same as Aburo Ryu, you say? Kondu accepted the question without expression and pondered for a moment. In the Dwarven Kingdom, orthodox swordsmanship using a combination of a one-handed sword and a shield is the mainstream. That means this must have something to do with Thane formation I got about a certain monster who is very skilled with a sword. From the little information he had, Lieutenant Kondu arrived at a mostly correct answer. Gazel asked Kondu a question as if he was impatient. Are you not going to answer my question? Please do not be impatient. The Aburo Ryu is probably of the same school as the one learned. That is why I would like to ask you a question instead. Isn't it impossible that the same school of swordsmanship could have been created from this world by chance? That's true. While muttering, Gazel remembered. He recalled a story about Hakuryu's grandfather, when this can be translated as something like the Haze, Style 35, which had been told to him during his training. I was told by my master Hakuryu Dono that the Aburo Ryu was instilled in him by his grandfather. I heard that he was a visitor from another world, which would make sense. Unknown to both Gazel and Kondu, Byakuya Araki had a younger brother. That person had replaced his brother as the founder of the school and introduced the Aburo Shinmei Ryu in the world where Kondu was born. It was to fight against the mountain and river monsters too as the sword that dispelled evil. Kondu was one of those who had fought against evil and had been learning the Aburo Shinmei Ryu from a position close to the source. Kyukuku, it's interesting to know that we are fellow students. Began to laugh in a rare and amused way. He was not usually one to reveal his emotions, so this laughter seemed to highlight his coldness. I have a proposal, Your Majesty Gazel. What is it? A fellowship. I have determined that His Majesty Gazel is powerful enough to join our ranks. If you disarm and promise to swear allegiance to my emperor, I promise to cease all acts of aggression against your country. What makes you think I'll accept that offer? I think you will. Rationally speaking, it is the best way to minimize casualties. He's right. That's what Gazel thought. It was a desperately needed offer. In order to protect the people of the Dwarven Kingdom, it would be correct to accept the offer. As a monarch, He should accept it without question. Now that the threat of Velgrund was known, there was no way to win. The conditions for victory in this battle were so vague that they should never have been set in the first place. Before heavy casualties were inflicted, Rimuru and the others would settle things with Rudra. It was wishful thinking. If it's for the sake of the people, almost considering it, Gazel chuckled to dispel his doubts. Ridiculous. You think you've already won, has no one told you overconfidence is one's greatest enemy? See how I correct you for your arrogant thoughts? While shouting this, Gazel focused his thoughts on the enemy in front of him. Chasing away all distractions, he thought only of defeating Kondu. Then, with mind, body, and his beloved sword as one, he unleashed the full force of his haki as saint. What appeared their Wasa champion, who could almost reach the level of an awakened demon lord. Even so, Kondu's demeanor remained relaxed even when he saw Gazel. My, it seems you are a wise king in name only. In that case, it can't be helped. I will take care of you before your reputation goes down the drain. Those words signaled the beginning of a battle between the saints. The word used was Chimamorio, which is a Chinese-Japanese term for monster and river monsters from ancient times. 36 a few minutes had passed. Kondu was starting to gain the upper hand. He could easily cancel out Gazel, champion's haki. By wearing the same quality of aura, he was able to nullify all effects. It was the same even in pure swordplay. Gazel unleashed a series of vertical slashes with Aburo Chitangurai. 3, but Kondu, whilst shifting his body to evade the attacks, swiftly unleashed a sideways counterattack with the Shippureha 4. Kondu then connected it with Hai's fastest thrust, the Shiden Tatsu. 5, but Gazel parried it back with a Ryusui Zan. 6, the two fellow students knew each other's techniques very well. However, Gazel's response gradually began to lag. Kondu had mastered more techniques than him. I knew it. There are some techniques that I have never seen before in the Aburo Shinmei-ryu. Even I, a close follower of the original art, do not know all of them. Hakuryu, was it? It was skeptical about how much a mere monster could comprehend the true nature of the sword. That was Kondu's honest opinion. However, it was not meant as a mockery of Hakuryu. The way of the sword was profound and had been handed down from generation to generation. Kondu himself was proud of his own school, and that is why he said what he said. However, his comment struck a nerve in Gazel. Are you insulting my master? He glared at Kondu with more determination than ever. But then, someone arrived. Ho ho ho. King Gazel, you're not trained enough if you easily lose your cool on the battlefield. I will take your place for a while, so you can stay there and cool your head. Hakuryu, who had been leading the rear troops as Gabua's advisor, arrived late. Kondu could see through Hakuryu's strength at a glance. The next moment, the clear sound of steel clashing with steel echoed through the air. Hakuryu had caught Kondu's extremely fast quick-draw slash with his own cane sword. Huh, you can stop this. On Hakuryu's forehead, his third eye, the celestial eye, was opened. It had now broken through the realm of extra skills and was about to exceed the realm of unique skills. That Wasui he was able to deal with Kondu's quick-draw sword technique. Excellent sword-drawing technique. I would call it anything but a strange coincidence that 3I think this means something like haze. Heaven and earth thunderous roar. But it's not 100% accurate. 4I think this means something like gale thunder supreme. 5I believe this means something like purple lightning thrust. 6I believe this means something like flowing water slash. 37 You are of the same school as my grandfather. Kid, you can test and see just how far I, whom you call a mere monster, can understand the true essence of the sword. Fufu, interesting. If you say that much, then I shall cut you down to size. So, before Gazel's eyes, the battle between Kondu and Hakuryu began. Kondu had the best odds to win. Hakuryu's ability was certain, he could see that at a glance. But there was no doubt in Kondu's mind that monsters did not understand the true essence of the sword. This was because the Aburo Shinmei-ryu was the sword that dispelled evil. There was no way that a monster could learn a sword art designed specifically to combat them. It was only natural for Kondu to think that. Besides, it was beyond anyone's imagination that the true founder, the elder brother of Aburo Shinmei-ryu founder, had come to this world in the first place. It surprised me that he could even perform the secret techniques, but those that go beyond hidden techniques can only be passed on to individuals who are descended from the originalline. I'm not sure how proficient the visitor was, but it would be impossible for him to teach hidden techniques to a monster. In a way, it was inevitable that Kondu had made a judgment based on his own common sense. That was a big mistake, and an unusual assumption for Kondu. It was a big price to pay. Hakuryu and Kondu faced each other. Then, as soon as they got at a deadly distance, they simultaneously launched their attacks. Beika Gakutatsu. 7 Kondu, with his pride as a swordsman, showed off his well-honed technique. It was only because Hakuryu was a fellow student of the same school that he had made such a foolish move. In the back of his mind, he was calmly thinking that he should get serious and finish it quickly. Yet, the action he'd taken was intended for showing off. This is a rash conduct that was out of character for Kondu, who was usually calm and composed. He intended to impress his peers in this world by demonstrating the greatest technique had learned. The Gakutatsu was a stabbing technique that symbolized the plum blossom. It was the finest technique that Kondu had been taught and was one of the hidden techniques that have never been passed down to outsiders. It consisted of 5 stabs aimed at 5 of the 10 vital points of the human body: the eyes, throat, heart, kidneys, solar plexus, crotch, and also both shoulders as a feint. The aim was changed according to the situation, so it required a skillful technique. Even among his peers, there were very few who had mastered this hidden technique. That is why it was a miscalculation to find Hakuryu in such a place. 7 Beika, Gakutatsu translates to something like plum blossom, 5 petal thrust, 38, Yizakura Hakeisen. 8 Hakuru's choice was a supreme technique, a series of continuous flowing slashes in an infinite variety of combinations that would slay the enemy 8 times in an instant. Kondu and Hakuru were evenly matched in proficiency, but there is a great difference between them in basic combat ability. In Hakuru's opinion, Kondu boasted a physical ability more than 10 times greater than that of Hakuru. That is why Hakuru's defeat would be certain if his technique did not work. With that determination in mind, Hakuru pulled out his sword. "Nu." "Oh," had one overwhelmingly. Hakuru had wanted to strike a fatal blow to Kondu, even if it meant they would both get it. That was what he had hoped for, but the result was something the both of them did not expect. Hakuru's sword scattered like 8 petals at a speed that no one else could even see. However, all of them were cancelled out by Kondu's 5 petals, and the attack ultimately missed. As a result of Kondu avoiding getting hit at the lower portion of his body, a graze to Thechik was the most that could be done. Still, this was a disappointing result from Kondu's point of view. I didn't think there was a swordsman in this world who was better than me. Hakuru's Hakeisen was superior to Kondu. Gakatatsu. This fact shattered Kondu's perception and made him admit to his mistake. However, it was Kondu who won the battle. The difference in strength was too great event though Hakuru was able to cancel his special move. Hakuru's arms were torn apart by their scent exchange, rendering them useless. "Even with the supreme technique, I could not reach you." "No, you did. I apologize for looking down on you. Also, I would like to ask you, what was your grandfather's name?" Kondu apologized for looking down on Hakuru as a monster. He also acknowledged that Hakuru was a better swordsman than himself and paid him that respect. He was a man who was sincere about the sword, but at the same time, he did not judge things based on his personal feelings. That is who Kondu Tatsuya was. Ho ho ho. Byakuya Araki was my grandfather's name. He was a great swordsman, but he left for the afterlife 9 a long time ago. That is a shame. Araki is the name of his family. Perhaps he is related to the founder of the Aburo Shinmiryu. If he had reached sage level, he would have been one of the strongest swordsmen in this world. 8 Yizakura, Hakeisen translates to something like double cherry blossom, 8-petal flash. Yizakura is a double cherry blossom tree, or cherry blossoms with more than 5 petals. 9, they use a phrase here that also translates to left to the road of the underworld. With that, Kondu said a silent prayer. He was truly a man who was serious only for his own school of sword. Hakuru looked at Kondu in dismay and asked him a question, thinking it was worth the try. My grandfather was an eccentric man who liked living an ordinary life. More importantly though, would you mind retreating here? Sensing Kondu's respect for him as well, Hakuru made his request. However, the request was rejected. I can at least guarantee your personal safety, but the war cannot be stopped. I have a belief that the worst thing one can do is to do things half-heartedly. Kondu spoke with no doubts. Well, I suppose that's true, Hakuru thought to himself. Hakuru was not in a hurry. I already considered I was going to lose. It is impossible for me to get back into the fight with these arms, but I believe I've achieved my goal. That's right, Hakuru's goal was not to win, but to show Gazel the battle between himself and Kondu. The sword Saint Gazel Dwargo would have understood Hakuru's technique just by looking at it. Even if he couldn't learn it right away, he would have been able to get some sort of hint. That was Hakuru's idea. And this time, even Kondu had used his secret technique. This surely increased Gazel's chances of winning. Then, I will stop here. I do not need your protection. I have no intention to live in shame. In my final moments, I plan to take out as many enemy soldiers as I can. But now is not the time. I shall concentrate on healing these hands. Hakuru's hands were badly injured and wouldn't recover even with a full potion 10. The secret of the battle will was to destroy the target by permeating fighting aura in them. Kondu's fighting aura had penetrated Hakuru's defenses. Because of this, there was no way to heal Thangeries except by neutralizing them with his own demonic aura. However, Hakuru turned to Gazel with a nonchalant look on his face. Well then, King Gazel, has your head cooled down? Of course, I got excited, seeing my master's skills. Ho ho ho. The truth is I really had no intention of teaching you, but I can't say that now. It will leave the rest to you. Please leave it to me. Hakuru stepped back. Gazel stood before Kondu. Meanwhile, Hakuru left the front line with his head held high, as if his role was now over 10 fuse created miracle potions early on, and now has to keep adding restrictions to them, resulting in weirdly inconsistent and specific excuses for them not working. To salvage a semblance of having stakes 40 once again, Kondu and Gazel faced each other. Kondu was ashamed of his shallowness, but quickly changed his mindset. I lost my cool for a bit, but playtime is over. It's time to get back to work. I'm reluctant, but I agree with you. I must live up to my master's expectations, so I must get serious. Both Kondu and Gazel acted differently from earlier. They had finished assessing each other's abilities and had become serious. As for Gazel, he was grateful to Hakyuru. If he had fought Kondu the way he was, he would have been defeated. The hidden technique that Kondu displayed, the Gakutatsu, was impossible to defend against at first sight. Even if he had miraculously avoided a fatal wound, he would have been destroyed from the inside by the fighting aura, just like Hakyuru had been, and would have been rendered incapable of fighting. I didn't realize that a refined fighting aura would pose such a threat. I knew that it was the secret of the battle will, but it seems that I hadn't fully understood it yet. As he reflected on this, Gazel felt his spirits lift. He realized that he could still get stronger. Kondu, isn't it? I will give you a taste of my full power. As soon as he said this, Gazel released his trump card, Spirit Summoning. Come, nameless Spirit King of the Earth. The summoned Spirit King of the Earth dwelled within Gazel, who had unleashed his power as a saint. It was completely unified and had an energy that rivaled or almost surpassed that of an old, awakened demon lord. Although there was a time limit, this was Gazel's trump card. Kondu, however, was unfazed. What nonsense! Spoke blandly, unperturbed by Gazel's domineering aura. Gazel did not show any displeasure at his words, but silently held his sword up to his eyes. He sharpened his mind, refined his will, and let it flow into the sword 40. Gazel was now in perfect control of the enormous amount of energy that had unified with the Spirit King of the Earth. It was a feeling that he hadn't felt before. He truly is an incredible master. He helped me realize the secret. I can win. As I am now, the current me can reach even greater heights. Gazel felt the improvement in his mind, technique, and body. By mind, it was his skill. By fully utilizing the unique skill dictator, Gazel's willpower was at full power. By technique, it was his arts. In the Aburoryu, he learned from Hakyuru, the battle will, the art of transforming willpower into physical power is crucial. The current Gazel would be able to efficiently converge all the energy that flowed through his body. And that was the body. In other words, he would use the unique skill dictator to consolidate his energy and convert it into the greatest blow. No one can defeat my sword. With such a drive, Gazel made his move. A blow of divine speed. However, it would never reach Kondu. P-Wang. Small sound rang out and Gazel fell to his knees. Ka! Gazel coughed up blood and looked dumbfounded at the blood seeping down his abdomen. In Kondu's right hand was a Nambu pistol, a cloud of gunpowder still smoking from the muzzle. The lethal bullet that had defeated Gazel had been fired from that very pistol. Your pride as a swordsman. Gazel, his face twisted in anger and humiliation, shouted while coughing up blood, but those words fell on deaf ears to Kondu. I told you, playtime, over. There is no need for pride on the battlefield. My job is to win by any means necessary. Spoke in a terribly cold voice. He was a different person from the one who had been so obsessed with his own school of swordsmanship up until now. Forget that. I won't let this be the end. Gazel desperately tried to stand up. However, his body couldn't move as he wanted, and he fell to the ground once again. It was only natural. The bullet Kondu had shot was not ordinary, but rather a special bullet that contained Kondu's own will, necrosis. It was not something borrowed from Emperor Rudra, but an ultimate skill that Kondu had manifested on his own. Yes, Kondu had awakened to the ultimate power by his own ability. The ultimate skill conviction, King Sandalpen, was one that governed battle. As such, it was very strong. He was the one who fought on behalf of Rudra, he who desired to attain the throne of goddess by being human. And necrosis, which Kondu used earlier, was one of the powers of the conviction King Sandalpen. It had the effect of destroying the target's mana circuits and could even kill spiritual life forms. Gazel was by no means weak. On the contrary, he was one of the most powerful beings in this world. Depending on the conditions, he was capable of defeating even an awakened 43 demon lord. Nevertheless, there was a strength barrier between him and Kondu that could not be overcome. It was the existence of an ultimate skill. In this aspect alone, the battle had already been decided before the fight. Give up your futile efforts. I have no intention of killing your majesty. I will detain you for the time being, but I promise to release you once I'm done," spoke in an indifferent voice. While it was not a falsehood, it was not the whole truth either. Before letting him go, Hugh was planning to take control of him with the Dominion bullet. Now that he was currently in control of Kagali, he wanted to capture him alive. Terrifyingly ruthless and rational, this was another essence of Kondu Tatsuya. Hakuryu was not in a position to move right now. He could only stand there, resigned at his sight of Kondu's strength. At this point, it appeared as if Kondu's victory was assured. "Gwahahaha, I am the Draco Lord Gabble. Let's fight without cowardice." Shouting this, Gabble identified the enemy and charged, leaving his subordinates behind. Although this was an inappropriate act for a commander, it was not a mistake from a tactical standpoint, because the enemy's strength was exceptional. The enemy was not conspicuous within Thegroup, simply a good-looking, bespectacled man. Nevertheless, Gabble called out in a loud voice without any sign of hesitation. "You there. That man there, do not hesitate and be my opponent." When Gabble pointed his spear at him, the man with the glasses twisted his lips into a smile. "So, it's come to this. I was playing the part of an ordinary intelligence officer, and now I've been spotted by someone who sees right through me." Saying this, the gentleman took off his glasses. Immediately after that, the atmosphere around the man changed. "That case, it can't be helped, so allow me to be your opponent. But before that, my seigneurs, please stay away from here." Man's usual timid character had disappeared as he ordered the others around him. However, this did not go down well with his confused companions. "Hey now, Marco, aren't you not cut out for fighting?" "Yes, you're weaker than us, so stop acting so tough." The man called Marco smiled back at the worried voices of his companions. "Ah well, it was a really comfortable place to work. My true identity is a single digit, number 8. You know what that means, don't you?" Seeing how their peers' demeanor had changed, everyone understood that Marco had been playing the good-natured intelligence officer in disguise. And they understood that he had the right to give them orders, and what he had just said was true. Understood. Good luck. Leaving those words behind, Marco's companions scattered. He let out a sigh of relief and turned his snake-like narrowing eyes to Gabble. Marco, too, had seen through Gabble's strength. In this world, it was meaningless to challenge an outstanding individual with a group. Marco was well aware of this and drove away even those who were as strong as an imperial knight. "Wasn't it Gabble-san, you've done it now? You must pay for the crime of robbing me of my office lifestyle." The single digits are the ones Rimuru-sama considered as dangerous. Tobe able to deal with such prey, it looks like an opportunity has come my way, Gabble replied happily. Thus, the battle between the two men began. Marco was a man who was characterized by his lack of notable features. He became an imperial knight about 800 years ago, because he possessed the unique skill impersonator, a skill specialized in undercover. He had caught the attention of Damrata, the commander at that time. The unique skill impersonator had a noteworthy power. It was the ability to transform into the exact likeness of the person he saw. It was not a duplicate like the unique skill usurper that Hinata possessed. It could entirely mimic the same person. However, there was a limit to how much he could mimic. If the target was significantly more powerful than him, he could not mimic everything. That was its weakness. But even so, the more powerful people he met, the more versatile their strength would become. That was why Marco had risen to the rank of a single digit after overcoming a great upheaval and awakening as a saint. That was about 100 years after Marco became an imperial knight. It was precisely because of this that Marco could not shake his awe of the man Kondu. Even if he was a visitor from another world and possessed a soul more powerful than that of ordinary people, his strength was still difficult to comprehend. The first person Kondu challenged in the rank battles was Marco. In that battle, Marco was exposed to Kondu's extraordinary strength. He had always thought that Kondu was favored by the emperor, but now he realized that he had been wrong. Kondu possessed a fighting ability that even Marco, a saint, could not imitate with his 45 unique skill, impersonator. With this ability, Kondu easily defeated the top soldiers to get the position of a commander. Even the 4 horsemen, who were all monsters in Marco's eyes, had been defeated by Kondu without a hitch. For this reason, Marco worshipped Kondu. He even emulated Kondu's insistence on the rank of lieutenant and kept his own rank of ensign. He had stayed in the intelligence bureau just to serve Kondu. Marco was now facing a powerful opponent by the name of Gabble. He also fought back with a spear, but realized that he could not win the battle as it was. That is why Marco decided to change himself into the form of the person he believed to be the strongest. Marco distanced himself from Gabble and transformed into the form of Kondu. By adding the ultimate enchantment, alternative, lent by the Emperor to the unique skill, impersonator, it was possible to transform with even greater precision. The current Marco had power close to that of Kondu. That's strange. Is that what you really look like? Gabble asked, to which Marco, in the form of Kondu, replied. This figure is a replica of who I believe to be the strongest man I know. The 4 horsemen were strong too, but not as strong as Lieutenant Kondu. In fact, Marco glanced at the battlefield next to him and continued. It seems even His Majesty King Gazel, the renowned champion, is no match for him. Upon hearing this, Gabble let out a low mmm. He knew from his wide-range magic perception that the Allied forces were not doing well, that Hakiru had left the front lines, and that King Gazel was struggling, as had just been pointed out. It seems so. From the moment that Lieutenant Kondu appeared, there was no doubt that we would win. That's why I didn't want to bother to show my own hand. You never know where the leak will come from, and you always want to keep your power hidden, right? With that carefree question, Marco changed his weapon from a spear to a sword. The legendary grade armor Marco had been lent now allowed him to change its shape at will. Marco held his sword in his Kondu form. His appearance was regal. Gabble also held a magical weapon, the Vortex Spear, which was the treasure of the lizard men. It was a spear entrusted to him by his father, Abel, and he was now familiar with it. The spear had seen many fierce battles and had been reforged by Kurobi when it was damaged. Its performance was unique grade, but it had been a very reliable partner. However, it still fell short of the legendary grade. It is true that the difference in weapon performance is a factor that determines the winner, and this time, Gabble was at an overwhelming disadvantage. However, Gabble also had the dragon skin, which was strong enough to reach mythical grade level 46. Gabble believed that his enemy was a saint, and that he was equal to his awakened self. That is why Gabble did not spare any effort from the beginning and gave it his all. Will this person be able to penetrate my defenses? Gabble was confident in his defensive capabilities. There was no victory in a fight unless you could inflict decisive damage on your opponent. It didn't matter how many blows you hit. If they were not fatal, they were meaningless. Gabble thought that Marco's weapon would not be able to break through his defenses, but Hugh was not about to let his guard down and would carefully watch his opponent's moves. Here I go. HM, bring it on. Gabble's misfortune was that he had become hostile to Marco too early. The power he had awakened was vast, but he had yet to fully harness it for himself. As Ultima had feared, even in High's pre-evolutionary stage, Gabble had not handled his magicules well enough. Even with such great power in his hands, Gabble was unable to use it to the full potential. High defense and healing ability, these 2 things alone were strong enough, but this time, his opponent was too strong. Beika Gakutatsu. Crash. Gabble was able to survive because of his cautious approach. The 2 were evenly matched in strength, or Gabble slightly above. However, in terms of proficiency, Marco, who was impersonating Kondu, was far superior. Actually, Marco could not even imitate 80% of Lieutenant Kondu's abilities. The ultimate skill, Conviction King Sandalpen, was impossible to reproduce, and if Gazel had been his opponent, defeat would have been inevitable. In terms of Marco's plain strength, he was evenly matched with Gabble. In terms of defense, Gabble's victory would have been assured. Victory or defeat was all a matter of chance. Although Marco seemed to have won by a landslide, his victory was paper-thin. Good grief, I can't blame Major General Farage. Wasn't it Draco Lord Gabble? No wonder mistook him for Veldora, Marco muttered, looking at Gabble as he fell to the ground. At this moment, Gabble's fate seemed to be coming to an end, brother. As if to protect Gabble, several shadows came to stand before Marco. It was Sauka and the 47 others who had rushed to the scene. And then there were Gabble's subordinates. Gabble-sama. Don't die, Gabble. Gabble-sama is not a man who should die in a place like this. Even though they knew they could not defeat Marco, they still dared to face him. That courage saved Gabble's life. Individually, these people were no match for Marco, a saint, but they were still special A-rank talents. They used healing potions generously, desperately trying to buy some time. However, Marco's Kondu-inspired technique destroyed the enemy from the inside out with High's well-honed fighting aura. Because it nullified the effects of the healing potions, Sauka and her subordinates had to be prepared for death. And then, another one of Gabble's subordinates fell. Then, Sauka's subordinate, Nanso, fell. Even though there was not that much difference in proficiency, there was too much of a difference in raw power. On top of that, Marco's weapon was legendary grade. One by one, each of them fell before the inevitable difference in strength. Fortunately, none of them had died yet. With the evolution of Gabble by Rimuru, the people linked to him had also become stronger. Thanks to this, their endurance had increased, and they were narrowly able to escape fatal injuries. However, the ongoing damage from Marco's wounds prevented them from returning to the front lines. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they were all killed. That's why Gabble shouted, "Enough, that's enough, so get out of here. Sauka, that's an order. Take everyone and get out of here." Gabble looked at Sauka, desperately trying to rise up, but Sauka refused to even look at Gabble and smiled fearlessly. "I refuse, brother. I am a subordinate of Saue-sama, so I am not obligated to accept orders from you. What are you? Besides, if we run away now, we'll end up with dead people. You brother will die too." Sauka, normally a calm person, shouted out with all her might. "What are you talking about?" Gabble was speechless and confused. "Isn't it the role of the commander to reduce casualties as much as possible? Isn't it your job to increase the number of survivors and leave me, who got defeated, behind?" It was difficult for Gabble to get up right now. He could barely speak his words out loud. Ash watched his comrades fighting. However, those words were dismissed by Sauka. "Then my plan is the right one. There are no weaklings among us who can be killed by a single blow. That's why we are going to buy ourselves some time. Keeping on fighting, unconcerned even if a comrade fell. Battling Marco with numbers and being careful not to cause any casualties. By doing so, Sauka and the others were looking for a 48 chance to win. This is foolish. There is no guarantee that help will come. Now that Rimuru and the rest of the executives were on their way to the imperial capital, extra support could not be expected. Even if the other executives who were asleep woke up, they wouldn't be able to conveniently rush over here. The 3 demon girls they were counting in were dealing with an even more powerful enemy, Velgrund. They were the ones who needed support, thus there was no way they could ask for help. Gabble understood this and had decided that he had no choice but to retreat in this situation. However, it was Gabble's subordinates who disagreed. "It's you, Gabble. You're the one we're waiting for." "That's right, Gabble-sama. You're hurt, so heal up soon and get up." "Aye, we will buy time and wait for Gabble-sama's return. That is the only way to save everyone here." Hearing this, Gabble felt ashamed. He wondered if he alone had given up on victory. "What have I been doing? All right then. Everyone hold your ground until I get up," Gabble shouted, knowing full well what an absurd order it was. Hot tears spilled from Hisai's, eloquently expressing Gabble's feelings. The goddess of victory would not abandon those who did not give up. Someone responded to Gabble's voice. "Oh dear, you're as reckless as ever, aren't you? Allow this humble self to help you out here." "It's an order from my lady, her precious toy, Gabble Dono, is not allowed to die, so I shall go to his aid." Arriving out of nowhere, Veyron and Zonda, Ultima's subordinates, were standing there. "Although it would be better for us if you didn't survive," Zonda continued to mutter, but Gabble couldn't hear him over the noise of the battlefield. That was a very lucky thing. Veyron, looking like a butler, stood beside Sauka. He held up his cane to Marco. "Humble self shall deal with this person, so Sauka Dono, please assist me. Zonda here will help with the healing, and the rest of you will take care of the injured." "Understood. In that case, let's go." Veyron moved as soon as he heard Sauka's reply. He was a Marquis-level demon peer. High synergy ratio was less than a quarter of Marco's, but Veyron's proficiency was superior. Even if he couldn't win, he succeeded in irritating Marco. "Tusk, just how annoying can you be? You keep coming one after another before I can finish you off." "Of course. It is our mission to grasp the enemy's strength." "Yeah, I understand how annoying it is when someone mimics what you're good at. I'll take you down at once and take out that other dangerous." An opening. 49 While fighting back against Veyron, Marco turned his murderous intent on Gabble. Not missing a beat, Sauka made her move. The shouting was intentional. She was trying to draw Marco's attention to herself and make him hesitate. If she could get her kunai to hit him, it would all the better. But even if that didn't work out, Veyron's blade would strike Marco. That washer judgment. Marco saw it coming. That's why he made the best choice. That is, he chose not to avoid Sauka's kunai. It was the right thing to do. If he had reacted to Sauka, he would have been wounded much worse by Veyron. Ignoring Sauka, Marco continued to flick away Veyron's cane. He regretted thinking of something unnecessary during the battle. Tusk, I'll have to finish them off first. They're really such a pain in the ass. There was no doubt that Gabble was the most dangerous. That's why Marco had wanted to finish him off quickly, but he became greedy and ended up getting hurt. It was a minor wound, but he couldn't forgive himself for being wounded in the image of his beloved Kondu. I'll deal with you first. Now, are you sure you can do it? Veyron Dono, perhaps he's just a sore loser. I guess so. Well, let's not be impatient and get the job done. So, Veyron teamed up with Sauka to take on Marco, despite the odds being against them. In the meantime, Zonda was not idle either. Well, this is a nasty technique. Demonic aura, no, he's a human, so it's a fighting Gora. He left energy in the enemy's body so that it continued to emit a wavelength that disturbed the magicules. It's a terrifying technique. In this case, it will also work on spiritual life forms like us. That is how he diagnosed Gabble's injury. His diagnosis was correct. Like Damrata's spiral permeation break 11, it was a type of energy release, where a condensed fighting aura that destroyed the enemy from within. This was the essence of the Aburo Shinmerayu, the battle will, and the reason why it was called a sword that dispelled evil. That is why magicule healing potions could not heal the Suons, but Zonda could. He skillfully manipulated the magicules to regulate the disordered energy. He neutralized the fighting aura that Marco had injected and returned Gabble's body to its normal flow of energy. And Gabble did not just sit back and wait for recovery. He yearned for a greater healing power. That desire was about to give Gabble a new power. However, with the situation still unpredictable, Marco released his stance. Oh dear, time has run out. I've been ordered to return, so I believe that ends our battle here. 11 Racing Shinto Ha 50. As soon as he said this, Marco transported away from the scene before anyone could say anything. Thus, Gabble and the others narrowly escaped death. Vaughn was struggling against Footman. No, the word struggling was an understatement. Vaughn was also a Sage-class opponent and was confident of his strength. However, Footman had a magicule count that could overwhelm Vaughn easily. Vaughn's armor and spear were legendary grade and contributed to his strength. Even so, it was as if he still couldn't reach him. The only reason why he could still fight was because Footman was not rational. Besides, Phobio's help was also great. The Black Leopard Fang Phobio will help you. At first, Vaughn was suspicious of the man who had come barging and shouting that, but has soon remembered who the man was. The Black Leopard Fang is one of Demon Lord Carrion's Beastketeers. Right, Carrion has now ceded to Demon Lord Milim, who is also allied to His Majesty Rimuru. Deciding that he was not an enemy, Vaughn welcomed the help. Thank you. I was just thinking that this would be difficult to deal with on my own. Honestly, I don't think I could do it alone either. Reflecting on his previous attitude, Phobio calmly assessed his own abilities. He knew instinctively that he could not defeat Footman even in his serious, full-strength, bestialized state. That is why Phobio chose to fight together with Vaughn, letting go of his pride. Footman was strong, but his attacks were monotonous because he had lost his sense of reason. Both Vaughn and Phobio were wounded, but barely able to stand. They could not expect victory, but the word retreat did not exist in their minds, because right next to them their comrades were fighting to the death. Responding to the other clown, Ter, was Henrietta, the head of the Knight Assassins of the armed nation of Dworgen, and Gabua, who had joined in the war. With a small group of elites, they were trying to capture the lone Ter. However, Ter appeared to be acting strangely. I'm really sorry, okay? This is not my intention either, but it's an order. That's why I'll do me best not to kill you, so please do something to stop me somehow. She was talking like that while fighting seriously. In fact, even though Kagali had ordered Ter to fight, she still had her free will. She could not disobey orders, but she was aware that Kagali was in a state of manipulation. In other words, 51, she was not fighting of her own volition and did not want to fight at all. That is why Ter was trying to avoid fighting seriously to the utmost extent. Although she joined the battle so as not to violate her orders, she had asked her enemies, Henrietta and the others, to stop her. In order to respond to Ter's request, Henrietta and the others were carrying out a capture operation. However, the overwhelming difference in strength between the two sides was too great to overcome, and no results had yet been seen. That man over there, I'm sorry too, okay? I took advantage of you before, but I'm not going to cheat you this time. Phobio was indignant when Tear spoke to him. Footman's sense of reason was taken away to keep them from dying. Both Phobio and Vaughn immediately noticed this. He hadn't noticed it when they first met, but the fact that Footman was as powerful as Carian, whom Phobio respects, made him realize that they were no match for him in a proper fight. And for that, Phobio was grateful to Tear for the time being. But, shut up. Don't remind me of my dark history. Even if you didn't say it, I am grateful Thaddeus made that man go blindly on a rampage. That's right. You guys are weak, so if Footman was serious, you'd be dead by now. In response to Phobio's retort, Tear launched into an innocent tirade. It was obvious that Tear didn't have any bad intentions and that she meant what she said. That's why it was even more annoying, but for now, complaining was the best he could do. What a cheeky brat. Shut up already. Rather than that, you'd better work on putting in more effort in restraining yourself. Vaughn and Phobio let out a deep sigh, as if to mentally remember this for later. The difficult situation continued. As for Gabua, she wanted to finish up here and help the rest of the battlefield, because she judged this to be the easiest opponent. However, the situation was not so simple. Tear was Notha-style, but she could not disobey orders. Gabua was not wrong in thinking that Tear would be easy to capture. The reason why the strategy did not work was simply because Tear and Footman were too strong. In the case of Footman, he could easily tear through an iron net. Half-hearted attacks wouldn't work, and it was difficult to knock him out. It took two strong men, Vaughn and Phobio, to hold him back somehow. As for Tear, on the other hand, even Henrietta, who was confident of her speed, could not catch up with her, and Gabua could not even touch her. They had also prepared a cast net for her, but it was unlikely that they would succeed in catching her alive. Sauka and the others would have done better, but they seemed to be too busy fighting with Marco. And so, the war situation worsened. With the information from Moss, Gabua was able to grasp the situation of the battle. Veyron 52 and Zonda had apparently gone to Gabel's rescue. The situation had returned to a stalemate. Butit seemed to have become that much more dangerous. Worst of all was Kondu. Hakiru succumbed, and even King Gazel was defeated. It seemed that Ajira and Esprit were on their way, but it was doubtful they could even stall foretime against Kondu. If worse comes to worst, I will come out, Moss said. His role was to assess the situation on behalf of Benimaru. Gabua was to plan the operation based on Moss's information. Even now, while dealing with Tear, Gabua continued to give precise instructions. This was only possible because of Moss's support. If Moss were to go into battle, the front line would collapse at once. Please wait for that. In the worst-case scenario, please do so, but will you be able to manage in the first place? I'll make it work. Gabua felt depressed, wondering if even Moss couldn't win. He was a self-confident man who treated everyone with arrogance except for certain people, most notably Testarossa. That Moss had made such an uncertain statement about doing his best. In other words, it was proof that Kondu was a very dangerous opponent. Kondu would be difficult to stop. Gabel had yet to return to the front line. Gabua and the others were still far from capturing Tear and Footman. At this rate, it would be impossible to interrupt Kagali's ritual. There was Gadra, but he was currently engaged in a war of words with Velgrind. If Velgrind joined the fight, then defeat was certain. This is the worst. I see now how much we've been relying on Rimuru-sama and Benimaru-sama. Gabua was in a state of regretful introspection. But even if she realized this now, it was still too late. That is why they must never give up. Not yet. The fact that Velgrind-sama hasn't made a move means that those demons are redoing their best. The difference in strength is obvious, but they're still sticking it out. We cannot be the first to give up. That would be unacceptable. Gabua was reminded of the 3 proud demon girls. They hated to lose, and even though they were newcomers, they were still a part of the 12 Chaos Guardian Lords, which was the highest position. To Gabua and the others, they were unimaginably strong, but when their opponent was Velgrind, the feeling of despair grew stronger. It was amazing that the battle was still going on. I can't lose that, what Gabua thought. Upon regaining her spirit, she redoubled her efforts and resumed the capture of Tear. 53 a man stood before Kondu. It was Ajira, who seemed to be a samurai dressed in a casual kimono. Ahead, Ajira, I'll stay out of your way. With that, Esprit began to heal Gazel and Hakiru. Ajira shook his head in disbelief. Esprit was always like that. She conveniently always took the best part. To put it simply, Esprit saw that she could not beat Kondu this time and ran away from the battle. That was Esprit, a demoness who knew how to swim with the tide. Ajira, unconcerned as he always was, pointed his sword at Kondu. He had been undefeated with a single sword for 300 years. Before Kondu, who had defeated great swordsmen like Hakiru and Gazel, he could feel his blood boiling. Kondu, was it? You are a skilled swordsman. I too live by the way of the sword. I'd love to have a sword fight with you. Knew he couldn't defeat Kondu without restrictions. It was only because Kondu had agreed to fight with a sword that Hakiru had succeeded to fight back. Otherwise, even if Gazel and Hakiru had challenged him at the same time, they would have been kicked to the ground too quickly to inflict even a single wound. That was the reason for his proposal. It was a tenuous negotiation, but Ajira was confident that Kondu would accept. The reason for this was that Kondu's swordsmanship was somehow familiar to him. Ajira Dono. Is it true that you, too, are a swordsman like I suspected? Before Kondu could answer, Hakiru interrupted with a question. What do you mean by suspected? Oh no, actually, I thought that Ajira Dono looks like someone I used to know. Hakiru stammered in response to Ajira's curious look. In fact, Hakiru's grandfather and Ajira looked so much alike that they were almost identical. Not only their faces, but also their stature, mannerisms, and even their impeccable behavior was similar. That's so, but unfortunately, I'm afraid I am not the same person. I do not remember meeting you since I was born 300 years ago, and I do not know if I am a good swordsman, but I am prepared to fight with this sword for the rest of my life. With that said, Ajira smiled gently. For him, the sword was everything. I see. Well, please forget the trivial thing that I said. Hakiru swallowed his various thoughts and withdrew. Ajira must be the reincarnation of his grandfather. He suspected that much, but he had no proof. Besides, even if Ajira was Byakuya Araki, it wasn't a reason for Kondu to change 54 his mind. The grandfather whom Hakiru hadn't beaten even once was a human, after all. Whatever the answer, it would not be a factor to turn the situation around in the end. The only way to win this battle was to defeat Kondu by force. The person Hakiru Dono knows, by any chance. Yes, it's my grandfather. Hakiru replied in a whisper to Gazel, who was also whispering. Esprit joined them in their whispered conversation. By the way, did Hakiru-san's grandfather die 300 years? Right. That's the case, it's possible. He was born a demon in that form, and he had a sword from the very start. Besides, souls who are skilled in martial arts gather under Kararasama. It wouldn't be surprising if there was such a connection. I see. If that is the case, then does it mean he knows some secrets that even Hakiru no does not know? It's hard to say. I couldn't master it, but of all the techniques he showed me, he said the Hakeisen was the best. And so the conversation went on. Hakiru and the others had already been defeated after giving it their all. Therefore, they were ready to wait and see how they would win or lose. Hakiru was worried about Ajira's identity, even though he knew that this was not the right time. And Gazel was also curious about Hakiru's master. Esprit went to treat them. Her appeal to the public that she was doing her job was quite impressive, to the point that Ajira would tip his hat to her. Ajira gave a deep sigh at the situation. Kondu did not interfere with the conversation enemies and was watching Ajira with a relaxed attitude. Kondu's role was to eliminate those who would try to interfere with Kagali's ritual. He was also screening out the strongest people who might be useful, not trying to kill all of his enemies. That is why he decided to respond to Ajira without any haste. The only reason he was serious with Gazel was because it was too dangerous to leave him alone. If Hakiru had entrusted a technique to a saint, who was evenly matched with him, there was no guarantee that he would win. Therefore, Kondu prioritized victory, that is, he prioritized his work. He was willing to play around a little if it was against a clearly inferior opponent like Ajira. However, it was rare for Kondu to make such a decision. This was because Kondu, who was a pragmatist and a workaholic, disliked waste to the extreme. Kondu's only weakness was his pride in the school of swordsmanship he had studied. Goodness, I'm still a little naive that I cannot let go of my personal feelings. He reflected on this but could not suppress his curiosity. Fine, I'll play along, Kondu was about to say, but he was not so foolish as to lose sight of his surroundings. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Velgrind move 55 Kagali's taboo ritual. Birthday was still in progress, but it looked like the situation had changed. Unfortunately, there was no time, and Kondu decided to move out as well. Sorry, I would have liked to keep you company, but work comes first. Speaking to Ajira, he put away his sword. His attitude was completely condescending to Ajira. But even knowing this, Ajira could not stop Kondu. As he watched Kondu walk away, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "It looks like I narrowly escaped death," he muttered in frustration. Gadra was struggling in a lone battle against Velgrind, but that didn't mean he was actually fighting. Such an attempt would have shattered even the technologically advanced demon Colossus with a single blow. Gadra knew his place and would not have done such a foolish thing. He was questioning Velgrind out of his own curiosity. "I had no idea that Her Excellency the Marshal was the sister of Veldora Sama, the scorched dragon Velgrind Sama. I never knew that until now. It's no wonder you're so beautiful," was a word of flattery. In this way, he attracted Velgrind's attention. "It's only recently that I showed my face, so it's only natural that you didn't know me." That was the end of it. Velgrind stayed and continued to converse with Gadra. It was his best strategy to buy time with conversation. It worked, and Gadra was still alive even now. However, Velgrind had her own agenda. "Oh, I see. So Velgrind Sama has been supporting His Majesty Rudra all this time. I, Gadra, am truly impressed that you've been able to play the role of Marshal for generations. There was a time when I didn't speak for a few hundred years. It's not so hard to play the role." Velgrind responded politely, but her face showed signs of fatigue. She was fed up with all the questions Gadra was asking her. That's why she couldn't help saying something that sounded like a complaint. "Even so, you've got a lot of nerves. I allowed you to ask questions because you're Rudra's favorite, but I didn't expect you to keep asking so many." Flattered by the compliment. "No, it's not a compliment." Velgrind looked dumbfounded. It would be easy for her to twist and crush Gadra. However, she had already taken out 4 split bodies and was hesitant to release them just to take out Gadra. As long as he did not interfere with the ritual, she was fine with that and could deal with 56 Gadra. In contrast to Velgrind, who was wondering if she had made a mistake, Gadra asked a series of lively questions. "By the way, I was wondering, why did Damradadono stop me from informing His Majesty? If Rimuru Sama's forces had been properly disclosed, the Imperial Army would have suffered less damage." "Well, as you've probably figured out by now, we don't care about the Imperial Guards. We just let the war happen to awaken the stronger ones. Even so, wouldn't it have been better to hear the story from me?" How persistent. "I know you want to say Damrata has betrayed us, but he has his own reasons." I see. So what do these reasons have to do with the boy Masyuki?" "I don't know. Why would I need to know what Damrata is up to?" "Who's Masyuki, anyway?" Gadra was puzzled by Velgrind's reaction. By his estimation, Masyuki was the key. I don't suppose you know the hero Masyuki?" Gadra asked fearfully, to which Velgrind replied without hesitation. "I told you I don't know him, or is he someone strong?" When asked if he was strong, Gadra could only say no. Gadra did not dislike Masyuki and was even fond of him, but he knew that the boy was not strong. Hearing Gadra's reply, Velgrind snickered. "Kondu is only interested in those who are likely to awaken. Besides, if you call yourself a hero, there will always be causal effects. Soil would think the demon lords would come to you and take care of you anyway, right?" "I see," Gadra thought. Yuki used Masyuki to see Demon Lord Rimuru's reaction. And it was undoubtedly at Damrata's suggestion. In other words, the upper echelons of the Empire must have known about Masyuki. And yet, Velgrind was saying that she didn't know. Certainly, it would be understandable if she ignored him because he was not a powerful person. At least for Kondu, he would have judged Masyuki to be worthless. He would have tried to nip any uncertainty in the bud, and if Masyuki was the spitting image of Emperor Rudra, it would not be surprising that he would have tried to get rid of him. He could understand Kondu's thinking, but what he could not understand was Damrata's actions. But Damradadono had 2 single-digit guards to protect the boy, did he? To infiltrate the land of monsters, no. No, that's true, but feeling frustrated, Gadra trailed off. It sounded reasonable somehow, but there was something off about it. From Gadra's point of view, as someone who had betrayed the Empire, he was worried about something that he should not need to worry about. Gadra wanted to yell at Velgrind to take him more seriously. 57, you seem quite dissatisfied. No, it's nothing." Gadra tried desperately to calm his shaken heart, wondering how she could detect his stayed-off mind when she couldn't even see his face. Then, he suddenly understood the reason why he felt at odds with Velgrind's words. "Damradadono is really a traitor, isn't he?" Master Gadra blurted out. "Be silly, you're the traitor," was a fair point. But Gadra was not daunted. Making the most of his nerves, he spoke against Velgrind. Any case, let me ask you something. This boy, Masyuki, is actually the spitting image of His Majesty Rudra. What do you think about that? That's right, it was Masyuki's appearance that made him feel uncomfortable. Whether was strong or weak, it was natural that the Empire placed importance on that. In the case of Masyuki, the more important information, which should have not been left unshared, was the spitting image of the ruler, Emperor Rudra. It was possible that Kondu knew this information. However, Bernie and Jiwu would not have known. Damrata, Rudra's friend, knew about it. So why did he decide to protect Masyuki? That is what he couldn't understand, Gadra thought. What did you say? As I've said, His Majesty Rudra and the hero Masyuki have the same face. Why would Thai's information? In the middle of his explanation, Gadra paled and closed his mouth. He shuddered at Velgrin's expression and, regretting that he had gotten carried away, couldn't help thinking, oh, perhaps I'm going to die. But Velgrind ignored Gadra and began to ponder. It was unlikely that Kondu was unaware of this information. If so, then she wondered why he didn't tell her. The more problematic issue was Damrata. She didn't know what he was thinking and could no longer ignore Gadra's words. More than that, to what extent were they similar? How similar is he to Rudra? I'll have to confirm it myself. She had thought everything was going according to plan, despite the minor mistake regarding the invading Imperial forces being annihilated. And yet, that seemingly insignificant piece-off information irked Velgrin to no end. Gadra, thank you for the useful information. I'll let you off the hook for that information, so what do you say? Do you want to challenge me with that toy of yours? Velgrind had no intention of killing Gadra in the first place. For all appearances, Gadra was one of the few friends Rudra trusted. And while it was true that Gadra had betrayed the Empire, Velgrind believed that he did not betray Rudra. To Velgrind, the Empire itself was of no importance. Therefore, Gadra's betrayal was still acceptable to her. In this respect, Velgrind's thought process was a little different from others and was not something Gadra could guess. That is why he decided that he had no choice but to go along with Velgrind's proposal 58 because he could not win anyway. He chose to argue to buy time. If they were to have a real battle here, the mission would be over at that point. To put it simply, Gadra would be eliminated in less than a second, so Gadra did not hesitate. Wahahaha, you've got to be joking. I'm well aware that I'm no match for you. He needed to be shameless here, and so he just laughed it off. In this answer, he pretended to be denying the proposal, yet he did not answer either yes or no. He left the decision to his opponent, so there was no fear that he would be accused of running away from Rimyoru's side later. It was the perfect way to get by. This was Gadra's cleverness at its finest. Velgrind was aware of Gadra's craftiness, but all she could think of was that he was a funny guy. She let out a sigh and let it slide as something that was all too typical of him. Besides, luckily for Gadra, things had changed. The split body that was fighting Veldora had gotten serious, and it became necessary to-lave. Really? Let me know when you're ready. I'll deal with you then. But before that, do your best to survive this war. Have some business to attend to, so I've decided to leave this to another pawn. You seem to have been hated by the military, so do your best to become a saint. What do you mean by? Velgrind hovered in the air, ignoring Gadra's attempt to question her. The interruption to the magic would cause a significant delay to the ritual, but it was unavoidable. Gadra, who was left behind, looked up at Velgrind, stunned. He was confused by the change in the situation and was at a loss as to what to do. On the battlefield, there was no time to relax your mind, not even for a moment. As if to prove this, the meaning of Velgrind's words became clear even before Gadra could give an answer. Space-time connection. It was an astonishingly unrealistic scene. As soon as Velgrind, who was floating in midair, shouted, the space became greatly distorted. And from there, countless flying ships appeared. That is the fleet of flying ships responsible for carrying the magic beast core. And no way. Are you saying that she connected the space? No, that's impossible. How far is it from here? No, that's not even the point. Gadra was confused. The reality of what was happening before his eyes was just that unbelievable. The flying fleet that was supposed to attack the kingdom of Ingratia from the north had been summoned, ignoring both time and space. Even by Rimyoru's calculations, it should 59 have taken them more than 3 days, and Gadra believed it to be impossible to summon them. Magical transference was fraught with great danger, and if done poorly, it could kill the soldiers. To prevent this, a larger amount of mana would be needed, and the technique would become more complicated. No, it is possible for Rimyoru-sama. However, if you want to call someone who is at a different coordinate, the difficulty rises by an order of magnitude. This kind of thing should be impossible, but it was just too insane. Gadra could see the correct answer, but he could not accept it as reality. At the very moment when Gadra was confused, there were others who felt the same way. A fleet of airships heading north to the kingdom of Ingratia were enjoying a smooth flight. Unlike the dangerous sea route, the sky was safe. This was because there were few, if any, monsters that could fly to high altitudes. In command of the 300 flying ships was Major General Zamud, the chief executive officer. Zamud's mission was to transport Allied troops. He was to transport 30,000 members of the Magic Beast Corps, led by General Gladium, to the central continent. Since they were not fighting themselves, it was easy. However, there was one section of the luxurious flagship where Zamud was boarding that was wrapped in a strange atmosphere. He had been told that an important person was inspecting, but he had not been told who it was. It was a sudden interruption, and at worst, it's possible that Army Commander Calgurio might not even know about it. Nevertheless, Zamud did not care. Fufufu, it's better not to know. It'll only shorten my life if I pry too much. He was completely focused on his work. That's why he was able to spend his time relaxing, but then Zamud received an urgent message. Excuse me. It was the officer acting as the messenger who came into the bridge with an uncanny appearance. The fact that he had come by himself instead of leaving it to the soldiers meant they had something important to report. Zamud grinned and asked the officer, "What happened? Did you receive a call from our home country?" Actually, they had already received reports that the army commander Calgurio had suffered a crushing defeat. Most of the ground forces had been lost, but that was none of Zamud's business. Once an operation was underway, it could not be stopped until it was ordered to be 60 aborted. As the battlefield was still a few days away from here, there was no point in Zamud panicking. In fact, he was even hoping that the order to abort the mission would be issued soon. He had not informed the soldiers, but if word got out, it would affect their morale, and the success rate of the operation would drop, and he believed it would be safer to start over. Zamud could not make this decision on his own because some people would consider it a weakness. General Gladium, the general of the Allied forces, was such a type of person, and someone Zamud was not very good with. Therefore, Zamud hoped that the report would be an order to abort. However, a situation that Zamud could never have imagined occurred. Her Excellency the Marshal is here. What? Zamud couldn't help but scream back. Considering that he didn't even know she was on board, Zamud's surprise was not strange. So the important person was Her Excellency the Marshal. No way are you saying this mission was that important. Of course, it was definitely important. However, because one of the 3 major armies was moving, there should have been no need for the Marshal. No, right now, the first thing to do is to think about how to deal with the Marshal. Rise, we shall welcome Her Excellency. Zamud, who had recovered quickly, gave the order. The sluggish air was blown away, and the bridge became tense. Immediately after everyone had stood up and bowed, the door was opened. Velgrind, the stunning beauty, appeared. The people on the bridge were in awe at the sight of Velgrind's beauty. The Marshal, who had never appeared before, was now standing in front of them. Velgrind's beauty had captivated them before their brains could even register the fact. Velgrind, on the other hand, took it as a matter of course. Foolish ones. Don't just stand there, get back to work, she pointed out gently. But she mustn't get careless. Velgrind was a rational being and understood that if Sharon paged here, she would destroy the flagship. This was Velgrind's concern, as the main body of Emperor Rudra was on board. The people who were present were lucky. Seated, everyone get back to work. Following Zamud's orders, the officers returned to their work. Thus, the elegant cruise had come to an end. What followed was a series of surprises for Zamud. It's a great honor to meet you. My name is Zamud. I hope to leave a lasting impression. Yes. I'll consider it if you survive. That is a great honor. I will remember those words and work hard. As much as I'd like to encourage you, there's no time. Let's get down to business. Velgrind brushed aside Zamud's sycophancy and sat down in the captain's chair 61. She turned to Zamud, who stood beside her in a panic, and gave him an order. I can't be bothered to explain things more than once, so call Commander Gladium. Yes, ma'am. Zamud signaled with his eyes, and the officer who understood his intention connected the monitor to the ship Gladium was on. In less than a few minutes, Gladium appeared on the screen. Well, you are even more beautiful than I imagined. Gladium looked at Velgrind and thought it would be easy to subdue her, so there was some doubt in his mind. Why? Why is a woman like her considered to be stronger than me? Her body is supple and soft, with no excess fat or muscle. No matter how one looked at it, she seemed to have nothing to do with strength. Some people thought that the important thing was mana or fighting aura, but one still needed a strong body to circulate those energies. Just like mine, Gladium was proud of his own body. That's why Velgrind looked so weak to him. He was the essence of muscle-brain functioning. As for Velgrind, she didn't think anything of Gladium. His strength was real, and Shane tended to use him to the fullest as a useful pawn. Velgrind simply returned the words, "Enough with the flattery," and then gave her orders without hesitation. Velgrind's attitude was as if she did not care about Gladium at all. As of this moment, the operation in progress is cancelled. The new mission is to conquer the armed nation of Dworgen. That is all. Are there any questions? Zamud and Gladium thought to themselves, is it finally time? They had expected theater to be delayed this long because of the unprecedented turmoil in their homeland. If they had suffered a major defeat, it was necessary to review their operations immediately. Since they were conducting a three-front operation simultaneously, that decision would be of even greater importance. A single failure could cause everything to collapse. However, several days later, they were ordered to call everything off, just before arriving at the kingdom of Ingratia. The two were understandably dismayed. Understood. Then let us return at maximum speed. If that is your excellency's order, then I, Gladium, will answer with my life. However, please understand that we will hold you accountable later for your late decision and the failure of the mission. Zamud tensed, but Gladium responded with arrogance. Gladium, who was on a different ship, was unaware of Velgrind's commanding aura because he was looking through the screen. Zamud watched Gladium's response with deep apprehension. Don't drag me into this, Zamud prayed internally. Velgrind, however, was having none of it. 62, looks like you've got it all wrong. She smiled and began to explain. Misunderstanding, huh? About what? Are you saying that you're not at fault? Yes, nodded Velgrind, then she began to explain. First, Zamud, I will take you from here to your destination. After that, I will continue to give you instructions, so keep that in mind. Huh? Secondly, Gladium, the mission hasn't failed, and this is exactly what we planned to do from the start. Be foolish. At this point, do you really think you can escape responsibility like that? Foolish. Velgrind narrowed her eyes in displeasure and glared at Gladium. What a pain, she thought, and wondered what to do about him. She concluded to just leave it be. Gladium was indeed strong, but he was no match for Velgrind. He could easily be destroyed, but it seemed to Shamido do so. And above all, there was no time. This turned out to be a tremendous stroke of luck for Gladium. Well, whatever. If you survive, we can talk about this at length. What are you? Listen, I'm about to make a space-time connection, so move quickly. After that, I'll focus in Veldora. That kid's a lot tougher than I thought. It's a nice miscalculation, but it's going to be a bit of a handful. Therefore, you'll take over for me and take control of the battlefield. We've identified several promising candidates, so take them in alive if you can. Understood. Ignoring Gladium, who was still about to complain, Velgrind got down to business. Having said all that, Velgrind turned her back on them. Then she put her hand on the reinforced door to get from the bridge to the outer deck. Excellency, Your Excellency Marshal, what are you doing? It's not safe, please come back. What? I told you already. If I don't go outside, I can't make a space-time connection. Velgrind glanced at Zamud as if he was a fool and opened the door without hesitation. And just like that, she flew into the sky. How selfish. Are you going to drag us into this? Zamud was terrified. Opening the door while flying at high altitude and high speed was an unbelievably dangerous act. If they got unlucky, the people inside the ship could be sucked out by the difference in air pressure. Zamud, something of a scientist himself, was an ordinary person and not a soldier who had undergone the augmentation operation. The low temperature would deprive him of his physical strength, and he might die of oxygen deprivation. The same was true for the mages under his command. Zamud was impatient to close the door quickly, but his fears were unfounded. Velgrind had performed a spatial domination and prevented it from affecting the ship 63 not long after his surprise from that. The biggest shock of all hit Zamud. No, not just Zamud, but all of the officers. In a flash, Velgrind floated into the sky. And the next moment, space-time connection. A huge distortion of space appeared before Velgrind. This is absurd. I can't believe it. Spatial oscillation confirmed. It seems that the huge, overpowered magical fluctuation is affecting spacetime. And no, could that be the work of Her Excellency the Marshal? It was indeed absurd. After all, it was a phenomenon beyond human comprehension and beyond human imagination. There was no way to understand what was going on. There was no way anyone could do something like that. Everybody was escaping from reality. But then Zamad noticed something. That kid. Did the Marshal just call Veldora that kid? There were only a few people he could think of who could call Veldora that. Could it be? Then this person's true identity. I'm afraid to say the guardian dragon of the Empire, a dragon too sacred to even name. Zamad had thought that the Empire was protected by its whims, but now he realized that the truth was something else entirely. As if to confirm Zamad's prediction, Velgrin's smile deepened in the sky. Now, go quickly and be of use to me. No one would be able to disobey that voice. Not only Zamad, but even Gladium, as if lured by the sweet voice, turned the bow of Theorship and headed for the space-time rift. With Velgrin's action, the state of the war had changed dramatically. The same was true for the three demon girls who were still fighting fiercely. A serious Velgrind was an unimaginable tyrant. There was no chance against her. With sheer overwhelming strength, she toyed with the three ladies, not even allowing them to touch her. She was serious and not holding back. Even a mere blow of magic was incredibly powerful. In an attempt to annihilate the three, Velgrind continued to attack with all the strength she had. She was like a berserker without reason. There was no doubt that this was definitely Velgrind's full power, without transforming to her dragon form. However, Testarossa and the others were still alive. If it was before they had been named 64 by Rimuru, they would have lost their bodies and been sent back to the demon world. However, the orichalcum body made by Rimuru had been strengthened by their primordial mana. As a result, they were able to withstand Velgrin's rampage. Albeit barely. Really surprised. I was going to finish this much sooner. You're tougher than I thought and used to close combat. These were Velgrin's true feelings. She hadn't expected this to take so long even Wench was using her full strength. Yufufufu, we will not be defeated, Testarossa assured her. Diablo would ridicule us if we behaved so disgracefully. That would be more humiliating than death. I agree. That guy is so malicious, Ultima added. I'm sure Diablo would say you are the last person he wants to hear that from. Well, but Ito agree that he's malicious, Carrera said. Despite being on the ground and with wounds all over their bodies, the three girls' ice were not resigned. On the contrary, they were still smiling fearlessly. Their attitude exemplified the concept that as long as you didn't concede defeat, you were not defeated. Dear, how troublesome. Velgrind couldn't help but feel confused, but the battle was already decisive. The trouble, some demon lord Rimuru and his officers had been captured in the Fortress of Dreams, and Veldora had been successfully dragged out of the labyrinth. The only thing left to do was to take control of Veldora as planned. With this in mind, Velgrind turned a deaf ear to the light-hearted talk of the three demon girls, but when Testarossa stood up and said something, her expression became distorted. It took a while, but I've figured out the characteristics of this parallel existence. Their goal was not to defeat Velgrind, but to stop her here. That was the tactical Victoria condition, but it was made impossible by Velgrind's parallel existence subterfuge. That is why Testarossa had been looking for a way to at least break it. Let's hear it, shall we? Velgrind said. Very well then. Testarossa smiled graciously even though she was being beaten up. Velgrind thought that Testarossa's attitude was admirable, even though she was an enemy. That's why she was willing to listen to her. Testarossa pointed out that Velgrind, parallel existence, was not invincible but had its limits. There was a limit to the number of split Bodish could produce, and if they were defeated, she would not be left unharmed. To be precise, the physical damage would be 0, I suppose. But for spiritual life forms like us, energy consumption is the damage. In other words, our attacks were not in vain, Ultima concluded, taking away Testarossa's words. Testarossa nodded, smiling. However, her eyes were not smiling, they were looking at Velgrind. 65 Velgrind sighed inwardly. This was why she didn't want to deal with the primordials, she thought. Testarossa had hit the nail on the head. In such a short time, and in the midst of being hopelessly overrun, Testarossa was able to analyze the situation. Even Velgrind had to admit that it was an astonishing sense of combat. As expected of Blanc, no, it was Testarossa. You're correct, I will give you that. She'd love to take them for herself without killing them, Velgrind thought. Resentment served no use, because even if she killed them, they would be revived someday. They might not like a certain demon lord she knew, but Velgrind found it extremely troublesome to be stuck with a primordial. Karara, unaware of Velgrind's feelings, laughed fearlessly. Kyukuku, you've shown too much leeway, Velgrind-sama. Veldora-sama would not be sandbagging against us. Velgrind was annoyed by Karara's comment. Incidentally, what Karara meant by sandbagging was looking down on your opponent and cutting corners. Naturally, Veldora was well aware of the danger of Testarossa and the others. In order to maintain his dignity, he would never show his weaknesses. It turned out to be misunderstood in a good way, but Velgrind was not amused when she heard Karara's comment. That's right, she should not be amused. And yet, Velgrind found herself feeling happy for some reason. As an older sister, she was pleased with the growth of her little brother, who had always been a troublesome child. Perhaps because of this, she lost her fighting spirit. It was just the right time, too. After fighting with Veldora, she realized that his strength was not what it used to be. Velgrind was going to get hurt if she didn't give her all. After careful consideration, Velgrind decided to stop the battle at this point. She decided to let go of Testarossa and the others whom she could kill in an instant if she really wanted to. You're right. Indeed, he seems to have grown up quite a bit. I'm happy to see that, but I'm afraid I can't go easy on him. Therefore, I've decided to leave you guys here for now, Velgrind unilaterally proclaimed. Velgrind. Split Body disappeared before the surprised 3 demon girls. It was only for a moment, and all they could do was watch. The forest was on fire. Velgrind extinguished the split bodies she had released all over the place and united them. Then, after emitting a dazzling red light, she transformed into her dragon mode cloaked in a crimson aura. In the aftermath, the trees had gone up in flames. Veldora had also reverted to his dragon form, and his dominating aura had caused a storm 66 to rage. The flames flickered, casting light upon Veldora and Velgrind. The battle between them was now in full swing. Velgrind returned to her true form for the first time in a long time and looked at Veldora. Veldora also exposed his massive frame, as if to show off his enormous magicule pool. It had been a long time since the 2 siblings had seen one another in these forms. The encounter between Velgrind and Emperor Rudra had taken place a long time ago. By the time Veldora was rampaging across the land, Velgrind was already lurking in the Empire. She had never left Rudra's side, not even to casually go outside. It was due to this feeling of inconvenience that she had devised the split body ability, which she only learned after Veldora had been sealed away. The last time they had met was on a continent to the southwest over 2,000 years ago. At that time, as she recalled, Velgrind had only shown a glimpse of her power for fun, and Veldora had fled immediately. But the impact had still been enormous. The energy generated by the collision of the true dragons had even created a volcanic zone. It is said that volcanoes were still active on that continent to this day. It seems that the seal did not weaken him after all. On the contrary, he seems to have grown stronger than ever. Truly, Velgrind thought it was a happy miscalculation indeed. Her brother's growth was honestly gratifying. The problem was that he would disobey Velgrind, but that was something that could be solved with strength. Even if she failed, Rudra's power could still be relied on. As long as Rudra's power is at his disposal, he can control even the true dragons. As proof of that, even I was, just now, what was I thinking about? Velgrind felt as if she was on the verge of remembering something very important, but her thoughts suddenly wandered wildly. Instead, she changed her mindset and decided that her first priority would be to capture Veldora. While she wanted to avoid relying on Rudra as much as possible, she still needed to take away Veldora's resistance in case that did happen. To lighten Rudra's burden as much as possibly, even if only a little. Rudra is already at his limit, so I need to make things easier for him. Those were Velgrind's true feelings. Therefore, as much as possible, she wanted to tame Veldora without relying on Rudra. There was no other reason. There should be no other reason. Velgrind had a chance to win. The amount of magicules Veldora possessed was vast. Buth lacked the ability to properly utilize them. That was why Velgrind did not consider Veldorado be that dangerous. She thought that his earlier attack was brilliant, but it was only because he was in control of his power that he was able to fight her. If Veldora were to use his full strength, he would not be able to control his power well and would only be able to attack with brute force. No matter how massive one's power was, it was meaningless if they could not use it. 67. I'll have to teach him a few things once he joins us. Although he was still a trump card in the game, Velgrind intended to train Veldora to the point where he could compete with Velzard. But for now, she was going to take advantage of Veldora's inexperience and end this battle at once. This will shift the game board in one breath. The end of the long-running game was near. The victory of Velgrind and Emperor Rudray felt close at hand. The first step was to capture Veldora. With Veldora's cooperation, they would then have a chance to win the game. They would finish the long game in one fell swoop, and then Rudra would be free. With that in mind, Velgrind slowly began her flight towards Veldora. The battle was supernaturally fierce from the very first move. Velgrind was the first to make a move. Without being wary of a counterattack, she unleashed Burning Breath. The ray of light extending from the dragon's mouth was a thin, converging, ultra-high temperature heat ray. Its intense power attacked Veldora at a nightmarish speed, several dozen times the speed of sound. Veldora avoided it. Normally, Veldora would not take damage from the flames due to his heat nullification. Yet Veldora rushed to avoid the heat ray. "Oh, I didn't think you'd choose to avoid that one. You're an idiot. That's why I thought you would be able to end it in one move like the old days. You have finally become able to see the true nature of a technique. Sister's breath attack has an accelerated destruction effect, doesn't it? If it take a direct hit, my mana will go haywire. If that happens, I'd lose the power to control it. It's only natural to avoid it," Veldora replied with a laugh. Indeed, Velgrind's attack had a special effect. It was the ultimate power of accelerated destruction. Due to this power, which could speed up all events, could increase a destructive effect. Not only that, but it also accelerated the life activity of the target. Even spiritual life forms could not resist this power. Even if one could avoid simple destruction, their energy would spiral out of control. Veldora sensed this intuitively and chose to evade it. This was also proved by the result of, analyze and assess, by Veldora's ultimate skill, Investigation King Faust. That is why Veldora answered his sister Velgrind with confidence. "I didn't know you could see that far. I'm pleased to see you've really grown up." Veldora's correct answer gave Velgrind a sense of crisis. She realized that she was no longer facing a rampaging fool, but an opponent who should be evaluated properly. He saw through her own powers accurately. That meant that Veldora also possessed an ultimate skill. A true dragon's attacks were powerful enough to reach the ultimate level, but when managed along with an ultimate skill, the danger level increased astronomically. Velgrind was delighted. She celebrated the growth of her bungling little brother, but at the same time, she was vigilant. Rudra's plans could fall apart now that Veldora grew to the 68 point where he could threaten her. At this rate, they would not only have difficulty controlling Veldora, but she might even be defeated. She hadn't expected this level of growth. Velgrind was upset at the thought, and then Veldora made a move against her. "Are you thinking about other things on the battlefield, sister?" "That's called being careless." As he said this, he unleashed Thunderstorm. It was Veldora's sure-kill technique, an attack with overlapping storm magic. The attack hit Velgrind directly, however, the force was scattered and did not cause much damage. "I see. It seems that you really have acquired an ultimate skill. I commend you from the bottom of my heart, Veldora. You're still a terrifying person, sister. You deliberately took the attack just to confirm it. It's not like I have other choices, right? I needed to measure the threat level of your power. So, does my ultimate skill, Investigation King Faust, pass? It seems to be an analytical type of ultimate skill. It doesn't appear to add any extra attack power, but the accuracy correction is excellent. Your mana control has improved thanks to your Investigation King Faust ability, hasn't it?" "Q-ha-ha-ha. That's right. My magicule amount is greater than yours, sister, so there's no need for more power." "As long as my attack hits, that's all that matters," Veldora boasted. "You're smarter than I thought you'd be," she replied with a smile. "You certainly have something that I do not. That's why I want to add you as a trump card." "HM, when my sister praises me, my back feels all itchy," Veldora replied playfully, but he also noticed that the atmosphere around Velgrind had changed. In other words, "Fufu, you should be rewarded for that. I'll show you just what I am capable of." There's no need. I will deal with you using the full power of my ultimate skill, Charity King Rhaegal." Veldora's voice did not reach Velgrind. It would be outrageous to lose by cutting corners. Even after the fierce exchanges, neither of them had sustained much damage. That is why Velgrind decided to give her all against Veldora. She was sure that Veldora would not die. A myriad of magic circles appeared around Velgrind. It was a simultaneous activation of magic by a partial, split body. This, 11 light rays nuclear attack magic. Nuclear cannon attacked Veldora. After a moment's judgment, Veldora decided to neutralize the magic with a magic barrier. There were too many rays to evade. Besides it, he thought it was just simple magic and planned to just ignore it, which caused him to be a bit late in responding. Veldora had put up a magic barrier because he sensed the danger of Velgrind. Nuclear cannon. 69 Jayaba. Veldora felt searing pain. He had failed to neutralize Velgrind's magic, and he had been hit. Oh, you really have gotten clever, haven't you? I'm a little surprised that you only took that much damage. Gunanunu, I didn't think that even magic could be granted the power of an ultimate skill as well. If I had taken it head-on, I would not have been able to escape unscathed. As for me, I was planning to finish you off, so you can be proud of that. Kuhahaha, I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. I'll be proud of myself once I defeat you. In return, Veldora activated his storm magic, Tempest Ruin. He mimicked Velgrind's move by imbuing his attack with the effect of his ultimate skill. The attack succeeded in blowing Velgrind away. What do you think, sister? If you've learned your lesson, then we can make peace and end this here. Don't you dare make a fool out of me. It seems that you've made me angry. No, wait, Velgrind snapped, no longer asking questions. Veldora's attack had damaged her. The moment Velgrind realized that, her sense of reason was blown away. In an attempt to regain her pride as an older sister, Velgrind launched her next attack. 10 heads appeared and unleashed 11 rays of burning breath at Veldora. At the same time, she shifted space and positioned herself above Veldora. Veldora, who was avoiding the simultaneous attacks of multiple breath attacks, found himself in a disadvantageous position. He found himself confronting Velgrind from below, looking upwards. He couldn't help but feel impressed with her maneuver. At the same time, it made him happy that he could sense Velgrind's seriousness. Kuhahaha, I was no match for her in the past, but now I am able to fight like this. This is all thanks to my training with Rimuru. He was so happy. Despite this, he understood that he was in danger. He thought about how to escape. Velgrind, on the other hand, was pleased to have Veldora in her kill zone. She was certain that this was the perfect position and that she would not let Veldora escape. Send this, Veldora. After all, you cannot escape from my hands, Velgrind declared, raining burning breaths down from above. The scorching rain poured down incessantly, connecting heaven and earth as a pillar offlame. Seen from the outside, it looked like a cage of flame. In the midst of all this, Veldora anxiously danced back and forth. He was not playing around at all and was looking ahead to anticipate every attack, evading each one. It was still a very-fast attack, but Veldora felt that it was not so fast that he could be overwhelmed. Trusting his instincts, he sent his massive frame flying. As a result, even though he was surrounded by the 70 flame cage, he did not take a single direct hit. It's nothing if it doesn't hit me. Veldora happily shouted a line he had learned from the scriptures manga. Velgrind, on the other hand, clicked her tongue in annoyance. It was certainly a miscalculation on Velgrind's part not to get a single shot. There was no doubt that she had underestimated Veldora. But this is where my attack begins. Her absolute advantage was still intact. Velgrind decided to show her secret move. It is indeed admirable to have seen through my attacks to such an extent. As a reward, it will send you a searing hug. Burning embrace. Velgrind's positioning above Veldora was significant. Below was the earth boiling with burning lava from the burning breath that Veldora had avoided. Even the splattering drop-shelled a terrifying amount of heat. What would happen if more attacks were added to that burning hell? Hold on, sister. It was too late to panic any longer when sensing that intention. Veldora had been caught in Velgrind's trap from the start. Velgrind's excessive attack caused the ground to boil and gasify. The superheated lava enveloped Veldora's surroundings. That is the tiny droplets that contained Velgrind's power, bloody lava, pouring from bottom to top. The cardinal cage, used to hold Veldora captive, was now complete. The essence of Velgrind's ultimate skill, Charity King Regal, was charity, in other words, support. The true value of this skill was the increase in effect enhancement, and for Velgrind, whose nature was acceleration, this was the most synergistic ability. So what would happen if Velgrind applied her power to the cardinal cage? The momentum of the object would increase greatly, and the heat would also be amplified to the maximum. It was no wonder that the bloody lava turned to gas, reaching tens of thousands of degrees rather than 2,000 degrees. This was how the scorching prison was created, but its true potential lay beyond that. Velgrind's support effect could be increased to any extent without limit. In other words, a moderate amount of support will have a positive effect, but an excessive amount will be a burden. The negative effect could even accelerate the exhaustion of the subject's stamina. It was also possible to increase the effect to the point of burning the target to death with the heat its body generated. 71. In other words, the true ability of the ultimate skill, Charity King Rhaegal. It was the power to manipulate all energies at will. As if embracing Veldora, the red rain created a delicate coating. Those trapped in the burning embrace must surrender their right to life and death to Velgrind. Even if the target was a true dragon, the result would be the same. Once trapped in the cage, there was no escape. Velgrind was convinced of her victory and was about to make her final offer to Veldora, but then she paused. There was no sign of Veldora, whom she should have captured. What's going on? Velgrind was in a rare state of impatience. At this point, she felt a presence behind her and turned around in a panic. Didn't I tell you that before? It's nothing if it doesn't hit me. Trumpeting his victory was the human form Veldora. His high, loud laughter was extraordinarily piercing to Velgrind's ears. It was only then that Velgrind truly recognized Veldora as a threat, and Veldora as well. Although he was laughing confidently, he did not have that much to spare. Veldora had been angry because his clothes had been burned, but once he cooled down, he realized that there was a big difference in ability between him and his sister. He recognized that there was little chance of victory even if he fought seriously, and so he went on the defensive around halfway through their fight. This was the very strategy of Hinata. While taking care not to receive fatal wounds on herself, she would devise attacks based on the gaps in her opponent's defense. Then, when she determined the most effective move, she would unleash a barrage of attacks when she found the right time to strike. In the battle with Hinata, it seems that she had seen through his own habits. When they fought at the 100th level, he had overwhelmed her with his strength, but once she time-leaped, he was beaten by her in the form of the hero Cronoa. Well, it's no wonder. Even though it was supposed to be our first fight, she knew all my moves and habits. I knew something was wrong. It was cheating, Veldora thought so, but saying so would only make him sound like a sore loser. Just remembering Hinata's smug face was annoying, but a loss was still a loss. Veldora honestly reflected on himself and learned how to fight a superior opponent from that experience. Not only that, but he learned cunning through the mock battles with the demons. Even if you couldn't win with your own strength, you could win by being less exhausted than your opponent. That was the type of battle between spiritual beings, and Veldora had learned it. It was a perspective he had never held before. By observing Rimuru's way of life, an interest in all sorts of things emerged. The naturally inquisitive Veldora's horizons were opened up and learned to think in ways that he had never done before. This seemed to have a positive effect 72 and played a role in Veldora's growth. This was now being demonstrated in the battle against Velgrind. Veldora was practicing the art of fighting without losing, wherein Velgrind activated Burning Embrace. The Cardinal Cage was a sure kill technique. Once the target was captured, Velgrind's victory was assured. Veldora had been too busy avoiding the burning breath to see that it was a trap. However, the predict danger of his ultimate skill, Investigation King Faust, was activated. He always activated it in order to not be caught off guard in any situation. It worked and saved Veldora from his crisis. After receiving a maximum warning he had never felt before, Veldora knew that something was wrong. He was convinced by the terrifying chill that if he continued to escape, he would lose. However, there was no way to figure out what was going on, even if he rushed to deal with it. Just then, the bloody lava erupted in the air. Seeing this, Veldora saw through Velgrind's true thoughts. But at that stage, it was still difficult to deal with. It was obvious that this was not something that could be blown away by his ruined tempest. The area was already under the influence of Velgrind's spatial domination, and it was impossible to escape with spatial transportation. Oh crap. But at that moment, the investigation of truth of Investigation King Faust came up with the optimal solution. It was dangerous to touch the bloody lava, because Velgrind will also resided in it. It was not easy to escape from that mist-like substance. However, even if it was impossible for a massive body, it was possible for a human form. Although he would have to give up his defenses, he could see a future where he could escape through that gap. But even so, the chance of success was 50%. If he timed it correctly, he would be fine, but if he failed, he would be taken out in one shot. Veldora was in doubt, but then he had a revelation that would definitely lead to success. He didn't realize that the probability manipulation of his Investigation King Faust had been activated. Surprisingly, the the probability manipulation was a power that allowed him to manipulate events to his own advantage against opponents of equal or lower rank. Veldora was also surprised by this. In other words, the probability of success was doubled. In this case, it was as if his escape, which had only a 50% chance of success, was guaranteed to succeed. How convenient was that? Veldora was skeptical, but he reverted to his human form and attempted to escape from the cage. He succeeded in doing so. And just like that, Veldora escaped from his crisis. 73 Velgrind threw away her composure and glared at the laughing Veldora. She wondered just when Veldora had grown up so much, when she had initially thought her brother was inferior to her. It was a terrible misunderstanding that he was nothing but a violent brute who let his strength run amok. Veldora had brilliantly mastered an ultimate skill, which could rival even Velgrind. And amazingly, he had managed to escape from a situation that should have been absolutely impossible to reverse. It might have been extremely presumptuous of her to try and teach Veldora a lesson. She had no choice but to admit it. Veldora was on the same level as herself. Velgrind recognized Veldora and confronted him as an equal or greater enemy. If she analyzed the situation calmly, Velgrind was at a disadvantage. It was because her special move had just been defeated. Superficial attacks would be evaded, and it would be difficult to inflict a fatal wound. In that case, she had no choice but to rely on Rudra's regalia dominion after wearing Veldora down. With that in mind, Velgrind decided to change her tactics and act cautiously. It seems my sister has acknowledged me as well. Perhaps noticing Velgrind's intention, Veldora returned to his dragon form and spoke casually. Velgrind found it amusing even though it should have been irritating. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever played with this kid before she was thinking of such things. With a smile on her face, Velgrind replied, "Well, yes, you're right. I will admit it. You are now able to hold your own. That's why, Veldora, if you're going against me on your own terms, I will not tolerate it," Velgrind declared as if speaking to herself. Seeing his sister's change of mood, Veldora felt threatened. But he couldn't just nod in acceptance here. "In that case, I will also give it my all to deal with you." Veldora was finally getting used to his ultimate skill, which he had not used much until now. He had been having a tough time against his sister, Velgrind, but with this power, he felt that he could still compete. And so, Veldora decided that it was his turn to take action. Although he could not use a parallel existence, as Velgrind had done, Veldora also had a sure-kill technique up his sleeve. The name of the technique, which he told only to Rimuru, was Storm Blast. He had come up with this after consulting with him. And once he learned it, Rimuru had praised him. Even Rimuru was impressed. "There's no way it wouldn't work on my sister." Veldora was very confident. As far as Veldora knew, there was no one more cunning and tricky than Rimuru. He had always thought to himself that he was lucky to have Rimuru as anally, and this technique had Rimuru's seal of approval. Now, without hesitation, Veldora unleashed the Storm Blast. From Veldora's mouth, a 74 thunderstorm was unleashed. Its fury interfered with space, and invisible rays of light flew about haphazardly. Naturally, Velgrind would only deal with attacks that were extremely dangerous. To begin with, she did not care about the interference waves as it would have no effect on her. But that was the trap. When multiple types of seemingly meaningless waves crossed with one another, they generated an unexpected destructive force. Similar to sonic weapons, they did not pose a threat on their own, but by the time you noticed them all, it was too late. Velgrind was no exception, having overlooked the Storm Blast. It was only through Thepping that pierced her entire body that he realized she had fallen into Veldora's trap. "Goo, I'm feeling pain. What? Veldora, just now, what did you do?" "Q-ha-ha-ha, it's the special technique I invented. It's called Storm Blast, and I'm quite proud of it," Veldora boasted smugly. He was elated that he had hit the target. Although he understood that this was not a fatal blow, he had never had such an advantage over his sister before. That was why Veldora couldn't help but want to brag. "But you really are foolish, you know. You still need to improve upon that." Veldora writhed in a fierce pain that he had never felt before. It was Velgrind who triumphed. As soon as Velgrind had acknowledged Veldora, she had given up on the duel. There was no point in winning or losing, and she focused only on the success of the mission. That is why she had secretly brought in the Emperor's flagship without Veldora's knowledge. Aboard the flagship was Lieutenant Kondu, who was fully prepared. As instructed by Velgrind with her telepathy, Kondu unleashed his most powerful attack against Veldora. And then, a blow that could destroy even a deity. The bullet, which Kondu could only fire once a day, was called Judgment. This was the ultimate blow, firing the most powerful bullet created by the ultimate skill, Conviction King Sandalpen, with his Nambu pistol that had been elevato the mythical level. It was far more powerful than the Necrosis, and as far as Kondu knew, no one had ever been hit by it and remained unscathed. It was capable of burying even Velgrin's split body, and no matter how great Veldora was, he would not remain unharmed. Everything was as Velgrind had calculated. The bullet's initial speed was close to the speed-off light, and it could penetrate any defense barrier to reach its target. The careless Veldora had no room left to resist the judgment. He was pierced by the bullet, and even his own existence was jeopardized as a consequence. Veldora couldn't believe it. Did my sister actually get help from a third party? Veldora had been overjoyed at the prospect of beating his sister. It seemed that her sister exploited this moment and made him fall for her trick 75, but even so, he was surprised that his sister, a prideful woman, had abandoned the duel against him. He understood that she was giving priority to the victory condition, but that was very unlike her. As important as that was, the more problematic issue was his current situation. Not good. That man, that must be the guy Rimuru was wary of. It was just one blow, and I can't move. In Veldora's brain, a warning was ringing at full force. It was abnormal for Veldora, a spiritual life form, to feel pain and suffering. The most powerful true dragon race was now in a life crisis. It was understandable that Veldora was anxious in the face of this unbelievable fact. If it had been a head-on strike, he might have been able to resist the attack even if he could not avoid it. However, now that he had been hit by complete surprise, there was nothing Veldora could do. Ouch, this is not good. It's better to just accept the defeat this time and get revenge the next time we meet. Q-ha-ha-ha. Now then, I'll contact Rimuru. Despite the situation, Veldora had plenty of room to spare. It was because he knew that he and Rimuru were connected by a soul corridor and he could be resurrected. As long as Rimuru was alive, Veldora was immortal. Therefore, there was no need to panic. However, things began to take a turn for the worse for Veldora. Regalia Dominion. He had been so focused on Kondu that he hadn't noticed, but there was another man standing on the airship, dressed in luxurious clothes, Masayuki. No, it's not. Wait a minute. What is this? This is bad, this is really bad. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. That man, Emperor Rudra, was about to take over Veldora's mind. The judgment Bullithad made him severely hurt. It was all over for Veldora. However, there was one thing that Veldora couldn't stand. It's fine if it's just me. But if this continues, my sworn friend Rimuru will be harmed. That's the only thing I can't forgive. Rudra's control was more powerful than he had imagined. It was obvious that if he left things as is, it would affect even Rimuru through the soul corridor. That was unforgivable, Veldora thought. Therefore, he cut off the soul corridor of his own volition. This is fine. I'll leave the rest to you, Rimuru. With those last words, Veldora's consciousness plunged into Darkness 76 Chapter 2, Unleashed Power. It was probably the first time that anger had blown away my reason. When Shin and the others were killed, I had felt a mixture of regret and anger, and was engulfed in guilt. But since there was hope in sight, I had been able to calm the storm in my heart, keep my cool and take Myonger out in productive ways. But this time was different. The pain of having my soul torn apart and the possibility offlosing Veldora had completely blown away my sense of reason. The odds of success. Who cares? Crush the enemy. That is all. Rimuru-sama, what should we do? It seems we've been isolated in a special space, but can we pry it open by force? I didn't need Benimaru to tell me this, but I sensed that we were trapped. Since the enemy's goal was to capture Veldora, it was only natural that they would take steps to prevent us from interfering. We were the ones who were too stupid to realize that and fell into the trap. Apologies. I'm really sorry. Strangely enough, even the Wisdom King Raphael was confused. Perhaps it couldn't believe that it had been played by others and had become less calm than usual. Although it was just a skill, it was so human-like that it could make me smile. But I didn't have the luxury to think about that right now. Right now, my emotions were only one color of anger. I thought to myself, enough with the apologies, let's find a way to get out of here. Thennet replied that there was a good grasp of the coordinates and that analyze and assess of this space would soon be completed. The Wisdom King Raphael was truly capable after all. No problem. We're getting out now, but I'm aiming for the enemy leader. Listen up, Veldora has fallen into Rudra's hands. As soon as we arrive with spatial transportation, we're going to have a battle on our hands, so you'd better prepare yourselves, I told them, swallowing 78 my anger. I didn't want to take things out on my friends. All of this anger should be directed at Thenemy. They nodded, and I added one more order. That the mana provided by Veldora is gone, Ramirez will not be able to take much anymore. The cities that have been evacuated into the labyrinth will be thrown out onto the surface, so please focus on their defense. It was only a matter of time now. The current burden on Ramirez was unimaginable, so we had to go quickly. Understood, but what about Rimuru-sama? I'm taking Veldora back. That took precedence over anything else. So I told them I'd let them handle the rest, and Ivrione understood without saying a word. Hold on a minute. Aren't you guys forgetting the most important thing? How are we going to get out of here? Just when I thought he'd gone quiet, Laplace suddenly started complaining. That kind off thing was easy. Just break through it. That's absurd. This is the rumored Fortress of Dreams. It's in another dimension and there's no easy way out. They say it's a place meant for isolating troublesome opponents. He sure knew a thing or two, but I had other plans for now. Notice. Preparations are complete. All right. Well then, let's go. Laplace, I'll get you out of here too. After that, it's all you. That's why I'm saying to listen. Laplace was about to say something, but none of that mattered to me right now. I would quickly rescue Veldora and eliminate the enemy. In a state of rage, I activated spatial transportation. We arrived at the exact location as planned. This kind of transportation without hesitation was sort of an unthinkable act for me. But I didn't care about that right now. I could see 2 true dragons in front of me and an airship flying behind them. The enemy was directly ahead. All that was left was to go on a rampage. And yet, Wisdom King Raphael 79 was annoyingly warning me of the danger. I'm sure it's because it was aware of the enemy's strength, but to me, it was just a distraction. Once I've decided to do something, of course I have to do it to the very end, so there's no point in panicking now. Do something. I silenced it with an order, understood. Optimal action, demon summoning, is recommended. That sounds pretty good. If we didn't have enough combat forces, then just increase them. And on that note, let's finish up the evolution of Testarossa and the others that had been postponed until now. I will give it my all here. And then, crush the enemies once and for all. Velgrin's eyes widened slightly in surprise as she noticed us. Was it the Fortress of Dreams thing? She really seemed to believe that she had blocked her movements with that, but something like that wasn't even a problem with the Wisdom King Raphael's calculations. I was connected to my companions by a soul corridor. If I traced back the connections, it was no problem figuring out my positional coordinates. Even if I was in another dimension, spatial transportation was possible. Benimaru and the others were on alert to protect me, and the capital Rimuru that had appeared far behind us. So, rest assured, I would do what I had to do. Testarossa, Ultima, Carrera. Can you move, Rimuru-sama? Of course, it's fine. There's no problem. It's impossible to answer no to a question from my lord. 3 different answers came back, and they didn't sound like they were hurt. I was relieved. In that case, I would make a move to free Veldora without hesitation. I used the suggestion from Wisdom King Raphael and would perform demon summoning. However, someone got in the way. Perhaps judging it to be dangerous, Kondu was the first-o move. Normally, bullets would not have been able to reach, but he had fired without regard to the distance. The bullet reached several dozen times the speed of sound. My thoughts accelerated a million times faster than usual, grasping the details of that attack. Defend me, I thought to myself, and Wisdom King Raphael responded with an understood. Without any problems, the absolute defense of the Covenant King Uriel succeeded in nullifying the attack. This attack was nowhere close to the one used on Veldora. Notice, barrier destruction effect detected, successfully disabled. Continuing, detected an attack that destroys the mind and magic circuits, disabled. As a result of analyze and assess, the attack has been determined to be caused by the ultimate skill, Conviction King 80 Sandalpin. From now on, relevant countermeasures will be begin. I ignored the analysis of Wisdom King Raphael. I glanced at Kondu, Damrata, and the others, and decided that they could be dealt with later. The attack they used on Veldora was really threatening, but there must be a reason Withy hadn't used it again. Either they didn't use it or they couldn't use it. That attack, which was close to the speed of light, would be impossible to avoid if it got close. But from a long distance, as long as I was not careless, I'd be able to deal with it in time. Despite this situation, Kondu had not moved from his spot. He was probably protecting Rudra, but I figured it was safe to ignore him. I uttered the words. Come forth, demons. Greater demon summoning gate creation. A huge magic circle appeared in the sky. What emerged was a great gate exuding an ominous aura. It transcended time and space, summoning the demons that were connected to me. The first ones to respond to my call were the 3 demonesses. Then the 2 demon peers and the 4 archdemons appeared, followed by the 600 demons who were their subordinates. The majority of the black numbers had gathered. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu. Rimuru-sama, I have sent my subordinates to defend the city. That's Diablo for you. He knew exactly what I wanted without me saying a word. Aside from Venom, who was Mas Yuki's escort, we had all the subordinate demons free at our disposal. Benimaru had also regained the command he had left with Moss and was issuing orders to the entire army. Even though I hadn't said anything, the support system was perfectly in place. That being the case, it was time to finish the ritual quickly before any more obstacles could get in the way. As soon as they landed on the ground, the demons knelt down before me. The 3 demonesses were in the front, but they were sullen, perhaps thinking that they had failed to obey my orders. My deepest apologies. They apologized as soon as they saw my face. There is nothing to apologize for. The goal of stalling Velgrind was accomplished as planned. This time, I am the one responsible for not seeing through her parallel existence-centric. This kind of thing was unpredictable if it wasn't known about in advance. One can't plan anything if they're afraid of any and all dreamlike powers that might exist. This time, there was really nothing we could have done. Besides, the way Testarossa and the others had fought was quite helpful information and definitely not meaningless. As much as I wanted to express my gratitude to them, that would have to wait for later. I gave strict orders to the Demons 81. Listen well, I will now grant you power. However, you are not allowed to fall asleep. Like Diablo, all of you must endure your evolution on the spot. I thought I was saying something crazy. I had never said anything I couldn't do myself before. I myself had fallen into an evolutionary slumber when becoming a demon lord due to the Harvest Festival's effect, and now I was ordering the demons under my control to endure it. I didn't think that was right, but now was not the time to think about that. Those who couldn't keep up would be left behind. Perhaps reading my intentions, the 3 demon girls smiled fearlessly and waited for me to continue. Can you do it? Certainly. Of course, as my lord wishes. All 3 of them had a look of confidence on their faces. I gave them the souls without hesitation. I didn't think about what would happen if it failed. If Testarossa and the others went out of control, I could just use that as a diversion. My priorities would not waver. That is why I offered these words to the demons who had begun to evolve. You can go as wild as you want. You can spread as much death and destruction as you like. However, you must not die. Those guys must not get in the way. Until I release Veldora, you will use your bodies as shields to hold the enemy back. While telling them not to die, I ordered them to lay down their lives. It was so selfish, but that's who I was. What should we do about Veldora-sama's sister? Diablo asked me, but the answer to that question was already settled. Problem. If she interferes, I will handle her. I'll just devour her. Hearing this, Diablo smiled happily. Not just Diablo, but the others as well. Benimaru smiled fearlessly, while Saoi had a sneer on his face. Shin was beginning her warm-ups with a huge smile on her face. They were all reliable friends, 82. We shall clear the way for you. I nodded to Benimaru's words. Then go and kill them all. As you wish. This was good. Now I could focus on Veldora without any worry, and so I turned my gaze to Veldora. Apparently, while I was getting ready, Velgrind was preparing to intercept. She seemed to have received magicules from Veldora and seemed to have fully recovered. That power of recovery was the true essence of Veldora. It was because of Veldora's Enermu's amount of magicules that recovery in such a short time was possible. But now, Veldora was hostile to me. Without a doubt, he had become Emperor Rudra's puppet. Velgrind also seemed determined, and it looked like I would have to deal with 2 true dragons. It was going to be tough, but I would just have to do it. As I told Diablo, if Velgrind was going to be my enemy, I would have to eliminate her. Wait for me, Veldora. I'll release you soon. I muttered to myself and spread my wings to fly. After Rimuru had flown away, those who remained sprang into action. Benimaru grasped the situation on the battlefield and started giving out the appropriate commands. At the same time, he sent out a telepathy net to the remaining executives in the city, quickly shifting them to an emergency position. Sawai dispatched his clones to various locations to gather information. Meanwhile, Diablo was at the peak of his excitement. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu. Did you see that, everyone? Rimuru-sama is finally going to show his Siriao side. Shin replied to Diablo in astonishment. Fool. No matter what he does, Rimuru-sama is always wonderful. We must save our excitement for later and now focus on crushing Thenemi. Even though there was something strange with that statement, Shin's words were correct. It was understandable for them to be surprised, as this was the first time they would witness Rimuru going on a rampage, but now was not the time to ponder on it. As Benimaru had declared, the role of the executives was to clear the way. Moreover, it was an edict from Rimuru. This was gospel for the executives, 84 for the demons summoned by Rimuru. This was even more of a supreme pleasure. Their faces were full of joy, and they were filled with energy because now was their time to be off service. It was obvious from their demeanor how long they had been waiting for this call. As if to prove the depth of Rimuru's anger, their terrible power of destruction was about to be unleashed. The order given was very simple: kill all the enemies. In response to that order, the demons' hearts were set ablaze by their mission. As our Lord wishes, the demons, who had nothing to fear, were prepared to throw themselves into battle to serve their Lord. However, stop! Diablo's single word stopped them all in their tracks. All the demons simultaneously turned their attention to Diablo. He held up one hand to ease the demons back. Do you all understand? It is Rimuru-sama's command that not a single one of you must die. That is to say, a single one of your deaths would be so unforgivable of a sin that it could not be repaid even if the executives gave their heads. The demons fell silent as Diablo spoke cheerfully. Diablo's smile instilled more fear in them rather than any sense of confidence. Besides, what Diablo had said was true, with no room for rebuttal. The demons quietly waited for the next words. It was Benimaru who opened his mouth. Diablo is right. You may think you are immortal, but that kind of sophistry won't be accepted. It is nothing but an excuse in front of Rimuru-sama. The fact that they could be resurrected over time was not a good enough reason to die. Benimaru's words corrected the demons' misunderstanding. They all realized their mistake and became quiet. On seeing this, Diablo opened his mouth. Therefore, it is necessary to decide the division of roles beforehand. Benimaru Dono, could you please make the assignments? What are you going to do? Benimaru asked, wondering if Diablo would listen to his instructions. Oh, please leave me out of it. There is a rat that I'm curious about, so I'm going to deal with it. Upon hearing this answer, Benimaru shrugged. He had expected it from the start. I see. Well, you do whatever you want. It's better not to have anything to do with Diablo. That was what Benimaru was thinking 85 in the first place. Diablo was under the direct control of Rimuru, so even Benimaru had no authority to give him orders. It was just that, this time, Diablo himself had entrusted Benimaru with the task, so Benimaru had acted accordingly. Then, Diablo is free to act as he pleases. Moss, as you have been doing till now, continue sending me information from the battlefield. Spread out throughout the battlefield only in accordance with Rimuru-sama's wishes. Nodded with a smug smile on his face. Moss nodded his head in agreement. Since he had already scattered his clones, he and Benimaru were still connected to the telepathy net in real time. I won't forgive you if you leave me out of this. Shin spoke in a dignified manner. Shin could also perform spatial transportation, but only within her field of vision since Sesh was not good at calculating coordinates. Benimaru chuckled and nodded his head. Of course, I'm counting on your strength as well. There are 8 major entities on that airship, not including Emperor Rudra. They will be a bit difficult to deal with, but it's not as unreasonable as Rimuru-sama's chosen opponents. Even without Diablo, we should be able to manage on our own. The battlefield is also troublesome. As many as 30,000 enemy reinforcements are coming in one after the other, Saoi advised. Of course, Benimaru was already aware of that. I know. That's why it's a race against time. I've ordered Gabble to stall for time as long as can, so we have to take the Emperor into custody before there are any casualties. Benimaru spoke fearlessly, and Saoi and Shin nodded in agreement. As long as Rimuru wished for it, Benimaru had no choice. He would do everything in his power to make those desires come to fruition, so he drew up what he believed was the best strategy. The plan was to stall time and take out the most troublesome opponents of the airships. The decision was made on the premise that doing so would, conversely, prevent an attack on their city. Incidentally, the 8 entities that Benimaru was referring to were the split body that Velgrind left behind as insurance and the single-digit members that had gathered together. The latter included Lieutenant Kondu, Demrata, the 4 knights guarding the Emperor, and the last one was Marco. Now that no one was hiding their presence, Benimaru was able to detect them with his unique skill, Generalissimo. At this time, Benimaru received good news. Geld has responded. It seems that he has just completed his evolution and woken up. Barrier Lord Geld had awakened. In response, his men were also beginning to wake up. He said that they would soon be joining the city defense. That's a great addition. If Geld Dono is willing to defend the city, we can remove the Devil Chevaliers from defense duty. 86. Will those guys be under my command as well? We cannot displace Venom together with them, hence they won't be able to move in a systematic manner. It would be better to let each of them make his own decision based on the circumstances of the battle. Got it. Thus, with a short exchange between the executives, the roles were decided. All that remained was to believe in victory and take action, but there was still one more thing left to be confirmed. So, are you guys still able to fight? Benimaru asked Testarossa and the others. There was no hesitation in his words. It was only a question to confirm whether they could count it on as a fighting force or not. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu. There's no need to ask. Needless to say, anyone under my command Wonswers no is not needed here. Turned his gaze to Testarossa and the others. Not needing to be pressured, Testarossa and the others stood up. That's a silly question. There's nothing Diablo can do that I cannot. It's a bit tough, but I don't have a problem with it either. I like to fight. I can't afford to make another mistake if I want to live up to his lordship's expectations. Now is not the time to sit here and rest. Be of service to Rimuru-sama. The girls were united in their wills, and so were their subordinates. The demons were rapidly completing their evolution. They now received the long-awaited order with the greatest of joy. At this point, Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera had evolved into devil lords like Diablo had. They had become divine demons, one of the strongest beings in the world, capable of defeating a demon peer without an issue. In this way, all of the 7 primordials had become equal in rank, with all restrictions lifted. Just as Diablo's servant Venom had become a demon peer, Testarossa's servants also received a gift in the form of evolution. Although Moss and Veyron remained demon peers, their magical counts had increased to the point where it was comparable to that of an Awakened Lord. The other 4, Aegera, Esprit, Zonda, and Shin, had also become demon peers, surpassing Jevin the demon lord seed. They had evolved into the highest ranking of demons in both name and substance. These demons were of the same rank, however, there was a clear difference in ability. The differences in their titles directly defined their class. Moss had become an archduke, comparable to a king. Veyron became a duke, Aegera was 87 a marquis, Esprit was a count, Shin and Zonda were viscounts. As a side note, Venom was recognized as a baron. Among the rest of the demons, several archdemon commanders were born. This was the equivalent to knighthood, where they would then work for many more years to officially be knighted. The remaining almost 600 demons had become devil chevaliers, rivaling the greater Magians, all to become stronger and more useful to Rimuru. The demons had evolved. Without a single one left out, the demons showed their willingness to join the battle. Benimaru nodded in satisfaction. Right, I look forward to your performance. Just like that, the 3 demonesses and their confidants quickly joined the airship assault, but Benimaru had given the order without hesitation, as if he had intended to do so from the beginning. Well then, Testarossa Dono, I'd like to ask you to clean up the trash. Can you do that? He asked. Of course, that will be easy, she replied. Wait a minute, Ultima cut in. I want to do it, I can do it too, you know. In response, Benimaru spoke without getting offended. It doesn't matter who does it, but I want to keep that airship. We must use it as a battlefield to settle the score with Emperor Rudra. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu. Ultima, I asked Benimaru Dono to assign the duties. If you disagree with this, it means you are going against me. Think about that before you speak. Ultima was fortunate that Diablo was in the best of moods. Normally, what she said would have earned her a punishment from Diablo, but it only ended in getting her admonished, since he was in a very good mood. Tusk, that's too bad. You're right, this job is not for me. I will follow Benimaru-san's instructions. Ultima had realized immediately that she was in trouble. So she was relieved that the conversation had gone smoothly without a hitch, settling the matter, pretending to agree as if no longer stubborn. Ultima was so innocent that she sometimes made mistakes, but she was surprisingly good at reading the air. "Then I'll continue," said Benimaru, and assigned roles to the remaining members. First, Testarossa was tasked to eliminate the knights guarding the Emperor's flagship. Following that, the names of those who would participate in the raid were announced. Shin, Saoi, Ultima, and Karara were the 4 who were confirmed for the raid. Naturally, Benimaru himself would also join them. 88. Emperor Rudra probably won't make a move. But if he does, all we have to do is crush him. That is why we have to defeat Velgrin Sama, Split Body, and the remaining 7 single-digit members. Then it won't be enough if each of us takes care of one of them. Since it can't be helped, I'll handle 2 of them. You want? I can even take out 3 of them, Shin boasted. But Benimaru calmed her down and continued to explain. Hold on a minute, Shin. Although you're correct, it's not good to take work away from those guys, said Benimaru, who turned his attention towards Veyron and the others who had been waiting for instructions with expectant looks. Listen, carelessness is one's worst enemy. We will attack with our maximum strength, leaving only the necessary numbers. Of course, we'll also have Testarossa Dono join us. Would that be all right? I couldn't have asked for more. Upon hearing his words, Testarossa smiled lustrously. She had thought it would be an unbearable humiliation to end up on duty sweeping up the small fries. Unlike Ultima, she hadn't said it out loud, but if she had been ordered to stay behind, she would have been frustrated. I'll leave 100 guards to make sure no one escapes from that airship. I want their remaining 500 Devil Chevaliers to head for Gabel and the others as their reinforcement. How will command that force? In that case, I believe Shin would be a good choice. He is familiar with Moss and is good at such chores. Shin looked up when his name was called. His eyes were a little teary as he was happy that Testarossa remembered him. Very well. Now then, Shin, head over there right away. Yes, understood. Shin's actions were swift. He left behind 100 of his men and flew off with the others. Thanks to those reinforcements, Gabel and the others escaped total annihilation. And so, the plan was set. Following Testarossa's preemptive attack, a select group of elites would enter the airship. This would be followed by blockade of the Emperor's flagship by 100 of the top Devil Chevaliers. Benimaru, Shin, and Saoi were the executives who would rush in. In addition to them, the 3 Devil Lords and 4 Demon Peers would enter the battle. Veyron, Ajira, Esprit, and Zonda, be thankful for the chance you have been given, Karara said, but it was her who seemed happier than anyone else. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu. Well then, good luck to you all. Soon as the plan was finalized, Diablo gave his salutations with a smile. Testarossa was the first to respond. You-fu-fu-fu-fu. Now then, if any of them survive my bless 89-ing, make sure you take care of them. Do not let a single one of them escape, understood? Testarossa turned to her subordinates and ordered them to serve as hounds. As for the demons, they didn't need to be told to do so, but none of them said so. Rather, they wondered if anyone could withstand the attacks of the current Testarossa to begin with. After ordering her subordinates, she moved towards her prey. Following that, Benimaru and the others took flight. Not to be left behind, Veyron and the others followed suit. The demons also spread out and finished positioning themselves around a single airship. Soon, the decisive battle in the sky was about to begin. At least, that's what everyone thought. Ultima and Karara were about to make their move when Ultima tilted her head as if suddenly remembering. So, what's Diablo going to do? When Ultima asked, Karara turned to look at him as if she, too, was interested to know. Diablo stiffened. However, he didn't panic and answered with a smile. So you see, I have other important work to do. Seeing that smile, the 2 of them grew more and more suspicious. Who is that rat you were talking about earlier? Karara asked. That's not something you ladies need to know. Hold on a minute. Diablo, do you think it's a good idea to keep secrets? That's right. Even Rimuru-sama always says that sharing information is important. Had no choice but to divulge information after being cornered by that argument. I have the noble mission of watching over Rimuru-sama's courageous figure. This is a particularly important task, and I cannot leave it to you. He had the audacity to say something so outrageous. It was fortunate that Benimaru was not there, since even he would have been taken aback. However, Ultima and Karara were not convinced. What? I want to see Rimuru-sama in action too. Wait a minute, let's hear the details. Do you think you can be the only one who gets Tonji such a role? I don't care if you're our boss, that's just too unreasonable. Was a very natural reaction, Ultima thought. Why didn't she ask this question when Benimaru was around? Carrera realized that the odds were against them. If Testarossa had been here, it would have been a different story, but with just Ultima and herself, there was no way they could do anything about Diablo. Oh, you appear to be dissatisfied, aren't you? Of course we are. I follow orders too, but I'm not convinced. I guess it can't be helped, Diablo sighed. So, let me tell you the truth. In fact, 90 there is someone on the enemy side who can manipulate foreign space. I think it's probably Velgrin Sama, so if you're trapped within it, your connection to this world may be cut off. I see. In that case, it would certainly be better for someone to stay behind. Nodded meekly. That's how it is. As much as I'd like to join the fight, it's a shame. This way he could justify himself, Diablo snickered inwardly. His intellect was vainly efficient, and he was a master at making excuses. He was the dark companion Rimuru could rely on in times of need. However, Ultima's ability to interrogate was also sharp. So, who's the rat? Tusk, Diablo inwardly clicked his tongue. He had been in a good mood at the prospect off observing the battle between Rimuru and Velgrind, but his frustrations grew as these interlopers refused to leave. What a pity, Ultima. I had hoped that you would have noticed without me having to tell you. The little sarcasm was payback for that. In any case, there was no need to hide anything, so he would answer honestly. It's Yuuki Kagurazaka. I also scouted out other presences, but none of them matched Yuuki. If he's hiding somewhere on the ship, then it's fine. However, if he's trying to interfere with Rimuru-sama, then he can't just be left alone, can he? That's true. It would be disobeying Rimuru-sama, edict. Yeah, nobody should ever interfere. That's right. I don't know what the rat wants just yet, but at least one of us needs to stay her and watch over Rimuru-sama. Half of Diablo desired to observe Rimuru's fight, while the other thought of the supposedly meaningful role he had to play. Ultimately, Diablo's desire won out. In any case, he was satisfied that Ultima and Carrera were convinced. In the end, they agreed with Diablo, albeit quite dissatisfied. Whatever. I'll just take my frustrations out on the people over there. Yes, go right ahead. No one will complain if I go on a rampage, right? Of course. If anything, you can even finish off Rudra. Well, that does sound like fun. In that case, I'll stop here. Yeah, I'll go on a rampage and get rid of this pent-up frustration. Yes, Diablo nodded his head vigorously. If that was enough to convince them, then it was a small price to pay. Carrera and Ultima left in a hurry, saying that if they were late, they would miss out on Thebest part. Please do your best. Diablo sent them off with a big smile on his face. Then he took off after Rimuru. On the same spot after everyone had left. Laplace thought to himself, nobody cares about me. He felt a little lonely after being left behind. Well then, I guess I'll go and help Kagali-sama, Laplace mumbled, answering no one in particular, and left. At the same time, unbeknownst to everyone, things were in motion. In response to Rimuru's anger, the monsters began to evolve. They rebuilt their bodies at an incredible rate, acquiring new abilities, all of which were returned by the food chain into accumulated power, without Rimuru even being aware. Just like how Geld had awakened. The demons had evolved recklessly. Others who had yet to awaken would follow suit. It was more than just an evolutionary awakening. It was efficiently managed and was a factor that would increase Rimuru's power, more effective and better suited for real-world combat. Beyond the limits that no one yet knows, Rimuru's power awaited its release. At the bow of the Emperor's flagship, there stood several men. With Rudra at the lead, Kondu and Damrata stood behind him on either side. On the four sides of the ship, 4 knights from the 3rd to 6th rank were on guard. Behind Kondu was Marco, and the rest of the single-digit members were present. On Rudra's right, Velgrind was in her fixed place. Her last split body was standing by to protect Rudra if anything happened. However, the current Velgrind, in order to concentrate on the battle with Rimuru, had leaned back against Rudra in the chair that had been set up for her, letting her consciousness fall back. Rudra, who was gently stroking Velgrind's blue hair, muttered in annoyance when he saw Demon Lord Rimuru on the move. He's something else. It was a lapse in judgment on my part. That slime should have been dealt with first. Those words were tantamount to declaring that the battle was not over yet. Until just a moment ago, they had been celebrating the successful capture of Veldora. But no, there was no sign of such an atmosphere left. They had recognized Rimuru and the others 92 as enemies. With the demon Lord Rimuru at the head of the group, even the executive Maginshad returned. At this time, there was still room to spare. HMPH, to think they could escape from the Fortress of Dreams, I must have been a bit naive. They must have been desperate to come back because they lost their master, the source of their power, Rudra said with a sneer. However, after Rimuru nullified Kondu's attack, Rudra took the situation seriously. Above all, the demons that Rimuru had summoned posed a problem. Incarnated greater demons were a nuisance in and of themselves. And yet, Rimuru had increased the power off those demons. Since it was unclear just what he had done, it was only natural to be wary. Tatsuya, you didn't cut any corners, did you? Of course not. The remove and necrosis both failed to work. Apparently, he is an opponent who cannot be defeated without a serious fight, Kondu replied, admitting he, too, had failed to see through Demon Lord Rimuru. As Rudra had said, he judged that Rimuru was an extremely dangerous opponent. He had prioritized the capture of Veldora, but that had been a mistake. They should have taken them both at the same time, not one or the other. Although he had come to that conclusion, the situation had already unfolded. He knew that the Demon Lord Rimuru was an enemy with whom one could not be careless. That was why he had devised a plan to trap and later dispose of him. He had judged that if they took away Veldora, Rimuru's stronghold, then he would naturally succumb. Yet now Kondu's judgment had backfired. Just as Rimuru was Veldora's trigger, so was Veldora's existence to Rimuru. Quickly realizing that he had pulled the trigger, Kondu had tried to kill Rimuru before anyone else. He unleashed the remove and necrosis bullets. Now that judgment was no longer available, this combo was his strongest means of attack. But the result was that he did not cause Rimuru any harm and could not even halt his actions. A demon lord deprived of Veldora, the source of his power and now reduced to a powerless existence? How laughable. A tyrannical will, enraged by the thought of losing his sworn friend. That's what he should have thought. Far from cutting any corners, they would be defeated if they didn't take the challenge seriously, he concluded. If Tatsuya says that much, then even the 4 knights won't be able to win. I'll let Veldoradel with him and test his powers that I've acquired. Rudra understood the threat of Rimuru without needing Kondu to tell him. The only reason to let him explain it was so that those present would share his understanding. 93, the single digits were a group of talented people gathered by Rudra. That is why, by making the enemy's threat known to all, he cautioned them not to make any mistakes. Rimuru was certainly a threat, but he could be dealt with provided they weren't careless. That said, He did not want to lose any of the force gathered here. Rudra was being extremely cautious until the final grand showdown. He wanted to challenge Guy without losing any of his men. As things stood, victory was imminent. The capture of Veldora had given the Empire a huge advantage. For Rudra, he was one step closer to putting an end to his long-standing game with Guy. He could not afford to make a mistake here. And so, Rudra decided to go all out and put Veldora up against Rimuru. Combined with Velgrin's support, he was sure that nothing could go wrong. In the meantime, it was up to Kondo and the others to deal with Rimuru's subordinates. There should be no problems. If possible, Rudra had wanted to take Rimuru under his command as well, but now that this was happening, there was no choice but to eliminate him. Now Thaith had Veldora, the main target. It was out of the question for a demon lord to disrupt his plans. In the first place, a demon lord was a weak existence compared to the true dragon race. This was why Rudra, while acknowledging Rimuru as a threat, believed that there was no way the mission could fail. The true dragons were the strongest beings in this world. Against two such true dragons, Rimuru's defeat was inevitable. However, there was only one thing that bothered him. Back then, why did Veldora stop resisting my domination? That was his only question. Given enough time, there was no doubt his domination would have succeeded anyway. It was possible to infer that Veldora had given up after realizing this. But to Rudra, that didn't seem to be the only reason. Through the Regalia Dominion, Rudra had been able to feel Veldora's anger directly. As such, he understood that Veldora was not someone who gave up easily. Could it be that Veldora had been trying to protect something more important than himself? Such doubts swirled in Rudra's mind. And if that was the case, what was it that was so important? No, there's no way. Rudra shook his head in denial. For Veldora to prioritize the demon lord Rimuru, it was an assumption that Rudra could not accept. Velgrind returned to her human form and approached Veldora. She gently nuzzled his head and 94 stroked his dragon scales. Good boy. The next time you wake up, you'll be one of us. Then I'll take very good care of you. Velgrind foresaw the end of the long game. However, things would not be so simple. Suddenly, Rimuru appeared. Velgrind's mood dropped at the sight of this tactless interloper. At the same time, she felt a small sense of crisis. She wondered how he had escaped from that fortress of dreams. As Velgrind pondered what to do, things began to take an unexpected turn. Rimuru had summoned a large number of demons and empowered them as if in a show of force. It was a provocation. In front of Velgrind, he exposed his cards. It was too bold of an act, as if to say stop me if you can. And that wasn't all. Among the demons Rimuru had summoned were Testarossa and Theoders. She didn't know what he did, but they too had evolved into higher beings, devil lords. Sensing this, Velgrind became very wary of Rimuru. In addition, there was Anethur anomaly. The waves of Rimuru's anger were similar to those of her little brother, Veldora. Although still a demon lord, a mere slime was cloaked in the same haki as the true dragon race. For Velgrind, this was an unbelievable reality. Even taking only that one point into account, there was no doubt that this was an abnormal situation. If she had only heard the report, she would have laughed it off as impossible. But now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she had no choice but to believe it. Right before her eyes, this maiden-like demon lord was unleashing unbridled waves of fury without restraint. Those waves were clearly indicative of the danger. A human who was not resistant to these fluctuations would have died in an instant just from the exposure. No, this was not limited to humans. Any higher beings, ones who were considered superior, any beings below the rank defined by humans, would die without even being able to resist. It was an overwhelmingly powerful demon Lord Haki, comparable to that of the true dragon. Now then, what should I do? To begin with, he was the one who even tamed those primordials. I had thought that kid, Veldora, had been fooled by him, but it looks like I was seriously mistaken. If it was just Veldora, then it's possible that he was just being tricked with words. But that method would never have worked against those cunning and sophisticated primordials. Once understanding that, the plan would have to be reconsidered. It was clear from Histamon Lord Haki that there was something about Demon Lord Rimuru. When one thought more about it, Veldora's growth was also astounding. 300 years ago, it would have been impossible for him to even wound Velgrind. But in the brief time since the seal had been lifted, he had become an extraordinarily skilled fighter. Veldora had grown far beyond Velgrind's expectations. The reason for this must have 95 also been the demon lord in front of her. I was planning to go back to my homeland and relax, but it can't be helped. If I don't get rid of him here, will be a disaster for Rudra. Velgrind made a decision. She would deal with this directly and crush Rimuru once and for all. If she didn't kill him now, that slime would surely become a threat. That's what Velgrind decided. Although many magicules were consumed in the battle just now, Velgrind was able to get them replenished from Veldora. As for Veldora, even though he had fought so fiercely, he had not exhausted his energy. In other words, there would be no problem even if she fought at full power now. Velgrind calmly shifted back into a fighting stance. She had discarded the feeling of victory, that everything had gone as planned. Such pride had led to the current situation. If she had disposed of Rimuru in the Fortress of Dreams at that time, Rimuru would not have summoned the demons. That would have left only the final battle to be fought. In that light, the current situation was not good, but it was not the worst either. She still had a good chance to win, and as long as she made the right moves, she should be able to handle the situation without any problems. However, there was an anticlimactic turn of events. Contrary to Velgrind's expectations, Rimuru was the only one who came at her. I've won. If they had all come at me, even I would have had some trouble. No matter how much of a threat Rimuru was, she and Veldora would not be defeated if they both took on the enemy, she was convinced. However, the game had to be finished at once. If the Demon Lord's subordinates got in the way, the battle could drag on. Before that happened, Velgrind chose to fight a short and decisive battle. It was Velgrind who was acting according to her instincts. Rudra, give Veldora the order to attack Demon Lord Rimuru with all his might. HM. So then you also feel the danger of that person as I do. In that case, there's no need to hesitate. Veldora, get rid of the enemy before you. In response to Velgrind's request, Rudra activated the Regalia Dominion. Velgrind was relieved to see that Rudra considered Rimuru as dangerous as she did. As long as Rudra was on his guard, victory seemed certain. With two of the supreme true dragon challenging the enemy at the same time, defeat was unthinkable. A terrifying battle was about to begin. 96 Rimuru flew towards Velgrund, who was standing tall and composed. Ahead of Rimuru, Veldora roared into the sky. The atmosphere shook at the fierce impact, and Veldora flew out. Velgrund also followed. She roared as if confident in her victory. And with that, an attack was launched to annihilate Rimuru. Veldora was going at full strength from the start. The same converging storm attack that had tormented Velgrund, the roar of destruction, storm Rimuru, notice, predicting the convergent storm attack. Absolute defense of the ultimate skill covenant King Uriel will neutralize each wavelength, and Wisdom King Raphael automatically tried to take defensive action, but Rimuru gave a compulsory order, idiot. Evade it. The Wisdom King Raphael immediately obeyed the order, but a part of its computational domain was unable to gauge Rimuru's intentions. The absolute defense counterattack that Ithad proposed was supposed to be the best solution amongst the numerous patterns of behavior. The fact that this was denied by Rimuru made it a little unsettling. Although its reaction was limited to an exceedingly small area of the computational domain, the Wisdom King Raphael was indeed confused. It was not uncommon for Rimuru to ignore the opinions of Wisdom King Raphael, but this time was different. Such a feeling could only be felt by the Wisdom King Raphael because it had known Rimuru for a long time. However, it was abnormal for a part of the world's laws, a skill, to have such emotions, but the party concerned was not aware of this fact. The storm blast grazed Rimuru, who had taken a forceful evasive action. Immediately after that, the absolute defense that normally protected Rimuru was penetrated, and an explosion occurred in the place where Rimuru had been just a short while ago. The storm blast had unleashed its destructive power. Had the evasive action been delayed, his injury would have been inevitable. Witnessing this, the level of confusion in Wisdom King Raphael increased. Calculation failure, unforeseen situation, unable to comprehend. How did Rimuru know that? The result of the calculation was perfect, there was no mistake. Wisdom King Raphael began to scan the information, wondering if it had overlooked some condition. Even after computing at a speed that surpassed that of a quantum computer, the cause was still unknown. Confusion. It should have been 100% defensible according to predictions. Unintentionally, words that didn't need to be said leaked out. Seemingly impossible, it was the Wisdom King Raphael trying to justify itself. A mere skill uttering excuses was something that should not be possible. However, no one noticed 97 this. They were in the middle of a battle, and this was not the time for casual verification. The confused Wisdom King Raphael received a reprimand from Rimuru. This is no time to be stupid. Veldora has the investigation King Faust. As I recall, there was an ability called probability manipulation, or something troublesome like that, right? Upon hearing that, the Wisdom King Raphael came to its senses. Yes, that was true. How could it have forgotten such an important thing? It was strange. Just then, Wisdom King Raphael felt something unusual. It could only assume that it was being interfered with by Somion. However, the exact cause remained unknown. Wisdom King Raphael hesitated, wondering if it should tell Rimuru about it. It did not want to admit to Rimuru that the cause was unknown out of pride. However, if nothing was done, there was a strong possibility that Rimuru would be harmed. It knew that it had to tell him, and the results of its calculations told it so. But for the Wisdom King Raphael, being branded as incompetent by Rimuru was the same as losing its meaning of existence. Thinking of such a thing in itself was an act of betrayal to its lord. For a skill to be so lost, it was something that should never have happened. As the Wisdom King Raphael was plunged into violent confusion, Rimuru's words flowed in. Veldora is an absurdity. It's no wonder he can outperform even your perfect calculations. More importantly, don't get upset just because you made a small mistake. Veldora can't be predicted. You don't have to worry about it either. Don't think. Believe in yourself. I'll deal with Veldora, so you should deal with Velgrund. Just knowing that is good enough, Rimuru said. He spoke to the Wisdom King Raphael, who was only a skill as if he were treating it as a true partner, so please. There are two of them, but there are also the two of us. If you hold off Velgrund, I'll find an opening to free Veldora in the meantime. That's why, please hang on at all costs, okay? I'm counting on you, partner. Those words soothed the confused and empty thoughts of Wisdom King Raphael being relied upon, even though a mistake was made. Rimuru still believed in the Wisdom King Raphael, who was constantly making mistakes. This lord still needs me, who is nothing more than a computational power. The anxiety had already disappeared. Regaining its usual confidence, the Wisdom King Raphael responded, "Done. Understood. From here on, the individual Velgrind will be intercepted. Yes, that's right. Rimuru, the beloved master of the Wisdom King Raphael, was not such a small being Thaith could be bound by something as uncertain as probability. Therefore, it could be at ease and follow him with Faith 98 in that moment, Rimuru casually announced. Come to think of it, I've never called you by a proper name. I usually call you Wisdom King Raphael-san or partner or whatever I feel like. I'm sorry if it's a little bit weird at a time like this, but I'm officially giving you a name." The Wisdom King Raphael found this incomprehensible. The Wisdom King Raphael was filled with a strange sensation. It was bewilderment. It was rapture. It was an outpouring of emotions. The Wisdom King could not hide its confusion at the incalculable uncertainties that had sprung up inside it. What was Master saying? Wisdom King Raphael was confused. But at the same time, it also realized Rimuru's intentions. He was worried after noticing my poor condition. He must have been more saddened than anyone else by the loss of Veldora. And yet, in spite of that, he still cared for others. Rimuru was that kind of a person. Well then, how about Seal? You've always taught me so much, so I'll call you Seal for short. What do you think? It may not be satisfactory, but just bear with it. If you have any complaints, go take it out on Thatrid Dragon, Rimuru remarked, as if he were hiding his embarrassment. The Wisdom King Raphael, no. Seal experienced a fullness of emotion that a skill could not have otherwise felt. I 12 am now in eternal bliss. Yes, that's what it thought. In that same moment, the time of evolution had arrived. This was the moment when the Mana's Seal was born from the ultimate skill, Wisdom King Raphael. I am Seal. Amana's 13, the unifier of skills. I am with the soul of Rimuru-sama, Master, and the one who provides support to my lord. Rimuru-sama, I look forward to working with you from here on, Seal thought. There was nothing to be afraid of anymore. Even in a crisis situation, it did not feel dangerous. 12 seals started with a katakana watashi, then to kanji to symbolize its transformation from a mere skill to a manaswith, a mind of its own 13A manas, is also described as a theosophy nucleus. Oh. Same here, I'm looking forward as well. The mere sound of Rimuru's voice filled Seal with a sense of euphoria. In that case, show them what you can do. For Seal, Rimuru's command was the highest reward. As you command, my lord. The Wisdom King Raphael had awakened and became Seal. And then, in order to fulfill Rimuru's wishes, its power blossomed even more sharply. As Rimuru ordered, the Wisdom King Raphael, now Seal, set out to intercept Velgrind. The absolute defense of Covenant King Uriel effortlessly prevented Velgrind's approaching burning breath. Velgrind saw this. She was dumbfounded by the ridiculous situation. Naturally, Velgrind had not gone easy on Rimuru. The burning breath was strengthened by Charity King Rhaegal, and there was no way a mere barrier would be able to prevent it. In fact, unless Hugh was a superior opponent who could see through the attack perfectly, there must be some kind of payoff from the blow. And yet, Rimuru showed no signs of exhaustion. It was impossible even for the 3 primordial demonesses to withstand an attack from Velgrind's dragon mode and remain unscathed. The fact that Rimuru was able to do such a thing without hesitation meant that this demon lord could not be attacked half-heartedly. Velgrind felt uncomfortable, but continued to think calmly. Because she had more magiculus than him, it was possible that she was losing in terms of skill quality. It was also possible that Demon Lord Rimuru was completely immune to heat attacks. Velgrind decided to keep trying instead of worrying about it. She made partial, split bodwise appear, as she had done to Veldora, and deployed 11 rays of light, nuclear magic nuclear cannon. On top of that, the 11 heads all emitted burning breath simultaneously. This multi-stage attack, consisting of 22 heat rays, was so hot that it could easily vaporize an asteroid. If Rimuru was able to survive this, it would prove that thermal attacks were ineffective. The result was something that Velgrind did not want to admit. The heat rays that had crossed to block Rimuru's escape route converged on him. Every single one was repelled by a shield-off light that Rimuru had created. Tusk, damn it. It's as if it's all calculated, perfectly defended with the most minimal of move 100 ments. This was not funny, Velgrind thought indignantly. On top of the fact that thermal attacks were useless against Rimuru, Velgrind couldn't forgive the fact that her current attack had practically been meaningless. If she had been able to wear him down even a little, the absolute difference in magicule quantity would have been enough to secure Velgrind's victory. However, at present, Rimuru's energy consumption rate was equal to 0. In this situation, Velgrind might be the one to get exhausted first. Realizing this, Velgrind decided to get serious. Besides, there was another unpleasant fact. Rimuru had only given Velgrind a glance in the beginning, and then didn't even look at her after that. He concentrated on Veldora and did not even look at Velgrind. He did not use his shield against Veldora and avoided all attacks. It was only when there was nothing he could do that he tried to offset them with the same kind of attack. And yet, when faced with Velgrind's attacks, he merely deflected them with only his shield of light. Even though he was able to perceive his entire surroundings through magic perception, he was clearly ignoring her. This was tantamount to declaring that Velgrind was not a threat. This irritated her to no end. "You will regret making a fool out of me." The proud Velgrind decided to unleash the most powerful attack she could muster. While looking hatefully at Rimuru, who was still ignoring her, Velgrind condensed a large amount of mana. Then she applied it throughout her own body. She applied the support of the ultimate skill, Charity King Rhaegal, and the power of acceleration, symbolized by her own heat affinity. If these were activated in parallel and used on herself, she would be able to forcefully increase her heat, that is, her momentum. This made Velgrind capable of moving at a speed several thousand times faster than the speed of sound, the fastest physical action in the world. So then, what would happen if the target of this power was someone other than herself? The increase in momentum was not a problem for Velgrind, who was a spiritual life form with physical resistance, but was there really anyone else who could withstand this? The answer was no. No matter what kind of life form the other was, their body would not be able to endure a forced continuous acceleration. The same was true for spiritual life forms, where even information was converted into energy, eventually leading to thermal decay. And that was exactly what Velgrind meant when she said, "Die. Not even a single piece of flesh will be left on your body as it crumbles away." Scorched Dragon Cardinal Acceleration. This was her most powerful technique that surpassed even the Burning Embrace. The Scorched Dragon Cardinal Acceleration contained Velgrind's full power. It was a secret technique she had devised for Velzard in the coming day of the final showdown. Normally, it would be too much of a waste to show this to a mere demon lord, but the furious one Velgrind, didn't care about that. With the roar of the Crimson Dragon, the surge of destruction was unleashed on Rimuru. The ultimate blow of the Scorched Dragon, as if to show Velgrind's pride in being the fastest, would cause all matter to collapse in an instant. It would bury the enemy with a speed that no one could avoid. By the time Rimuru, Hawa's focused on Veldora, could notice what was happening, it would be too late. No, he would disappear from this world before he even had time to understand what was going on. I had wanted to make him regret underestimating me, but I didn't have the time for that. That is the only thing I regret. With that level of absolute certainty, Velgrind began to confirm the results of her attack. Upon seeing Rimuru standing there unharmed, Velgrind was completely stunned. No way, that's impossible. She even doubted her own eyes. There was no way anyone could withstand such an inescapable, absolute blow completely unscathed. Even if it was Demon Lord Guy Crimson or Velgrind's sister, Velzard the Frost Dragon, Velgrind thought that it was powerful enough to bring them down. Unharmed? That's not possible. My Scorched Dragon Cardinal Acceleration is capable of affecting all barriers and defensive skills. What did you do? Velgrind was agitated. It would be plausible if it was offset by some other means, but it should have been impossible to nullify it with a barrier or such. Velgrind's composure was shaken by the incomprehensible reality. Rimuru replied. That move was indeed dangerous, but it was a straightforward attack, so it was easy to eat, you know. Actually, the response to Velgrind was all thanks to Seal. It had guided Velgrind's attack in a brilliantly calculated manner. Seal prioritized Rimuru over everything else. It completely shut down Velgrind as it was commanded, so as not to get in Rimuru's way. The nature of the attack was analyzed with analyze and assess, and the effective measures were selected and implemented. One of those measures was using the Shield of Light, which had a special effect on Velgrin's abilities. The current seal was worthy of its moniker as the unifier of skills, and even all of Rimuru ultimate skills were under its control. What Seal had just done was use predation from the gluttonous King Beelzebub. It instantly understood Velgrind, scorched dragon cardinal acceleration, and prevented the attack's influence by isolating it into the stomach, which had now evolved into the imaginary space. The attack just now was certainly capable of destroying Rimuru. It would have been impossible to defend it by normal means, and even the computing power of the Wisdom King Raphael would not have been able to deal with it. But Seal was different, now that it was no longer a mere skill. It had evolved into existence that was a whole new kind of different from the likes of Wisdom King Raphael and two others. No matter what the enemy's attack was, it would not be a problem if one could correctly identify its nature. As if to prove this, Seal mastered the gluttonous King Beelzebub perfectly. After isolating the attack, the energy could be absorbed into the imaginary space. In this way, the imaginary space of the gluttonous King Beelzebub had been transformed into a defensive measure that surpassed even the absolute defense of the Covenant King Uriel. It was no wonder that Velgrind was surprised. After all, everything happened long before even Rimuru himself could think how dangerous the attack was. It was only in order to keep Velgrind from sensing this that he responded to her in that provocative tone. This was not the end of Seal's scheme. It worked with Rimuru more smoothly than ever before, using even conversation as a weapon to hunt down Velgrind. And Velgrind was, "Don't be stupid. You're saying you ate it. You ate my most powerful technique, the Scorched Dragon Cardinal Acceleration." Even though she was in the middle of a battle, she couldn't understand Rimuru's words and was stunned. Although it was only for a moment, it was a fatal blunder. "It's too bad that you're in shock from your attack failing, but you haven't forgotten that you are in the middle of a battle, have you?" By the time he asked this, it was already too late. Seal's actions were flawless, and Rimuru approved of them all. Measurement of Velgrind's magicule count is complete. Taking into consideration her nature and the characteristics of her powers, it has been determined that she can be sealed for several hundred seconds in an insulation prison. Now activating, before Velgrind realized it, the multi-layered magic circle had been completed. It was a synthesized skill from the combination of infinite prison and insulated space of the ultimate skill, Covenant King Uriel. Seal had created it just now to be used against Velgrind. Velgrind was trapped inside of it. This battle airspace was already under Seal's computational control. Temperature, humidity, gravity, the flow of wind, the light of the sun, the pulse of life, all of these things were in the palm of Seal's hand. Therefore, no matter what Velgrind did, it was impossible for her to leave this airspace. The glow of the insulation prison, activated after Seal's declaration, and made Velgrind feel dizzy. Am I really going down just like this? The Crimson Dragon trembled in humiliation at being defeated by Rimuru. However, no matter what Velgrind did, the insulation prison would not budge. "Just keep quiet for a while. I'll play with you once I free Veldora." Those words signaled Velgrind's defeat. "I'll admit defeat this time, but I still have parallel existence. With Soul Corridor, this 1-3 insulation prison won't be a problem. There was still one thing Velgrind could do. She would have to give up her current body, but she could put most of her energy back into the split body she had left by Rudra's side assurance. So it wasn't over yet, and Velgrind, while enduring the full humiliation, began to move cautiously. Slowly, so as not to be noticed by Rimuru. Her magicules were gradually transferred through the Soul Corridor, completely unaware that this was exactly what Seal wanted all along, as expected of Wisdom King Raphael. Oh wait, it's Seal now. Somehow, it hadn't seemed Tobe in the best shape, so I had given it a name on a whim, but it seemed to be more pleased than I expected. In fact, its response was not as mechanical as it had been before, but rather exceptionally smooth and human-like. I also felt that Seal had become scarily stronger. Seal was in such good shape now that it was hard to believe that it had even been in a slump just recently. There had been a few times before when it had gone into auto-battle mode, but this time it was utilizing the skills to a much greater degree. Even the seemingly overwhelming Velgrind was no match for Seal. It was a perfect strategy designed by Seal, in which it had boldly launched at a special move, aiming for the moment when the magicule count decreased. By combining my skills with the effects corresponding to the target's characteristics, it was able to achieve this. That was easy enough to say, but the amount of computing power it would actually take to make this possible was completely beyond me. After all, I was at a greatly significant disadvantage in magicule count. In order to contain such a superior opponent, Seal had efficiently constructed an insulated prison with only superior attributes. In other words, this could also be called a calculation prison that operate according to the enemy's characteristics. The fact that Seal was able to achieve this was the reason for its complete victory. The key to this strategy was whether or not we could withstand Velgrin's attack. I trusted Seal's calculation, but if it had read things wrong, I would have been the one who was finished. Why did I trust it so much? That was simple. It was because my opponent was Veldora, and I had declared that I would let Seal handle Velgrind. Besides, I knew that Seal could do it. And it lived up to my expectations perfectly. No, even more than I could have imagined. It used my skills more skillfully than Ever could and fulfilled its role. As expected of my partner, I thought of Seal as such more than 104 ever. An unexpected miscalculation had made Seal more reliable, but I must not forget my purpose. I had to free Veldora before Velgrind began moving. So how many seconds could she be held back? Even if Velgrind goes wild, the insulation prison can still be maintained for the remaining 200 seconds. However, worrying about that is unnecessary. Oh, why? I was grateful for just the 200 seconds, but Velgrind is still a threat. I can't ignore her now. As planned, Velgrind has turned to evasive action. I knew it was possible for her to transfer energy using the soul corridor, so it is expected for her to flee without worrying about this split body. I see. Since any split body can be the main body, there is no need to forcefully break the insulation prison. No, that's not it. Seal had prepared an escape path in anticipation of this. That's right, Velgrind had shown too much of her hand. She showed off parallel existence and fought the 3 demon girls and Veldora and so on. All of these situations had been monitored, so Seal must have had no shortage of material to analyze. Velgrind? Parallel existence was not an inexhaustible source. Therefore, Seal may have succeeded in deducing the total amount of Velgrind's magicules by measuring it. Once that was known, it was possible to figure out how many more split bodies they must face to defeat her. Seal, instead, took advantage of this. It had seen through Velgrin's insurance policy and induced her into using it as a method of escape. After all, if I had such a useful power, I would use it as a means of insurance, too. However, it was impossible for my clone to reproduce an ultimate skill. It was a little disappointing, but I was willing to admit defeat in that aspect. In the end, while the parallel existence seemed completely versatile, it could only be used as a decoy or against lower-ranked opponents. Well, it was still extremely useful as insurance, and it could be a great asset depending on the opponent. I could think of many ways to use it, but it seemed to be ineffective against opponents of the same rank or higher. Seal had uncovered that weakness. I mean, its computational power was a bit scary. Everything was going according to Seal's plan, as if it was predicting the future. I couldn't help but be amazed at how far it has come, but Seal was my partner. Better to stop worrying about unnecessary things and quickly get on with what we had to do. Seal had managed to make even Velgrind, of the supreme true dragon race, dance in the palm of her hands. In that case, I can't lose, all right. But just to be safe, I'll do everything I can to deal with Veldora so that we can 105 wrap this up in under 200 seconds. Give me a hand, Seal, as you wish. I know, Seal and I faced Veldora directly, which had been the original goal. This was precious time that Seal had earned. It may be short, but it was infinite to us. It would be a shame on us if we couldn't make the most of it. It wasn't a question of whether we could or couldn't do it, but that we would do it. With that resolve, I resumed my assault on Veldora. I would liberate Veldora and take down Rudra. This was what I wanted to do, not just something that guy requested. I had been surprised by the birth of Seal, but I switched back to my usual self. I was already calm now. But that didn't mean my anger was gone. I decided to save this anger until I could take it out on Emperor Rudra. The main priority had to come first. That being said, about Veldora, what I was trying to do was to talk to Veldora. Controlling Veldora was simple to say, but it would take an enormous amount of effort to bend a massive energy source such as a true dragon to your will. In the first place, it would be extremely difficult to take away the free will of a spiritual life form. As I saw it, there were several types of domination. Charm control, where the person submitted wholeheartedly. Coercive control, where free will was taken away and the person was forced to obey. Complete control, where the person was not even aware that they were being controlled. And so on. In Yuuki's case, it was complete control, but in Kagali's case, it was coercive control. And Veldora's case was also coercive control. There were distinct stages of coercive control. There were various patterns, from those who still had free will and resisted, to those whose free will had been erased, and they became robots that never disobeyed orders. Kagali didn't appear to have any free will left, but what about Veldora? Spiritual life forms were known for their strong wills. I didn't think the free will of such an existence could be erased so easily, so I thought it would be meaningful to call out to him. However, Veldora's resistance was too intense. I suppose his orders were to eliminate Thenemy, me, but he didn't even hesitate at all and attacked viciously. Even if I had left Velgrinto's seal, Veldora alone would have been trouble 106. I still had my storm-based powers, so I could cancel out Veldora's attacks. However, it was too much for me to call out to him, as it took too much effort to cancel out those unbelievably powerful attacks. That was why I now decided to leave the defense to Seal. The main problem was his probability manipulation, but I trusted that the current Seal could handle it. From now on, it's showtime, I thought to myself as I approached Veldora. The storm raged about, but the place where I was remained as calm as the eye of a storm. Somehow, I felt a powerful sense of security. Veldora's attacks were cancelled out, without me feeling as desperate as I had been before. There was little to no consumption of magicules. Moreover, I was in ridiculously good shape right now. Of course, through the soul corridor, the monsters under your command have sent their tribute through food chain. I see, so that's what it was. I felt a surge of energy in my body earlier, but thanks to my friends, I was able to fight Veldora. Now that I knew that, I couldn't afford to make any mistakes here. Once I finally reached Veldora, I called out to him. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Veldora. Do you recognize him?" There was no response. Rather, I got Thunderstorm in return. I was so annoyed that I couldn't help but punch him. However, or perhaps I should say naturally, it didn't work on Veldora's massive body. Unless I put not only my strength but also me magicules into it, I would not be able to do much damage. However, this was fine. My goal was to wake up Veldora, so I wouldn't hesitate to beat him up. I kept hitting Veldora in the face as hard as I could. Once I was this close, most of his attacks would be out of range. On the contrary, it was too close that if he attacked, it would hit him as well. Well, since he was being controlled, he might shoot magic at me without caring about that, but Seal would take care of that. I punched and gave an occasional kick. But Veldora only roared. How about using predation on Veldora and sealing him in imaginary space? Seal made a terrifying proposal. If I had to choose between yes or no, I would say yes. But was such a thing even possible? No problem. The gluttonous King Beelzebub has been placed under my command, so it can be executed immediately upon your order. How reliable, I must say. Predation was a slime's intrinsic skill, and gluttonous King Beelzebub was the result of its evolution to the limit. It had the highest affinity with me and was the easiest power for me 1-7 to handle. Seal had optimized it, so it should work for Veldora as well. In addition, this gluttonous King Beelzebub could be activated from anywhere in my demon slime body. In fact, I didn't even need to touch the target. As long as I could visually confirm, I could affect that space. Its power increases with proximity, so now that I was closer to Veldora, I could expect a significant effect. In any case, the decision was made. You're a pain in the ass, Veldora. Don't make me worry. As soon as I shouted that, I tried devouring Veldora with gluttonous King Beelzebub without hesitation. At the same time, Q-ha-ha-ha, it was a small mistake. Forgive me, I heard a voice I wasn't supposed to hear. Veldora, right, HM, it's me. Your sworn friend, the storm dragon Veldora. This couldn't be a trap, because that response was so ridiculous. The owner of that cheerful voice could only be Veldora. Hey, are you still conscious, MM? To tell you the truth, I quickly detached my heart at that time. It was impossible to talk, but it did preserve my ego, so that's it. He couldn't speak, but his consciousness still remained. Was it because the gluttonous King Beelzebub got to Veldora's body that we could use telepathy through our hearts? In any case, I was glad that he was safe. But that also made me angry in another sense. What? Then hurry up and take your body back. Don't be so carefree after making me worry so much. How upset I had been because of Veldora. Thinking about it made me want to complain. If I could do that, I would have done so long ago. Rather than that, Rimuru, shouldn't Yao have been calmer and acted more cautiously? Speak for yourself. Not to mention, you idiot. If I'd been calm, I would never have been so reckless as to take on 2 true dragons at the same time. I didn't need him to point that out to me. After I had calmed down, I thought to myself that I was lucky to be alive. However, it would have been impossible for me to act cautious at that time. Cautious was not a word that could be used when dealing with true dragons in the first place. As I was thinking about this, Veldora happily warned me, "Oh, look out. I'm about to unleash my black lightning. Don't say that so casually as if it were small talk." Moreover, it was black lightning that was fired, but the death-calling wind. In any 108 case, Seal cancelled it out and we successfully avoided it, but what was the point in lying? What lightning? That's the death-calling wind that destroys souls. I was annoyed and complained, but Veldora laughed and gave me an excuse. MMM. My bad, Q-ha-ha-ha. It seems that I still don't fully understand my own body. I was able to get a sense of activating a technique, but the accuracy rate is only 50%. In other words, it was not helpful. The enemy also has probability manipulation, so it would be safer to just ignore Veldora's predictions. Got it. That's enough, so you just shut up. It won't be funny if I fail at this critical moment be trusting some random statement, will it? Hearing me express my disappointment, Veldora began to panic. Wait, Rimuru. I'll do my best. I will help you out somehow. Despite his desperate assurances, there was no basis for his remarks. This was a time where reason should prevail over emotion. Besides, I had already been assisted by him. Just hearing Veldora's voice was enough to calm me down. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. After making sure that he was safe once again, Veldora laughed loudly as usual. Q-ha-ha-ha. Of course I'm okay. I am the strongest dragon. I was relieved to hear that. And just as I was thinking that, to begin with, it was Rudra who cut off the soul corridor, but me. That means I didn't actually lose to them. Huh. What is he talking about, this old man? What do you mean? Well, it's simple. Rudra tried to take control of me while I was focused on Kondu's attack. The fact that 3 people, including my sister, actually joined forces is just a dirty ploy. I was outraged. But I made the difficult decision to at least avoid the worst-case scenario. As the strongest dragon, isn't he being a little too careless? On the battlefield, there is no such thing as clean or dirty. Don't be so arrogant. Honestly, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I always tell you not to let your guard down? Q-ha-ha-ha. I didn't expect to be lectured in this situation. I couldn't help but be taken aback by Veldora's seemingly endless enjoyment. He's an idiot, so I'll just move on. So, that decision was to cut off the soul corridor. Yes, that's right. Because Rudra's domination would have affected not only me, but also you through the soul corridor. So, he had rushed to cut off the soul corridor to protect me. Once I heard that, I couldn't be mad at Veldora anymore. Well then, just leave it to me. I won't worry about a thing because I believe in you. 109. Well, it's never a bad thing to be relied upon. Ah, that's right. I'll set you free soon. So just wait. How reliable. I have the utmost faith in you, my friend Rimuru. The situation with Veldora was clear. He had lost control of his body, but his heart was safe. It seems that Veldora couldn't take back control now, so I would have to do something about it. That's right. For example, Seal, if you have Veldora's heart, can you revive the ultimate skill? Storm King Veldora, no problem. The information of the power remains, so as long as the soul corridor is connected to Veldora's heart, the ultimate skill, Storm King Veldora, can be restored. The problem was easily solved. In short, all I had to do was eat up the Veldora in front of me and recover his heart. The rest was just a matter of getting it done. Now then, let's defeat him. The strongest opponent, Storm Dragon Veldora. The solution to the problem has been found. In that case, I'll just get it over with quickly. There were 2 problems, the time limit and the location of the heart. There was still plenty of time. The current conversation had been prolonged by thought acceleration, so in fact not more than a few seconds had passed. There were still more than 3 minutes left, although there was actual offense and defense going on in between. The problem was the location of the heart. It was inside the body, so telepathy should be possible through magicules. Nevertheless, it was difficult to pinpoint the location. If I accidentally destroyed the heart, it was all over. The mission would fail, and Veldora would have to be reborn. On the contrary, it would normally be more difficult to damage the heart. That was because it was the most protected part of the body. However, Veldora's heart was detached from his main body right now, so it was unprotected. If I had been careless and believed that I would not hit it, I could have accidentally hit and damaged it, which would have been unfortunate. Veldora would be released from Rudra's control, but his current personality would disappear, and our soul corridor would not be restored. Only that situation had to be evaded. If I could devour Veldora in one go, I wouldn't have to worry about this. Unfortunately, it was impossible to swallow Veldora whole in my imaginary space without consent. I could weaken him and reduce the amount of magicules to some extent, or I could use predation, little by little, and be careful not to hurt his heart. Looking at it this way, damaging him was out of the question. In fact, I was a little scared now when I thought about the beating I just gave him. It was difficult to think of Veldora as 110 so fragile as I had thought he would be difficult to defeat or even damage. A shot or two off magic would not even scratch him, and punching and kicking would be useless. Only by adding the effects of an ultimate skill to the various attacks would I be able to do any real damage at all. Even the most powerful holy magic, disintegration, could only do insignificant damage to Veldora's massive body. This showed that the high durability of the true dragon race was not a fluke. That's why I should have been able to withstand a few attacks, but there was always a chance. Especially now, Veldora was in a state of rampage without will. There was no telling what he would do, which was the sad thing about being controlled. Unless I learned where Veldora's heart was, it would be safer for me not to attack him. In that case, there was only one way. I had no choice but to do my best to find the heart by using predation little by little. It was a race against time, but there was no other choice. There was only 3 minutes, but 3 minutes was 3 minutes. Without worrying about how much time I had left, I activated the gluttonous King Beelzebub at full power and bit down on Veldora. My body returned from its human form to its slime form. Rather than a fluid form, it revealed the properties of an amorphous viscous body. Following my aggressive, predation intentions, I changed into the most suitable shape that Seal had optimized for me. It would be more efficient since there were many contact surfaces. My fluctuating body ate its way through the surface of Veldora's body, wrapping around it. However, the target was too big. No matter how much I stretched my body from Veldora's point of view, I was a mere dot. It was a daunting task, but I couldn't give up here. I accelerate aggressive erosion without hesitation. At the same time, I activate the Soul Eater to probe for Veldora's nucleus. This would have been impossible without Seal's assistance. As I had thought from its extraordinary strength, perhaps Seal had acquired computing power that could not be compared to that of the Wisdom King Raphael. It appears that evolution upon getting a name was not limited to monsters. Now, thanks to Seal, things were going well, but it wasn't without obstacles. I mean, I was in a lot of pain right now. Veldora's body had begun to resist the hostile presence. The dragon spirit Haki of the storm dragon was disintegrating my body. Between me, who was trying to devour, and the storm dragon who was trying to eliminate him, a fierce clash began. It hurts, it's hot, it's painful. I shouldn't be feeling any pain, but an intense pain pierced my entire 111 body. The heat should have been meaningless, but I felt as if I were melting at an unbearably high temperature. And then there was the agonizing suffering that I had felt for the first time in this world. The dangerous sensation that I was about to be wiped out of existence stimulated me survival instincts. However, I would not let go of the erosion. I will win. I will overcome this suffering and save Veldora. Besides, I'm not alone right now. I have a reliable partner in Seal. I was going Toadver the storm dragon and absorb Veldora's heart. For that, this level of suffering would be nothing. Seal, is that okay? Leave it to me. It'll be fine. After that reliable answer, I further expanded the erosion. The only thing standing in my way was the energy I consumed. Normally, it would be registered as my own power, but with the true dragon race, it was different. Instead of helping me, it was destroying my body. I suppose the dragon factor was so powerful that it couldn't be bound by anyone. Yet, Hugh was being controlled, so this was quite troublesome, but now was not the time to complain about that. Every time a part of my body disappeared, my body would be reorganized with infinite regeneration. By doing so, I was forcibly taking in the energy that I had eaten. It would have been much easier to discard it, but that was not possible. If I did analyze and assess themagicules properly, I might damage Veldora's heart. It was very troublesome, but this was the best process. This conclusion was made after consulting with Seal, so all that remained was to repeat the whole process. I abandoned my thoughts and continued working. Time was running out, but the target was huge. I was worried that I might not be able to finish in time, but I believed in Seal. We would make it in time. Since I was free, I've been doing some analysis work in my spare time. Would you like to hear about it? Just now, what do you mean that you were free? What have you been doing while I've been in pain? What I was doing was the analyze and assess of Velgrin's abilities. I studied Thescorch's dragon cardinal acceleration, isolated in the imaginary space, and figured out its laws. No, I wasn't asking a question. You figured it out. 112. Although I failed to recreate the power, it is possible to develop a similar technique. That's ridiculous, Seal. Those were from the surface of my thoughts, but I suppose I should assume it was always being read. Let's be mindful of the mental boundary and think about stuff in the deeper level of my mind. Anyway, it's amazing that it can copy Velgrin's surekill technique. An ultimate skill should be impossible to reproduce just by looking at ITNO. Wait, what else were you analyzing? I got scared and decided to ask it outright. What else did you analyze? Then, Seal replied as if it had been waiting for me a long time. Yes. The analysis of Storm Blast has also been completed. It is possible to use the ability using the remainder of Storm King Veldora. Wait. The pain I'm feeling right now was blown away by the seriousness of this report. It's hard to believe that you could complete such a difficult degree of analysis in your spare time. No, it's true. And these are not important. The main point is what follows. I unconsciously reacted on the surface level of my mind. But that's fine. There was no point in hiding it anyway. I mean, it made sense when I thought about it. I did have the ultimate skill, Storm King Veldora, left. If I used it, it wouldn't be surprising if I could recreate the Storm Blast. It was awesome to be able to use a power fuel ability, and to be honest, I was happy. That's why I was surprised, but it didn't seem strange to Seal. Thinking about it that way, I was more concerned about what Seal actually thought was important. What is the main point? Regarding the predated energy of the storm dragon earlier, I have successfully analyzed it. It is now possible to transform the body composition of my lord into the same species as true dragon Veldora. Do you wish to proceed? What? Just now, didn't you just casually say something very disturbing? Transforming my body composition into the same kind as Veldora. Do I wish to proceed? What the hell, I'm a little confused. If my understanding is correct, that would mean I would become a true dragon. That understanding is correct. Hua. Correct, you say. 113, are you for real, of course. So do you wish to evolve into a true dragon? Yes/no, few haha, fuhhhha. I couldn't help but perform the 3-stage laugh. At a time like this, it still has to ask yes or no. While thinking of such a trivial thing, it gave the command. Yes. In an instant, the agony I'd been feeling vanished, including pain, heat, and suffering. Thenumi was immune to the storm dragon. Dragon spirit haki. It was because I could nose dragon spirit haki as well. In other words, the more I ate, the more energy I would gain. My magicule count was increasing rapidly. The rate of increase was so high that I was worried that it would expand beyond control and run rampant. No problem. I will manage it perfectly. Sure you will. With Seal, there was no need to worry about that. Now that I was a true dragon, my magicule count was finally in line with Veldora, and I would break through the limit. Here I am, reborn as a new true dragon. At the time when this situation was left unattended, there was a fatal delay in the response off the storm dragon. You have won, Rimuru. I'm surprised that you've become a true dragon, but I guess it was right about you all along. Q-ha-ha-ha. Veldora boasted of victory, not really sounding surprised. I raised you, he seemed to say, but it goes without saying that Veldora-san was not useful. Besides, it was too early to feel victorious. What was important was Veldora's heart, and its whereabouts were still unknown. That's why I decided to put on the finishing touches. Now then, let's finish this. I can't allow you to call yourself my favorite storm dragon. All gluttonous King Beelzebub. In obedience to my command, the gluttonous King Beelzebub devoured the storm dragon, with pleasure, and with tremendous speed. Unlike before, the progression was one-sided. The devourer and the devoured. It was as if to embody, the weak are meet the strongite. 114, the curtain had fallen quietly on the epic battle without a sound. An evolution and a new birth had occurred, leading to a further destination. The residue of the leaked energy filled the surrounding area with a light so bright that was difficult to see. It was like the light of blessing, a light celebrating the birth of a new type. It was the light emitted by my old body, which had not transformed into a true dragon, as it was converted into pure energy. Even this residue became my food and disappeared. And just like that, I achieved my goal in flawless form. When the light subsided, there was only one unidentified life form remaining. Veldora was gone. The slime demon Lord Rimuru had eaten him, Velgrind realized. According to the investigation, Rimuru had been born from the magicule pool that leaked from Veldora. And yet, Rimuru devoured all of the storm dragon, his parent, and transformed himself into the 5th true dragon ultimate slime. Immediately after, the slime began to take human form. He had a single sword in his hondond, not a scrap of clothing. He looked around 15 to 16 years old. At a height of only 160 centimeters or so, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was of small stature. However, the amount of magicule contained within him was not only comparable to Veldora's, but it also surpassed it. His golden eyes were large and beautiful, as if they could see through everything. His silvery hair was lightly tinged with light blue, giving off a moonlit glow. He had no gender, and his face was more dainty than beautiful. However, the divine presence that he gave off was sublimely transformed into beauty. His dazzling white skin was cloaked in an aura of black and gold. Then, Rimuru seemed to whisper something in displeasure, and the aura that covered his body transformed into divine jet black, full-body garments. With matter creation, a specialty of the demons, he had materialized the garments. Even with the magicules leaking from his body were used, there was no telling how strong the armor was. Rimuru perfectly suppressed his excess energy in an instant. Then he grinned in satisfaction. Velgrind witnessed all of this from inside her prison. The transfer of energy had also been interrupted. She was completely stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. The battle between her brother, the storm dragon Veldora, and the demon Lord Rimuru, 115 should have been overwhelmingly in Veldora's favor. There was absolutely no way that Veldora could lose. If that were possible, then they would have had to be equals from the start. A coincidence. It can't be. Was that slime really just born there by chance? Sinking into a sea of thoughts, Velgrind arrived at the astonishing conclusion. However, she could not admit it so easily. It was only natural. A monster being born in the vicinity of a true dragon with a soul that could adapt to the dragon factor, there was no way that could happen by chance. If he were indeed the 5th true dragon, he could be considered a younger brother. However, Rimuru ate Veldora and evolved into a true dragon. Velgrind could not accept that such a being could be called a true dragon. He was something similar to a true dragon, so to speak. She could not and would not accept such a horrible existence. He needed to be exterminated here and now. Velgrind's instincts told her so. That would be the only way to avenge her younger brother. To Velgrind, Veldora was her cute little brother. He was cocky, rambunctious, and very difficult to deal with, but she envied his freedom. She had intended to use him as a pawn, but that was only a few years in the long life of a dragon. She had no intention of wiping him out, and she had intended to release him once she was done. And yet, the moment Velgrind realized that Veldora had been devoured before her eyes, she felt her sanity blown away by anger. How dare you? Devour my cute little brother, Velgrind roared in anger. 200 seconds had passed, and the insulation prison shattered. The scorched dragon, now without reason and without regard for her own self-preservation, unleashed her hostility towards Rimuru. It seems that I've been reborn as a new species after eating Veldora. The species seems to be called Ultimate Slime. But with this, I am now a member of the true dragon race, although it's a subspecies. I guess I'm not related to slimes anymore, but I kept that thought a secret. It's already done now, so no point in thinking about it. I checked my new body. The main body that could be created without consuming magicules 116 had grown considerably. Or rather, should I say I had grown up. Now I was about as tall as a high school student. A girl, though. Actually, that didn't really mean much because my apparent age could be changed as I liked. I just thought it was interesting to see myself grow up like this. The important thing was whether I could relax and work or not. The volume of my slime form also increased, and it seemed to be around 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter. This was too big to be held, so I wanted to keep it small somehow. I'd check on that later. And there was a problem. I wasn't wearing anything at the moment. In other words, I wasnaked. That was not good. Although my weird yauki was leaking out and hiding my body, it still was ethically unpleasant for me. That's why I made some clothes. I tried the matter creation, which Diablo had taught me, and it worked surprisingly easily. I was told that the performance of the garment would be quite good, depending on the ability of the maker. It was very comfortable to wear, and the jet black clothes looked cool. As for the grade I was curious about, it was mythical grade. Wah, mythical grade, huh? I see, wait, what? To be completely amazed was exactly how I felt at the moment. It truly felt like I had evolved, but I see. Perhaps my current power was even greater than I had imagined. Thinking about it, there were a few things that came to mind. Benimaru and the others had evolved into awakened demon lords, and their power was returned to me by the food chain, so that was probably one of the reasons. Another reason might be that I ate Veldora and took in his power. It was also certain that the unusable energy that had been stored in my stomach had been analyzed and made usable. For these various reasons, I felt like they all came together and blossomed all at once. This was the result of everything working well together. In short, it was all thanks to Seal. No, it would be rude to drop the honorifics here. Out of respect for my partner, I shall call you Seal Sensei. Please stop. I heard that, but I didn't care. Really, Sensei was brilliant. I'll be relying on you from now on. Leave it to me. HMHMM. Now that I was dressed, I wouldn't forget my goal. Veldora, are you okay? Q-ha-ha-ha. Of course, don't make me repeat myself. More importantly, I'm amazed Thaddeus successfully managed to defeat my body. Well, yeah. Looking back on it, I lost control a little. But still, I'm relieved. Really, 117 Veldora and I rejoiced in each other's safety. Since we were able to converse like this, it appeared that Veldora's heart was safe. No, all that was left was to connect the soul corridor and restore the ultimate skill, Storm King Veldora, successful without any problems. That's my Seal Sensei. Even if I don't say anything, it's always working for me. It was a perfect job this time as well. All right. I had accomplished my goal. Now that Veldora was back, I had no business with the Imperial Army. However, my anger was still alive and well, and I intended to take it out on Emperor Rudra. Besides, ending the war half-heartedly would lead to future disasters. Now that we had come this far, we had to be thorough. It was my duty as a king to eliminate the threat. Now that my anger had subsided, I was beginning to think that it was okay to leave all but Rudra alone, but I would do my job to the end without being distracted. Besides, even if I were willing to give in, there would be times when my enemies wouldn't keep silent. As proof of this, I saw Velgrind still alive and well, staring daggers at me from her prison cell. I succeeded in freeing Veldora, but for some reason Velgrind had become furious. There was no point in trying to defeat her, so I couldn't be bothered to deal with her, but the threat had to be eliminated. Velgrind is no longer a threat. Although the analysis of all her powers is not yet complete, the countermeasures are perfect. Seal Sensei's confidence was amazing. Or was it pride? No, it is a hard fact. It would be ridiculous if we lost, but I guess we wouldn't have to worry about that. Even in the previous fight, it had completely blocked Velgrind's attacks. The current Seal should be able to subdue her without much trouble. Well, there was no change in our plan of taking this opportunity to hit the Empire thoroughly. I intended to finish them off right here, without leaving even a single drop of blood. As of now, the black numbers were on the rampage. There were several large whirlpools in the battlefield, and it appeared that there were no significant players left. If I was aiming for Rudra, I would collide with her anyway, so it was tactically correct to deal a blow to Velgrind here. The Empire had Lieutenant Kondu and Damrata. The 4 knights guarding Rudra were also very troublesome opponents. Yuki was also being controlled by Rudra and had to be dealt with as an enemy. In addition, there should be one more single digit left. I didn't know what he or she looked like, but since this soldier was likely at the saint level, we needed to be careful. In other words, even if we exclude Rudra and Velgrind, there were still 8 strong enemies, 118 left. Judging by the signs on the battlefield, it seemed that there were a few others who could be considered threats, so I would deal with them all right now. To be perfectly honest, even those powerful people didn't feel like much of a threat to me right now. This was because the amount of magicules in me had increased nearly tenfold since I had evolved into a true dragon. As a result, the quality and quantity of my powers had been greatly enhanced, and I felt that I was much stronger than before. Since I hadn't released Veldora yet, I was at full energy. I was in great shape, and I felt like I could give Milim and Guy a run for their money. No, I shouldn't be too conceited. If I get carried away like that, I will surely fail. Let's just keep our guard up and act with caution. By the way, while looking for signs of warfare, I noticed that the powerful opponents I had just mentioned were already engaged with Benimaru and the others. I was the one who had given the order, but I was still impressed by their quick actions. At the same time, I was worried about the possible casualties. Were they obeying my orders not to die? I hoped that they didn't act recklessly just to keep everyone out of my way. Well, I could worry about that later. Right before me was Velgrind, who looked like she was about to jump me. I would deal with her first, and then decide whether or not to go help them. In less than a second, I made that decision. Then the next question was how to fight her. First, how about using the Storm Dragon release of the ultimate skill, Storm King Veldora? With this, I could summon Veldora and take on Velgrind in a 2-on-1 battle. That way, victory would be assured. Come to think of it, it seems that my magicule capacity was not always full. It was probably because I had been letting Veldora run free. Veldora and I were like one and the same, and if one of us was safe, we could revive each other without any problem. It was different from Velgrind's parallel existence, but that cheat-like invincibility was noteworthy. If I thought about that as the price to pay, the magicule burden was not a problem. Besides, the surplus of magicules from Veldora was flowing into me, so I did not feel inconvenienced that much. In fact, the circulatory effect had revitalized my body. That's why, although the Storm Dragon release had some disadvantages, the advantages were far greater. It used to consume about 90% of my magicules, but now the burden appeared to be about 30%. With that in mind, I attempted to activate the Storm Dragon release. How dare you? My cute little brother, Velgrind shouted. From my perspective, this was a misplaced anger. Aren't you the one who struck first? You guys were the ones who tried to get me to fight Veldora in the first place. 119, shut up. Veldora couldn't have been eaten by someone like you. Although he wasn't all great, I never thought he could fall behind a demon lord. I will never accept that he disappeared because of this. I will never forgive you. Enraged Velgrind recklessly unleashed a heat ray blaster at me. Unfortunately, it didn't work on me. But well, this is what I learned from that conversation. I thought she was angry, but it was because I had eaten Veldora. She thought I had killed him and wiped him out completely. In that case, the answer is simple. Storm Dragon release will clear up all the misunderstanding. And yet, Gawawawa. W8 Rimuru, Veldora the person in question stopped me. What's the matter? I asked, worried. Listen, Rimuru. My sister is furious right now because she thinks I'm gone. Is that right? Yeah, she is. So why don't you come out and explain and maybe we can avoid unnecessary conflict, you idiot. Don't be crazy. Showing that I'm safe with that kind of timing will be too awkward. All of my sister's anger might turn to me. What a stupid answer. I felt like I'd lost after listening to it seriously. I was so shocked I thought I would stop breathing. When I heard Veldora saying that, I realized that I could not rely on him at all. But really, this person was useless at every critical moment, wasn't he? I felt like an idiot and was about to complain, but at that moment, Seal also stopped me. Please wait. In any case, this is an opportunity to optimize Veldora's powers. I have his permission, so please wait to execute Storm Dragon release until after his skill has been innovated. The tone was as clean and polite as ever. Seal said that it would innovate Veldora's ultimate skill, Investigation King Faust, to Evolvento the ultimate skill, Chaos King Nyarlathotep. Since it was an evolution, it appeared that it would be terribly enhanced. What caught my attention was the statement that permission had been given by the person himself. To my surprise, Seal's existence was known to Veldora. Since when he was already aware of my existence just after Rimuru-sama evolved into a demon lord. That's what Seal-san said. I was aware, but I only became certain of it a short while ago. In the first place, I've never heard of a mere skill developing an ego in all of history. However, the power of the deadly Sin system seemed to have something like an ego, so I began to wonder if it was possible. According to Veldora, he had suspected something since the time of the Great Sage. Hess said he had been observing things from inside my stomach, and there had been a lot of strange 120 phenomena from time to time. After the Great Sage became the Wisdom King Raphael, due to my Demon Lord evolution, He felt that his suspicions were almost certain. He said that he had been talking with it before that, but he had thought that it was me he was talking to. Not that it bothered me, but I was curious about what kind of conversations they had. In any case, Veldora was acquainted with Seal. That's what was important. In other words, you two knew each other. And you agreed to Seal's proposal, is that correct? Yes, that's right. As much as I would love to deal with my sister, I cannot do so because of these circumstances. Sorry, Rimuru, but I'll leave it to you. Hey, you're exploiting the situation. That's not what you were saying earlier. I could have shouted at him, but I still felt sorry for him, so I stopped. Seal also seemed like it wanted to play with Veldora's skill. Even though I thought there was no need to do it now, it might be more troublesome to do after he was released. Besides, I also wanted to test my own strength. I thought it was necessary to know how strong I was if I had to deal with Rudra after this. Velgrind would be just the right opponent. The current me could fight with a bit of leeway, so I would be able to see how much I had grown in various ways. It was time. I would keep an eye on my friends, but until they were in danger, I would prioritize testing my skills. That's a good idea. Seal seemed very happy somehow. I was motivated to fight with that in mind, but it also suggested something to me as a side note. The way, as a result of various analyses, it is possible to combine the ultimate skill storm King Veldora and Covenant King Uriel to create the ultimate skill, Stellar Wind King Haster. Should it be implemented? Seal-sensei, you don't seem to have the slightest intention of restraining yourself. Just how much room do you think I have to spare when I'm about to fight Velgrind right now? I have no interest in Velgrind anymore. It was practically saying that out loud. It seems to enjoy modifying skills as a hobby, but I would have preferred to do that in Timesoft Peace. For the time being, it is rejected. You might be able to find a better way to improve it, right? So be careful for now and think about it slowly later. As expected of Master. Understood. I will continue my search for greater heights. I'm glad to hear it's convinced. I didn't quite know what it meant by as expected of Master, but at least now I could concentrate on fighting. The Covenant King Uriel was effective against Velgrind. There was no way I was going to give up that advantage here, no matter how much I had the upper hand. Of course, I probably could have won with only the gluttonous King Beelzebub, but this was not a game, and I couldn't let my guard down. Even in an unlikely event, there was no room for failure. I understood that Seal thought very highly of me, so I would just ignore its flattery. Still, Seal's enthusiasm for modding skills was disturbing. Veldora was its current victim, but that was okay because he wanted it too. The problem, however, was what would happen after this battle was over. I had a feeling that my friends who had awakened as demon lords would have to undergo some major skill modifications as well. Seal-sensei would probably be able to strengthen Thema as well. I had a feeling that it was waiting vigilantly for an opportunity to do so. Perhaps it had already. As I was thinking about this, the time to settle the score with Velgrind had arrived. The crimson flying dragon and I stared at each other in the sky. As soon as Velgrind changed into her human form, the battle began instantly. While firing a series of nuclear cannons at me, she slashed at me with her blue dragon sword. 14 so, what was the difference between human form and dragon mode? To put it simply, it came down to the difference in defense power. The attack power was exactly the same. The energy efficiency of the human form was far superior. Since the ability to continue the battle would increase accordingly, it could be said that the human form was more suitable for long-term battles. However, the dragon mode also had a considerable advantage. That was the fact that it was massive in size. The scale of the attack increased with the size of the body. The power would remain the same, but the range of the attack increased. This meant that the dragon form would be able to take on multiple enemies at the same time. It went without saying that even if the enemy was a single person, it would be difficult to evade all attacks unleashed from a larger body. And then there was the defensive aspect. This was its true value. To kill a massive body, one needed a large-scale attack to match it. That was difficult to defeat with a sword, and even 14 Seiryu Katana equals Blue Dragon Katana Sword 122 most magic was useless in terms of that scale. To begin with, there were few spells that could even be used against a true dragon, but even if that was ignored, there was still no point in using single-target spells. Only a spell with a wide enough range could do much damage. That's why, if anything, the dragon mode was stronger. However, Velgrind had chosen to take her human form. Her intentions were probably to, It is presumed that she has abandoned her defenses to take down Master with certainty. That's about what it seemed like. If that was the case, I would fight with that assumption as well. The murderous expression in Velgrin's face enhanced her beauty. That murderous aura was imbued in her blade as she swung it down with a force that could cut me in half. Naturally, I didn't intend to take it lying down. Leaving Seal to deal with the magic, intercepted Velgrind with my favorite sword, the Hihiricane Straight Sword. Velgrind's blue dragon sword was a type of broadsword. She was not hiding it before. Buteet was a weapon that Velgrind had created with matter creation. Its grade was comparable to mythical grade. My sword, on the other hand, had reached mythical grade, perhaps in sync with my becoming a true dragon. Velgrind's blue dragon sword was a threat, but my weapon would not be defeated either. On the contrary, Kying. With a high-pitched sound, Velgrind's blue dragon sword snapped and shattered. I was surprised, but Velgrind must have been even more so. "What did you do?" she demanded, after leaping away. "I hadn't meant to do anything, I was simply taking the attack. That's why I didn't know what I did either. It was the difference in weapon performance." While Master's straight sword is a masterpiece forged by Kurobi with all his heart and soul, Velgrind's blue dragon sword is a mass-produced product, simply made of condensed magicules. The density of the magiculesis so great that it is equivalent to a mythical grade sword, but it is essentially a dull sword binature. Is that so? I knew there were varying levels of quality within the same grade, but I didn't think that there would be this much difference within the mythical grade. Sure enough, it was one's familiar equipment that could be relied upon. I was glad to find out about this. After all, even Mikloths had been created by matter creation. It was safer not to expect too much from something just because it was mythical grade. It just became clear to me now, but there seems to be a world of difference in performance 123 between even the same grade levels. The weapons you create are no match for my sword. I didn't think she'd give up now, but I still told her. Velgrind was by no means a fool, so she seemed to see that I was not lying. However, Shestel seemed unconvinced, as several times after that, she produced her blue dragon sword and slashed at me. I smashed through all of them. Finally, Velgrind seemed to have accepted their reality. She glared at me in frustration and immediately moved on to her next attack. If her manifested weapons were no good, then she would have to rely on her own body. Velgrind's claws extended, and she took a stance similar to that in Chinese martial arts. Seeing that, I put my sword away. "What are you doing?" An experiment, of course. I wanted to see how much I'd grown, so I stopped relying on Missword. Using a weapon would feel like I was bullying a weakling, so I'll take you on with my bare hands. What's a fight without a little trash talk? If I could make her lose her composure, then it wouldn't be too much to say that the victory was won at that point. A fool of me. It worked. It was almost funny how easily Velgrind fell into my trap. All I had to do now was play my cards right to seal the deal 15. Velgrind's claw attacks were fast. It was impossible to follow them with your eyes. But me current perception speed was extraordinary. Since the name Seal was given to Wisdom King Raphael-san, my thought acceleration had been increasing. It had been 1,000,000 times faster than normal, but now it was several 100,000,000 times faster. Surprisingly, even the speed of light could be recognized. That said, even if I could recognize it, it did not mean that I could move at that speed. That must not be misunderstood. However, that wasn't to say that there were no ways around it. In addition to the activation off magic, the activation of spatial transportation had become almost 1,000 times faster. In other words, if the distance between me and the attacker was a certain distance, it was noticeable to escape from a light-speed attack with transport. A second was stretched out to over a decade, and it felt like seeing the world at a complete standstill. The inability to move for such a long time could not have been endured by a normal person's ego, but Seal had smoothly solved this problem by activating thought acceleration during the key points. It didn't matter to me how fast Velgrind could move. At this point, I didn't need any swordplay or physical skills and could push through with brute force alone. Velgrind's super speed attack was approaching. Its speed was several hundred times the speed of sound, and the old Mu'd have had a hard time with it. 15. The Japanese term used here was tsum shogi, which is a miniature shogi problem where the only goal is to achieve the final checkmate. Unlike in chess where there are stalemates, shogi does not do this, and tsum shogi problems are strictly forced checkmate problems. 1, 2, 4. Now, however, it was no problem. Too slow. While provoking Velgrind with that, I transported behind her. However, Velgrind was no slouch. Perhaps she had anticipated my actions, and she reacted immediately. To be honest, I thought she was tough. After all, one couldn't be too careful against one of the strongest. I knew it. I didn't think you could move faster than me, so you were using spatial transportation. It's amazing that you can transport so naturally without distorting space, but it can be dealt with if I know the source. I thought she would be furious at my provocation, but she was much calmer than I expected. As expected of Veldora-san's sister, this was also as Seal had expected. Velgrind's next move would be to, if I interfere with the space and lock it, you will not be able to transport in my area off control. That's too bad. After all, that was the only thing she could do. Naturally, Velgrind also possessed spatial domination and was able to interfere with a wide area of space around herself. If Velgrind did this, I would not be able to use spatial domination to transport. It wasn't entirely impossible if I forced myself, but it would be useless if the location were exposed. It could also be used to escape, but since the destination of escape would be revealed, it would be meaningless in the end. Once the transportation skills were blocked like this, physical speed would determine the battle. For Velgrind, this created a winning environment. That's why her next move would be, I never thought I'd have to use my trump card against someone like you. You think you've won just by blocking transportation? If so, I'll have to show you that you were wrong. You really are cocky. If it wasn't for that kid's revenge, I wouldn't have hated you. But thighs is it? Velgrind took her stance. She kicked off the air, turning herself into a bullet at supersonic speed. The speed increased even further. Scorched dragon, cardinal acceleration. The voice echoed across the future. Velgrind herself became a crimson meteor, closing in on me at the physical speed limit off sublight speed. Moreover, the meteor bullet could change its orbit. By transforming her own body into a meteor bullet, Velgrind had achieved the ability to change her trajectory at will. Or rather, this was the true nature of the Scorched Dragon, cardinal acceleration. Not simply a straight-line attack, but a tracking attack with the ability to shift directions freely. It was the ultimate destructive attack, possessing not only energy waves, but 125 also mass. Seal-sensei had analyzed the Scorched Dragon cardinal acceleration and had perfectly seen through its essence. Velgrind was terrifying, but Seal-sensei was even more terrifying. The fact that I had created a manas named Seal on a whim would be the cause of Velgrind's defeat. As planned, the gluttonous King Beelzebub is deployed all around Master. No matter the direction of contact, there will be no problem with Velgrind. Predation. That's exactly what it said. Even if I tried to eat the target normally, the resistance of a willful being was a lot. On top of that, I was dealing with a true dragon. No matter how hard Seal tried, predation with the gluttonous King Beelzebub was impossible. But even so, Velgrind, of her own volition, turned her body into a meteor bullet. By putting all of her energy into attacking, she had greatly reduced her resistance. This was the result of that. Velgrind was now isolated in my imaginary space. Is this possible? Why, what just happened? The moment she thought she had finished me off, she was suddenly sent into an empty space. It would be difficult for Velgrind to grasp the current situation. It would take her a while to realize that she had lost. That's why I would tell her directly, I've won. You just stay where you are. I've lost. That's right. You won't be able to escape my imaginary space, and I don't think it's possible for you to transfer energy even with your parallel existence. As for the amount of Velgrind's magicules I had eaten, Seal-sensei said it was more than 50%. The split body on Rudra's side was at about 20%, and the remaining 30% or so was being restored. It seems that her body could only recover about 10% a day, so it should be possible to get back to 50% in about 3 days. However, because I still had the split body inside me, I didn't think she'd be able to recover that much. It was complicated because her ego existed on both sides, but there was not doubt that Velgrind had been weakened. Just ask Veldora for the details. Ask Veldora. What are you talking about? Velgrind looked confused, but it would be quicker to hear it from his own mouth than from. Q-ha-ha-ha. Sister, it's me. You seem to be in a not-so-good mood. Veldora. Didn't you disappear? 126 next, I would let the siblings talk things over and settle down in a calm environment. And just like that, I had won a complete victory over Velgrind and succeeded in capturing most of her magicules in the imaginary space. Thus, with the birth of my reliable partner Seal, The reckless challenge of taking on two true dragons at the same time ended more perfectly than ever 127 Chapter 3, the intensifying battlefield. The 30,000 members of the Magic Beast Corps, led by General Gladium, flew into the sky from the airship. Seeing the gallant figure of Velgrind, their morale was high. The enemies below them would make the perfect targets for their violent impulses. Listen up, men. His Majesty and Velgrind-sama will see what you do here. You must perform well, so bring out your fighting spirit and don't act like fools, Gladium shouted. Antai's soldiers responded with an air-shaking roar. Gladium was pleased with that. This was the perfect opportunity, he thought while smiling inwardly. Kyukuku. Even if I give up on taking over the world, there is no doubt that my time will come. Kalgurio has been defeated and that Yuuki kid has fallen. I am the only one left, leaving me as the only general. As long as I make my military mark here, I will get what I want. From Gladium's perspective, the Western nations were not much of an enemy. Hinata Sakaguchi seemed to be a formidable opponent, but Gladium only saw her as a half-wit Hakud only come to a draw with a new demon lord. Gladium was a confident, aggressive fighter. He was the second most powerful man in the Empire, the Beast King Gladium. His origins, as the rumor had it, were in the Beast Kingdom of Eurazania. In fact, Gladium was the half-brother of the Beast Master Carian. The beast that dwelled within Gladium was a solitary white tiger. He had a history of being too selfish and was judged unworthy to be a king. Those scum. They aren't even in the position to be in the same room as me, yet they dare side with Carian and plot a rebellion against me. I'll make sure to get my revenge. Gladium had been harboring hatred for many years. It had turned into outright resentment 129 by this point. The previous king of Eurazania was not a great warrior, but he had a good eye for people. He had made his decision based on his discernment of which of the two brothers was more worthy to lead Eurazania's people. Upon hearing his decision, Gladium was furious. He had attempted to subjugate the former king, and although he succeeded in killing his own father, he was later banished by Carian and the beast Katirs of the time. The rebellion was nothing more than Gladium's selfish belief, but the truth was quite the opposite. The fact that Gladium had survived was proof of his strength. He was a heretic of the Beastmen tribe, and if his character had been decent, he could have become a mighty warrior capable of defeating Carian. But that was just an assumption. Gladium had fled and wandered around the world. The people he met while doing so were now the three generals who were currently Gladium's loyal subordinates. Suzaku, Vermilion Bird, Nazem. She was a mutant of the Harpy tribe that Gladium had met while wandering near the winged nation Fulbrosia. Her wings were gray with purple spots, and there were 3 pairs. In return for her loss of reproductive ability, she possessed outstanding fighting power. Gladium took a liking to her beauty, which was similar to Frey, and brought her into his group. Seryu Azure Dragon, Baraga. Baraga's partner was a water dragon, an archdragon who had been defeated by Gladium. He was a warrior in his prime, and his ability was in themidal of the ranks of the Imperial Knights. Genbu Black Tortoise, Gazarin. 16, a girl with a rare monster, Lorelei 17. She was a priestess of a foreign race and was skilled in various magic arts. After Gladium had defeated Lorelei, she began to follow him. The 3 generals had different stories, but they all had one thing in common: they were strong. Nazem, for example, was a demon lord seed and could be awakened at any moment. Baraga and Gazarin's monsters were also Calamity class and had outstanding strength among Magic Beast Corps. It was about 300 years ago that Gladium had taken refuge in the Empire. It happened after Veldora had been sealed away. He had survived the Tenma Great War and idiotically his violent group in a rampage through the Empire's territory. He was defeated by the Impes 16, including Gladium's representation of the Byako, White Tiger, Suzaku/Vermilion Bird Nazem, Seryu/Azure Dragon Baraga, and Genbu/Black Tortoise Gazarin, all make up the 4 divine guardians of Chinese mythology. Just a fun fact for those who weren't already aware. Also, Seryu is used multiple times in this volume for both Baraga and some other weapons, like the one Velgrind uses. I will use the term Azure Dragon when referring to things related to Baraga/his weapon, because that is the most widely accepted name of the Chinese divine guardian. But for the other things I will use the term Blue Dragon, which is still a correct/common translation 17 based on the legend of the siren. The Lorelei is a tall cliff in the bend of the German River Rhine, responsible for many sunken ships 130 Real army, and pardoned for his strength by promising to obey Emperor Rudra. Gladium's ambition was to defeat the Marshal and become #1 in the empire. Then, once the opportunity presented itself, he would rebel against Rudra and take his place. Gladium had no auspicious intentions to repay the favor given to him. He only followed the other party because they were strong, and he was vigilantly waiting for an opportunity to betray them at any moment. With the help of the empire, he would rule the world. And one day, he would reign as Emperor himself. It was a reckless dream, for he did not know just who the Marshal was. Rudra and the others had long been aware of Gladium's true nature, but as long as Hugh was strong enough to be useful and obeyed orders, it was fine to keep him alive. The dangerous balance of mutual exploitation was made possible when the intentions of both parties were balanced. And now, that balance had fallen apart. No way. I never thought that the Marshal would be the scorched dragon Velgrind. It's impossible to defeat that kind of existence. It's a terrifying existence that is far beyond my reach at this moment. It was truly an existence of a different dimension. It was a stroke of luck that he realized this before his rebellion to kill the Emperor. Gladium thanked the god he didn't even believe in. Gladium had changed his mindset. He knew that if he wanted to become emperor, Velgrind was someone he must defeat at some point, but it would require careful preparation. Understanding this, he would devote himself to earning credit for his achievements for the time being. Besides, this was a good situation for them. Gladium's bestial instincts told him that he was close to awakening. He knew intuitively that he was almost ready to gain great power. The same was true for Nazem, who had always fought with him. Although the conditions for the awakening were not clear, the time was near. This was one of the reasons why Gladium had sought out the battlefield. And now, in front of Gladium, there was the perfect crowd of fodder. How could he not be pleased with this situation? Gladium licked his lips. Looking around the battlefield, there were many enemies who seemed to have great power. The more of them they defeated, the more powerful Gladium's group would become. QQ Cuckoo, the party is about to begin. As Gladium had hoped, no, wished with all this heart, the battlefield would soon become a more intense 131. The three generals under Gladium's command moved in accordance with their lord's purpose. Their gazes sought and found powerful opponents. Hey, that's King Gazel. If I defeat him, that will do wonders for my reputation. What are you trying to get ahead of everyone? If you don't leave something good for Gladium-sama, he'll be pissed, you know. King Gazel's bravery was widely known, and defeating him would certainly put him in a good light. As a warrior, Baraga's heart was racing. Nazem was the one who calmed him down. He knew that Gladium was targeting King Gazel and advised Baraga to make concessions. Besides, if he defeats Gazel, Gladium-sama's power will surely increase. This is too good a situation to pass up. This was also Nazem's true feelings. As for Baraga, his main priority was also Gladium, his master. In the first place, Gazel was a wounded man and there was a risk of being accused of cowardice as a warrior. In this way, it would be best to take out a more appropriate enemy. I understand. I hope that Gladium-sama will devour King Gazel and become stronger, Baraga said. Kishishishi. Rest assured, Gazarin said with a smile. There are many other powerful opponents here. It's a little unsatisfactory, but it may be enough to fill your stomach. As was said, there were many strong people on the battlefield. Baraga nodded, not in a hurry. Nazem also smiled and agreed. Yufufu. As Gladium-sama says, the time of awakening is near. The first one to become a true demon lord will be me. The vermilion bird Nazem. Nazem Dono, aren't you the one who's trying to get ahead? Well, calm down now. I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing. Let's leave that King Gazel to Gladium-sama, and we will do as we please. Those words spoke for everyone's feelings. That case, I'll take that weak lizard. He seems to be the leader of the Dragonoot group who still seem to be very active and troublesome, so I'd like to strike him first to crush their fighting spirit. Then I guess I'll go with the cocky woman over there. I'll have to teach her a lesson about flying in the air without my permission. Kishishishi. Then I will destroy that golem. I'll let him taste the full power of Lorelei. One by one, the three generals made their declarations so that no one's prey was snatched 132. Then the three generals flew towards their respective prey. However, this shallow plan would prove to be naive. Gladium's target was Gazel, as his three generals had predicted. It was only natural. Whether or not to target the strong first depended on the situation, but it was common sensito first deal with a strong foe who had been weakened. Gazel could not move because he had been hit by Kondu. Now was the best chance. You must be King Gazel. My name is Gladium. General Gladium, commander of the Empire's most powerful magic beast corps. I shall take your head. There was no hesitation or humility, it was just downright low. But this behavior was justified for Gladium. It was his sincere conviction that one should use any means necessary to achieve your goal. And so, Gladium swooped down towards King Gazel, but someone stood in his way. It was a dragonute with reddish-purple scales that sparked with purple lightning, the Draco Lord Gabble who he thought had been defeated. I am back. Your disrespect for King Gazel shall not be overlooked. Tusk, so you dare to interfere with me? Damn lizard. Gladium was displeased to have been disrupted by his prey. However, he soon got flustered, realizing that this was not the time to be thinking that. As Gladium looked over at his 3 generals, wondering what they were doing, he was met with a startling sight. The Azure Dragon Baraga, who was supposed to be Gabble's opponent, had been defeated in a single blow from the recovered Gabble. The Black Tortoise Gazarin, who had headed for the Demon Colossus with high spirits, was in tears after Lorelei had been crushed. The only one left was Vermilion Bird Nazem, who was fighting on equal terms with Sauka, whom she had identified as an enemy. Even when the soldiers had challenged Gabble in order to defend Gladium, the difference in their strengths was obvious. There was no choice, so Gladium tried to move forward himself. At that moment, however, Major General Zamud sent an urgent magic communication. It's an emergency. Demon Lord Rimuru has committed an outrageous act over here. In order to ensure His Majesty's protection, please send reinforcements to us immediately. Gladium was tempted to yell at him, but he managed to swallow his words. Then he inquired what had happened. He drew an impossibly huge demon summoning gate. What are you saying? In other words, hundreds of greater demons and above were summoned. Moreover, they've been incarnated. Their individual strengths are all above a rank, yet they're even acting as an organized group. From Zamud's flustered exclamation, he could tell that this was a serious situation. However, Gladium was not convinced. Demon Lord Rimuru may have done something ridiculous, but the Empire still had Velgrind. She could not be defeated by any demon, and he did think 133 this was that much of a threat. If they were talking about threats, Gladium would rather concentrate his forces on the one in front of him. Our side is also in the middle of something. I want you to take care of your own affairs. Spitting out the words, Gladium tried to end the call. However, Zamud's urgent voice stopped him. But you must understand, there's a demon army of catastrophic scale that exceeds the strength of the Imperial Army's generals and soldiers. What are you talking about? You have not only Velgrin Sama, but also the Imperial Guard on your side. Even though there was only one flagship, the people on board were the Empire's most powerful battle force. Gladium believed that they could do whatever they wanted on their own, without having to rely on him. It was only natural to think so, and no one would blame Gladium for it. But this time, the opponent was just too strong. It is true that we have Lieutenant Kondu and the Imperial Guard here, but we have our hands full dealing with the Demon Lord's army executives. The executives. It can't be, was the thought that crossed Gladium's mind. As for the identity of the opponent in front of him, he knew he was an executive by the name of Gabble, though it was a rough guess. That said, he had been surprised by the strength of the opponent, but now that he thought about it, he realized that there had been other executives named in the report. Benimaru, Shin, Diablo, Gobta. They were called the 4 heavenly kings of Demon Lord Rimuru, yet Gabble's name was not listed among them. If that was the case, it meant that the 4 heavenly kings were more powerful than Gabble. That's not all. Believe it or not, Demon Lord Rimuru has committed an abomination we could not have imagined. I don't know how he did it, but he evolved the demons. Do you understand? Hundreds of demons have been enhanced to be as strong as archdemons. It was certainly an unrealistic story. Gladium didn't want to believe it, but Major General Zamud was not a man who would joke about these things. On the contrary, he was a serious, meticulous person. In that case, it was true, and he had no choice but to believe that hundreds of Calamity-class enemies had been unleashed. I see. Zamud, I understand your concerns. Then I'm counting on you for reinforcements. With a sigh of relief, Zamud's call was cut off. Gladium pondered. Even if they had greater numbers, it was meaningless if they were outclassed in quality. That was the rule of the battlefield, and it was why Gladium had trained his subordinates so 134 much. If it was only the demons, they might still be able to get by. But now that 2 of the 3 generals had fallen, it was dangerous to think so optimistically. At the very least, Gladium's subordinates would just be waiting to be overrun. Tusk, have I underestimated him as a mere demon lord and misjudged him? I and the upper echelons of the Empire will survive, but the lowly soldiers will all be slaughtered in the end. In that case, I'd rather. It was too late for regrets. All he could do now was do what was within his power, and Gladium had a forbidden trick up his sleeve. The members of the Magic Beast Corps were elites, selected and trained by Gladium. They were of the bloodline of champions from the olden days and were a group of innately powerful people. That's what was said, but the truth was something else. They were a group of artificial champions, created by combining magic and knowledge of another world. The magic beasts they tamed also had their own secrets. Not only were they selected to bay off A- rank or higher, but by rewriting the information in their genes, they had been given abilities specialized for combat. A synthetic life form created by cultivating and increasing the number of magic beasts and integrating various characteristics into them. It was a kind off-weapon called the Battle Chimera. Gladium, a beastman, was also the director of these studies. He made the mechanism of his own transformation known and used it to strengthen his subordinates. In this world, there was no such thing as research that was forbidden for ethical or religious reasons. Because of this, results were achieved at an astonishing rate. As a result of human experimentation using slaves, the strongest army that Gladium wanted was born. The A-ranked champions and their partners, the Battle Chimeras, were a fusion of man and monster and boasted unparalleled strength. However, their true value had yet to be demonstrated. The integration of different natures, that was Gladium's ultimate goal. For this purpose, a special prescription technique, medical skill, the Beast, was developed. The existence of Thai's drug, which was the most important of his military secrets, was known only to Gladium's 3 generals. It was a wonder, and the effects were the culmination of all of the resources he had sunk into the experiment. It was a fusion of the magic beasts and the soldiers. Based on the transformation of the Beastman race, the Beast sought the beast factor not from one's own body, but from one's partner, the Battle Chimera. In the truest sense of the word, the human and the beast fused, and a tremendous power developed in the body. It could create 135, a super warrior incomparable to any magic beast tamer. However, as it was a forbidden drug that gave people the power of magic beasts, it was also very dangerous. Once the drug was administered, the skill would be activated forcibly, and it was impossible to remove it on your own. It was only possible to remove the drug at the hospital attached to the institute. There were also serious side effects that should not be forgotten. Rather, the side effects were the real problem, as the safety of the drug was not guaranteed. According to the current research results, the mortality rate was 40%. In some cases, the user would fail to adapt and would not be able to return from the magic beast. There was a 20% chance of thishappening, in which case the person would never be able to live a human life again. Worse than this, however, was the chance of going berserk. Some users were turned into magic beasts and went on a rampage, while others lost consciousness and disobeyed orders while maintaining their human form. When this happened, there was no choice but to dispose of them. There was also a 30% chance that this would happen. It was worse than dying, so it was not an easy thing to try. Those were the cases of complete failure. In total, there was a 90% chance of failure. Taking the drug was tantamount to ordering Somion to die, and even the selfish Gladium was hesitant to test this on his own people. Gladium wanted to improve the quality of the drug and increase the success rate before letting his subordinates use it. However, that was not an option under these circumstances. At Hai's rate, the weak would all be killed anyway. Emperor Rudra was an even more cold-hearted man than Gladium. There was a part of him that believed the weak were nothing more than bait for the strong. If that was the case, letting them use the drug here was the only way to show them compassion. Besides, those who would go berserk could be used as bait, and even if they could not return to human form, they were still valuable as a fighting force. The only real waste would be the 40% of soldiers who would die on the spot. The outcome was uncertain, but there was no doubt that their forces would become more powerful than they were currently. In that case, it was the right thing to do. There were still known factors about the effects of the drug and physical abnormalities that might occur. Butit was certain that 10% of the soldiers would become stronger. On the battlefield, quality was more important than quantity. For those who knew this, the idea of strengthening 10% of the soldiers was a tempting one. In reality, the total success rate remained unknown. The number of trials was too small, and there was a risk of unexpected side effects due to physical abnormalities. Although such a possibility could not be ruled out, some of them had been able to harness the power of magic beasts and survive. The most successful of those who lived, less than 1%, had been confirmed to be fully compatible. They were hailed as Chimera Knights, and the story about that success was, "Hey, you guys. I just got a call from Zamud. Apparently, this is no longer a good time to lay around. Get up quickly and take care of them." Gladium spoke very seriously. 136 Gabble's face turned suspicious as he realized the words were not directed at him. However, he immediately tightened his expression and jumped away from his spot. A moment later, a silver light pierced the area where he had just been. "HMPH, you dodged that one. I thought it was a perfect surprise attack, but it seems that you are still an opponent not to be trifled with." "Not to be trifled with? That's my line. How are you still in one piece after I put a big hole in your chest?" Gabble jumped back and was confronted by the supposedly dead Azure Dragon Baraga. There was still a hole in his chest. And there was no sign of ultra-speed regeneration or even auto-regeneration. A normal person would be dead by now, but this was a world full of dangerous magians. There was nothing too strange about what was happening. Gabble understood this, and he had made sure that the life signs of his defeated opponents were gone. It was Baraga who was abnormal. "Kyukuku, I am safe because Gladium Sama has given me great power. Let me show you who I really am." As if in response to Baraga's cry, a water dragon flew in. No, it was similar but not the same thing. It was a battle chimera that mimicked a water dragon. Baraga was one of the Chimera Knights who had awakened to his true power. If either his main body or his partner was safe, then he was safe. This was also one of the hidden powers of the Chimera Knights. And now, by activating the special medical skill, the Beast, he was able to recover from his fatal wound in an instant. Furthermore, as soon as Baraga and the water dragon came into contact with each other, they merged their bodies into one. Baraga's form remained unchanged, but Dragon's scales appeared in his body. The quality of his Yauki was different from before. There was no doubt that his strength had also increased substantially. Gabble glanced at Gladium in frustration, but decided that Baraga was now his enemy. He tried to focus on a single battle with Baraga, but Gladium was not so naive as to allow that. "This lizard is stronger than expected. We'll kill him together." "Yes, I'll take the vanguard. Gladium-sama, please provide support." "Well, I'll help you, so don't skimp out." Neither honor nor chivalry were of any concern to Gladium. Having recognized Gabble's power, he would move to eliminate him without a second thought. "What nonsense. Even if the two of you come at me together, you won't be able to beat me." Gabble made a bold statement, inspiring himself. And so, he faced a disadvantageous battle. 137 on another note. The other two of Gladium's 3 generals were also opponents to be wary of. Just as Baraga was safe, so was Lorelei, the one who had supposedly been crushed by the demon Colossus. Gadra had been monitoring the battlefield in sync with the demon Colossus. Therefore, He felt uncomfortable when he heard Gladium's words. "Get up quickly," he said. Just who was he talking to? While he was thinking about this, he noticed that Baraga was back on his feet. He hurriedly tried to alert Gabble, but before he could do so, he felt a chill run down his spine and turn it around. Standing there, he realized, was a girl whose appearance had changed dramatically. No, calling her a girl might not be correct either. She had the form of a girl, but her skin was metallic and reddish-black. Her body was not of flesh and blood, but rather of rock that had been transformed into magisteel. It was like a polished mirror, and it was obvious at a glance at that this was not a human. Have you assimilated with Lorelei?" "Kishishishi, that's right. As expected of the wise Gadradono. You are well versed in otherworldly knowledge, but our approach is a bit different." I see. That's interesting." "Yes, I'm sure. I will show all its power to you, so let me know what you think." A girl with an evil smile, Black Tortoise Gazarin, laughed at Gadra as if to incite him. Then she took a step forward. As for Gadra, he would prefer to not toss around his old bones in a fight again. He thought that he had defeated Lorelei with brute force, but it seems that it was just an act. Realizing this, Gadra revised his estimation of Gazarin's strength. Good grief. Is this genetic engineering? The nature of monsters has many mysteries, and I thought it would have little meaning in this world of magic, but was it the other way around? I'm impressed that they've achieved so much in the quest to assimilate with monsters. Gadra was quite impressed. There were many different kinds of monsters, and some of them did not have genes in the first place. It was believed that it would be too difficult to produce results because there was not enough time to solve all the different cases. That is why, in the Empire, genetic engineering was only studied in the field of medicine. At least that was supposed to be the case, but it seems that within the Magic Beast Corps, research was being carried out in secret. It was easy to assume that the content of the research was inhumane and could not be disclosed to the public. Gadra was not a moral person himself, so he could understand the feeling of wanting to 138 prioritize one's own intellectual curiosity first. That's why he wasn't going to complain, but Hestel regretted not being able to participate in the research. Because of that, it was unclear how much his opponent had been strengthened. From the looks of it, Gazarin's power surpassed that of Demon Lord Clayman's. She seemed to be less powerful than Serre, who was a saint, but she still appeared to have almost as many magicules as Serre. In terms of the dungeon's Elite 10, she surpassed even the pre-awakened Zegan. The amount of magicules was not equal to one's strength, but she was definitely a dangerous opponent. The Dragon Lords would be no match for you. It seems that I'll have to take you on seriously. It's an honor to be recognized by a Master Gadra. Now have a taste of this power. Gazarin took action. Her forward thrust was heavier than a 10-ton dump truck hitting him at over 300 km/h. Even the Demon Colossus, which was just over 3 meters tall and weighed more than 30 tons, was easily blown back. Gadra adjusted his stance unhurriedly and shouted, "Purple Thunder!" As the name implied, a purple electric shock was unleashed. It was a 1 million volt discharge, one of the armaments installed in the Demon Colossus. Incidentally, just because the voltage was high did not necessarily mean that the power was high, and the weapon had been implemented just because it looked cool. It wasn't worth more than it looked like, but it was the best way to scare adventurers. And it also managed to get through to Gazarin. What the hell? It's not magic. You can manipulate lightning strikes without activating mana. Rather than because of its power, she froze out of surprise. Well, yes, it's a secret weapon after all. Rimuru-sama had faith in me and entrusted me with this. Therefore, defeat must not be allowed. Gadra was also enthusiastic. He had analyzed Gazarin's thrusts and found that her body structure had been replaced by magisteel components. His guess was that it was Lorelai's special ability. Although the material was heavier and harder than steel, Gazarin's movements were smooth. Moreover, her hidden power was comparable to that of a saint, and there was nachis but to admit that it was a despicable transformation. However, Gadra had the Demon Colossus. Take this, the ultimate magical weapon, Demonic Buster. Once again, it was the most powerful weapon in his arsenal. Because the fire control system was linked to Gadra's will, the weapon could be activated without any time lag. The Demonic Buster was the strongest of his weapons. It was a name that respected the demons, following the style of Gadra, the magic geek. Its performance could be described as a magicule convergence gun. It converged and launched not only the magicules from the mana furnace within the Demon Colossus, but also the magicules in the surrounding atmosphere. One-shot kill was the best term used to describe this weapon. The chest of the Demon Colossus opened up, revealing Gadra's figure through the Transpar 139 ent membrane. From the center of the palms of his hands, a ray of light was emitted. It was the focal point of the magicule gathering destructive ray. As expected of the former commander of the Magic Corps, Gazarin said, she seemed to have chosen defense instead of evasion, and her expression was very stiff. Flush it out. Magisteel ultrafine vibration wave. Minute fluctuations begin to ripple across the surface of Gazarin's body. It was a specific vibration emitted by the magisteel. This frequency of the magisteel was unique in that it could create waves that bounced back magicules. This was the reason why Gadra's magic did no work by assimilating with Lorelei. Gazarin was able to freely manipulate this property. The convergence of magicules and the diffusion of magicules. Those two opposing forces collided. The winner was Gazarin. What? Kishi, Kishishishi, I survived. The victory is mine, Gazarin shouted with joy. Gadra was a wizard. Naturally, this meant that he relied on magic for his attacks. Gazarin's body, on the other hand, was made of magisteel, which gave her an absolute advantage over magic. Both of them were aware of this. That's why Gadra had used the most powerful weapon in his arsenal. If this did not work, then it could be said that Gadra had virtually no way to defeat Gazarin. What a headache. I didn't expect her to defend it. Gadra was considered a powerful person. He had defeated opponents with more magiculess than himself. Even against a saint like Ser, he had overwhelmed him with the difference in skill level. However, there was one type of enemy that was inexplicably incompatible with him. It was an opponent against whom none of his attacks could work. If he could not defeat them, then he could not win, even if he did not lose. Gadra understood that he was at a disadvantage in this battle. He wondered what he should do. This is a critical moment, I suppose. I am an outsider, and Rimuru-sama does not fully trust me. If I fail to show my resolve here, I will never be accepted as a true member of the group. Gadra was highly impressed by Rimuru's generosity. Rimuru had accepted Gadra. Ho had abandoned the empire, even though he had reeked of suspicion. Not only that, but he recognized his abilities and entrusted him with a major role. Not to mention, the environment off the monster country was wonderful. It had research facilities that rivaled, if not surpassed, those of the empire. His best friend Adalman was also there. Adalman was now one of the 12 guardian lords, and Gadra was very proud of him. Moreover, as long as they are there, I am sure they will lead me to the deep abyss of my hobby of magical research. In order to live up to that lord's expectations, I have to be useful here. Gadra, wishfully thinking of the primordial demons he had hoped would be his mastersoft magic, recalled the memories and made up his mind. However, his memories were over-embellished. One of them rejected him as if he were a fool. Another one almost tricked him 140 into becoming a test subject. And the other one, for some reason, was more interested in swordplay than magic and had invited him to train, but these were all conveniently misinterpreted in Gadra's mind. Well, there was one demon with whom he had hit it off, praising him after he had complimented Rimuru's magic. So altogether, Gadra's memory wasn't completely wrong. That demon, Diablo, and Gadra had made a pact. If Gadra could find a way to gain Diablo's approval, he would be taken in as one of his dependents. Therefore, Gadra could not die in a place like this. Rimuru had ordered him not to do anything rash, but a thought flashed through Gadra's mind. I have not been defeated yet, he shouted. The battle has just begun, little girl. Kishishishi. Good, good, my power allow me to carve it into your body, Gazarin responded, and the two collided once again. Gazarin, who was less than half the size of the demon Colossus, fought back with full force. The scene was quite bizarre. The demon Colossus, with its superior weight, was being pushed back. Moreover, Gazarin was strange. The surface of her back made a small noise, and countless tentacles sprouted. Tips of these tentacles sharpened to a fine point and thrust into the demon Colossus. Who? Keisha. More blood, show me more blood. Gazarin appeared to be overcome in a fever. Her tentacles were made of magisteel. Moreover, by generating high frequencies with minute vibrations, they could pierce any material like clay. This technique, which could also be used for cutting, was called a high-frequency thousand-hand thrust, Kashyuha Senjutatsu, or a high-frequency thousand-hand slash, Kashyuha Senjuzan. Both of the demon Colossus' hands were easily blown away by the Kashyuha Senjuzan. Even if the material was the same magic steel, Gazarin had the advantage because she was a living organism. The precious body that Rimuru-sama entrusted to me. It's just a piece of junk in front of me. You're an old geezer after all, too old to be relinking a toy like that. So noisy, Gadra shouted in frustration, but his words were full of regret. As proof, Gadra's body had also been pierced by the tentacles, leaving it filled with holes. His body was a bloody wreck, but he remained adamant, taking advantage of the fact that Gazarin could not see him. You sure are persistent. This situation is impossible to turn around. There's no need to be shamed. Even a legendary wizard can't overcome the tide of the times. I haven't lost yet. 141, how unsightly. Tentacles extended from Gazarin, transforming into blades. Then they cut off both of the demon Colossus' legs. With that, the demon Colossus' limbs were gone. Swear your obedience to me, and I'll spare your life. Gadra's knowledge was too valuable to be lost here. That's why Gazarin made the offer, but Gadra did not agree to it. I am a selfish person at heart. That's why I can't betray my belief and love of magic. I could never follow someone who mocked magic. His otaku 18 soul exploded in full swing. When someone makes fun of something you love, it's possible to get angry from the bottom of your heart. Gadra's spirit and guts were now burning fiercely, and that anger gave him the determination to cast a forbidden spell. It was a self-destructive spell that converted his own life force into fuel that burned everything violently. Sacrifice. Elemental magic life sublimation. I was planning to be recognized by Diablo-sama and become his disciple. Oh, well. I have my own mystic art reincarnation. I'll be leaving this world for a while, but next time it will aim for the magical abyss. Rather than losing, he chose to win and escape. That was the kind of man Gadra was. You choose to resist me, then you're useless. 2. Gozarin's tentacles pierced Gadra's chest. A moment later, a dazzling flash of light erupted from the demon colossus, a light that burned through everything. It was the flame of elemental magic sacrifice, which Gadra had unleashed. What the? Aiming for this. Gozarin's words disappeared and were swallowed up by the flames of life, and on the ground a small flower bloomed. Gabble was caught up in a disadvantageous battle. Gladium was strong, but even more trouble, some was Baraga, who had awakened the power of a Chimera Knight. He was a different person from before. His power could not be underestimated, even by the current Gabble. If one compared only the amount of magicules, Gabble was superior. Even if you take into account the skill level of their spearmanship, Gabble was probably better. However, in terms of overall strength, there was not much of a difference. If he threw caution to the wind, Heck could win, but there were two enemies. With Gladium in the way, Gabble was having a hard time. 18 The word otaku isn't being used here in the usual way, i.e. a manga anime geek. It's basically referring to Gadra's magic obsession. Another translation here could be nerdy or geeky, because he's a magic fanatic 142 attacking Baraga. Besides, Gabble had something else to worry about. He was worried about Sauka, who was fighting against Gladium's subordinates. One of the three generals, the Vermilion Bird Nazem, appeared to be as strong as a demon lord. She seemed to be of the same race as the demon lord Frey, and Gabble believed that they were similar in strength. That was why he judged that Sauka would not be able to defeat her. As Gabble evolved, Sauka had also become more powerful. She was now strong enough Tobe considered very powerful amongst the greater Magin, but she still could only be considered at an adjutant class for a demon lord. She was not strong enough to fight a demon lord herself, and victory was hopeless. Sauka was currently still alive because Nazem enjoyed cruelly tormenting her. Gabble was aware of this and was anxious to go to her aid. However, Gladium and Baraga were powerful opponents. I'm sorry, sister. Just hold on. Gabble prayed for her to endure, but he was focused on his own enemies. Then another shock struck Gabble. A flash of light broke out on the ground, and at the center of it was Master Gadra. Gadradono. The telepathy net from Gabble did not go through. What that meant was, to make matters worse, he saw a small figure standing up. Despite her wounds, Gozarin, one of the three generals, was still safe. Baraga shot a spear attack at Gabble, who was unable to hide his dismay. Look. You can't afford to distract yourself now, can you? Gwahaha. Of course. You are no match for me. Despite his words, Gabble didn't have room for much more. The odds were stacked against them, and the word retreat was beginning to appear in his mind. But then, reinforcements that Gabble could never have imagined arrived. Hey, looks like you're in trouble here. Want me to help you? Unexpectedly, it was someone Gabble knew quite well. You really don't listen to anyone. I had to ask Milim to transfer me because I was worried about you. Was another person, the beautiful queen and ruler of the skis. Karian Dono, Frey Dono, why are you here? Gabble asked in surprise, to which Karian replied with a smile. 143, we'll talk later, okay? Let's get rid of these guys first. Frey nodded lightly, as if agreeing with Karian. That we are allied, it's only natural that we would send reinforcements. We will also join the fight. So we'll be under Benimaru Dono's command. Karian's Beast Masters Warrior Alliance, though less than 100 in number, were a force to be reckoned with. The same was true of Frey's entourage, the Tenshoshu. The warrior-type winged tribes, harpies, were rare, but their power was well known. Despite their small numbers, they were the most reliable reinforcements they could get. That case, I'll be counting on you. Gabble stopped worrying and accepted the situation. He had contacted Benimaru for instructions and had received an immediate reply. We're working on your situation, but I'm in the process of grasping it through Moss's eyes. Don't let your guard down. That Gladium bastard is up to something. Keep an eye out for Thosoldiers at the end. Benimaru's orders were straightforward. There were no detailed instructions as to who Wasto deal with whom, just the essentials. This, on the contrary, made Gabble happy. It was the feeling that people trusted and relied on him. Then, Cariandono, I would like to ask you to deal with the enemy's general. He, so you are aware. That guy is a disgrace to the Beastmen. I thought he was dead by now. I'm surprised he's still alive. I'm going to put a stop to him once and for all. Carian had intended to do so from the very beginning. That's why he gladly accepted Gabble's instructions. So I guess I'll be dealing with that bird woman then. If you're talking about bird women, Frey might be one too, is what Gabble thought, but Hugh is not so stupid as to be unaware of what would happen if he mentioned that. Besides, he was worried about his sister, Sauka, so Frey's offer was a blessing in disguise. May I ask that of you? He asked grandly. Yes, then I will go. Frey glanced over to both of her twin wings. We'll take care of the rest. Luck, Frey-sama. Frey nodded and flew away. Naturally, she headed for Vermilion Bird, Nazem. Nazem, who was tormenting Sauka, also noticed the sudden intrusion. Frey, I am the true queen of the Harpies. Today is the day that I will take revenge for all my years of bitterness. Unbeknownst to Frey herself, Nazem was Frey's twin sister. Nazem was born a powerful 145 mutant, but unfortunately she was not fertile. Being of female descent, the Harpy tribe could not accept a queen who was unable to bear children. Through no fault of her own, Nazem could not become queen. Nazem was banished by the queen at the time, as she felt that it would cause problems in the future. As she wandered around, she was picked up by Gladium, but Nazem's anger and hatred for her people continued to grow. And now Frey, the symbol of that hatred, was right in front of her. Nazem felt a strange mixture of joy and hatred as she flew to intercept Frey. Looking at them from a distance, Carian spoke aloofly. Well then, let's get started here too. Gladium, on the other hand, gritted his teeth with anger. Look down on me, damn brat. Like Frey's dealing with a blood relative too. Hey, I guess it's fate. If we hadn't come as reinforcements, I wouldn't have gotten this opportunity. Opportunity? Yeah, I'm gonna kill you and prove that I'm the strongest beastman in the world. Of crap, that's my line. Carian and Gladium were two men with very similar personalities and intonations. Their tempers were fierce, and they would never stand side by side as equals. Carian was right, this was a battle of fate. Let's go. On. I'll show you the difference in our strength. Carian activated his unique skill, Beastification 19, and became the true form of the Beast Master. He was fully armed and gave his all from the start. Gladium, on the other hand, had the power of the White Tiger, which he had not shown even in his battle with Gabble. The lone tiger, clad in the Empire's military uniform, intercepted the King of Beasts. On the battlefield, two fronts were formed. Powerful forces clashed with each other, creating a force field. Gabble watched the battle. The reinforcements were moving according to Benimaru's instructions. There was nothing to worry about. Like the Kurenai and the Huryuu, they were under the command of Dolph, the leader of the Pegasus Knights. Benimaru gave appropriate instructions at key points, but he decided that it would be better to leave detailed instructions to those who were in the area. Gabble also supported this decision. He could imagine that Benimaru would be challenging the enemy leaders, just as he himself was. And the decision seemed to have been correct. 19 Hyakujuka can also mean something like 100 Beast Transformation, or Beast, as in all beasts. Transformation 146, the Empire's Magic Beast Corps, boasted members with high individual combat power, but their movement as a group wasn't great. Therefore, the Allied forces, which were outnumbered, were able to maintain the front line through skillful coordination. However, there was no denying that they were outnumbered. The reinforcements were much welcomed, and a counterattack was about to be launched. Well, it looks like things are going well. Sauka seems to have returned safely to recover, and I must do my best. So, you think can afford to look the other way when you're dealing with me? Gabble, who had his eyes fixed on the battlefield, was met with a sharp spear blow. His opponent was Baraga. Gladium had left with Carian, but the battle with Baraga was still ongoing. There are orders from the Commander-in-Chief. We can't just focus on dealing with you. Really being underestimated. The ones who are taking us for fools, aren't you? If that man Gladium had been serious from the start, I might not have survived. HMPH, the Great Beast King 20 would never take you seriously. Upon hearing this, Gabble shook his head in disbelief. That's just being careless. As the saying goes, a lion does his best to catch a rabbit. In this world of the weak and the strong, is it not simple etiquette to do your best, no matter who you are up against? Gabble responded with pride. Actually, Gabble couldn't help but think of his comrades as he said this. There were many who didn't always give their all against their enemies. It suddenly occurred to him. The first of these was Diablo. Gabble sometimes challenged him to a mock battle, but he had been beaten down in a rather pathetic manner. That person is an exception, isn't he? I can't complain, though, because it would be over in an instant if he got serious. Although we are in the same position, there is a huge difference between Diablo Dono and myself. It's unfortunate, but that is the reality. Rimuru had recognized him and given him the highest honor of being one of the 12 guardian lords. He was proud of this, but more than that, Gabble had become more aware of High's own standing. Having awakened and become stronger, he realized the strength of Diablo and the others. Even the 3 demon girls, who were not allowed to evolve at the victory party, were much stronger than the current Gabble. If so, then Diablo, who was stronger than them and had evolved, was a monster beyond Gabble's imagination. 20 He is referring to Gladium, but it is a different kanji from the King of the Beasts that was used when referring to Carian. 147 Even if they fought, he could not win. He admitted that this was inevitable, but if he gave up, it really would be the end. As long as he kept chasing after it without giving up, it did not matter if he could not win right now. Gabble thought as such, and so always remained ambitious. It was precisely because of this that Gabble knew what true strength was. Although it was just his instinct, he understood that the strongest were not the likes of Gladium or Baraga. That's why I will never be defeated. You fool. Your defeat is already a foregone conclusion. Know that you owe me a debt of gratitude for dying before you can see the hell that lies ahead. Baraga's attacks grew sharper. Gabble brushed them aside with a parry. Are you referring to the change in your soldiers? I'd like to hear about what they have done. Soon as Gabble pointed this out, Baraga's movements slowed down. He then glared at Gabble as if he was a little upset. You noticed? Of course. We have a very good commander after all. Even so, it's already too late. The order has been given. The only thing you can do is prove this. Baraga pointed to the evidence. It was Gazarin who had fully recovered. It is indeed an impressive recovery, but that's just the kind of skill a strong opponent should have, is it not? He had noticed that Gazarin was fine, so it was not surprising, Gabble thought, but Baraga smiled fearlessly. It's not Gazarin, it's the people around her. A chill ran down Gabble's spine. It was the fallen figure of an imperial soldier. He couldn't understand Baraga's intentions, proudly pointing out the death of his comrades. No, before that, speaking of which, when did those men die? He hadn't paid attention to it because there were so many of them, but the number of deaths was extraordinary. A closer look revealed that many of them had left the front lines and were descending to Theground. Looking at where they were going, he saw that some of them were coughing up blood and collapsing on the spot. What? 148, did you not notice? It can't be. They died on their own. Exactly. Gladium Sama made his decision. We have now entered the time of great experimentation. With that said, Baraga laughed loudly. The sound of his insane laughter echoed across the battlefield, chilling the hearts of all who heard it. Gabble, too, was horrified by what he saw. Something terrible was happening. He knew it. Beast King Gladium had issued a directive. It was a top-secret order. All hands, listen up. Zamud has informed me that His Majesty the Emperor is in danger. In addition, the enemy is said to have summoned a large number of evil demons. Their strength is unknown, but it is estimated to be more than you can handle. If things continue as they are, a great deal of damage is to be expected. Therefore, I've decided to counter them with our last resort. Offer up your courage and loyalty. Activate the trump card I have given you, and Yao will gain the power to defeat the demons. Immediately after issuing the order to the 3 generals, he also transmitted the order to the soldiers. The drug to be administered was distributed in the form of pills as a trump card for reinforcements. However, there were restrictions on the use of these pills, and they could not be used without the order of Gladium, the corps commander. Now, the restriction had been lifted by a secret order from Gladium. HMPH. If they succeed, they will gain immense power. Besides, there's a chance only a few will be affected by the side effects. If they want to hate me, they can just hate themselves for being unable to adapt. Those were Gladium's true feelings. Gladium was purely a self-centered man at his very core. Gladium calmly ordered the members of his army to die. His decision was ruthless. But it was also true that there was a high possibility that the demons would overrun his army if this continued. It was a rational decision to force them to seek power at the risk of death. The members of the group quickly carried out the order. Since they were not informed of the contents of the order, there was no hesitation in their 149 actions. In other words, the forbidden medical skill, the beast, was activated by the will of the soldiers who knew nothing themselves. The effect slowly ate away at the bodies of the magic beast corps soldiers. Because they were in the middle of battle, the changes were overlooked at first. However, as time passed, the results became more clear. The ground was covered with the strewn corpses of the dead. These were the bodies that Gabble saw. There were also many who rushed into the enemy lines in a rampage. The Kurenai Hiryuu, Beast Masters Warrior Alliance, and the Tenshoshu were forced to struggle against them. In the midst of the battlefield, there were also those who were confused by their own changes. These would be the true warriors that Gladium sought. 10,000 dead. 5,500 who turned into magic beasts. 5,000 who turned into magic beasts and went berserk. 5,000 who went berserk in a hybrid human magic beast form. 4,000 who harnessed the beast. 400 who awakened as chimera knights. The probabilities of success or failure were fixed and had more or less come close to the predictions. Since the population of the experiment was small, it would not have been surprising if the results had been more disastrous. As a result, the Magic Beast Corps, which had 30,000 members, was greatly reduced in number. However, the power of the Corps was greatly increased. Those who went berserk would immediately be defeated. They were useful as a decoy, but once it was done, there was no going back. Therefore, Gladium was prepared to abandon them without a single regret. Of those who survived, only 10,000, half of them, were able to fight with reason. However, this was a little more than Gladium had expected. More than half of them would be unable to return to human form, but for now they were a valuable asset. Gladium was satisfied with the results. Moreover, 400 Chimera Knights had been born. No matter who their opponents were, they would not be defeated. Gladium nodded his head in satisfaction. However, it was still too early to relax. It took some time to achieve this result, but they had yet to reorganize their forces. Gladium would have liked to take the lead, but unfortunately, Carian was in the way. In 150 that case, he had his 3 generals to rely on. Azure Dragon Baraga was fighting Gabble. Vermilion Bird Nazem was engaged in a fierce battle with Frey. The only one left was Black Tortoise Gazarin. Gazarin, quickly regroup your troops. Kishishishi, understood. It seems that we've achieved more than expected. I'm very pleased, HM. I'll leave you to it, he gave the order with a simple telepathy. The current necessity was to reorganize the forces while the 10,000 berserkers were on the loose. Gladium was relieved that Gazarin was okay. Even the self-centered Gladium trusted those he approved of. Heh, can you really afford to look the other way when you're dealing with me? Of course. I'm the Legion commander. I'm not some wild beast. You call yourself a Legion commander at the expense of your own men. You make Melef. Fool, that's what war is all about. If you can't make that kind of judgment, you're just not good. It seems that you were kicked out of the Demon Lord's position by a newcomer, but I pity those who serve someone so powerless. Shut up. Carian slashed at him in anger, but there was a hint of impatience in his attack. Unbelievably, Gladium had grown much stronger than he had imagined. Hey now, that attack was weak. It was so slow as if you were standing still. Gladium walked up behind Carian, speaking lightly. His right hand was equipped with a huge claw. The tiger claw glittered with a silvery white brilliance. The white tiger Bayak claw. This claw, which also bore the names of 2 of the Beastketeers 21, was a special weapon Thathed transformed into the mythical grade, loaned to Gladium from the Emperor. A mythical grade weapon could slice through any opponent. It was a weapon capable of slittering spiritual life forms, and it was a perfect match for Gladium, who possessed godlike speed. Using his well-trained footwork, Gladium toyed with Carian. Even the legendary grade armor that protected Carian was like scrap metal in the face of the white tiger claw. What's wrong? What's wrong? You said you were going to kill me, but was that all just talk? Shut up. I thought it would be easier to kill you, but it seems my calculations were wrong. 2 Beastketeers, part was a little confusing to me, but I'm pretty sure it's referring to Sophia, who is also known as the White Tiger Claw. I'm not sure if there was anything else it was referring to, though 151 Karian's training with Milim had made him stronger. That is why he was still able to fight without being fatally wounded. Gladium was even more surprised about that. The battle power gap was directly related to the difference in weapons performance. Gladium had thought the battle would have ended sooner. In this respect, the two of them were similar. Their strengths were also similar, with Karian having the advantage in strength and Gladium having the advantage in weaponry. Overall, Gladium had the advantage. Understanding this clearly, Gladium moved to finish Karian off without a second thought. But in that moment, something happened that Gladium could have never imagined. The power is welling up. It was a sign of evolution. It was the beginning of the harvest festival for a demon lord. However, awakening under these circumstances was nothing but an obstacle for Gladium. What is this drowsiness? Gladium wobbled unsteadily. Karian did not miss this opportunity and escaped his crisis, regaining his position. What's wrong? Are you tired already? Karian observed Gladium while trying to stir him up. Something was happening. Was this something bad or something auspicious? As anyone could tell, Gladium's power was beginning to increase. This was because Magicules were gathering together, and a huge amount of Yauki was flowing out of him. And yet, Gladium himself was wobbling around, barely able to stand up. What's going on? Is this guy really awakening? A story Karian had heard recently came to his mind. At a victory party held by Rimuru, an evolutionary ritual was performed. It was reported that some of the executives left the party after being lulled into an irresistible slumber. Wasn't it said that to become a true demon lord, you need to sleep? If that's the case, then isn't this the exact moment? Karian was not a fool, but he was not the most perceptive either. This time. However, Hugh is able to show brilliant insight, as if his life was at stake. According to Frey's guess, souls are necessary for evolution. Oh yeah, Gladium's subordinates are dying all over the place. That's right, all of the conditions were met. What was needed to evolve into a true demon lord was a hateful soul. Of course, this was not the case for all of them, but enduring the hatred of those you have killed was one of Thetriel's necessary for awakening. Gladium was left defenseless in a situation as critical as in the middle of a battle. Was karmic retribution. The subordinates who trusted Gladium must have felt betrayed. Their souls were filled with hatred and turned on Gladium. The object of their resentment, 152 Karian, did not see it that accurately, but he judged this to be both the greatest danger and the greatest opportunity at the same time. It seems that heaven is on my side. Wait just a moment. You always been living your life as you please. It's time for you to pay for it. Calm down and think it over. You can only call yourself the strongest if you defeat me in perfect condition. I'm sure you wouldn't want to settle this half-heartedly. Gladium was getting really impatient. He felt like he was about to be killed, but he was feeling so sleepy. The situation was so unexpected that he could not think of any countermeasures. He looked around for his trusty subordinates, but Baraga and Nazem were in a fierce battle. Gazarin was in the process of reorganizing the Chimera Knights, but with the onslaught from Rimuru's forces, she didn't seem to have the time to come and help Gladium. At least for this moment, no one could come to Gladium's aid. Gladium dropped to his knees. It can't be, damn it. Just when I was finally one step away from obtaining the greatest power, he could feel the power flooding into him. As if in proportion to that, there was a rush of sleepiness coming over him that made it impossible to resist. If only the awakening could be achieved, he could defeat even Velgrand. Gladium thought as such, but the reality was cruel. There was no reason why Gladium would be able to endure the ordeal that even Rimuru was unable to resist. His face was a mess of tears and regret. Screw you, damn it. After a final shout, Gladium fell asleep. For those who are unable to overcome their trials, death was the only ending. It's good, because you can die in your sleep. Now then, goodbye. Beast roar! Karian was not the kind of compassionate man who would show mercy here. When he was a demon lord, he believed himself to be the strongest, but now Karian was a general who led an army. Because he had come as backup, it was natural for him to put Victoride for his own pride. The man whose burning ambitions could have gotten him to a higher level was overthrown by Karian. 153, the three remaining generals were panicking at the unimaginable defeat of their legion commander. They were companions who had been fascinated by Gladium and had shared common dreams. Their anger and grief was considerable and affected the war situation. Baraga was the first to take action. He stopped facing Gabel, turned on his heels and rushed to Gladium's side. Gladium Sama. Everything from Gladium's neck down was obliterated by Karian's beast roar. The only thing that remained was his head with a regretful expression on his face, and it was obvious that it would be impossible to revive him from this state. Oh, how could this be? Just when we were so close to achieving our long-cherished goal. Chasing the lamenting Baraga, Gabble also rushed over. Then, without hesitation, he aimed the vortex spear, the treasure of the lizard men, at Baraga. With his gaze fixed on Baraga, Gabble opened his mouth. Karian Dono, that was an impressive victory. I was impressed by your dignity. This was a compliment to Karian for defeating the enemy, but it was Gabble's true feelings. Gladium's power, which could even handle mythical-grade weapons, was greater than Gabble, even though he was a demon lord seed. It was only natural for him to admire Karian for defeating him, even if it was a combination of chance and luck. However, Karian, the one who was praised, began to turn pale for some reason. Whoa, I thought there was no way, but this might be. He didn't appear able to reply to Gabble and seemed to be wondering about something. Is something wrong? Gabble asked if he was feeling unwell, and Karian looked at him like he was in a daze. And then he told him a shocking truth. Sorry, I came all this way to help you, but it looks like I'm done here. Now, Wei, are you hurt? No, that's not it. It's the awakening, I guess. Apparently the souls that Gladium was supposed to receive have gone to me. It's a grudge. For being so defenseless at this point, I can't even laugh at Gladium anymore. What? Karian couldn't help but mock himself. Sensing the situation, Gabble was unable to hide his turmoil. Sorry, but I'm going to fall asleep here. If you can afford it, protect me. Of course, please rest assured. Gabble smiled as if to reassure Karian. Karian returned the smile and then fell over on his back. Then, with a final word about 154 hopping to awaken safely, he drifted off to sleep. He may seem fearless, but even he could not resist the evolutionary sleep. Baraga was not amused. If the situation had been even a little different, then he would have been in Gabble's position. And instead of Karian, Gladium would have been the one in involutionary sleep. You, Wuo, I'll never forgive you. I won't allow you to take advantage of this when you've done absolutely nothing to deserve it. In a rage, he turned his hateful eyes towards Gabble and Karian. In Baraga's hand, the shining relic of Gladium was being held. The white tiger claw, it was the ultimate mythical-grade weapon, a weapon that embodied the will of its owner, whom it recognized as its master. Lend me your strength, O white tiger claw. Let me avenge Gladium Sama, death. As if in response to Baraga's voice, the glow of the white tiger claw increased. The light converged and a spear took shape. You've acknowledged me as your master, Baraga rejoiced. In his hand, he held the azure dragon spear, which was transformed from the white tiger's claw. Gabble, was it? I'll kill you and get rid of the thief who sleeps over there. That's nonsense. I, too, have made a pact between men. The evolutionary sleep of Karian Dono. You should know that it shall not be disturbed by any means. Gabble yelled back. And so, the battle between the two men resumed. Frey, who had been fighting while flying at high speed, had also been using her clairvoyance, the extra skill, celestial eye, that allowed her to grasp the coordinates of a specific area and see everything within it. I see, so that's how evolution works. Frey had a clear mind and was able to understand what was happening on the ground. Even while fighting Nazem, Frey had arrived at the correct answer. It can't be, Gladium Sama. The saying goes that luck is also a part of one's strength, and it's true. Dare you? You can't even defeat me, so how dare you mock Gladium Sama? That's not true. I was just stating a fact, not trying to mock him. Besides, I'm not the one who's helpless, I just haven't struck yet. I hope you haven't mistaken my actions. Even though Frey rarely made a move of her own, her strength as an ex-demon lord was not to be underestimated. Although the vermilion bird Nazem was more powerful in terms of magical quantity, Frey had only been using speed and technique. All you do is scurry away and talk a big game. You'll have to wait until after the fight to decide if I was talking big or not. She wouldn't be defeated in this argument. There are people in this world who were very good at making their opponents feel uncomfortable. Frey was one of those types of people, and even Demon Lord Milim couldn't win one over Frey. And Frey was not just flying around. She was observing her opponent and searching for her weaknesses. There was no way she could win by force. Frey was faster, but her opponent was stronger in power. At this rate, Frey would be outmatched, but the opportunity to win could be found in unexpected places. You're feeling impatient. Huh, how dare you? Thanks to these eyes, I'm finally able to see souls. It is a very useful ability. Frey had become aware that the performance of her extra skill, Celestial Eye, had been improved. She smiled, thinking that this would give her an advantage in battle. What's more, she was sure that the information she had just obtained would be the key to victory. What did you say you can see? Nazem spat viciously, her claws finally catching hold of Frey's arms. Nazem smirked and laughed. The claws of the harpy had the effect of magic interference and could block the skills of the captured opponent. What a fool you are. Did you get so absorbed in the middle of a conversation that you got caught? Nazem's tone brightened as she had become sure of her victory. This attitude proved even more that Nazem was impatient. Frey remained calm in the face of danger. She continued to observe Nazem, nonchalantly confirming her impatience. Take this. Shockwave. From here, Nazem's onslaught began, as if it were a one-sided affair. Frey's clothes were torn apart by the impact. However, Frey's face was not distorted beyond, and she continued to observe Nazem in a cool manner. Nazem noticed that Frey was acting strangely, but decided that she was just bluffing. As much as it pained her to admit it, Frey, her twin, was very intelligent. Nazem was Thebater fighter in simple combat power, but her opponent was a troublesome one to deal with. Are you trying to trick me? No, trying to get away from these claws. This woman must be 156 planning to turn the tables on me at the right moment. Nazem tormented Frey even more, as if the right thing to do was to continue the attack. Despite this, Frey remained unfazed. Just a little more, huh? Frey spoke quietly, but the words rang loudly in Nazem's ears. She couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by that? You're about to be awakened, aren't you? Compared to the beginning of the battle, the amount of magicules you have has increased dramatically. It seems that when you awaken, Yao will fall asleep just like Gladium. I just have to wait for that moment, Frey said with a devilish smile on her face. Nazem paled. She had wondered if it was possible, having been aware of the symptoms. This was the cause of Nazem's impatience. The moment Frey noticed this, Nazem was basically dancing in the palm of her hand. Then so what? All I have to do is kill you right now and retreat to safety. Nazem's dismay was compounded by the truth of Frey's words. She had to get rid of Frey before the evolutionary slumber set in. She had come to that decision and increased the power of her attack by using all of her strength. Nazem had no way to realize that this was exactly what Frey was aiming for. Shockwave. It was already unknown how many times she had done this, but there was an intense electric shock that burned Frey. However, Frey did not receive a single burn or even a scratch from Thamepact. Isn't it strange? Why is this person acting so calm? By the time she realized it, it was already too late. You seem curious. But your reaction confirms it. My mother, the previous queen, wanted you to be happy in a world where the herd didn't matter, away from racial strife. Excuse me. If you had known the queen's secret, then you would have had to be killed. That's why she banished you without telling you anything. Don't screw with me. There's no way a newborn fledgling could survive being abandoned. That was a clear attempt to kill me off, Nazem shouted in a rage. However, Frey calmly contradicted her. You survived. That fact is proof that there was someone hiding and taking care of you. Mother was also naive. It was something Nazem had always wondered about. She had always wondered how she had been able to survive as a child until her ego properly sprouted 157. She had been convinced that she had survived instinctively because she was a mutant. However, after hearing Frey's words, she began to wonder if it was possible. However, Nazem, who had accumulated so much hatred, could not change her way of thinking now. You're bluffing. Yeah, I get it. You're trying to trick me and aiming for a counterattack. It would have been cute if you had just begged for your life, but your pride as an ex-demon lord wouldn't let you do that, would it? She tried to believe that Frey, who had no choice, was just playing a trick on her. That made sense. Forcing herself to think that way, Nazem increased the power of her blasts, determined not to be deceived. Die, maximum shockwave. The full force of the purple lightning struck Frey. It was the moment Frey had been waiting for. It's pathetic. Even thought you were let off the hook, you've come back on your own toady. There can only ever be one queen. I had to kill my mother to take her place. Of course, if you hadn't been abandoned, you would have had to kill me. Then I would have killed you. Nazem, a rare combat type, had absolute confidence in her fighting abilities. Although she lost to Frey in terms of flying speed, she was superior in all other areas. There was no way she could lose in a fight, and she was on the verge of victory right now. Nazem wanted to scoff at Frey's words as they were not even sincere. but Frey's next words made her change her expression. Being a harpy queen requires a lot of abilities. Only those who are born with them will be recognized as the next queen. You were unlucky enough to be born as my twin. You've really been talking smugly to me this whole time. Then I'll get right to the point. The queen has an absolute advantage over any attacks from her own kind. In other words, any attacks from a harpy will not work on me. Don't lie to me. There's no way such a ridiculous thing can be true. In a corner of her mind, Nazem thought about what it meant if it were true, but she brushed it off as improbable. If the story really was true, it would contradict the murder of the previous queen. You wanted to confuse me with a random story, but you should have come up with something more believable. It's sad that you can't believe me, but it's true. Incidentally, the battle between the old and new queens doesn't always take place. Normally, two sisters with the same ability will fight each other, and the one who can dominate the other's power will be crowned queen. The truth is that one would also get the demon lord seed at the same time. What? 158, because you were born as a mutant, it was up to me to kill my mother. What's even more unforgivable is that you trampled on my mother's wish to keep you alive. I don't know if you're Remy's sister or not, but I wish you could have lived somewhere quietly. Don't be silly. Do you think you've already won? I'm your sister, and I also have fighting abilities other than the harpy race. If I use that, it's too late. I already have enough energy saved. I don't want you to suffer, so I'll end it with one blow. It can't be. It was only then that Nazem noticed that Frey's wings had turned purple. The beautiful Puruhite wings with golden mesh had become discolored with purple electricity. Nazem froze in fear as she realized what this meant. She was storing the shockwave I released. If so, how powerful is? She tried to escape in a panic, but the claws holding Frey's arms were stuck. Frey's slender hands were also attached to Nazem's wrists. If Nazem had been awakened before she met Frey, the outcome might have been different. But unfortunately, that was only a hypothetical story. Goodbye, elder sister. Echo reflection. Wait. Frey did not hesitate. All feelings had been left behind when she had become queen. All the accumulated purple electricity was released at once. This was the ability that Frey had acquired, the unique skill double winner. Frey was able to strike back at her opponent with any attack she received. It was a difficult skill to use because the user was also damaged. But in this case, since it was an attack from one of her own kind, this was Frey's complete dominance, despite the fact that the enemy was stronger. Nazem, who had been hit by all the accumulated electric shocks, was charred to death in an instant. I don't care if you're my sister or not, but I feel troubled by my mother's sweetness. Still, I'm a little jealous, elder sister. At least you certainly received my mother's love. Frey bid those words of farewell to Nazem as she fell. Those words never reached Nazem. The Harpy sisters failed to understand each other, and the time of their reunion had come to an end. It would have been nice if it had ended there. What? The souls that gathered in Nazem are coming towards me. A sudden drowsiness overtook Frey. No way, then is this the evolutionary sleep. So instead of Nazem, the grudge is being taken out on me. It wasn't that Frey did not wish to awaken as a true demon lord, but there was still the 159 matter of the time and place. She had planned to laugh at Carian's stupidity later, but now Frey was filled with the feeling that this was not a joke. But there was no point in complaining now. Rusha 22, Claire, you have to protect me, protect Carian as well. Understood, Frey-sama. As the queen commands, the twins responded immediately. As soon as she saw this, Frey flew next to Carian. She decided that it would be easier to protect them if they were grouped together rather than if they were separated. Besides, since Safia of the Beastketeers was defending Carian's side, she thought that fighting alongside the twin wings would increase the chances of survival. That said, oh dear. Even though I was the one who came as reinforcement, I only ended up slowing Jevrione down. I didn't think that I would end up in such a mess, falling asleep in the middle Ofa battlefield. Inwardly, she was writhing in shame. This was something that Frey had never expected. Without knowing if she would wake up again, Frey reluctantly fell asleep. Gabble was fighting a deadly battle with Baraga. It was the azure dragon spear in Baraga's hand that decided the outcome. From Gabble's perspective, the difference in weaponry deciding the battle was unacceptable. However, in reality, even Gabble's own dragon skin was unable to prevent getting stabbed by the azure dragon spear. To have wounded me, you should not be underestimated. That's my line. I had planned to kill you with a single blow, but you're tougher than I thought. Both of them were covered in wounds. However, neither of them stopped their attacks. Thuons kept increasing, but neither of them seemed to care. 22 normally. I might have called this person Lucia, but there is already a character called Lucia, Veldanava's wife. And the Japanese of the two names are different, so it didn't feel right to use the exact same name. To be specific, the name used right here is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, which in English sounds like Rukia. So I'm using Rusha. I personally would have used Lucia. But Rusha came up in a few online searches, so I ended up going with that. The other name is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, which in English is Russia, so Lucia is used there. You'll see more of Lucia in future revolumes. 160. It's surprising that you're evenly matched with me who has awakened. But I can't lose. HMPH. Gladium Sama would have been stronger than you even if he hadn't been a whackhand. If he had, he wouldn't have even struggled against you lot. There are many under Rimuru-sama's command who are stronger than I am. You're pretty good, but you're nothing but small fry compared to someone like Miss Ultima. Those words were equivalent to calling himself a small fish, but Gabble didn't seem to notice. Although lacking in that aspect, he himself took this statement very seriously. Although Gabble was struggling, he did not neglect to check the current war situation. In order not to involve the sleeping Karian, he dared to show an opening to induce Baragus actions. Thanks to his efforts, he succeeded in shifting the location of the battle little by little. Sufia Dono has also rushed to his aid, so Karian Dono should be fine. Besides, I'm sure I can pull off a few big moves without getting them involved here. In his own way, Gabble was thinking about many things as he fought. As he was doing so, Frey also defeated one of the three generals. No way. Even Nazem has been defeated. In addition to the Glacium, the female commander who had been the second in command had also been killed. When confronted with this fact, Baraga was furious. I absolutely won't forgive you. I will use my spear to avenge the death of my comrades, he shouted. From here, Baraga came into his own. A true Chimera Knight is a warrior who has mastered the beastmen's intrinsic skill, beastification, beast transformation. Do you understand? If you can endure the artificially given medical skill, the beast, you gain the ability to combine the power of man and beast. As he began to explain, Baraga's body began to change more and more. Until now, he had maintained the form of a human, but now the features of a dragon were beginning to appear more and more. His military uniform swelled, but it did not tear. Baraga had transformed into a form that resembled a dragon-like dragonoot. This feels amazing. The release of my true power is such a freeing feeling. It was Baraga's first time trying to reach this level. Whether or not the transformation would be successful, he had only imagined doing it himself and hadn't told anyone about the transformation. But now, with the death of Gladium, the shackles of Baraga's mind had been lifted. And know that his colleague Nazem had been defeated, there was no reason for him to hesitate. Come here, you guys. Baraga called out to his subordinates, who were running rampant. Even the poor soldiers, who had become magic beasts without a will, would obey the orders of the overwhelming Gliporful. Their instincts recognized him as their superior. Not only were there those who had turned into magic beasts, but there were also those who had taken the form of humans mixed with beasts. Baraga took a bite out of one of them at 161 random. The magicules flowed into Baraga like a throbbing pulse. The one who was eaten dried up like a mummy, and his life was lost on the spot. Dare you? Those were your subordinates. And yet, they should be grateful that they were lucky enough to die in my service. How selfish. Do not think that I will let you get away with such cruelty. Gabble made a piercing attack. He instinctively understood that there would be trouble if he left things unattended. Judging from the situation, he was probably replenishing energy from his subordinates in order to meet the new maximum value that had increased by his transformation. Baraga's magicule level was still on par with Gabble. He was on the verge of becoming an artificially awakened demon lord. It would be unfair to blame Gabble for his impatience. However, impatience leads to the worst possible outcomes. Fool! On the battlefield, those who lose their common sense are bound to die. Did you really think I would be so absorbed in my meal that I would let my guard down? Baraga's actions had a double meaning. The first was to compensate for the increase in his strength. The other was to put Gabble on a timer. The plan worked, and Gabble had jumped to his death. What? By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. With his foot, Baraga skillfully manipulated the Azure Dragon Spear. The tip of the spear pierced Gabal's belly as he jumped into the air. The magisteel breastplate did not cover his abdomen, and even Gabal's dragon skin could not withstand a sneak strike. GW Gwa! Gabal coughed up blood as he was pierced in the stomach. Seeing this, Baraga laughed loudly. Kakakaka, you'll become my food too, be honored. Gabal was in a desperate crisis, but it seemed fate would not allow his death, confirmed. The effect of unique skill, Lucky Devil, has been activated, successful. Individual name. Gabal's fate has been changed, and death has been avoided. It was the voice of the world. That moment, Gabal's fate was altered by the power of his unique skill, Lucky Devil, which he himself had forgotten about. It was a unique skill that he had acquired when Rimuru became a demon lord, but its effect was unknown. The only thing he knew was that it sometimes increased or decreased the power of his attacks. The effect made his attacks become stronger when he was in a good mood, and become 162 weaker when he was in a weak 23 mood. In a sense, it was the perfect ability for Gabal, but it was not a skill that was easy to use. However, Gabal's life had been saved by this unique skill. Apparently its full abilities were still unknown. Gwa, what? I thought I had just been pierced in the stomach. However, Gabal was a man who did not care about the details, so he stopped thinking about what just happened and retook his stance against Baraga. How can that be? What the hell just happened? From Baraga's point of view, this was not so easy to ignore. He had just managed to trick a foe as powerful as Gabal into thinking that he could finally defeat him, yet Gabal had stood up after his counterattack. It was only natural that he thought it was a trick. He had been sure of his victory so long as he could land that blow. Be ridiculous, you bastard. Let's go again. This time I'll make sure to pierce your heart. He absorbed magicules and increased his strength. It would be a piece of cake to defeat Gabal without the need for any tricks, Baraga thought to himself, holding his azure dragon spear back in his hands. The two men were once again in a starring contest, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Gabal was at a disadvantage. He was fortunate to have his life saved once, but it would not happen again. Unbeknownst to Gabal, the unique skill Lucky Devil's ability Change Fate, once activated, had a long period of time before it could be used again. No matter how good the skill was, the limit on that ability was once a day. Therefore, Gabal was out of options. The continuous fighting had exhausted his strength. He had just risen from the brink of death and was in need of rest. Despite this situation, Gabal smiled bravely, showing no signs of weakness. Your skills are brilliant, but I will not lose to you. After all, my master is excellent, so you should not expect to win so easily. Gabal sharpened his concentration so that he would be ready for any move Baraga might make. At that moment, the fate of the battle was decided. It was not because of Gabal's unique skill, but because of the birth of Seal in Rimurashart. Just as Gabal was about to struggle with all his might, a voice from the heavens came to Hised. Do you want power? Then I will give it to you. Please agree to the modification of your 23 weak as in cowardly or faint-hearted 163 unique skills. Gabal did not ask back what that meant. The voice was so nostalgic and so warm that just listening to it made him feel calm. And so, without hesitation, Gabal agreed. The effect was dramatic. You made the right choice. The unique skill, Lucky Devil, will be sacrificed to give Yaunu powers. As soon as the voice disappeared, a new power awakened in Gabal. Ultimate skill, Psychology King Mood Maker. The skill granted by Seal included 5 effects. Thought Acceleration, Change Destiny, Unexpected Effects. Spatial Manipulation and Multi-Layer Barrier, Thought Acceleration, increased his speed of perception by 1,000,000 times. Change Destiny was a superior version of the unique skill, Lucky Devil. Change Fate Hand could be activated at Gabal's will. However, the frequency of use was still limited to once a day. Unexpected Effects was also a superior version of the Lucky Devil's ability, Unforeseen Effects. It allowed one to activate the increase in attack power at their will. However, the amount it increased still depended on the user's mood. This ability allowed one to increase his attack power when he was in an uplifted mood. Spatial Manipulation was an ability that could be used by the executives led by Benimaru. Its main purpose was spatial transportation, and it was a useful ability that allowed one to move freely in a place he had been to before, as long as the space was not being interfered with. By interfering with the space, one could be expected to be able to block the escape of enemies. It was a useful power. Multi-layer barrier was a defensive technique that Rimuru specialized in. By layering barriers of various effects, it was possible to prepare for any attack. By accepting Rimuraspor, Gabble was able to use this as well. The effects of previously thought to be useless skills were now properly recognized by Gabble. Seal taught it to him in his period of thought acceleration, which had been stretched a million times over. Gabble was deeply moved. He couldn't help but speak. It's amazing, so amazing. I feel like I can't lose. He was getting carried away, but in Gabble's case, this was the right thing to do. Gabble laughed, blowing away the gloomy atmosphere. As if in proportion, Gabble's power increased greatly. What the hell is the matter with you? Your power has suddenly increased. What the 164 hell did you do? Gwahahaha. It is unfortunate for you, but I have a great leader. As long as I have his protection, there is no way I can be. An uplifted mood, Gabble, who might have been defeated depending on the situation, uttered his proud words. At the same time, Gabble's body began overflowing with power. It was difficult to stop his momentum when he had started. Now, prepare yourself. Quit speaking nonsense. My power, I will carve it into your body. Both men, who were comparable to awakened demon lords, clashed with their full power, and a moment later, it was Gabble who won the battle. Gabble's vortex spear precisely flicked away the azure dragon spear that had been unleashed with all Baraga's might. This left a huge opening, and before Baraga could regain distance, Gabble stabbed a huge hole in his chest. Gah, and not yet. With my healing ability, a wound of this magnitude. Yes, Baraga had also inherited the Beastman's high healing power, and by replenishing Thenergy from his subordinates, he could heal some wounds instantly. Baraga tried to get through using it this time as well. But that was not to be. To Gabble's own wonder, the combination of changed destiny and unexpected effects was automatically activated, taking away Baraga's ability to heal. Changed destiny could only be used once a day, but that was only against the same target. So it turned out that it could also be used on enemies. As Baraga himself had said, on the battlefield, those who lose their common sense are the first to die. It's more powerful than I expected. And so, Gabble, with his newly gained powers, was victorious. Meanwhile, the last of the three remaining generals, Black Tortoise Gazarin, was facing an unexpectedly powerful opponent. With the defeat of the Legion commander Gladium, the magic beast corps had fallen in Takyos. Before they could manage to put things together, a huge army of demons arrived. It was called a huge army, but the number of individuals was not actually that large. There were only about 500 of them. However, their quality was worthy of being called Amach for the thousands, 2424 in Japanese. They are described with the saying, Iki Tausen, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, which refers to being a match for 165. They were high-ranking demon knights, the Devil Chevaliers, a terrifying battle group under the direct command of Demon Lord Rimuru. The Chimera Knights had almost twice the amount of magicules, but surprisingly, they were unable to gain an advantage in battle. That was how powerful the demons were. Gazarin's frustration grew as things did not go her way. In the midst of this situation, the fateful moment arrived. That's out of the corner of Gazarin's eye, she saw a moving shadow. For some reason, a strange feeling appealed to her instincts. Trying to figure out what it was, Gazarin took her eyes off the battlefield and focused on the shadow. It was the right thing to do. If she had left the shadow alone, Gazarin would have died without understanding what had happened. However, Gazarin might have been happier if she had just died without knowing. The shadow stirred where the wreckage of Demon Colossus lay. In front of Gazarin, Hawa's watching to see what was going on. The shadow stood up. It was a handsome man with a naked upper body and long black hair that reached his waist. His complexion was dark brown with a slight sheen. It was as if he were made of metal. No, from the waist down, he was melded with their manes of the Demon Colossus. Right before Gazarin's eyes, the wreckage melted and changed its shape. And the man's lower body was also completed. Hey, I'm naked. How embarrassing. The tone of voice was very similar to that of the man Gazarin had just been fighting. Why you, I can't believe it, but are you a Master Gadra? Gazarin asked, and the man smirked. Of course it's me. Or did you think you had already won? That's right, I would never accept that. Yes, the mysterious naked man was Master Gadra himself. What are you talking about? You died from a self-destructing spell. That spell was supposed to burn up your life, so how are you still alive? Gazarin shouted. Her comprehension still hadn't caught up with the situation, but hearing Gadra's words made her even more confused. She tried to change the flow of the conversation, thinking that it would be a bad idea to be carried by Gadra's pace. "Oh, yes, I remember now. I blew myself up with sacrifice, did I? Did you think that I was dead? Though it's impossible for a man like me to kill himself. Until the battle is over, you should not relax and believe that you have won. 1,000, or being an unmatched warrior mighty hero, or being a mighty knight who matches 1,000 knights." 166, as he spoke at length, Gadra created a garment with magic and hurriedly put it on. It was a shabby outfit, but he decided that it was better than being naked. Enough of this nonsense, answer my question. As for Gazarin, she wanted to get rid of Gadra without a second thought. However, she was cautious because a person who was supposed to be completely dead had come back to life. She wasn't even sure if Gadra would answer honestly. That's why Gazarin was going to put all of her energy into her next attack, regardless of Gadra's response. It's the old man after all, so I'm sure he had some strange trick up his sleeve. Perhaps prepared a substitute sacrifice. He's trying to upset me, but he's playing an elaborate trick. However, I'm sure I'll be able to crush this little trick with my own strength. Gazarin's magisteel body, despite its appearance, was extremely heavy. Therefore, even iPhone hit her at a certain speed, she could still show its power. In addition to that, if Gazarin performed a Kashyuha Senjutsu, high-frequency thousand-hand slash, with the tentacles all over her body, she would turn into a living bullet that could pulverize everything she touched. Gazarin put all of her strength into her legs. She used herself as a cannonball and gained propulsion by exploding the earth. This was Gazarin's other killer move. Gazarin took aim at Gadra. Unaware of this, Gadra politely began to explain. "That's right, I have been reincarnated. The mystic art I developed. Reincarnation," wasplanted in advance. "As long as I use this, I'll be able to live a new life with my memories intact. Even if I have to say goodbye to this world for a little while, it's a wonderful secret. So then, the success rate is a little low, but the relative returns are great. I've also been reincarnate so many times that success is almost always guaranteed. In fact, the first time one tried this, the success rate was at its lowest. Adalman's failure rate that time had not been due to Gadra's poor skill. Gadra had prepared several spells in advance, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Raisin, for example, could only prepare 1 or 2 at most, but Gadra could have 3 or more spells constantly ready. A transfer spell for escape, and a self-destructive spell for suicide. He had never left out a reincarnation spell, just in case he died. Gadra was a cautious person, but this time something unexpected had happened. Reincarnation was triggered, and his soul slipped out of his body. Protected by magic, Thessel was supposed to return to the wheel of reincarnation in search of a new body. However, a promise had been made at this point. Actually, Gadra had applied to be Diablo's disciple, but that had been put on hold. Normally, this would have been an instant rejection, but Gadra had been favored by Diablo. By praising Rimyoru's magic, Diablo had taken a liking to him. 167, "I don't dislike interesting guys like you. Once I recognize that you are truly useful to Rimyoru-sama, I will take you in as my dependent." That's what he had told him at the banquet. Gadra had thought it was a polite excuse to refuse him, but he was still planning to do his bestow be accepted by Diablo. However, by that time, he had been taken by Diablo. Temptation. So, Gadra's reincarnation was rewritten. If he chose to die for Rimyoru, he would be reborn as a demon. And demons were a race born with the ability to fight. Because Gadra possessed a lifetime of his memories, it was only natural that he was born as a special individual after becoming a demon. The problem was his body. A demon, a spiritual life form, needed a body to stay in this world. Normally, Gadra would have had to possess someone, or contact Diablo and wait for him to summon him. However, with the birth of Seal in Rimyoru's mind, the fate of the world was decided here as well. If you want a physical body, I will give it to you. I will also give you more power. Thatsui, the voice told him to be of service to Rimyoru-sama. From Gadra's perspective, this was the best thing that could ever happen to him. Of course, he shouted at the top of his lungs. And with that, the contract was concluded and Gadra was successfully reincarnated. He was reborn as a new race, a metal demon. As if to prove himself as a black dependent, his body was clad in black. His hair, eyes, and bare skin all had black components. Even so, he had a metallic luster, giving him a somewhat artificial atmosphere. However, this figure was not the original Gadra's appearance, but rather a replica of his younger self, his first life before being reborn. It was recreated from the memories engraved in his soul and had nothing to do with his race. Perhaps because he was of a new race, he did not have the limitations of the demon race. Gadra's current magicule count was comparable to Clayman is his rampant state 25. Add to that the knowledge and experience he had before he was reborn, and there was no doubt that he had become much stronger. Gadra himself also felt that he had been reborn. As if to savor the emotion, he couldn't help but be talkative and speak to Gazarin. Other words, you've become something unheard of like a metal demon. That's how it is. Be warned, I have gotten stronger. You do not stand a chance, so surrender. As a former colleague, I will spare your life. Sure, this is referring to Clayman's pre-awakened state. Tenshura's no one-power scaling method 168. All I have to say is that you're a fool. Gazarin, who was well-prepared and waiting for an opportunity, rushed towards Gadra. The tremendous speed turned Gazarin's body into a massive bullet. There was no way that Gadra would be able to deal with this. Gazarin thought as such, but next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. To her surprise, she deviated from Gadra's direction without any intention of her own. Mysterious, isn't it? Well, to put it simply, I manipulated the magnetic field with Magicto create a powerful magnetic field. By passing an electric current through it, it is possible to electromagnetically induce an object as you can see now. This case, the object was Gazarin. For Gadra, who studied the science of the otherworld, there were many things he could do with magic. In other words, Gazarin's inner workings could be easily sealed by Gadra. Standing aloofly, Gadra held a large book in his left hand. He was carefully flipping through pages with his right hand. Well, now do you understand what I can do? You should give up and surrender. Took these words as a sign of condescension. Gadra didn't mean it that way, but Gazarin's pride as a powerful opponent had been hurt. That was why surrender was not an option. Very well. I didn't want to use this, but I've come to my senses. Gazarin swallowed the pill. She activated the medical skill, the beast. Just as Baraga had, Gazarin was about to gain great power. But there was no reason for Gadra to wait for that. All right. In that case, I will let you be the test subject for my new powers. Gadra gleefully looked at Gazarin. His eyes were those of a scientist looking at a guinea pig. Gift, Book of Sorcery, Grimoire, activate. The book in Gadra's left hand gave off an ominous glow. The book contained a number of spells that Rimuru, in other words, Seal, managed. Looking at the beautiful formulas in the book, Gadra's face was filled with ecstasy. He then chose the spell that seemed most appropriate for this moment. Limited Hellflare 26. This was a martial art created by Benimaru, but turned into a skill by Rimuru. Since magic was a type of skill, it was also mentioned in the grimoire. What? Although it was not as powerful as the one used by the person who created it, its power was perfect. Gazarin was unable to understand what happened, and was burned irreproducible. 26. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Equals Kaukusho, Kuro Hamura Goku. Remite Doharu Furia. Equals infinitesimal / minute black flame prison. Limited. I wish I could have showed off more. But it couldn't be helped. Gadra muttered, trying to stroke his proud beard, but it was smooth without even a trace off stubble. Oh no, have I become a young man in appearance? That's troubling. My hair is black. I'll have to dye it and I'll use transformation magic to get through this. Gadra muttered to himself, happily flipping through the grimoire. In this way, all the leaders of the Magic Beast Corps, led by Gladium, were defeated. However, there was still danger on the battlefield. One man was delighted to see Gladium's head lying in front of him. There's some tasty-looking bait lying around. That was the reason for his delight. The one who picked up the head without hesitation and devoured it was Vega the Power, one of the heads of Cerberus, who had infiltrated the Magic Beast Corps on Uyukis orders. As he devoured Gladium's corpse, Vega's body was filled with power. His supple body, reminiscent of a carnivore, had grown larger in size. Vega had grown to the point where he could stand alongside Gladium, who had been over 2 meters tall, and his uniform was puffed up with swollen muscles. Not bad, but it's still not enough. Vega muttered to himself, but after that, he found more and more delicious-looking food. There was the charred vermilion bird Nazem, the dead azure dragon Baraga with a huge hole in his chest, and the metal remnants of black tortoise gossarin which were all thatch-remained. Sneaking up quietly, Vega devoured his prey one by one, so quickly that no one noticed. He was able to do this thanks to the power of his unique skill, Evil Eater. A special power was born with. Vega was born in the royal capital of Ingratia. Unbeknownst to him, Vega was the result of magical inquisitors, whose parent was turned into a monster. His father, who had taken in so much of the monster factor that he could no longer return, attacked his mother, and Vega was born. Therefore, Vega was born a heretic. He was only in Hai's mother's womb for about 3 days, and he had an ego from the day he was born 170, however. As a baby without reason and without understanding language, he was feared as a monster by his mother and others around him. Instead of being loved, he was almost killed and went into hiding. Over the next dozen years, Vega survived. He ate rats, scavenged leftovers, and ate whatever he could to survive. Eventually, he ate Ammon, who was dying after a fight, and then he understood. He was surrounded by so much food. Vega became a veritable monster, feeding even on humans. Naturally, a subjugation order was issued. But Yuuki was the one in charge of it. With the help of Shizue Izawa, who was already teaching as an instructor at the time, Yuuki succeeded in capturing Vega. He should have been executed, but Yuuki thought that Vega's strength was too valuable. He had a great sense of combat and a strong body. In addition, he thought that Vega had potential for growth and could be used as a useful pawn if trained. Yuuki tricked Shizu into believing that he had disposed of Vega. Vega was then trained in the Empire through Damrata, and now he had grown into a fearsome warrior. Fortunately for Vega, the battle between the Devil Chevaliers and Chimera Knights, came as reinforcements, was getting fiercer. This allowed him to accomplish his goal in a covert manner. He had the limbs of a mighty beast, a body of hard magisteel, the power of a dragon that could repel magic, and even wings that could fly through the sky. Vega received them all in a short time. Not only that, but he also picked up the mythical-grade Azure Dragon Spear. He was not yet recognized as its master, but Vega did not care. He poured all of his strength into making it obey and forcibly fused them together. It was Gossarin's power, the effect of metal manipulation. By taking in the mythical-grade weapon, Vega's whole body changed into something even more horrible. The extraordinary armor that covered his entire body made him an unidentifiable Magin. At this point, Gabble and the others noticed. There is still such a dangerous Magin around. Gabble shouted in surprise, and his subordinates could not help complaining. Gabble-sama, don't we already have our hands full? Indeed. 171, we've been fighting battle after battle, and our supplies are running low. What should we do, Gabble-sama? It was understandable. In fact, the Huryuu's fatigue was nearing its limit. If the Devil Chevaliers had come even a little later, their battle line would have collapsed long ago. After all, the Beast Masters Warrior Alliance and the Tenshoshu, who were expected to barely-able reinforcements, were the first to leave the front lines. Oh no, Safia had said back then. And that was just the beginning. When Gabble asked what was wrong, Safia replied, "I'm so sleepy." Upon hearing that, Gabble also understood. It was happening. He realized that the evolutionary slumber, an essential part of the Harvest Festival, had started at the worst possible time. Since Karian and Frey were about to awaken, this was just a natural consequence. There was no point in complaining about this irresistible physiological phenomenon. That is why Gabble and the others struggled alone to protect this place. The other troops were engaging the enemy at their own discretion. However, Gabble and his subordinates could not move from this place. That is why the fatigue was even more intense. Gabble's face paled at Vega's appearance. Rest assured, Gabble Dono, I will go talk to him first. He is called Vega and is one of Yuuki's partners. Reliable, Gabble was impressed with Gadra. I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. They smiled and nodded at each other, having somehow become friends. Gadra then stepped forward towards Vega. Vega, it's been a while. Ah, old man Gadra. I had heard that you turned over to the demon Lord Rimyoru, but it looks like it was true. Hum. That is why I'm in league with Yuuki. It's good to see you here. If it weren't for me, you would be considered an enemy. I see. Gadra approached him in a friendly manner, but Vega gave him a disinterested glance. He quickly averted his gaze. In Vega's view, there were now people more interesting than Gadra. In his line of sight were Karian and Frey. Around them, too, he could see tasty-looking food laying around. Vega's mouth was full of drool, and he had an ecstatic expression, imagining the taste of the meat. I am going to be the mediator here, and you will assist with Biwa. 172 Vega's fist swatted away Gadra's attempt at a friendly tap on the shoulder. Caught off guard, Gadra took it in stride. Vega's power had now been strengthened to the point where it surpassed that of an awake Nedeman lord. Compared to Gadra, his magicule count was more than double. Even Gadra, who had become a metal demon with excellent physical defense, was no match for Vega, whose entire body was made of magisteel and who had also taken in mythical great armament. With a single blow, Gadra's consciousness was snuffed out and he was silenced. Gadradono. As he shouted, Gabble thought to himself that Gadradono was also an unreliable man. Gadra's confidence had been so strong that it could not be helped. Gabble was greatly disappointed because his hopes had been crushed. Moreover, Vega's ability was beyond his imagination. Vega was licking his lips at Karian and Frey, as if he has no intention of hiding it. His intention was clear. If they didn't defeat him here, it would only give him more power. He still didn't know if he could beat him even now, and if that was true, there was nothing could do about it. There was no doubt that Gabble had no chance of winning, so he had Nachis but to do his best here. I've always wanted to stand out, but it's no use if it happens this way. Gabble was feeling a little sorry for himself as he self-reflected. Gabble was about to step forward, but he stopped when someone stood in front of him. Gabble-san, leave this to me. Aren't you Laplace Dono? What are you doing here? That's... Laplace almost replied that he was left behind by everyone else, but then he fell silent. He realized that saying it would be awkward. There's no need to say it. I'm here to save you. Oh, wow, that's so reassuring, Laplace Dono. Yeah, now that I'm here, there's no need to worry. Laplace forced the conversation to a conclusion. Then he turned to Vega, who was supposed to be his comrade. So, Vega-san. Why did you hit old man Gadra? Laplace asked Vega as he twirled around lightly. Vega, looking annoyed at Laplace, answered in a troublesome manner 173 It's obvious, isn't it? It's because that old man was trying to get in my way. In your way? Yeah, that's right. Anyone who tries to interfere with my meal shouldn't be allowed to live. So Laplace, why don't you just stay out of it? Then I'll let you off the hook for old time's sake. Laplace stopped twirling around. That's a funny joke you're making. You haven't forgotten your place now, have you? The tone of his voice was almost the same as before. However, the atmosphere was so tense that it was no exaggeration to say that something had shifted. But Vega didn't care. My position? You're the one who's in no position to give me orders. I heard that Yuuki lost to Rudra. I only listen to orders from people who are stronger than me. Soon as he said that, Vega started laughing loudly. The sound of his laughter echoed across the battlefield. I can't laugh. Your jokes are not funny. It's not a joke, Qua. The vulgar laughter suddenly stopped. In an instant, Laplace closed the distance and grabbed Vega by the neck 174 Don't underestimate people, or I'll kick your ass. Laplace lifted up the body, which was more than twice his size. Vega struggled, his arms and legs jerking around. He no longer needed to breathe, but Hugh was confused because he wasn't used to it yet. That's when Laplace unleashed a knee strike that exploded against Vega. Vega, who had been grabbed by the neck, had no way to escape even if he was pulled back. As Laplace loosened his grip, Vega cowered in place, trying to catch his breath. Wait, I'm sorry I got carried away. I've cooled down now, so please forgive me. Laplace was about to kick Vega in the head, but stopped when he saw Vega pleading. Then, in a cold voice, he spoke. I'm not as nice as the boss. Don't expect a second chance. I understand. Then you'll have to follow me like an adult. Well, if you do anything, I'll have no choice but to stop you. Vega nodded his head. So what's the plan? Going to go where the president is? As long as the president is saved, Tear and Footman will be back to normal. Anyway, if we don't find a solution, we'll never get the boss out. So don't get ahead of yourself. I understand. Vega nodded widely at Laplace's words. His desperate attitude suggested that he was scared off Laplace. Seeing Vega that way, Laplace let out a sigh of relief. This going to be okay? Gadra, who had just gotten up, muttered worriedly. Old man. Vega stared at him while postured. Oh, Gadradono, you're safe. Gabble was surprised but happy. As expected, so the old man was safe. Laplace was not surprised, as if he had been expecting this. Of course. I was unconscious for a moment, but I'm well prepared for an emergency evacuation. I was pretending to be attacked, hopping to catch you off guard and cast a massive spell on you. Fact, the ultimate gift, Grimoire, had thought acceleration and parallelism as amateur, of course. By using these features, Even if he lost conscious, another backup thought will take over. I see, I was fooled too. Great old man, seriously. Well, I haven't lived this long in vain. More importantly, the problem is Vega. 176 Laplace tried to dodge the subject, but Gadra was having none of it. Me, that's right. I'm afraid I can't trust you. Why not? Vega began acting like he couldn't understand. Laplace couldn't help but be amazed by this. He shrugged his shoulders and replied as if to remind them. To be honest, I don't trust him either. But this guy is also one of ours. I know you think Wes should kill him, but I want to believe in him. Besides, we can't do anything without the boss's permission. If he becomes too much next time, we will listen to you. Let's see if we can forgive him for once and give him a chance to be trusted. Was a headache, Laplace thought bitterly. Vega was too stupid. He's too loyal to his own desires, and he wasn't good at reading the atmosphere. But that didn't mean he didn't have his good points. He was not the type who worked best in a group, but he obeyed orders to a certain extent. Besides, he was strong. It would be a waste of resources to get rid of him here. Although he was worried that his occasional problematic behavior might exceed the acceptable range, Laplace thought that he should accompany and take care of him. This time, too, it had ended in an attempt, but it had been a step closer to a big problem. If he had messed with Karian and the others, Laplace would have taken action against Vega without protecting him. To be honest, even if it was only an attempt, it was still a serious matter. I don't have the authority to make decisions, but I understand how you feel. I'm not Astranger after all, and as long as you don't cause trouble for Rimuru-sama, it's fine. Gadra was also someone who knew Vega. He thought it would be inappropriate for him to speak here, so he only gave a conservative opinion. I'm worried about that too. Laplace was also worried, but it was said in a slurred voice. Gabble was the only one who laughed out loud. A man can learn a lot from his mistakes. All right. I will choose to believe in you too. Vega, as you've said, listened to Laplace Dono well and become a great warrior. With that, Gabble clapped Vega on the back. Despite his misgivings, now was not the time to stop and worry. Laplace walked away quickly, taking Vega with him. Was that the right thing to do? No problem. If Vega grows, it will be profitable, and if he fails, Laplace Dono will taketh blame. You've got a darker streak in your heart than I thought. 177 Gwahahaha. I won't get anything in return despite your praise. Gadra thought that he wasn't praising him, but it was too much trouble to say, so he kept silent. The atmosphere relaxed a bit, but they were still in the middle of a battle. Remembering this, they tried to change their minds and face the battle. That's when the good news came in. Brother, Mostono has informed me that Rimuru-sama has defeated Velgrin-sama. It seems that the executives have boarded the enemy airship and are now engaged in a decisive battle with the main force of the enemy. We can't afford to lose. Sauka, who had returned to the front after a break, reported the current situation with a loud voice. As a result, the morale of Rimuru-'s forces rose significantly. On the contrary, the Imperial Army was in turmoil. Aside from those who had lost their will and were running rampant, the Chimera Knights who had been the core of the force realized how bad of a situation they were in. They had lost their commander and could not expect any more reinforcements. And yet, the enemy reinforcements keep increasing, and it was hopeless to defeat the enemy commander. If they insisted on defeating the ex-demon lord who had shown his weakness on the battlefield, they would probably be surrounded and annihilated. If someone had been in control, it would have been a different story. But as it was, there was no commander. It was natural for some of them to run away, thinking that things would not go well. On the contrary, Rimuru-'s subordinates were overjoyed. Yu, as expected of His Majesty Rimuru. He defeated Velgrin-sama. I can't believe it, but I guess it should be expected of Rimuru-sama. He's won. From here on, it's time to overrun the battle. Of course, Gabble and Gadra were no exception. Wonderful. After all, Rimuru-sama is of a different class. Well, yes, I've been wondering about him as well since I suddenly became so strong. That face must be related to Rimuru-sama after all, as Diablo-sama had surmised. Did you say something, Gadradono? No, it's nothing. Rather, let us finish our work. Prying too much would only get himself killed. Gadra was well aware of this, so he decided not to pursue the matter too deeply. Another reason was that he thought it would be a bad idea to get Gabble involved. Gabble nodded at Gadra's words. Gabble turned his thoughts to the battlefield and gave the order to charge with the loudest voice of the day 178 chapter for the 8 gates after Laplace left. Diablo was the only one left in the room. He smiled, and was glad Thateverithing had gone as planned. He watched the battle of his beloved lord up close, and was planning to use it as a reference for his own future usefulness. He was truly grateful for the opportunity to look into whatever his lord lacked and figure out how he could make up for it. No, rather, there is nothing that can be lacking in Rimuru-sama. What is important here is to find out how I can best take action in the future. No matter how his mind wandered, Diablo would only think about how he could be useful to Rimuru. And the other reason he hadn't entered the war was because of another intention. If I participate in the war, I will not struggle against anyone but Velgrin-sama. That would be waste, wouldn't it? The rare opportunity to fight a strong opponent should be used effectively. In Diablo's view, Benimaru was showing signs of growth. He had greatly increased his strength through evolution, and the shortest way to hone that strength was to fight strong opponents. This was not only the case for Benimaru, but for all the executives who had been given power by Rimuru. And on this battlefield, just the right opponents were waiting. Diablo thought that there was no reason to not take advantage of this. Well, it seems that Benimaru Dono also saw through my thoughts, but judging from the fact that he didn't complain, I guess he was planning to do this from the beginning. Benimaru, despite his appearance, was surprisingly belligerent. He tended to enjoy fighting with the strong, though not as much as Diablo. I look forward to seeing him grow, Diablo thought. If he survived this battle, he would gain more power 180, but more importantly, Rimuru-sama's orders are absolute. No one is allowed to die, so there is no choice but Toin. They had to make sure that no one died and that they survived to be reborn stronger. For that purpose, Diablo had no intention to spare any cooperation. Power that was given to you was meaningless. It would only shine if it was acquired and mastered by oneself. This would be the stage for that transformation. Give them an enemy and crush them. The growth that lied ahead was what Rimuru desired. That's what Diablo thought. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu. Aside from Testarossa, even Carrara and Ultima have been seen to be fighting with too much force. In particular, Carrara is a problem. It would be a good experience to learn what it is like to struggle in a fight here. Make sure you survive. If you don't, I really will kill you. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu-fu-fu. Diablo thought about this and laughed even more happily. His excitement reached its peak as he witnessed the battle between Rimuru and Velgrind. On the outer deck of the Emperor's flagship, the Imperial Knights were gathered together. The presence of Velgrind, the protector of the Empire, fueled their fighting spirit. With Velgrind-sama here, our victory is assured. Yes, we can't afford to lose. Let's win here and conquer the Western nations at once. That's right. The day when our empire unites the whole world is near. Live His Majesty the Emperor, hurrah! Glory to His Majesty the Emperor. On the deck, which was not a very large space, they expressed their feelings to each other. Then all at once they fixed their eyes on the enemy. So, you've arrived. The Demon Lord's subordinates. Your defeat was already decided once the evil dragon Veldora was taken from you. Some of them mocked the enemy, but most of them fell silent and drew their swords. The reason was simple and obvious. The people coming towards them were recognized as a real threat. They prepared themselves for a decisive battle and moved to intercept them. However, they just didn't know it yet. They had no idea that despair was just around the corner. And once they realized it, their lives would be over. 181. Testarossa flew gracefully through the air, a sorrowful expression on her face, as if she were not amused. She had witnessed the people who were her targets foolishly holding their swords in the airship. I don't like it. They're too stupid to challenge us as soon as they see us. Benimaru remained silent. He would have agreed with her, but he thought it was still natural to do so from the enemy's standpoint. That is why he kept silent without agreeing to Testarossa's statement. This was also why Benimaru was still considered within the realms of a sensible 27 person. There were those who were truly outrageous and abnormal in their thought processes. As if to prove this, Testarossa took action. It is foolish to misjudge the strong. It is so pathetic, so let us give them the blessing of mercy without fear. In truth, Testarossa had intended to go on a bit of a rampage, show off her skills, and feed off of the emotions of those who feared her. However, it would take a long time to terrify someone who was already prepared. That would have been troublesome and more than anything would have deviated from the purpose of the mission. Therefore, she decided to eliminate the obstacles swiftly. Without hesitation, Testarossa unleashed a spell that would cover the entire airship. The spell was nuclear magic, Death Streak, the ultimate forbidden magic which destroyed the soul, unleashed its ruthless fury. As air assault, a jet-black sphere was formed so as to envelop the entire airship, bringing death to Thosinside. Almost everyone inside the ship was killed from the demonic death rays that killed all life forms. Even Major General Zamud, who had finished contacting Gladium and was busy preparing for the battle, died before even understanding what had happened. He had no luck. If Rimuru could have afforded it, he would have remembered Calgurio's plea for life and instructed her not to involve Zamud and the others. But alas, reality was cruel, and all beings were equal in the face of death. Sudden. I ordered a preemptive strike, but I guess they're out of their depth here. Been trying very hard so that you don't have to bother. Nonsense. Rather, you're thinking, in order not to have your prey taken away, right? Testarossa laughed in amusement at Benimaru's remark. Oh, so you've seen through me, haven't you? That's Benimaru-sama for you. It's been a long time since I was not happy about a compliment. Even though they were bantering, there were no problems. In fact, Benimaru was glad she 27 sensible, as in within the realms of someone with common sense, or considered to be somewhat normal, had saved them from the trouble. It was the two late comers who complained. I wished you had left some for us. I made a bad choice. I should have just left Diablo alone and given priority to this. Ultima and Carrera stared at Testarossa bitterly. Testarossa simply returned a wry smile. You both are not ready for this. Look around you carefully for signs. There are some Hoosier-vibed still out there. That's right. Anyone who can be killed by an attack like that is not good enough for me. Rather, I should praise you for selecting them well. You flatter me, Shindono. Smiled, knowing exactly what was meant. The expression on her face eloquently told them that those who were aware could understand. Only the magically suitable or spiritual life forms could withstand the death streak. With a bit of luck, even a sage class would be able to survive. Regardless if anyone was still alive on the ship, it was safe to assume that they were strong. Ultima and Carrera were frustrated, but it was not their place to complain. Realizing that, they decided to back off sincerely. And then, let's go. Benimaru's command, the raid operation began. What the group saw once they landed on the deck of the flying ship were the dead and dying Imperial Knights of the Empire. The fact that their bodies were still intact was evidence of their disparate resistance. This was the end of the line for those who would even be called champions in a great nation. I don't want to die. There were those who reached for the sky as if clinging to life, but their lifespans were as good as expired. No remedy or restoration magic could help them. Their fate had been sealed the moment they became Testarossa's enemy. Geez, I still think it's a waste. If they were of such high quality, they could have sung a sweet hymn 28. 28 basically, she's saying that their deaths could have made a lovely tune 183, Don't Be So Selfish. Look, they are here to welcome us. Pointed to the bow of the flagship. Located there were those who were at the top of the empire. Emperor Rudra and Velgrind, who was still sleeping. Flanking them were Kondu and Damrata. Behind Rudra, there were 4 other men and women. There was also another quiet-looking man who was standing next to Kondu. It is an honor to be greeted by the emperor himself. When Benimaru spoke in a fearless manner, Kondu and Damrata, not Rudra, tried to step forward. But Rudra stopped them with one hand. It's fine. I will admit it. These are the only pawns I have left after more than 2,000 years off work. On behalf of the demon Lord Rimuru, I will at least allow you a straight answer. You for that. So then, what is the purpose of you coming here? Oh, well, that's a simple story. Although I do not have the full authority, I will make demands on Rimuru-sama's behalf. From this moment on, cease all fighting and surrender unconditionally. If you accept, we will stop our pursuit. If I refuse, then I have been ordered by Rimuru-sama to annihilate you. Until one side is completely destroyed, it will be a full-on battle. We're not allowed to die, though, Benimaru added inwardly. His voice never faltered, and Benimaru's attitude was one of arrogance. It was no wonder that the Imperials were embarrassed. Insolent, Marco shouted, as if it was unintentional. The arrogance of an ignorant maggot who knows nothing of the world. You are a fool. One of the 4 knights carrying a spear muttered to Benimaru as if looking down on him. This naturally reached Benimaru's ears, but he kept his gaze fixed on Rudra as if he had no intention of dealing with them. The others remained silent. Rudra was the one who had the right to make the decision, and since Rudra had allowed him to answer directly, they thought it would be impolite for them to interfere. That's ridiculous. My ambition will not end here. So, then die. Benimaru was now more thoughtful and less temperamental, but his true nature was that Ofa raging divine Oni. He preferred to use force rather than to engage in long negotiations. Besides, there was no reason for him to retreat now that Rimuru had ordered him to kill all of Heisnemes. Then there was a flashpoint 184 in the midst of this atmosphere. There was one person who made a move. Velgrind, who had been asleep, opened her eyes and jumped up. Rudra, what's wrong? What is happening that has made even you so upset? Velgrind took a glance around her and realized what was going on here. Still, she decided that her business was more important and began to speak, ignoring Benimaru and the others. Split Body has been captured by Demon Lord Rimuru. It's going to take me a few minutes to break the barriers, so I decided to bring my power back here first. It was at this very moment. Rimuru had sealed Velgrind in his insulation prison. Velgrind had thought that there was still plenty of room for leeway, but she felt threatened by the presence of the 3 demon girls in addition to Benimaru and the others. That's Rimuru-sama for you. We can't afford to lose to them either. Shin was pleased and excited. He seems to be concentrating on Veldora-sama right now. Rimuru-sama will surely bring Veldora-sama back. Saoi also nodded. He had quietly left a clone to confirm Rimuru's safety. That was just the type of man Saoi was. He's able to fight against Velgrind-sama and Veldora-sama at the same time and still be more than evenly matched. How impressive. He really is. Honestly, I didn't expect him to be this strong either. That's right, my lord is truly unfathomable. Been aware of Velgrind's strength, the 3 demon girls took that statement to heart. To be honest, the 3 of them were still filled with disbelief. It was a big mistake. We should not have been fooled by Diablo's sweet words. That's true. He knew this was going to happen, so he just wanted to observe. That's not fair. A demon, cowardice was also a compliment, but Shin heard this and decided to pursue Diablo on this later. Saoi, who was also observing, remained calm, and Benimaru was quietly looking away. This was because he had used Moss to watch Rimuru's fight. Meanwhile, the Imperials were in turmoil. Wei. He has that much power. Emperor Rudra, who was normally a calm and collected man who never showed his emotions, could not help but stand up and shout. He had heeded Kondu's advice and highly evaluated Rimuru. However, there was no doubt that he had underestimated Rimuru, thinking that he would not be as much of a threat as Veldora. Even if he realized it now, it was still too late. 185 Kondu also realized that he had made a mistake. He had felt wary when his attack had failed, but that had not been enough. No matter what happens, I will protect His Majesty. Without saying a word, he made up his mind. From the beginning, Damrata had believed that Demon Lord Rimuru was a threat. It was not a matter of logic. A man as cunning as Yuuki, even with all his scheming, was unable to take advantage of him. That alone made him a dangerous opponent that could not be left alone. There was something different about Demon Lord Rimuru. Yuuki was the same, and so was Demon Lord Rimuru. Those who wore a kind of supreme energy that could be called charisma. They were Theanese who fascinated Damrata, and the ones who gave him a sense of mysterious possibility. Damrata had a distant promise made to Emperor Rudra. Damrata did not know if he should keep it or not. That is why Damrata entrusted his fate to others instead of himself. Those who were worthy of being entrusted with it, those who had something in them that made him, think that Wei were shining beings like Yuuki and Rimuru. The demon Lord Rimuru, who was one of those existences, was enraged to the point of blowing away his reason. That fact made Damrata feel uneasy. He had a feeling something was going to happen. As Rudra had said, the best of the Empire's forces were assembled on the bridge. Gladium and his men were nowhere to be seen, but the reality was that no more reinforcements could be expected. And yet, they were unable to overwhelm Demon Lord Rimuru's subordinates. In the first place, Demon Lord Rimuru was not an opponent to be taken lightly. This was evident from the current situation. Damrata kept his guard up and tensed all his nerves so that he could immediately protect the Emperor no matter what happened. The other 4 knights and Marco were also having a hard time keeping their composure due to the unexpected situation. The power of an absolute such as Velgrind was unfathomable, even for someone as powerful as them. Such a Velgrind had recognized the power of Demon Lord Rimuru. It was impossible not to be confused. At this time, both sides were astonished in opposite ways, but it was Velgrind who broke that atmosphere. You said it would be a full-on battle, correct? All right. I will defeat you and use you as bargaining chips for the Demon Lord Rimuru. Is that okay? Very well. Prove your power to me. 186 understood. As soon as Rudra made his decision, the agitation of the Imperial Knights disappeared. His voice was full of strength, and it brought peace to the hearts of the warriors. Yes, I promise you victory. Velgrind also spoke with a fierce smile on her face. The beautiful yet terrifying smile on her face foreshadowed the horrors of the battle to come. You're okay with that, too? Yes, we will win this battle and put an end to any future disasters. Then have a good fight. As soon as she said that, Velgrind opened her hands and held them up to the sky. Then she invoked the 8-gate formation. 8 gates appeared in the sky, lining up in the center of the two camps. In front of the gates, which had shrunk to the size of a man's body, Velgrind explained, "On this flagship, I have isolated us in an alternate universe I've created. If you want to escape, you will have to destroy all of these gates. We're 8 Imperials here, not including Rudra. That meant that each of them would be guarding one gate. What happens if we all enter one gate? That's an interesting question. You can try it, but once inside the gate, only the person hockled the guardian of the gate will be eligible to enter the next gate." That was true. Then if they all went in, only one of them would be left to challenge the next gate. Since they couldn't escape without destroying all the gates, that choice would be too risky of a gamble. I see. If you're going to do this, then it's only right that we all go in together when we challenge the last remaining gate, correct? You're very clever. If you're going to challenge the gate I am guarding, then that is ably the right thing to do. Velgrind nodded with a smile at what Benimaru pointed out. She must have seen that coming. Even so, she was confident that she would not be defeated, which was why she presented those conditions from the beginning. It is precisely because I have set such conditions that this other world can be maintained at low cost. You cannot escape without destroying all of the gates, and you cannot touch Rudra. Or would you prefer that we fight an all-out war here? Either way, Velgrind proclaimed as such. The defenders were at a disadvantage when guarding the 8 gates. Since information about the guardians of the gates would be known, there was a risk that the enemy would take precautions against the challenge. But if it became an all-out battle, Rudra would be in danger. Velgrind's true intention was to avoid just that. She also wanted to capture Rimyaru's subordinates in the other world. Velgrind was willing to accept some disadvantages in order to bring the battle to an alternate space 187. All right. I'll accept that match. Benimaru responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Velgrind was convinced of victory. Unless I lose, this other world will not be broken. In other words, our victory is unassailable. Velgrind was confident that she would win even if they all challenged her at once. That is why she chose the safest strategy, the 8-gate formation. Benimaru, too, was aware of Velgrind's intentions. However, even if he refused here, he would not be able to avoid a fight with Velgrind, so he decided that it would be better to choose the option with the best chance of success. In this place, the intentions of both parties coincided, and the location for the final battle was decided. Before Benimaru's eyes, one by one, they disappeared into the gates. At the last one remaining, Velgrind went through the gate after embracing Rudra. Immediately, the gates began to move slowly, surrounding Benimaru and his companions. Being unaware of who had entered which gate, there was no such thing. Nobody would so foolish as to overlook that. What a cowardly thing to do. Now we don't know who's guarding which gate. Was Shin who said that? It's fine, I remember. Idiot, you didn't even look at it properly, right? Benimaru swallowed those words. He felt that he could understand Diablo's hardships a little. Fufu, what fun entertainment. If you are victorious, then you will have the honor of fighting me. Rudra, protected by the laws of the other world, said this as he sat comfortably in his chair. Rudra did not doubt Velgrin's victory. It was clear from his demeanor that he thought Ofthai's battle only as mere entertainment. That what you think? You never know what will happen in a battle. I'll show you that there are some things we cannot compromise on. Benimaru spoke boldly. Then he looked around at the faces of his companions. He was trying to figure out who should go against whom. However, there was one person who could not wait for Benimaru's decision. It was Shin. I've been patiently enduring all this time, but that's enough. 188 He. Rimyaru-sama said to kill all the enemies. In that case, we don't need to worry and should just get rid of them. Leaving aside the question of whether or not she was feeling troubled, he couldn't allow her to do this without permission. Benimaru thought about this, but before he could stop Shin, she had kicked down the door and entered the gate. It's fine. I don't know if it was by choice or by chance, but it looks like she picked the right person. Shin's actions tended to lead to optimal results. Although there were problems this time, she chose the door that matched Benimaru's intentions. Now there were 7 doors left. One of them was Velgrin's, which needed to be used last. The question was who would be the right people to deal with whom. May I? It was Veyron who offered. What? It was Ultima who asked with a chilling presence in her voice. The truth is, I haven't finished my fight with Marco yet. I believe I can guarantee you victory now. Defeating a beatable opponent was a standard practice. It wasn't a bad idea to leave it to him since he could leave if he won. Benimaru decided as such and gave his permission. Right, I'll leave Marco to you. HM, that's fine. If Benimaru-san says so, I have no problem with it. Ultima calmed her anger and Veyron's partner was chosen. Seeing the exchange, Aejira was the next to speak. That case, I have a favor to ask. It was Aejira, correct? What is it? Actually, there is someone whom I'm not so sure if I have a history with, although I'm not sure if I'll be a good match. If it's possible, I'd like to deal with him. Who is it? A man named Kondu. It seems that he is a kindred spirit of mine, and as a pure swordsman, he is an opponent I cannot ignore. Really? It sounded like there was a connection, Benimaru thought. He was curious about Aejira's school of swordsmanship, and he knew that Hakuryu wasn't interested in Aejira as well. In that case, he wanted to fulfill his wish, but there was a problem. Are you confident that you can win? That's right, if Aejira lost, there would be no point. In Benimaru's opinion, Lieutenant Kondu was a troublesome man. Even Rimuru had been 189 wary of him, so he knew that Aejira would have trouble beating him. That is, stammered. As a swordsman, he would have no regrets even if he lost. But that would be an act against Rimuru's will. Aejira also understood that his offer was selfish. Then Aejira received a helping hand. Right, Aejira. It's unusual for you to be so selfish, so I'll help you, was Karara. As Aejira's lord, she said this with dignity. Benimaru nodded. He did not ask Karara if she could win. I don't know if you can beat this Kondu guy or not. I won't tell you not to lose, but Yao must not die. Hearing this, Karara smiled widely. Of course. And yes, you're right, let's give Aejira a test. We need to see if winning will really open the next gate, and I think it's better to experiment on the weakest opponent anyway. Agreed. Shinsan, gone, but even if we win, it won't matter if we can't fight again. Right. If that's the case, we'll have to challenge Velgrin-sama with only qualified players. Though Velgrin-sama is a proud person, so I don't think she's lying. Naturally, Benimaru had considered this possibility. He had planned to have Shin try it when she returned, but if she wanted to try it with Aejira, there was no reason to stop her. What is that plan? We'll put Aejira in the lead, with Esprit as a backup. That way we can find out if the next challenge is really only for those who have killed the enemy inside. While you're at it, take Zonda. He's a healer, so he's useless against the strong opponents. Zonda was not weak, but he was no match for a Saint-class opponent. Therefore, Ultima decided that it would not be a problem if he could not challenge again. He didn't have to go to the dangerous battlefield and could just heal those who came out here. Because of this, there was no objection from anyone. That case, Aejira, Esprit, Zonda, the 3 of you, go attack this gate. Benimaru pointed to the gate that one of the 4 knights had entered. It was the big man with the spear on his back who had looked down on Benimaru and scorned him as a maggot. Benimaru was tempted to turn him into charcoal with his own hands, but he decided to let Aejira and the others do the job. Understood. Please leave it to, promise you, we will return victorious. 190 and so, the 3 of them dove through the gate and went into battle. And just like that, the attack on 2 of the gates began. The rest of them remained calm, waiting for Benimaru to tell them who should attack where next. By the time Aejira and the others return, we will decide who among each of us should attack. The gate being guarded by Velgrind would be postponed. Kondu's opponent would be Karara, and Marco's opponent would be Veyron. That left Damrata and 2 of the 4 knights. From what I can tell, the man who appears to be the leader of those 4 knights seems Tobe the strongest. I think I'll deal with him. I have no objections. I had the same impression. In that case, can I take on that Damrata guy? I've already chosen my opponent, so I have no complaints. The strength of Damrata and the remaining 4 knights did not seem to differ that much. If so, there would be no complaints from Benimaru either. Saoi, is that okay? Yes, the only ones left are the 4 knights who use double swords. They seem to be a good match for me, so no problem. Then it's settled. Saying that, Benimaru was silent for a while. Then, embarrassed, he continued. Even though it's all come to this, there's something troubling. What's wrong? Saoi asked, to which Benimaru responded while scratching his cheek. We didn't share our names with each other, so I don't know their names. I remember how is guarding which gate, so it not much of problem. That was a blind spot. Well, don't worry about it. Since it's going to be a battle anyway, it should be enough to know the name of the one we're going to kill. Who had been listening to the conversation between Benimaru and Saoi nodded in agreement. Names were important to monsters, but they were enemies either way. The demons and others thought that there was no need to worry about it so much. 191 Ajira, Esprit and Zonda went through the gate with great enthusiasm. At the end of the gate, there was a circular coliseum-like structure where a man was waiting for them. My, did a whole school of small fry just arrive. I suppose it's only natural as they have come to deal with me. Holding the spear on his back in his right hand, the man let out a vile laugh. Before you die, I'll tell you my name. I am Garcia-sama, the 5th in rank and one of Theffer knights who protect the Emperor. You demons, get a good taste of the honor of fighting me and disappear from this world. With that shout, Garcia swung his legendary grade spear, which was probably as close to mythical grade as possible. The power of the spear was so great that it could wipe out even a spiritual life form with just a graze. However, Ajira and the others kept a cool face. I have no interest in your name. This guy is an idiot. He called Benimaru-sama a maggot. It's because he doesn't know what he's capable of so that he can speak so brazenly. If it were me, I would be so embarrassed that I'd be in agony for 3 days. Far from fearing Garcia, they all said whatever they wanted to say. Garcia was furious. You're just a bunch of small fry who are good at pissing me off. You don't even know what I'm capable of, do you? In that case, I'll show you my true power. After shouting, he released the power he had been holding back. The amount of magicules in a saint-class individual was comparable to that of an awake Nedeman lord. Even though Ajira and the others had evolved into demon peers, the difference was several times greater. Clothed in a high density of fighting aura, Garcia took a step forward. With that, the marble floor of the Colosseum cracked. Prepare yourself. You'll be sorry that you ever offended me. Or not, Garcia's actions would have been the same either way. Everyone guessed as much, but no one said anything about it. Ajira put his hand on the sword at his waist and took a cautious approach to see how his opponent would react. Even a single blow would inevitably cause serious damage, so he decided to concentrate on defense. Esprit was using Ajira as a shield and was ready to attack with her magic. The more Garcia concentrated on Ajira, the more Esprit could prepare for a large spell. She seemed to be taking it easy, as if it was a good thing to be able to fight safely. Zonda was focused on support. Not only was he good at restoration magic, but he also assisted Ajira at key points. It would be better to work with Zonda than Esprit. Ajira began to secretly think, as such 192 Garcia scoffed at the demons' tactics. They were on the defensive, and their only offense was their stupid magic. It was impossible to damage Garcia with such a fighting style. That's why Garcia felt like he had already won and made many condescending remarks to Tohai's enemies. How cowardly. You may be demons, but you're still no match for us. We, as the strongest of knights, have subdued demons like you many times before. It is said that a demon peer is a legendary demon that rivals a demon lord. But that's just a story for a frog in the well. To us, you're nothing more than mere. He said this. He slammed his spear into the ground, leaving a huge hole in the marble floor. Of course, Ajira and Esprit avoided it without any trouble. Ajira never got outraged when being mocked. He had not forgotten that this fight was just a prelude to the real thing that was to come. Esprit was more thorough. She was cautious in dealing with her opponent's attacks and hiding behind Ajira to avoid taking any damage. Esprit had a unique skill, discerner, which specialized in observation. In fact, by using this skill, it was possible to keep in touch even with people who were separated by time and space. Although there was a restriction that it was limited to personal acquaintances, the only person who could make use of this power was Carrera, so from Esprit's perspective, there were no issues. In fact, if Sawa and the others had found out that Esprit possessed such an ability, she might have been forced to do espionage work. Because Esprit hated working, she had to avoid that. That's why Esprit, as usual, continued to give information to Carrera while providing appropriate support. Incidentally, Zonda was evacuating to safe areas as soon as he finished providing support. He understood that he was not a fighter, so he was careful not to get injured as a healer. Because of this, Garcia assumed that Ajira and the others were running around for their lives. They must be afraid of his own power and had no way to do anything about it. So that's it. You can't defeat me just by running away, Garcia shouted at them while pulling out his spear. His words were brash and rude, but his ability was undeniably real. The spiritual power that pervaded his large physique was unparalleled even for a saint. He also possessed the ultimate enchantment, alternative, granted to him by Emperor Rudra. This enchantment was the power of subjugating and conquering, and it reduced the will of the enemy to defeat them with one's own power. This power was also added to his favorite spear, transforming it into a holy spear of destruction, which could purify all kinds of evil, even spiritual life forms such as evil spirits and demons. Needless to say, Garcia's body was being strengthened by the mere act of cursing his 193 mice. His body was protected by legendary-grade armor, and he had no need to worry about the recoil of his own power. Garcia had a deep understanding of his own powers. While provoking his enemies in this way, he never let his guard down. As Garcia had said himself, a demon peer was a legendary superclass demon, comparable to a demon lord. It was a threat of the highest order, not something to be taken lightly. Even so, Garcia's provocation appeared to be meaningless to Ajara. Contempt for human existence was plentiful among the demon race, and if provoked they would immediately lash out. Garcia's rule of thumb was that this would create an opening and make it easier to defeat his opponent. This time, however, that was not the case. Garcia was irritated by the difficulty of this opponent. "Calm down, human. Your language is vulgar." "I don't believe all people to be vulgar, however. The soul has dignity, too. If you have a lowly soul, there is nothing that can be done to hide it." Garcia, who thought he was pretending to be crude, was furious when he was called vulgar. Unaware that this was Ajara's own provocation, he lost his momentum and revealed his true nature. Ajara, without drawing his sword, continued to evade Garcia's attacks with minimal movement. This injured Garcia's pride even more. Esprit, watching closely, was amazed at Ajara's ability. This guy is so good at melee combat, how can he be a demon? He can't even use magic at all, isn't that stupid? While watching the battle, one would wonder whether she was praising or disparaging him. Naturally, this was all being conveyed to Carrera in real time. Garcia, incited by Ajara, shouted, "Shut up. I'll kill you all and offer your heads to His Majesty the Emperor." That's a bit hasty of you to say. "I'm a rather tolerant person, but you are just too impatient." "Well, not as impatient as Carrera-sama. She's so quick-tempered and simple-minded that she even gives me a hard time." Of course, this sentence of Ajara's was also relayed to Carrera through Esprit. And because Esprit had a bad personality, she didn't tell Ajara about her power. He'll definitely get in trouble later. Teehee. She was enjoying herself as if it had nothing to do with her. However, Garcia's next comment froze her expression. "You think I'm impatient? What a bunch of idiots. Haven't you noticed the difference in our abilities yet? Is your master that purple-haired kid, or is it the cheeky blonde? That white-haired beauty may be famous, but she's still just a frog in a well after all is said and done." With that, Garcia spun his spear around and thrust it right at Ajara. Then, as if proud of his victory, he dropped another bombshell 194. "Let me tell you, ignorant people, that there are real monsters in this world. If you knew the power of Velgrin Sama, the Lord Marshal's true identity, you would understand the meaning of my words. Besides, Lieutenant Kondu is a terrifying man. Whether it's those demons or your masters, they're no match for him. You'll just be killed off miserably like the insects you are." It was only when Esprit heard this that she finally succeeded in stopping the flow of information that was being sent to Carrera. She had been impatient and took a long time to shut down her skill, but it was already too late. "Ha ha ha, just now I heard an interesting story through Esprit." Carrera spoke cheerfully. Despite her tone, there was a hint of anger in her voice. "What kind of a story?" Ultima asked. She had a rough idea of what it was going to be about. The enemy inside the gate, he called you a kid. A vein appeared on Ultima's forehead. Veyron began panicking. He regretted that he should have gone through the gate as soon as possible if he had known things would happen. He deeply understood that sometimes ignorance was a blessing. He said that Testa was a frog in a well. A frog? Testarossa was mortified. She had often been praised for her beauty, but she never remembered ever being scorned. This was the first time she had ever been called a frog, and she was filled with unspeakable anger. "By the way, he called us insects." Benimaru's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "So, first we were maggots, and now we're insects," he muttered in an unamused tone. At first glance, Benimaru looked calm, but he was still thinking to himself that he should have taken care of things with his own hands. 195 Sawe was the only one who was truly calm. She is able to maintain a channel in the other world created by Velgrin Sama. That's an interesting ability. He crossed his arms and kept silent, but remained fixated on Espri's skill. Now that Sawe had found out, Esprit would have to deal with many requests from Sawe in the future, but that was just another story. Carrera's report continued. They've been taunting us, saying that we won't stand a chance against Velgrin Sama and Kondu. They seem to want to be killed miserably. She spoke plainly, but that was because she was too busy dealing with her own emotions. Carrera liked to stir things up, but she hated to be incited herself. You never know who's able to win until you try it yourself. Testarossa spoke without expression. In fact, it was true that she had not won against Velgrind. Nevertheless, Testarossa was not shying away from defeat, but was quite serious. Her crimson eyes told everyone eloquently that she would not lose the next time. By the way, Carrera, I've never understood why he called us insects. Is he really that strong? Ahaha, that's not possible, is it though? Even if it is, he's unforgivable. Denied Ultima's question with a laugh. Her eyes were not smiling at all. They were filled with a dangerous color and looked as if they were about to explode. There's no need for mercy then, huh? Of course. He's just a human being, you know that? Ultima was furious. Carrera agreed while trying to hold back her rage. What a pity. I wanted to teach him a lesson with my own hands. Tell Adra not to be lenient, and then we'll talk about pardon later. Of course. He insulted us, so he should get what is deserved. Was no one on the scene to stop the girls from talking. Ultima was cruel to the point of naivety. Testarossa's cynical smile could strike fear into the hearts of any who saw it, and Carrera was optimistically spreading destruction and emptiness. There was not the slightest hint of compassion to be given. Never giving comfort to their enemies. For them, mercy was letting them die comfortably, and forgiveness was killing them as they suffered. Either way, it was still killing, but for them there was a difference. As Veyron listened to the conversation between the demonesses, he cursed the man Hawa's Ajara's enemy. His superiors, the devil lords, were not to be offended. Even so, they ranted and raved. 196 Veyron was holding his head inwardly. Stupid human. The price for your stupidity will have to be taken on your own, at least I hope so. He couldn't help but hope so. Veyron knew very well the horrors of Ultima. More than that, his fear of Carrera and Testarossa, the other adversaries, was indescribable. The fate of the world could be changed depending on where their anger was directed. At the very least, we must get rid of that fool as soon as possible and appease their anger. Please, Ajara, you're our only hope. As a great demon, Veyron could only lament the fact that he could not do anything in this situation, and instead put his hope in Ajara, a lower-level demon. Regardless of the intentions of these demons, Benimaru gave the order. Carrera, can you convey our words inside? Well, I've never tried it before, but I guess I could. Then tell him not to allow any more offensive remarks. Nodded. She forced herself into the channel with Esprit, wishing she had done so sooner. Esprit, can you hear me? Carrera-sama, you owe me one for what you just said. More than that, Carrera smirked. And then, with a grudge in her heart, she gave the order, tear that man to pieces. Tell Ajara to crush his soul. Carrera's voice echoed in Esprit's brain. Benimaru-sama wants it too. Know that failure is not an option. Oh no, my power has been exposed to the executives, Esprit lamented. In addition, Carrera was still forcing her to intervene, but she was resigned to the fact that there was no choice in Thematter. It wasn't the first time her boss had been unreasonable. Esprit called out to Ajara, thinking as such. Hey Ajara, Carrera-sama and the others are pretty angry. If we don't get rid of them soon, we're going to be in trouble. I can't stop wondering about how Carrera-sama knows what's going on here, but I guess that's not the point. We need to prepare ourselves first. Since he's insulted even our lord, I believe he deserves to be punished accordingly. 197, Tusk, you seem really mad too. Esprit let out a sigh, noticing that the normally calm Ajara was furious. It was impossible to stop him now. Or rather, it was convenient that way. If Ajara was going to get serious, then the only thing to do now was watch. However, Garcia shouted, Unable read the atmosphere. You guys are weak as shit. Just give up and die. You can rest easy. Your masters are about to be dealt with anyway. So in the afterlife, you'll be able to serve them as you always have. Garcia's statement was also conveyed to Carrera through Esprit. And this time it wasn't just Carrera, but the whole group who heard it through the telepathy net. This bastard is full of shit. The hell is Adra doing? Didn't I say to kill him right away? Is he messing with me? Hey, don't embarrass me. Lucky that Shin not here. If she were here, this whole operation would have been rewind. That's true. Hey, if it doesn't work, I'll replace them, so decide quickly. So on and so forth. Indeed, if Shin had been there, Adra's wishes would have been ignored. It wouldn't have bothered Esprit, but it would have hurt his pride as a demon. Or rather, he felt that his reputation was being ruined at present. Wow, that sucks. Those were Esprit's true feelings. Although Garcia's crude behavior made him look like a small fry, his ability was real. Hugh was a surprisingly troublesome opponent. However, in this case, there was no choice but to produce results. If they didn't defeat Garcia soon, they were sure to incur the wrath of the top brass. And yet, Adra didn't seem to make a move, simply focusing on evasion. As long as he was not fatally wounded, Adra could not be defeated. But this was meaningless if he could not win. In that case, Esprit should have done something with magic, but this was not realistic. After she tried various things, it turned out that Garcia had a high-resistance pseudo magic. What's the matter? All you can do is run away. Garcia was getting carried away. Even so, Adra showed no pretense of fighting back. Hey, Adra, we're in serious trouble. If we don't hurry up, Kararasama is going to get really mad. Even the demons that followed her were afraid of their master's domineering authority. Wench was serious. If that anger were to be directed at them, they would be nothing but terrified. Esprit, who was usually aloof, was now in a real panic. And yet, Adra still remained silent. 198. Incidentally, Zonda was preparing a cup of tea at a distance, as if he had nothing to do with it. He seemed to be planning to serve the executives when he got out of here, but from Esprit's point of view, this was simply nonsense. Hey, Zonda, what the hell are you doing while I'm not looking? Just take a look and you will see. Adra Dono doesn't seem to be injured and is free. Don't be stupid, asshole. Why am I the only one who needs to feel pressured? Esprit shouted as if wanting to bite him. Zonda simply replied with a smile on his face. I don't know. I'm gonna kill him. Esprit gritted her teeth. He was a Viscount class, yet he was not even afraid of Esprit, a Count class. Well, after all, if you're going to serve Ultimasama, you'll have to be thick-skinned like that. Thinking about it, Esprit had no choice but to stop dwelling on this. Since Zonda was useless, she would simply have to hope Adra does his best. There was no doubt that Adra was pissed off, so there must be a reason why he was note-attacking. If he was trying to do something, she could only hope for it to come soon. But then, Adra said something outrageous. Esprit, I'll tell you what I understand. What? It seems that, to my chagrin, it is impossible for me to defeat him with my own strength. Huh, you've got to be kidding me, Esprit thought. There was no way she could tell her bosses that they couldn't win. Normally, Karara was a mischievous person, but when she got mad, she was out of control. What's more, she should be watching the battle right now. It was necessary to question Adra's intentions before the bosses became angry. What do you mean? Nothing. It's quite simple. This man, wearing his warrior's armor, has increased not only his attack power, but also his defense. He realized that no matter how many times I hit him with my sword, I would be unable to slay him. The effects of the ultimate enchantment, Alternative's ability to defeat and conquer, combined with the defensive power of the legendary grade armor, had led to Garcia's defense being raised to the equivalent of mythical grade. Adra had seen through this and knew that his sword would not be able to penetrate. Could that be the reason my magic did work? Indeed. His movements are not a big deal, but I can't hurt him. Made a good point, and Esprit could only frown and nod. If they couldn't win, they would have no choice but to report it to Karara, but that would only ruin their reputation. Without Adra's advice, Esprit had also observed Garcia and understood that she was in fee 199 rear to him in strength. In the first place, their own abilities were inferior to the ultimate power. A true dragon would be able to defeat an ultimate skill with even a simple attack, but that was because they hosted the strongest willpower of any spiritual life form. Esprit was also a demon peer and was of a higher-level spirit life form. However, their willpower was not as strong as an ultimate skill. As long as they didn't do something about this reality, there would be no victory even if they surpassed the enemy in ability. It seems that you have finally understood the difference in our abilities and have given up. Garcia laughed. He was annoyed that his speak couldn't hit, but he was still okay with that. This was because Garcia's role was to stall the enemy here. If he waited until the enemy was exhausted, victory would be assured. Even if he didn't wait that long, his friends guarding the other gates would finish off the enemy and rush to his aid. That's why Garcia could enjoy the battle without any panic. Seeing Garcia like this, Esprit clicked her tongue. And then, in a serious voice, she questioned Adira. You knew this was going to happen and you were still going to challenge Kondu, right? Don't you have some kind of plan to win? Hearing this, Adira smirked. Of course I do. I need your help for my secret plan. Was no option for Esprit to decline. Tell me. Fact, this was all Adira's plan to get Esprit to say those words. The aloof Esprit had a hedonistic side to her. Even if Adira asked her in a normal way, she would never have said yes. Esprit was a she-devil who took pleasure in seeing her friends cry out in distress. Adira, who knew this well, decided to push Esprit until she felt in trouble. Although if that had touched Kararasama's reverse scale, I might have been purged as well. Adira was happy that he had won the bet. Before Esprit changed her mind, he told her his secret plan. Turning the power of your will into a blade and striking down the enemy. That's the only way. Perhaps, no matter what Adira did, Garcia would not understand. Even if he aimed at Thegap in the armor, the blade would be blocked by the aura covering the entire body. The defensive power sublimated to mythical grade was not limited to the appearance, and it completely protected the owner's body. In terms of movement alone, Adira was lightly superior to Garcia. This was the reason why 200 it was still difficult to make an effective strike. If this was the case, then Adira had to reach the same level, listening to the voice of the sword and becoming one with it. To achieve this goal, with all his strength, Adira listened to the voice of the sword that he was born with. In doing so, he came to a conclusion. We can't pierce his armor with our will alone, can we? Trust me. Esprit, you may not be as talented as Kararasama, but you're still as skilled as a master. You may not like swords, but you have good sense. Therefore, I believe you are worthy of my trust. Huh, what are you talking about? Put your hand on my back, and I'll take care of the rest. To understand what Adira was saying, Esprit was confused, but still, she decided to trust Adira. Adira stood still. Esprit did as she was told and touched his back. As if to ridicule the demons, Garcia shouted in a high-pitched voice. You've finally given up. All right, I'll make you comfortable now. It's about time your master, Demon Lord Rimuru, was killed by Velgrin Sama. It's the end of the line for such a lowly monster, but I'm sure you'll be glad to have a guide on the road to Hades. Ah, that comment was absolutely unforgivable. Do you despise our god, Rimuru Sama, as a lowly monster? And to top it all off, you say that it's about time to be killed. Hearing these words through Esprit, the executive's auras changed. But before that, Adira and even Esprit had already run out of patience. Right, guys, I give you credit for putting up with my insults, but if you're going to keep your reason here, then just stop being demons. I forgive you. Kill him now. The two of them had been planning to do so all along, not even needing to hear Kararas' orders. Esprit, use my power. I don't know what's going on, but leave it to me. I'm going to kill that son of a bitch. In a fit of rage, the two made their move. Adira had awakened to his powers by throwing his consciousness into the sword and speaking to it. I will respond to your wish. Sharpen your mind and turn your body into a blade. He thought he heard a beautiful voice, but its authenticity was unknown. But the power was certainly Adira's. I am the blade, the indestructible blade that destroys my enemies. Adira shouted, and at the same time, a golden sword appeared in Esprit's hand. 201 Ultimate Gift, Blade Transformation. That was the power that Adira had acquired. The effect was simple and straightforward. Adira's body was transformed into a sword, and Hiska level was added to that of the holder. However, if the wielder had a high level of skill, the effect would be immeasurable. Esprit drew her sword in a natural, fluid motion. The blade, drawn from its golden scabbard, was also of a brilliant platinum, and its after-image scattered 8 petals. The name of the sword-drawing technique was the highest technique of the Aburo Shinmirayu, Yizakura Hakeisen. You're dead, you trash. Huh, WH what? Garcia couldn't see it, couldn't understand it. What had just happened? The defensive prey seemed to glow and then disappeared. He understood that it had turned into a sword, but there was no time to wonder why. He had no time to wonder why because he would have been killed before that. Garcia was confident in his defenses because all attacks would be nullified before his ultimate power. It would take an ultimate power as powerful as Garcia's to defeat him. He couldn't sense such power from the demons he was dealing with. That's why he had felt at ease and took his time to hunt them down. And yet the situation had changed in an instant. Garcia's armor was torn as thin as paper, and his body was shredded into tiny pieces. That's right, he was sliced up 8 times in an instant, and his life was cut short without even allowing him time to think. No, there was still time to think. In Esprit's hand was a small red ball, an embodied soul. So this guy's is red, huh? Quite a typical color. Think he just doesn't know what he amounts to. Esprit muttered, to which Aegera, now in human form, replied. Then, glaring viciously at her red ball, he spat out. No warrior can remain silent when his lord is insulted, you fool. But alas, it was my task to admonish you, but I didn't expect the words of such little man to have set me into a rage. Esprit gave Aegera a rare word of comfort. Well, well. This time it was an insult to Rimuru-sama, so it couldn't be helped. Karara-sama has said she forgives you, so maybe you're worrying too much. Well, then let's just leave it at that, shall we? While responding, Aegera vowed to be more diligent. Esprit looked at Aegera with some envy. Just now, clearly, Aegera had acquired a new skill 202, and then he remembered. He remembered his old self, the one who had trained to become a master of the sword. Not all of his memories had returned, but only the sword skills he mastered had reappeared in his body. Or perhaps he should say that they had been completely recreated. The Aburo Shinmeryu, the supreme sword technique for dispelling demons, had been recreated. When he was a human, Aegera believed that his soul had resided in his sword. Was that why? When he turned himself into a sword, his memories came back to him. He realized for the first time the meaning of why he had taken the form of a samurai. Before he was reborn as a demon in this world, he was a samurai. Byakuya Araki was my name, wasn't it? Even if a dead man wandered out now, it wouldn't confuse everyone. Hakuryu. The image of Hakuryu flashed through his mind. His disciples had grown up successfully and had inherited a new school called Aburo Ryu. Aegera himself had changed the name to Aburo Ryu, as he felt that Shinmei was not appropriate for a Monster 29. That memory came to mind, but... Kyukuku, getting named by Rimuru-sama, isn't that even the heart's fate understood? If that's the case, there will be no curtain for me to appear. In this world, he had become a family with the ogre tribe and had a daughter, and Hakuryu was the child his daughter bore when she grew up. In this age, there were many people whom Hakuryu had cultivated. The most prominent of these was Aegera's lord, Rimuru, and all of the achievements in raising Rimuru could be attributed to Hakuryu. Aegera was honestly happy to know that the skills he had trained and refined would be Pasadin. It would be churlish to interfere now. Aegera thought about this and switched his mindset. He had lost interest in the garbage that had just been killed. Aegera turned on his heel and headed for Karara, his current master. The three demons came out of the gate and were greeted with cheers from the officers. Well done, I'm proud of you too. Karara patted Aegera on the back with a bang, which almost killed him 29 basically. Shinmei refers to a god divinity, so Aburo, meaning haze, makes more sense for Monsters 203. Ladies and gentlemen, the refreshments are ready. Freshly brewed tea and sandwiches were laid out on the neatly arranged table. This was Zonda's work, and it was also well received. Putting off the discussion for a later time, Esprit handed the red orb to Karara. This is the soul of that rude man. The core of his heart has been locked away, so his ego is still intact. Nice, Esprit. Now we can punish this fool for insulting Rimuru-sama. Yes, by the way, Karara, can you leave that to me? Ultima interrupted, and Karara tossed her the red orb. If that's okay with you, Benimaru-san, it's fine with me. She waited for Benimaru's decision. What you want? Was no need to ask. Benimaru had no taste for torturing the dead, and since he had no control over the soul, he had no choice but to leave the matter to the demons. Normally, it would be a violation of principle to deal with an opponent who has already won or lost. But this time, Garcia's comment was unacceptable. Benimaru couldn't bring himself to stop them, and so the red orb fell into Ultima's hands. Okay, let's go. Grudge curse destruction. It was a deadly poison refined by Ultima. It was not a physical substance, but rather a dangerous one that destroyed the spiritual body and even invaded the astral body as well. There was no way that the red orb, the embodiment of the soul, could withstand it, and Garcia screamed out in pain. Stop it. Ultima only laughed happily. Yes, the effect is outstanding. By the way, what kind of effect does it have? Testarossa asked. It wasn't that she didn't know, but that she wanted to let Garcia hear it. Well, it keeps you suffering until the power of the soul wears away. This guy has a lot of energy, so I think he'll enjoy it for a long time. It'll probably take 1,000 years, but then you'll be reborn as a pure white and beautiful soul. Ultima replied happily. Garcia sobbed inaudibly. He wondered where he had made the wrong choice and deeply regretted it now. Well, that's very kind of you. I'm sure he'll be grateful for the opportunity to atone for his sins," Testarossa said with a smile. That's impossible, Benimaru thought, but for once he didn't offer any help, he just let it. Zonda served them and they took a short break. Esprit, wondering how they could afford to do so, opened her mouth in an attempt to keep things interesting. 204, to be honest. When Adra said he couldn't win, I didn't know what to do. Now that the mood was peaceful, Esprit felt like complaining lightly. She knew that Adra would have a plan, but he had taken advantage of her confusion, and that's why she was still upset. "I didn't say that I couldn't win," replied back, but in reality, he hadn't been entirely sure about his plan. He was glad that he had succeeded, but if the blade transformation had failed, he would have been blindsided. "You should have at least consulted me beforehand." "It's okay because we won, but you wouldn't take responsibility for if we lost." It had been a long time since she had been as desperate as she was this time, even though Esprit was usually hiding in a safe zone. This made her even more irritated with Adra. Ultima nodded in response, laughing. "Well, we couldn't afford to lose, even by any chance. Or rather, I wouldn't allow it. Rimuru-sama wouldn't be mad if we lost, but we can't die." "Right. That's what I thought, too, which is why I've been monitoring you through Esprit." Carrera seemed to be a laissez-faire type of person, but if Adra and the others were about to lose, she would have been the first to move in. From that point of view, what would follow would have been a serious attack by the executives. Although that might be considered a shameful thing to do, they needed to be prepared for any eventuality. Esprit, perhaps feeling uneasy after the discussion, asked in a whisper, Is Shinsama going to be okay? The battle is over for us, but she hasn't come out yet." Esprit, who had thought that Shin would be fine, suddenly became worried. Benimaru replied with a nonchalant look on his face. "Problem. She might be the kind of person who would forget her objective, but Shadowsent seemed to be struggling." Saoi nodded in agreement. "She's overzealous. The same attacks over and over again won't work, so she should consider different ways to attack." Esprit wondered at that statement as if he could see it in his eyes. "Are you aware of what's going on inside?" It was Testarossa who spoke up in response. "It's obvious. I'm staying because I have to be ready in case something happens to the officers." This point, Carrera and Ultima spewed out their tea. "A minute, Testarossa. What is it then?" "Did you know what was going on in their 205 without Esprit's information?" "Of course I did." Testarossa's smile deepened as she smiled at them. Hearing this, Carrera shouted as if she had just realized something. "Then are you also watching Rimuru-sama fight too?" "Ah," Ultima jumped up, as if the possibility had just occurred to her. "That's not fair, Testarossa. Seriously, you shouldn't do that. It's just like Diablo. Why do you always think that all that matters is what's good for you? Don't you think you should invite us as well?" Carrera and Ultima were upset, but Testarossa kept a cool face. So did Benimaru and Saoi. As the people in charge of gathering information, they thought that this was a battle they could not miss. Shin, by the way, was unaware of this. That's why she had been the first to jump into the gate. If Shin had been watching Rimuru's fight, she would not have moved until it was over. Benimaru knew this, which was why he had kept it a secret from Shin. In any case, it was necessary to pacify the disgruntled Carrera and the others. Benimaru had no choice but to explain. "As mentioned, the monitoring by Moss is very convenient. I've had him enter all 8 gates to do individual surveillance." "Worked without a hitch," Benimaru concluded. This meant that Moss was still gathering information even now. Benimaru had strictly ordered him not to move without doing something so that the enemy inside would not detect him. That's right. "I tried it myself, but I couldn't touch the other gates. It seems that Adra is the one who killed the enemy. Of course, I couldn't get in either." Aside from Zonda, who had done nothing, Esprit had also lost the right to try again. It was unclear what Velgrind was thinking, but it was confirmed that once you entered, you would not be able to enter any other gates unless you directly defeated the enemy. That's to be expected. Yeah, it was a good decision to let them enter from the beginning. Benimaru, Saoi, and Testarossa all nodded to one another. "So if any of us have a hard time, Testarossa will come to our aid." "Yes, that's right. Actually, I don't think that's going to happen, and I've got other things in my mind, but I'll be there if you need me." "No need is what I'd like to say, but it's Rimuru-sama's orders. I'm going to try to win, so don't be too hasty," Carrera said, smiling wryly, and Benimaru and the others nodded as if they felt the same way. At this point, Benimaru changed his expression and spoke to Carrera. 206, Carrera, about your opponent, don't let your guard down." "Of course, but why say that?" Kondu, I believe, was the only one who noticed Moss and took him out with a single bullet. That's interesting. Smiling wryly, Karara seemed more interested than afraid of her opponent's strength. I'm not worried about you, but if something happens, you can call for help through Esprit. Testarossa said, and Karara responded by raising one hand. Her demeanor eloquently told her that it was not necessary. Typical Karara, Testarossa smiled. Then the officers resumed their assault on the gate. Shin was fighting in one of them, so there were only 6 left. Excluding the gate guarded by Velgrind, 5 gates were now opened at once. Shin was alone, fighting hard. Outside the gates, the atmosphere was peaceful, but now Shin was facing the enemy with a fierce expression on her face. Her opponent was Minaza, the 6th-ranked knight of the single digits, one of the 4 head knights and also a female knight. Shin breathed heavily with her shoulders and gave Minaza an indignant glare. "I'll give you praise for giving me so much trouble," she shouted loudly, her voice full of spirit. Minaza, for her part, was not unharmed. Her uniform was torn and her bare skin was exposed, but there was nothing sexy about it, and rightfully so. Minaza had stopped her mimicry long ago and was giving it her all in her true form. "Shut up. I'm the one who should be giving the praise, all for your futile efforts. I praise you for defeating my children, but I'll have to repay that grudge." Minaza's feet, there were a great many dead insectoids. All of them had been slaughtered at Bishan. Yes, the insect-type higher form, an insector, was the true identity of Minaza. HMPH. A small fish like that doesn't count as a thing to me. I'm used to the training grounds where many more powerful individuals spring up. I beg your pardon? Phew, it's a shame. I am an experienced woman despite my appearance. This is not the 207 first time I've fought an insect-type beast. Although exhausted, Shin still had plenty of energy left. The smug Shin looked down on Minaza and told her as such. Then, as if remembering, she continued. Speaking of which, now that I think about it, Razul was not an insectoid, but rather a bug-shaped Magin insector. He said it was in its full form, so I'm sure it was. Hearing this, Minaza's face changed. "Razul, you're the one who defeated the guardian god of the West." Shin nodded her head. "I didn't take him on alone, but I was the one who defeated him. He was a strong opponent." Hearing this, Minaza muttered to herself, "I see." Then she turned her face down and started laughing with a cuckoo. "So, you got rid of him. He betrayed us. We are an aggressor race from the other world, but His Majesty Rudra accepted us and we finally found a safe place to live. And yet, he continued to be an unmitigated and selfish fool, not showing any reverence. Even if it was explained like that, it didn't make sense to Shin. She just looked at Minaza with an expression that seemed to say, what the hell is she talking about? However, there was one thing that bothered her, so she decided to take the opportunity to ask. "Me ask you something, aside from Razul, did you send any of your people to other places?" Shin was curious about her friends Zijin and Apito. If they knew each other, it might not be a good idea to kill Minaza. Thinking so, she asked just in case. There are many races in the otherworld. Through the underworld gate that sometimes opens, various aggressors target this world. There are us insectors and cryptids of similar nature. And then there are the phantoms. Unlike demons, we are semi-spiritual, so we can materialize in this world if we take our time. Shin didn't care if she didn't get an answer, but Minaza was kind enough to tell her. What Minaza meant by underworld gate was the gate of hell, a term familiar to Diablo and her friends, but Shin just thought it was hot. Minaza said that the underworld was a place where the 3 major races fought for supremacy. There was also a parallel world, which was a hell where the demons reigned. The world was very poor, and there was nothing to feed on. That's why it was said that they were vigilantly targeting this world. It was said that they had been sending their people to this world many times since long ago in order to expand their territory. Insectoids such as the army wasps were also a kind of aggressor. Well, some of them are unfaithful to us, and we sometimes get into a bit of trouble. Razul, whom Shin and the others had defeated, was a representative of such a race. It was proof that them and Minaza were not monolithic, although Shin remembered something else. Apito and Zijin had been picked up by Rimuru after escaping from someone, right? There is no doubt that they are enemies. Although she had no particular reason to believe it, Shin decided as such. She trusted her 208 intuition, and she was proud of the fact that she had never been wrong in such a situation. This time, too, Shin's intuition was correct. It was not a coincidence. Shin was deeply connected to Rimuru by Seal and his skill, because she had once Deeden come back to life. Therefore, her computing power interfered, and she was able to correctly discern the truth from the fragmented information she had already obtained. Short, you are the enemy, are you? Ha ha ha. What are you saying now? Thanks to your stalling, I will be able to revive my beautiful children once again. As soon as she shouted this, Minaz's lower body swelled up. Though hidden by the skirt off her uniform, Minaz's lower body was also covered with several mouths. And from each off those mouths, all at once, a wicked egg was being produced. You may look strong, but you're exhausted from fighting my children. You think Ho can win against this many? Wah. Minaz's triumphant words came to a halt. It was only natural. A single flash of Shin. Hercules' X was enough to knock out a large number of Thanesect beasts. That's not possible. My children, with the help of His Majesty Rudra, they should have been reborn as warriors with overwhelming power. Minaz's power was a power similar to a Pito. Queen worship. It was called the unique skill, gluttony rebirth, and by eating the corpses of the children she had given birth to, she could regenerate them over and over again. In addition, the ultimate enchantment, alternative owned by Rudra, had reinforced the system and greatly reduced the time required for rebirth. The numerous insect-type magians that were produced were as strong an opponent to Shinaz Minaza was proud of. Each of them was as good as a greater magian, and some of them were as fierce as a demon lord seed. However, Shin had defeated all of them, though it was a hard fight. That being the case, there would be no second time. Using optimal action, the essence of the unique skill Cook, the insect-type magians were defeated in an instant. Minaza was astonished. Even if she didn't fight herself, she could exhaust her opponents just wearing them down with the children over and over again. She was so good at such tactics that she was confused in the face of a non-standard opponent like Shin. But she was still a queen. She did not repeat her mistake and stood up in a rage. I won't forgive you. My children, lend your strength to the Queen Mother. Interesting, I'll accept your challenge. Minaza, with the children's power at her disposal, shifted into battle form. Shin happily intercepted her with her Hercules X-209, and so, the long battle began. It was a back-and-forth battle of offense and defense. Minaza's attacks wounded Shin, but she was instantly healed by the activation of ultra-speed regeneration. And Shin's attacks were unable to damage Minaza's exoskeleton. Equipped with legendary-grade armor and protected by ultimate enchantment, Minaza was so strong that even mythical-grade weapons would have difficulty damaging it. Minaza's speed was greater than Shin, but Shin's strength was greater. Minaza had the advantage in defense, while Shin had the advantage in resilience. Damn it, not this again. Those bugs are hard and really nasty. Shin wanted to break Minaza's exoskeleton, no matter how small the wound. Then theirs could be cooked by Cook. Minaza was desperate not to let that happen. She was not underestimating Shin, but to be honest, she felt threatened by her strength, which far exceeded her expectations. I can't believe it. I can't believe that she can fight me in this form so evenly. The amount of magicules was enormous as it appeared, but if that was the only reason, there was no way she should have struggled. What made Shin troublesome was that while she appeared to be sloppy, she was actually quite skilled with a sword. She was not as good as Benimaru, but she had still been recognized by Hakiru, her master. In other words, she was a licensed swordsman. This, combined with Shin's strength, made Minaza's rampage a nightmare. Shin, however, was not satisfied. She wanted to defeat Minaza quickly and move on, but she was stronger than she had thought, as expected of a warrior at the top of the empire. As Rimuru-sama had said, she was an opponent I couldn't let my guard down against. She didn't think about that until now. Shin usually didn't think too much. Now that she had, she began to think about a possible clue to defeating her opponent. It was just a temporary thing, but it was better that she realized that she needed to use her head. However, it was not as if a good idea would come to you just by using your brain. Thoyun inspired, Shin had Seal's blessing. You have the power. It took a while to choose the best race out of all the possibilities, but no, it has been decided. The one that is most suitable for you. Hearing that voice, Shin remembered. Rimuru had asked her some questions when he gave her the reward, but Shin had not thought deeply about it. She remembered saying that she would leave everything to him, but nothing had changed since then. Shin did not care about the evolution of the others. 210 Benimaru had evolved from an Oni to a flame spirit Oni, which meant that he became as powerful as a divine Oni. Shin, on the other hand, was still an Oni. But she didn't mind because she was strong enough as she was. But that was not enough to defeat Minaza. It was inevitable that Shin would seek power, and in response to her desire, the soul corridor was connected. Battle Spirit Oni is a good choice. It is a high-ranking holy spirit and boasts unparalleled strength in material terms. Next is the verification of skills. I'll leave that up to you, Shin decided, tossing the matter aside. Then she concentrated in Manaza. Shin's demeanor was brusque, but for some reason she seemed to hear a hint of happiness in the voice. It may have been Shin's imagination, but there was a real change that occurred. What the hell is wrong with you? That gushing, intense Yauki, have you been slacking off until now? The spirit surpasses the body. Therefore, Shin's racial awakening was accelerated as the voice of her heart demanded. The evolutionary possibilities were managed by Seal, and the best ones were selected. Shin evolved into a rare but powerful divine spirit, a battle spirit Oni. Her body regeneration, and she was immortal as long as her magicules existed. Attacks launched from her body were not limited to physical damage, but also destroyed the mind. Despite the fact that she was a spiritual life form with no weaknesses, she had an advantage against all attributes. Shin had evolved into an existence that could be called a natural enemy of spiritual life forms. Shin's evolution had also changed her physical form. Her body was optimized to be more specialized for combat. She realized this halfway by instinct. As if she had stretched out under a clear blue sky, she felt refreshed. Shin held her favorite sword, the new Hercules X, in her hand. Did I keep you waiting? But now my time with you is over. In a polite tone, Shin Spakido Minaza. Underestimate me. Just as you have hidden your power, I will reveal my true form. True to her words, Minaza's form had become even more deformed. She even cut down her own lifespan and became even more aggressive as she tried to fight Shin. And so the battle began. Those who seek to take our safe haven shall die in pain. Ultimate enchantment alternative. Unleash your full power, come forth, emergence. I will feed on my own flesh and use me instincts to destroy my enemies. Chaotic fate. It was over in an instant. The evil and forbidden final attack that Minaza was about to make was crushed by Shin's sword before it could be seen in full. In front of the shattered pieces of flesh, Shin declared, "You've been so annoying and talking too much." Wow, what the hell is? One of the pieces of flesh lying around was Minaza's head, more than half of which was missing. Minaza realized that her inevitable death was imminent, but she couldn't accept their reality and was gravely upset. Looking down coldly at Minaza, Shin asked, "Do you need some help finishing you off 30? For Minaza, Shin was the worst possible match. Before she had evolved into a battle spirit Oni, she was just an even match with or without an ultimate skill. From this point on, there was no way Minaza could win when she was only evenly matched against Shin, who had no ultimate skill. As a result of Shin's evolution, the power of her will had reached the ultimate realm. Shin's favorite sword had also evolved to a mythical grade that could be called Hercules Deluxe. Minaza's power had not been borrowed. It would have been a different story, but she was not strong enough to deal with Shin now. "Gah, ha, that's ridiculous, you're too strong." But my children will," Minaza said as if blind. But her hopes had already been dashed. Shin's chaotic fate had sliced and diced all living things. If only it were that way. Shin's words were a mercy. "You're so naive. So naive. You can't win against the insect Lord Sama that way." That's when Minaza's energy ran out. Her life was gone and Shin's victory was assured. Insect Lord? The words Minaza had left behind held a very important meaning. But Shin didn't care about any of that. "Well, I suppose it's none of my business," she said with a refreshing detachment, and did not even try to remember it. Thus, Minaza, an invader from the otherworld, met a pitiful end along with her children. The queen, who had sought to establish an insector paradise under the protection of Emperor Rudra, disappeared from the world just before achieving her ambition. 30 Shin actually says, "Do you need a kaishikunin?" A kaishikunin is a person appointed to behead an individual who has performed seppuku, ritual suicide. Normally, seppuku is a slow agony, so the kaishikunin will quickly finish the person off. 212 Veyron was the second most powerful of the 7 demon peers. He was a duke class, undefeated for over 4,000 years. Despite this, he was unable to stand up to the warrior-like figure of Marco in front of him, and was humiliated to be lying on the floor. Marco had correctly used the ultimate enchantment, alternative, by imitating Kondo's form with the unique skill, impersonator. By imitating Kondo with the unique skill, impersonator, Marco was able to use the ultimate enchantment, alternative, correctly. He had Kondo's skills at his disposal, and he was efficient without the slightest bit of waste. Veyron was a powerful opponent, but Marco was still better than him. It was only because of Veyron's high level of skill that he was able to do more than bend the knee. His combat skills, honed as a demon, were no match for Marco. It was a frightening reality, but Veyron had no far. On the contrary, inwardly, he even enjoyed the current situation. It was only natural. Having said that he could win in front of Ultima, his master, and all the other leaders, he had to win. Devil, was your name Veyron? I congratulate you on your fight, but it's useless no matter how many times you try. I've seen what you can do. I am more than capable of handling Yaono. I suppose. Since I haven't shown my true colors yet, your assessment is quite correct. Was about to recommend surrender, but Veyron's reaction made him look doubtful. In Marco's opinion, there was an enormous difference in strength between him and Veyron. It was proof that Kondu's strength was overwhelming, but to Marco, it was his own strength. That is why he was angry at Veyron's words. Veyron was a demon peer, but his magicules were less than a quarter of Marco's. It was difficult earlier because it wasn't one-on-one, but now it was just Veyron. Marco had a huge advantage because he was unencumbered, and yet Veyron merely stood up and laughed. You cannot defeat me by imitating others, because I am also good at imitation. I beg your pardon. A forgery is not as good as a true work. Do you understand that this is the truth? No. What are you trying to say? Marco asked in frustration. Veyron laughed inwardly, wishing he could just slash him instead of asking questions. I'll tell you now. What I consider to be the best work of art is... As soon as he shouted this, Veyron activated his newfound ability, 213. Veyron is Ultima's butler. For a long time, he was in charge of all her affairs. He had to deal with whatever his lord asked of him. The specialized field of cooking was left to Zonda, but the other things were under Veyron's jurisdiction. What Veyron had devised was a unique skill called Impersonator, a useful power to be able to become anything. With this Impersonator, it was possible to turn into anyone that Veyron saw. It was a skill similar to Marco's Impersonator, but Impersonator's accuracy was better. However, Marco was enhanced by Emperor Rudra's power. Considering this, Veyron had no chance to win, but that was not necessary to be said. Because the person Veyron was trying to emulate was stronger than Kondu, whom Marco had imitated. Marco was able to reproduce less than 80% of Kondu's strength. Veyron, who had a similar ability, knew that it was impossible to reproduce someone who was too powerful. That is why Veyron chose a supernatural being who had charmed even his master. By copying the demon Lord Rimuru, he hoped to utilize some of his power. But then, Veyron heard a voice. That cannot be allowed. But in return, I will grant you the power. It was not the same as the voice of the world. First, Veyron was puzzled, but as soon as he understood the implications, he was almost moved to tears. Even as I am being watched over by that love. As if praying to God, Veyron gave his thanks. Veyron realized that his skill had evolved. Even if it was an imitation, it became art as long as it moved people. As if to prove this, there was a certain power in that ability. Ultimate gift, artist. It was because of this that Veyron was convinced that he could beat Marco. What appeared before Marco was a young warrior with a keen eye. Who? No, it doesn't matter who it is. I don't know any swordsman better than Lieutenant Kondu. You are free to imitate whomever you like, but you still won't stand a chance. The young warrior that Veyron imitated looked very much like Ajira, which was no surprise, for it was the appearance of Byakuya Araki in his younger days. This result was the 214 ultimate culmination of imitation that Veyron had achieved. Veyron thought to himself, a true forger would be able to copy a painting from the Haidyof, the artist they were trying to imitate. It was only Veyron, who had tried to master all fields of art at the behest of Ultima, who had come to this conclusion. Artist could recreate the power of the copy in their prime, even if he had never actually met the person. It was a foul power indeed. And it was here that Veyron unleashed his power. His master, Ultima, had evolved by receiving power from Rimuru. By his grace, Veyron had also grown in power. The amount of magicules Veyron now had was comparable to that of a demon lord or even an awakened demon lord. What? It's as if he's a different person from before. Marco was astonished. Veyron ignored Marco and materialized a sword in his hand. It was the demon's uniquimatter creation ability. Although it was only a fake imitation of Ajira's blade transformation sword, it had the effect of the ultimate gift artist added to it. It was a fake, and there was no doubt that its performance was as close to the real thing as possible. Veyron took a glance at Marco and spoke. That's right. Certainly, this Kondu fellow is not to be underestimated. However, just what are you trying to say? Now that Kararasama has gone to battle, I fear his fate may soon be sealed. Ha ha ha, what nonsense. Marco laughed at this nonsense. Marco couldn't imagine Kondu being defeated. The two men glared at each other. As long as their arguments were incompatible, there was no choice but to settle the matter by force. They both moved at the same time. Baika, plum, fake transcendental technique, gallery fake. Yizakura, Hakeisen. The imitation was now the real thing. Veyron's 8 sword flashes knocked away the 5 sword strands. The remaining 3 sword blasts cut off Marco's arms. Finally, Veyron stopped with a snap of his blade against Marco's neck. The intense pain from both arms caused Marco's transformation to unravel. He tried to stop the blood from flowing, but Marco had no more than elbows to speak of. Fufufu, I'm not going to kill you. Ku, are you trying to take me hostage? No, how can that be? At this point, Veyron also changed his mind and smiled. I am Lady Ultima's butler, so I will do whatever it takes to please her. Marco felt a deep sense of dread as Veyron gave him an unanswerable answer. What are you doing to me? Marco couldn't help but ask that question, but his reaction was already as if he had fallen into Veyron's trap. Veyron replied promptly. Her ladyship is a very cruel person. The painful emotions of those who oppose her are her favorite. She doesn't kill her enemies right away, rather she rots them little by little. I am in a position to admonish her for that. And yet, 215, I don't want to hear this, Marco thought. However, Veyron was ruthless. I love it. I too find nothing more pleasurable than to see a strong man begging for mercy. That's why Marco is the best toy of all, Veyron's muffled voice told him. Please stop, I surrender. If you want, I swear I'll never disobey you again. So, Marco began to plead, but no one could blame him for that. He hadn't known defeat before, so he was vulnerable when on the defensive. Besides, Marco's skills were solid, but his spirit had not been trained. His ultimate power had only been lent to him, and he had not mastered it himself. Veyron, a demon among demons, was skilled in the art of tapping into the fear of such an opponent. Too bad. No need to worry about it, I decline. The Empire's policy is the same, isn't it? I'm a supporter of that idea. Hey, once you start a war, you cannot surrender. It's wonderful. The weak should just submit from the start. It's too embarrassing to ask for negotiation after losing a war. It's a way off thinking that I can't help but sympathize with. That's. Isn't it so? You've done this before, so you can't be so selfish as to not want to do it when it's your turn. So, at this point, Veyron's mouth twisted into an ear-splitting grin. His smile was even more disturbing because he was dressed like a gentleman butler, and it left a mark on the viewer's mind. Take responsibility, kid, and help please Lady Ultima. Veyron revealed his true nature. A cruel, brutal, merciless demon befitting of Ultima's first dependent. That was Veyron. Help me, Lieutenant Kondu. Marco's cries for help did not reach Kondu. Well, that cry is quite pleasant, but it may disturb others, so please be quiet for a while. Soon as he said that, Veyron carelessly pulled out Marco's tongue. Guhuo, woo-woo-wo. Marco's voiceless voice echoed in the other world, separated from this world. As for Marco's fate after this, Sawe was in a good mood. He had been secretly watching Rimuru battle, and now Rimuru had secured a great victory. It was fortuitous that he was able to watch the battle 216 Rimuru had taken on both Veldora and Velgrind at the same time, and still seemed to have the upper hand. He even ate Veldora and evolved. On top of that, he overwhelmed Velgrind, undaunted by the onslaught that Sawe would have been unable to resist. How strong such a Rimuru had become could not be determined by appearance alone. Even when he tried to find out through the soul corridor, Sawe could not sense it. Therefore, it was not just Sawe's desire to know about it. At least, Diablo had taken little action until the end and was undoubtedly staying by Rimuru's side. Although he was an annoying bastard for running away, Sawe could not complain openly because he understood Diablo's point and purpose. Speaking of annoying, there was also Testarossa. Although she had quietly declared her intention to stay, Sawe had mixed feelings when he considered the implications. Still, Sawe did not oppose her, because he understood her intentions. Perhaps Velgrind, realizing the disadvantage, had started to protect Rudra in the middle of the battle with Rimuru. There was no guarantee that she would not come out until she had defeated the other 7 gates. There is no way that the cunning Testarossa did not foresee the possibility of this happening, and yet she didn't point it out, which means that she thinks she can handle it by herself. I don't think she can win against Velgrind Sama, but she has a remarkable amount of confidence. Sawai had seen right through Testaross's intentions. Testarossa was probably aiming for air match with Velgrind. Sawai hoped that he could be forgiven for being jealous of Testarossa, since she was trying to challenge an opponent that Sawai could not beat. Sawai thought to himself. Benimaru, too, must have read Testarossa's thoughts and approved of them. This was because even Benimaru was no match for Velgrind. Benimaru, who was good at using flames, would not be able to attack Velgrind, who could be called the god of flames. There was a possibility that he could not even buy time, and Testarossa was thought to be more suitable. Incidentally, Sawai would only be able to withstand Velgrind for a few seconds. None of Sawai's specialties would work against Velgrind, who could control space. He would not even be allowed to escape and would end up being burned to a crisp. Being aware of this was not very fun for Sawai because had to accept what would happen. Although it was not fun, he had no choice but to endorse Testarossa. And so, Sawai decided to devote himself to his work in a very complicated state of mind, being both happy about Rimuru's victory and dissatisfied with his own lack of strength. Rimuru's order to kill the enemy was absolute, and he had no hesitation in obeying it. For Sawai, eliminating the enemy was a natural thing to do in the first place. Let's finish this quickly and get back to Rimuru-sama's side. With his loyalty to Rimuru growing even stronger, Sawai went through the gate as his Excite Heart commanded 217. He caught a glimpse of the enemy, and Sawai did not hesitate to go straight for them. The gate resembled a circular coliseum, which was the same inside all the gates. In the center of the coliseum stood his target. Are you my opponent? The smirking man was Gardner, the fourth rank in the single-digit hierarchy. Since you've come all this way, I'll at least introduce myself. My name is Gardner. I'm in charge of His Majesty Rudra's protection. It'll be a short visit, but I hope you enjoy it. With that, Gardner looked at Sawai as if he was trying to figure out what to do with him. Gardner looked at Sawai as if he were judging him. He was tingling with a secret hobby of abuse, wondering how he could torment him. In response, Sawai was silent. No, rather, after a short pause, he let out a sigh. Did my precious time get taken away just to deal with someone like you? He spat this out in a vexed tone, but Gardner was not one to let that go unheard. What did you say? My name is Sawai. If you wish to surrender, I'll accept, but you don't want to, do you? Of course not. Gardner was incensed by Sawai's attitude and had fallen for Sawai's schemes even before the fight began, though he was unaware of it. Sawai, was it? According to what Kondu-san found out, you were working as an intelligence officer in the land of monsters, right? That means you're not suited for direct combat. Of course, Kondu's investigation was not so lukewarm. Gardner knew that Sawai's strength was of a certain level and that he was daring to provoke him. He originally thought that he could win without such a challenge, but he thought it would be rewarding if he lost his school. It was a shallow strategy, and it was meaningless when provoked by Sawai. You lowlife. Enough of your nonsense, let's get started. Sawai had seen through Gardner's strength in this short time. Without realizing it, Gardner recklessly slashed at Sawai. Gardner's weapon was a two-handed blue dragon blade, Seryuyud. The blade, thicker and larger than a knife, was difficult to handle but powerful. The flowing succession of attacks was magnificent, as if he were dancing. It was an attack that combined strength and sharpness with Gardner's high skill. However, it would not work against Sawai. Gardner's Seryuyudo sliced through the air, and the momentum was too much for him to keep his stance. Sawai didn't miss, and the bullet that came from the shadow at Gardner's feet was sucked into the chest of his prey. Gyuha! Gardner coughed up blood and collapsed. Sawai emerged from the shadows to finish him off. In his hand was a Walther P99, a small handgun. Sawai had secretly obtained the prototype that Rimuru had Kaijin build for him. He had been practicing to be able to shoot it from the shadow space, and the result was Gardner, who had been shot through the heart. How boring. No matter how strong the opponent is, if they were caught off guard, they could be killed with a single blow. Sawai believed in this kind of claim, but he also understood that there were some opponents for whom such a method would not work. Gardner, however, was not one of them, and his plan had worked brilliantly. After all, this bullet contained all of Sawai's skills. In addition to the ultra speed and insta-kill of the unique skill, Shadow Striker, it also had the effects of poison, paralysis, and corrosion. The initial speed of the bullet reached tens of times the speed of sound thanks to ultra speed, and with insta-kill added to its power, it could destroy even spiritual bodies. With the addition of various abnormalities, Gardner's death was certain. Everyone, not just Sawai, would have judged it as such. But then, Idiot, you let your guard down. Such a voice came from behind Saoi as he began to walk towards the gate. Before he could do so, Saoi's head was cut off and the Seryudo sprouted from his chest. Ah, this kind of thing is troublesome. It's good for killing these clever bastards, but it's not very interesting because the game is decided in an instant. Needless to say, the voice belonged to Gardner, who was supposed to be dead. The body was still lying there, but Gardner was still standing. The reason for this was a special ability Gardner had acquired. Ultimate enchantment, alternative. Parallel existence was the power that Gardner had been lent by Rudra. Unlike Velgrind, who had an enormous amount of magicules, Gardner was a saint level off ordinary. Although he was comparable to an awakened demon lord, he was not capable of creating multiple split bodies. He could only create one, but it was enough. No matter how cunning the opponent was, as long as it was the main body, they would not be able to see that it was a fake. Gardner's plan was to lure others into a false sense of security, using one of them as a decoy and attacking with the main body. It was a strategy for victory, but Gardner was not satisfied with it. This is because Gardner enjoyed tormenting people who begged for their lives. With this method, he killed his enemies before they even had a chance to beg for their lives. Hey, are you alive? I don't think so. His complaint, Gardner had not forgotten his role. He had to make sure that anyone who entered the gate was killed, and he had to ensure that Saoi was dead. Then Gardner heard a cold voice saying, "I knew it." Being decapitated and stabbed through the heart, Saoi's body had dissipated into a black mist. "Oh no," Gardner shouted, but it was already too late to notice now. If he hadn't lost his cool with Saoi's plan, he might have realized that it was a clone. But that was a matter of if, and there was no point in discussing it now. Gardner's failure wouldn't lead to consequences. If you wanted to use yourself as bait, a clone would be enough. It seems that power 219 was wasted on you. Saoi's voice echoed coldly. His point was so accurate that it cut Gardner to the heart. In fact, Gardner had met Velgrind before. When he had just become a saint, he had learned that the marshal was a beautiful woman and had gotten carried away with the idea that he could challenge here. As a result, Hugh was defeated by a playful split body in front of the elegantly seated Velgrind. At that time, it was Velgrind's power that he longed for and craved from the bottom of Hishart. Gardner's favorite sword, the Seryudo, was also a gift from Velgrind. Saoi was not blind to this. Gardner had been dancing on Saoi's palm from the beginning. "Damn it!" Gardner screamed. The absolute situation had shaken him to the core. If one doubted their own abilities, the more ultimate one's power is, the more it would affect them. There was no way Saoi wouldn't make a move targeting that. If you're convinced, then you're dead. With that, Saoi was about to activate the unique skill Shadow Striker. In that moment, Gardner played his final hand. "You away, Araya. Then what about this? How about this? All of them are my body, and even if I'll die, I'll take down you with me." Split bodies attacked at once. All of them were the main body, and defeating any one of them was pointless. It was the ultimate attack using parallel existence, which burned away at Gardner's life. It happened in less time than it took to blink. Therefore, it was difficult for Saoi, who was aiming for a Shadow Striker attack, to avoid it. The greatest weakness of the clone used by Saoi was that it could activate his unique skill except for the main body. Even Saoi, who could control multiple clones at the same time, had not been able to overcome this weakness. This was the difference between a clone and a split body, so it was only natural. If the main body is nearby, it can be made to look as if it is activating, but there will be a time delay. It would only be a gap against a superior opponent, so it had to be the main body that would deal the final blow. Saoi thought to himself that he had let his guard down. It was common knowledge that the moment of stabbing was the most dangerous, and that one should not let one's guard down. For Saoi, it was a blush-inducing blunder to fall into a crisis while knowing this. "Forgive me, Rimuru-sama. I will definitely survive, and I will make up for this later." Saoi tried to prepare for Gardner's final attack. Since he was not allowed to die, he had to survive. But then, "I will not allow it. So Saoi, I will give you the power too." Saoi thought he heard a strange voice 220th. This voice is, no. Instantly, he understood. This voice must not be pursued or considered in any way. Although it was unbecoming of a person in charge of the information department, Saoi immediately decided as such. So be it. The name of the power I give you is, as if it were an innate power, Saoi understood that power. And at the same time, in a field-off consciousness that had been stretched 1,000,000 times, he realized that his clone had been transformed into a split body. This meant that Sao had also acquired parallel existence. I'm dying, but this is the end of him too. He deserves it. Is that the end of your final will? How is that possible? This is definitely your body. That's right. And this is just my body too. If you understand, then die. Damn it. This time, Gardner had nothing left. Thousand Hands shadow kill. Saoi's shadow stretched out and became 1,000 arms to capture Gardner. This was the effect of the Eye of the Moon, one of the powers of the ultimate gift Moon King Tsukyamathat Saoi had just acquired. The ability to manipulate shadows at will was a perfect match for Saoi. Through the shadows, he could investigate the state of the world, and he could move wherever there is a shadow. By combining this with parallel existence, it was possible to create a multiple arms and attack from the shadows. With his body bound, Gardner cried out in anguish. You can be proud of your victory. In any case, Velgrin-sama and Granite-sama will take you down. His words died out before he could finish them. Gardner's life was cut short by Saoi's insta-kill. Velgrin-sama has been defeated by Rimuru-sama, and Granite is headed for Benimaru, who is stronger than me. Perhaps the same as me. That's no longer any of your business. Saoi left those words and let Gardner disappear into the darkness. 221 Chapter 5. The truth of the Emperor Damrata was alone thinking to himself while guarding one of the 8 gates. Why had this happened to him? The current situation was dire. Yuuki had fallen into Emperor Rudra's hands and, like his companions, was deprived of his free will. Having been ordered by Rudra to take care of him, Damrata could not resist. And no, Rudra had given him another order. After handing over the care of Yuuki to someone else, he was to board the Emperor's flagship. And so began the great battle in the air. The true identity of the Marshal as Velgrind was told up to the 6th rank, but it could not be told to anyone. This was an absolute order, and for Damrata, who was often away from home, it was such an important secret that his memory was even manipulated. That's right. I made a promise to that man. And that was, seeing the Marshal turn into Velgrind reminded Damrata of that. At the same time, memories were clearly coming back to him. He remembered his most important promise to Rudra, but he also remembered the reason why he had to do it. Well then, what should I do? There was no time to worry about it. The demon lord Rimuru he had seen a while ago seemed so benevolent that he didn't feel like much of a threat. As long as he was trapped in the strange space created by Velgrind, Hesh should not be able to interfere with the mission to capture Veldora. Indeed, Veldora's domination was complete. This gave Rudra an advantage over Guy, but Damrata, none of that mattered. Not only that, but for Rudra as well, with a clarity of thought that seemed to clear his foggy mind, Damrata wondered what was 223 best for Rudra. However, before he could answer that question, Demon Lord Rimuru made his move. It was a fury of unprecedented proportions. Damrata was tempted to question himself as to why he had not thought of him as a threat. The mere fact that he had escaped Velgrind's realm showed just how dangerous he was. But there was more to it than that. From the moment he saw Rimuru appear, Damrata realized that he had been too naive in Hai's opinion. Rimuru had glanced at Damrata and the others with those glittering golden eyes. It was an unmistakably cold look, almost as if he did not even recognize Damrata and the others as enemies. Kondu had responded immediately, but his attack was ineffective. Is that all? In that case, there's no need to be wary. I will deal with you later. You can be afraid all you want. Try not to get killed until I deal with you. Rimuru's eyes seemed to be telling him. To Rimuru, Damrata and the others were already dead, weren't they? Emperor Rudra was no exception, and Damrata felt that if things continued as they were, they would all be killed together. What were the conditions for Rimuru's tactical victory in this situation? There were 2 conditions that needed to be met. 1. Reclaiming Veldora. 2. Eliminating the invaders. Veldora was an ally of Demon Lord Rimuru. To deprive Veldora of his free will would be unacceptable to Rimuru. The fact that he had come here meant that he was prepared to deal with Velgrind. From Damrata's point of view, there was no telling how the battle would turn out. It was an unattainable pinnacle of a matchup, and it was not something that Damrata could predict. As for the elimination of the invaders, Rimuru was said to be a pacifist, but one should not mistake that for non-resistance. There had been many acts of aggression towards them in the past, but they had all been repelled. They were not afraid of the means. With the help of Veldora, the monster nation had won many battles in a row. Rimuru would never forgive the Empire's aggression. The time for negotiations was over, and it was conceivable that the best course of action for him would be to kill all the Imperial soldiers. In that case, bargaining would be meaningless, and they would have to fight to Theend. There was no guarantee that they would be forgiven even if they surrendered under the condition that neither side had any wartime agreements. It was the Imperial side that had set a trap for Rimuru, who came to negotiate with them because he did not want to fight. They had lost all credibility and would not be trusted by Rimuru. The negotiation windows were closed 224. I should have been more serious about stopping His Majesty. Damrata was also proud of the Empire's strength. He had been overconfident in the Empire's power, thinking that it could not be defeated and that they could set the victory conditions as they pleased. Show the enemy the majesty of the Empire, defeat the enemy thoroughly. Make them lose their will to rebel before swallowing them up. They could change the leadership, replace them with puppets, and do whatever they wanted as long as they won the war. This was how the Empire had been able to expand its territory, but this time they had made a huge miscalculation. In addition to the fact that they were clashing with evenly matched forces, there was no guarantee that even Emperor Rudra would be safe. It was no wonder that Damrata was in a depressed mood. All that said, Damrata's real concern was about the promise made between himself and Rudra. There was no doubt that Rimuru intended to kill Rudra. This made Damrata confused about how he should act. Damrata also wished to keep his promise to Rudra, but he wanted to accomplish it with his own hands. However, it seemed difficult to win with Rimuru as an opponent. Damrata shuddered, analyzing the situation. The flagship had been enveloped in a terrible spell, and the survivors were now defending the 8 gates. Could this really be called an even match? To Damrata, it seemed as if they had made a terrible mistake. And then came to now. Did I keep you waiting? Before Damrata's eyes was a girl smiling happily. This girl was one of the strongest in Thurald, a pillar of the 7 primordial demons. Her name was Ultima, a subordinate under the control of Demon Lord Rimuru. Not only to add the primordials to his ranks, but to give them power. It was even more terrifying when one saw it up close. As soon as the fearsome death streak was shown to be inordinately accurate and powerful, the demon's evolution was assured. Rimuru had opened a tremendously huge demon summon gate without regard to the fact that he was being watched. There was a hint that the subordinates he had summoned were up to something. He didn't have time to investigate it, but Ultima had given him the answer. Enjoying herself, Ultima let out a laugh. Ahahaha, you noticed that? That's right, Rimuru-sama gave me the power, and now 225 I'm in great shape. In contrast to Ultima, who was very happy, Damrata's was in a nightmare. Giving power to a primordial, after all, it was not something that a mere demon lord could do. Even Guy Crimson had not been able to evolve the primordials under his command. Thinking in that way, one could understand just how extraordinary Demon Lord Rimuru's Ascedions were. Even so, that did not mean that Damrata was willing to lose. In order to fulfill his promise to Rudra, he needed to challenge the demon named Ultima with all his might. I don't always aim for the most reasonable path. Even if I choose the path of hardship, it's fine as long as the result achieves my goal. Damrata stopped worrying. Even after witnessing Ultima's overwhelming power, he took an undaunted stance. So you're going to do it, huh? Of course, I'll show you my power as His Majesty's knight. Looking forward to it. So then, let's begin. And so the battle between Damrata, the second rank of the single digits, and Ultima, Theping Lord, began. Ultima watched Damrata with a thin smile. She could feel a power that was incredibly strong for a human. Even for a saint, he was exceptional. His stance was so flawless that it might have been impossible for her to win had she not evolved. That's it. He seems to be comparable to Hinata-san. That person was like a natural enemy off monsters, but this guy seems to have refined his skill level purely against interpersonal and individual opponents. That type of person is really troublesome, isn't it? As far as Ultima was concerned, opponents who had honed their skill level were troublesome. Hakuryu was a good example of this, as he was able to deal with all sorts of situations with a variety of techniques. The ability to apply power was the secret of his strength. It was something that had nothing to do with superior beings. A demon is an overwhelmingly superior existence in comparison to a human. Just releasing their mana is enough to make it an attack. Ultima was one of the pinnacles of such demons. She was born knowing how to deal with mana and how to control mana perfectly. There was no need for effort. All she had to do was wish and it would come true. That was magic, and in the face of its overwhelming versatility, there was no opponent 226 until recently. Ultima had believed that the only beings that could defeat her were primordial beings of the same rank, or non-standard beings such as the true dragons. However, that belief had been wrong. It was during the battle with Velgrind that Ultima became aware of this. Ultima and her team had put up a good fight against the overwhelmingly superior Velgrind. They even succeeded in defeating one of the split bodies, albeit with only 10% of its power. In other words, she learned that if one misused their power, they could be defeated by a lower rank. In the battles that followed, there were many more lessons to be learned. A true dragon, which was known as the strongest beings in the world, performed an elaborate and sophisticated manipulation of magic power. As a result, that power had overwhelmed Ultima, a race that excelled in magic with magic. She hadn't known how that was possible while they were fighting, but now Ultima could understand. The secret was the act of adding an ultimate skill to magic. By using an ultimate skill, the control of magic becomes more precise. No wonder We couldn't beat her. Even the magic Velgrind cast in check had been too powerful for Ultima to handle. As for Carrara, she had been humiliated more than anything else by the fact that she was being dealt with by a better version of the magic she was best at. That right, it was a humiliation, but it was also a blessing. She had gotten the opportunity to experience that battle, and she had survived without being decisively defeated. Until now, Ultima had never imagined that just by incorporating the effects of skill into magic, it could be doubled in power. The experience of that battle had made her realize new possibilities. It's true that our basic abilities are very high. That said, relying too much on our potentiale is also a problem. With more ingenuity, one can become even stronger. Ultima, the strongest of beings, had never aspired to gain power before. But this time, she wished to have it too. How much stronger could a powerful being who is already invincible become if they strive and work hard to reach a higher level? The answer was someone like Velgrind and Guy Crimson, she supposed. From that perspective, there was no doubt that Diablo, who only pursued his own interests, was outside the norm. Testarossa, on the other hand, was completely different from Ultima and Carrara, who had never made any efforts. Ultima was aware that she was the most inexperienced of the 7 primordials. Even so, she was probably on par with Misery and Rain. But if she fought seriously, she felt Thatch would lose to Testarossa and Carrara. Testarossa was gracefully perfect. She was self-confident and had a bad habit of looking 227 down on others. Carrara was arrogant and unprincipled. She could do everything perfectly well if she wanted to, but she quickly lost interest and would leave things behind. And Ultima was. Ultima did not have as precise of a magic power manipulation as Testarossa, nor did she have as great a mana pool as Carrara. Of the 3 devil lords, excluding Diablo, Ultima was probably the weakest. She was half-hearted in everything she did, and although she was a mass-off talent, she had no experience of working for anything with her whole heart. In this way, Ultima and Carrara were similar in many respects. That's why they had been rivals for so long. Nevertheless, Carrara had recently found a hobby in swordsmanship. Ultima had honestly felt envious of that, but that would end today. Ultima was blessed with the opportunity to awaken and gain the power she wished for. That just means that I'm the one with the most room to grow. Ultima had come to think as such, and now it felt like a funny story. This was all thanks to Rimuru, who had become her master. Ultima did not know how Rimuru was able to do such things, but those thoughts were irrelevant. What mattered was whether she could become a superior being, and whether or not she could be of use to Rimuru. While watching over Aedira's battle, Ultima continued to wish. At the end of her contemplation, she thought she heard a mysterious voice. In order to make this wish come true, let me help you just a little bit. And the result was the ultimate skill, Poison King Samuel. It detected the weaknesses of all life forms and created a poison that induced a suitable state change. This was the power of the ultimate skill, Poison King Samuel. Now that she had this power, Ultima had no intention of losing. However, Ultima suddenly remembered. Your skills and do not to rely too heavily on your strength. That, what Diablo had always said. She had been losing to Zijin. So she had assumed that Diablo was just telling Hierof. She had also thought that Diablo was just being a jerk because he had a bad personality. But that was Ultima's misunderstanding. It was true that his words were laced with sarcasm, but Hugh was also thinking of them. How you control your power could make a world of difference in how strong you are. That was what Diablo was teaching them. After understanding that, she remembered Diablo's words. Simply relying on the power you have been given is not how to acquire it. It's certainly true. Ultima was now deeply convinced. It was a line that had been said to her right after she had received her name, but she now thought it was true 228. Come to think of it, Diablo wouldn't use the power given to him by Rimuru-sama unless Hugh was in trouble. I thought it was just in contempt for the enemy, but I guess he had a good reason. I will do the same. Ultima decided to take advantage of this opportunity and use it Tagro. Damrata was a tricky opponent, so this was a good time to give it all she had. Seriously. That Diablo, trying to teach us how to fight, he underestimates us too much, doesn't he? If Testa finds out that he thinks of us that way, she's going to get really mad and it'll be a big deal. Well, Testa might have just been taking advantage of the situation on purpose, but well, since this is a rare opportunity, I think I'll take advantage of it. Even Damrata, a formidable opponent, was nothing more than a training ground for Ultima. For the first time, she would use her ultimate skill and achieve victory. By doing so, Ultima would definitely grow. Ultima swore to herself. She would win this battle, not by using the innate power that Shieldways had, but by using the power that she had acquired from her desire to win. By doing so, she would prove it. Rather than just hopping, she could be of help to Rimuru. Ultima thought as such. The battle was extremely fierce. Ultima's attacks were outmatched by Damrata's techniques. In some cases, Damrata was able to offset Ultima head-on by concentrating all of his energy. It was Damrata's ability to react quickly and flexibly that made him so powerful. Ultima was frankly impressed by this and found it amusing. She realized a lot of things in the fight against Damrata. I see, so this kind of flow keeps the body intact. In that case, this is an approach that might work with Zijin-san. Zijin was so powerful that she was defeated the moment she got close. That was not suitable for combat training, let alone actual combat. On the other hand, Damrata was a most suitable opponent. Ultima realized how fortunate she had been. With her overwhelming mana, she could easily defend against any attack. She could have crushed any foe with brute force alone. She had thought she understood this, but now it was fully recognized with more realism. The power of both sides increased and the battle grew more intense. The two were evenly matched in strength and the outcome was still uncertain. Or so it seemed at first glance. 229, ha, this is fun. I couldn't last this long against Zijin-san. Ultima seemed to be enjoying herself. Damrata, on the other hand, had a bitter expression in his face, treating this fight as a training session. You're playing me as a fool. Despite seeing this, Damrata was aware of it in his heart. If this continued, Damrata was the one who would be defeated. Ultima was still growing, but Damrata was already at full strength. He had no time to enjoy the thrill of this battle and was using all of his skills just to try to defeat Ultima. In the first place, a primordial demon was essentially the poster child of magic. Against existence that could even rewrite the physical laws of the world, a half-hearted attack would not work. Therefore, Damrata was inflicting damage to Ultima by adding the ultimate enchantment, alternative effect to all of his attacks. Having spent more than 2,000 years studying it, he could exercise its powers as if it were breathing. It had become so familiar to Damrata Thaith had forgotten that it had been lent to him by Rudra. In addition, a demon had its shackles. Although this one seemed to have been released now, there was a limit to the amount of magicules they could possess. Because of this, the Saint Damrata had a higher total amount of energy compared to Ultima. That was why he was only just able to compete with Ultima Wunkwell terms. The more I attack, the more I am exposing my hand, but even using my big move may not be effective. This is unwinnable, huh? Damrata coughed up blood. Ultima was stealing the skills that he had worked so hard to acquire. It would have been better if she had decided to make quick work of this, but she knew that such a move would leave her open to self-destruction. Even now, he was able to cancel out all of Ultima's multiple attacks of the same power at the same time, but Ultima was not frustrated. She looked happy. That's awesome, just like a demonstration. Now it was Damrata's turn to feel frustrated. Damrata was now cornered. He was in no position to show off his skills, and as soon as he showed them, she would copy him. just like a dry sand absorbing water, he could feel that Ultima was growing. Ha ha ha, I can only laugh. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Damrata could never have imagined how horrifying these primordials were. To an outsider, it might seem as if their abilities were on par with each other. However, that balance would soon be broken. As long as one side continued to grow, the scales would eventually tilt in her favor. That was the stark reality. And that time would come. Aha. I'm starting to get it. As soon as she shouted this, the aura around Ultima changed. Until now, she had been salving her power to steal Damrata's technique. After releasing her power, 6 pairs of 12 total wings spread out on Ultima's back. Like the wings of a bat, the featherless flight apparatuses were glossy, smooth, and glowed a light purple. Here we go. Ka! 230 after Ultima shouted, the 12 wings began to move simultaneously. They changed shape in a variety of ways as they aimed at Damrata. Some were as thin as blades, some were as sharp as needles, and some were clumped together like fists. The ever-changing wings made them very difficult to escape from, let alone deal with. Damrata tried to parry the fist-shaped one, but was blown away as soon as he made contact. The force of the blow was incomparably greater than anything Damrata had seen before, and it was so fierce that Damrata could not cancel it out. Moreover, to his horror, Ultima's power was increasing rapidly. Now that there was no upper limit to the amount of magicule, it seemed as if her power would increase as much as she wanted it to, and there was no sign of her momentum decreasing. I love that kind of expression. Don't mess with me, little girl. The power is amazing, but I simply have to avoid being hit. Damrata summoned up more energy than ever before and concentrated on avoiding the attack. Although he acted as if he was fine, he felt a growing sense of danger inside him. He couldn't win at this rate, but Ultima remained untouched. If there was no opening, he would have to make one. Damrata dared to take a desperate action. One of the wings pierced Damrata's leg. It looked like Damrata had failed to avoid it, but that was exactly what Damrata was planning. As a race that prided themselves on their great power, demons were prone to arrogance. Damrata's goal was to act on the assumption that even Ultima would be caught off guard if she was sure of her victory. Ahahaha, I thought you were going to keep avoiding them. Or did you get tired? With a wicked grin, Ultima relaxed her attack and began to torment Damrata. The wings began to move as if to pierce the extremities, not the vital parts. I know, you're strong. That's why you look down on us and fail at the critical moment. Damrata was convinced that his plan would succeed. He pretended to be injured and fell down, then attempted to strike Ultima with all his might. Seihauken 31. This was Damrata's special move. It was a blow made up with the full power of a saint's fighting spirit, tempered with alternative. No matter how powerful a creature it would disappear if hit by this move. Even the primordial Ultima had no choice but to disappear if her body was destroyed. Damrata thought he had won, but he did not feel the aftermath of his victory. For some reason, he felt a chill as he tried to finish off Ultima. What collapsed was a piece of a wing that had fallen away. It seemed to have changed Shapedo resemble Ultima, but Damrata was unable to see it. By the time he realized it, it was too late. 31. I didn't really read into the kanji for this, but it's something like an ultimate fist attack 231, death poison fist. Ultima pierced Damrata's chest 232 in imitation of Damrata. She concentrated a huge amount of mana in her piercing hand. Butch controlled it perfectly by activating her ultimate skill, Poison King Samuel. Moreover, the 5 fingernails were dyed purple due to the deadly poison that was from the Poison King Samuel. Damrata's defense was crushed by the power of the poison, which far exceeded the lethal dose. With this, the outcome of victory or defeat had been decided. Damrata coughed up blood and collapsed on the spot. Ahahaha, my bad. I was right on target. It was a wicked roar of laughter that rang out. Damrata tried to stand up again, but failed. All the strength had drained out of his body and he could not stand up or even clench his fists. Still, he gathered his strength to look up Angelaire at Ultima. Fool, that's not a fist attack. That was a piercing hand. You only saw it once, so you can't imitate me, but that power is unmistakable, truly wonderful. Brilliant. It would be more appropriate to call it bloody bite. And with that, Damrata looked up to the sky in satisfaction. As he looked up, he smiled a little ruefully. This battle had been a complete defeat. Before they could challenge Guy to a decisive battle, they were crushed by Demon Lord Rimuru. Some of the elite may survive, Butit would be impossible to rebuild. Emperor Rudra did not have the strength to wait for the next opportunity. Before then, the current Rudra would already have been, Your Majesty. Damrata whispered, reflecting on his life. Damrata, can I have your attention? What is it? If you want to complain about something, just talk to Velgrin Sama. Or are you complaining about Velgrin Sama? If so, direct it to her and not me. I don't want her to think that I'm complaining too. Such a cold person. No, that's not what I meant. I'm serious. Pardon, what is it? He didn't want to hear it. From the moment he had looked into Rudra's eyes, he knew Thatit was serious. But once he listened to it, they wouldn't be able to have the relationship they had now. Damrata didn't like that. Apparently my mind wears out every time I reincarnate. Or rather, in Guy's words, it's probably the soul. But that's not important. What's important is that I eventually might not be me anymore. A hero. Rudra's reincarnation was not due to magic. It was a special ritual to inherit his overpowering power. There was a price for a mortal to gain power that surpassed even that of the true dragons, the ultimate spirit life forms. It was Rudra's own right to control it. Therefore, Damrata could 234 not offer a solution. A wearing of the soul, huh? After that, your majesty will cease to be yourself. Ah, that's right. That's a funny joke, but I'm not so naive as to take that seriously and shorten your workload. Gee, you're still such a serious guy, aren't you? I believe that's my strong point. Huh, that's true. I just said something boring, so forget it. Yeah, I'll do that. Could he forget? Damrata had only run away. He wanted to keep the relationship as it was, and he wanted to serve Rudra forever. And then time passed on. Ah, I knew it. It seems that every time I'm reborn, I lose something important. The problem is I don't even know what it is. Your Majesty. Hey, Damrata. Yes, this is an order. If I'm no longer myself, you will kill me with your own hands. Rudrasama, there's no way I could ask Velgrin to do this, right? I can't do this either. Damrata swallowed those words with all his might. If this was his best friend Rudra's heartfelt wish, then there was no way he could say no. Good grief, you're weak. But if that should happen, I promise I'll take care of Rudrasama. So don't worry, just rest assured and work hard in your affairs. Fufu, you're still the same as usual. I'm in good hands. That was the promise of a distant day. And then more time passed. I'm tired. There is a limit to how much I can control my Justice King Michael. Absolute justice, when you get right down to it, is not much different from evil. There is no such thing as sad justice that all people recognize in this world. Your Majesty, Damrata, the promise we made, do you remember? Of course I do. When Rudra heard the reply, he smiled, saying that's good. Changing his expression, he gave the order solemnly. Damrata, I have an order. Just in case you fail, find me someone who can defeat Justice King Michael and defeat me. It pains me to ask this of you, but while I am still myself, I must make sure everything is in order. The order was equivalent to an order to kill Rudra himself, but Damrata could only nod. Your orders, I understand. Upon hearing Damrata's reply, Rudra muttered, I'm sorry. As if talking to himself, Rudra looked off into the distance and began to speak. Looking back, the Justice King Michael, entrusted to me by my friend, may have been too powerful for me. Whether I win or lose in this game with Guy, this will be my last use of it. I want to fully master this skill, but if it shows any signs of getting out of control, do necessitate. You must stop me. I will. You. As soon as he said this, Rudra closed his eyes. Then he remembered the vow he had made to Veldanava, the Star King dragon, a long time ago, and felt frustrated Thaith could not keep it. A small murmur escaped from his mouth. If I fail to fulfill my promise, I will apologize to you in the afterlife. Damrata pretended not to have heard this and quietly left the room. Choking on the blood leaking from his mouth, Damrata was jolted back to reality. For less than a few tenths of a second, he seemed to have lost consciousness. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I was unable to fulfill your order. In his fading consciousness, Damrata tried to express his regret. But it was not to be, and could only vomit blood once again. Regret. However, there was also a sense of relief. The order to seek out those who would murder his beloved lord, it had been painful for Damrata. He had been suffering for a long time. It was only natural. Because to Damrata, Emperor Rudra was still the same glorious champion had it always been. I couldn't possibly kill you. Why me? Why can't it be someone else? I have no attachment to this world if you no longer exist here. I wish to go with you on your journey from death. That was what Damrata truly wished for in his heart. The game between Guy and Rudra didn't matter to Damrata. What mattered to him was Rudra's will and the world that reflected it. Guy Crimson was an arrogant demon lord, but he was not an unreasonable tyrant. His rule was absolute, but he also had set proper rules for himself and stubbornly kept to them. Guy and Rudra's ideals were different, but they were never incompatible. From Damrata's point of view, they seemed to be perfectly capable of compromise. Guy would not make a move on his own. Rudra must have given his orders to Damrade cause he was sure of that 236. Why did they insist on fighting when it's clear that there was mutual recognition? That was Damrada's question. But there was no way he could disobey Rudra's orders, and in the end, he followed theme and began his activities around the world. Long after leaving the Emperor's service, a candidate was found. A boy named Yuuki Kagurazaka, who possessed the super peculiar Constitution offense skill. Damrada had thought that he would be able to defeat the Justice King Michael if he could nullify even the ultimate skill, but the result had been a disastrous defeat. Yuuki had fallen into Rudra's hands, and he could no longer be relied upon. Thus, Damrada lost his trump card, but now a question arose. Why, Your Majesty Rudra, did you take control of Yuuki? What? Ultima asked back, an unintentional murmur escaping her lips. Without answering, Damrada continued to ponder. Rudra himself was the one who had ordered Damrada to find someone who could kill him, and yet he didn't see why he should interfere with that. No, it wasn't that. It's just that Damrada didn't want to admit it. The signs had been there all along. So, after all, His Majesty Rudrasama is already, Damrada muttered as if in a fever. What the hell are you talking about? Ultima shouted in frustration, but her voice did not reach Damrada. Damrada was now lost in his own thoughts. It was like a flash of inspiration before death, but Damrada's thoughts were now clear. Therefore, he would arrive at the truth. Rudra burned with passion for his ideals. He would unite the world and establish lasting peace. He dreamed of an end to strife and poverty and the development of mankind. Once all mankind was united and at peace, everyone would be able to live equally. Rudra believed in this and set out to establish a unified nation. He believed that human beings were capable of understanding each other. He believed from the bottom of his heart that they could eventually unite into a single will and create a better world. He became a hero for the sake of the people and took upon great hardships. Rudra was working hard for the hope that many people would live a happy life. Damrada liked such a Rudra, but Rudra's ideal remained a dream. It couldn't be helped that Rudra himself had changed before the day of fulfillment arrived. The ideals we pursued turned out to be crushed long ago. Damrada acknowledged this and was filled with a deep sadness. Are you crying? Because you're afraid of dying. 237. No. Because I made a promise. A promise. The inevitability of death had gripped Damrada. He had no choice but to resign himself to the fact that there was nothing he could do about it, yet Damrada couldn't stand the fact that he was unable to keep his promise to Rudra. If Rudra's will had disappeared, then who was Rudra now? There was only one answer to that question. It had to be the ultimate skill, Justice King Michael, the ultimate power given to Rudra by his friend, Star King Dragon Veldanava. Before Rudra's mind had collapsed, Damrada needed to fulfill the imperial order. And yet, apparently he was unable to do so, and Damrada's life was coming to an end. Damrada wanted to curse his own incompetence, but he reminded himself that the situation was not yet at its worst. He had to stop the Justice King Michael at all costs. If Damrada failed, he would have to find someone else to take over the task. It was an order from Rudra, and a promise that Damrada had to keep. Damrada had found Yuuki, but he knew of one other person. The dreaded demon lord Rimuru. His greatest enemy was also his greatest hope. May I ask you to kill His Majesty Rudrasama? What? Why me? It doesn't have to be you. But to the demon lord Rimuru, this message can't you ask? No, just let me take care of that. We were going to kill this Rudra guy anyway, not that we couldn't accept your request. Ultima's character did as she pleased. She was fickle, so she didn't take things lying down, but she liked Damrada. It had been a short fight, but for Ultima, who had an infinite lifespan, quality was better than quantity. Just the taste of the concentrated and intense fight made her feel like she could forgive everything. Then, one more thing, want to ask. What? That person, a boy named Masayuki, please protect him. Damrada was sure of it. Masayuki was, well, that's fine. But it comes at a cost, you know. The devil did not work for free. It was not an absolute rule, so there were plenty of ways around it. But this time, Ultima was being selfish. She wanted to annoy Damrada, so she asked the question. However, upon hearing Ultima's question, Damrada felt relieved. With a sense of peace that liberated his mind, he replied calmly. The reward is all that I have. My soul as well all of my skills. I leave it to you. Accepted, I guess. 238 looking at Ultima, who gave a reluctant reply. Damrada's expression broke. And then, Your Majesty Rudra now, I will go to your side. Those were Demrada's last words. Demrada breathed his last as if falling asleep. Demrada, the former prime minister of the kingdom of Nazca and close friend of the United Emperor Rudra Nam ul Nazca. The Fist Saint, Demrada's long life had finally come to an end. Ultima stood alone in the circular Colosseum in the isolated space. Ah, how boring. The nucleus is gone. I was going to give it to Rimuru-sama, but Ultima murmured sadly and gently wrapped Damrada's body in her 12 wings. In accordance with her contract, she had taken all of Damrada for herself, and that was the end of it. It was the end of the battle between Damrada and Ultima. The life of the Fist Saint had come to an end, and a new Fist Demon was born. Damrada, in his last moment, had given the deadliest power to one of the most vicious demons. If he had known, would he have felt ashamed of himself? Or perhaps he was happy to have a successor to his technique. Now that Damrada was gone, there was no way to know. Those who survived could only consider this question in their hearts. "Come, I will be your opponent," Aedra announced to Kondu in the center of the Colosseum. Kondu's eyebrows twitched, and he silently put his hand on his sword. He did not respond to Aedra, but glanced at Karara. "You can relax. I'm only here as a witness." "Nonsense. I can't trust you." Finally opened his mouth, but his words were quite scathing. They were enemies anyway, so he was telling them to come at him at the same time. Karara, however, was unmoved. "Well, I suppose you're right. I don't think 2 against 1 is cowardly, and I'm not planning to go easy on you, however this time it's Aedra's wish. Don't worry about me and just have fun." She said as much as she could before sitting down along the stone wall as if she had nothing to do with this. Kondu shrugged his shoulders and replied 239, "What a farce, but I'll give you credit for your spirit." Then he drew his sword and confronted Aedra. "I thank you. Now then, let's get." His words were cut short by a loud bang. Aedra collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. "You!" Karara, who had closed the distance in the blink of an eye, stepped in between Kondu and Aedra. Kondu swung his sword to cut off Aedra's head, but was stopped by Karara's sword. "HMPH. Can you make it at this speed?" Kondu said to Karara, holding a smoking Nambu pistol in his right hand and wielding a single sword in his left. "You knew I couldn't make it in time, didn't you?" "If you were serious, Aedra would have been wiped out by now, right?" Kondu had never said he would accept the match against Aedra, so this was Aedra's own fault for not checking. Besides, the final blow was not serious at all. Karara, who had caught the sword, understood this fact best. Someone as strong as Kondu would not have lost even if he fought Aedra head-on. If it was only a sword fight, it would have been close, but even so, Kondu's victory would have been unassailable in the end. Even so, Kondu made a surprise attack because Karara had been on the sidelines. Believing the words of an enemy was outrageous, so it would be foolish to listen to the words of a devil. Eliminating uncertainty was an ironclad rule of warfare. "Well now, just what are you talking about? I don't have time for that nonsense." Kondu turned to Karara and sneered at the state of affairs. "Well, that's all right. If you're up for it, I'll be your next opponent." With that sword, Kondu pointed to Karara's sword, which had cracked under the blow. If she struck at Aginand again, it would surely break, and Karara would not be oblivious to that. "Way, there are alternatives, only I've got something better than that. Aedra, you understand." "Of course. It is a shame that I could not cross swords with a descendant of my own school, but considering that you follow my teachings, I cannot complain. What I do not like is that he made a fool of me and deprived me of my fighting power." Saying this, Aedra stood up. Already the hole in his chest had been filled. The bullet that Kondu shot Aedra with was called an eraser, and it had the effect of dissipating as much energy as the mana it was loaded with. If it had been the necrosis, Aedra would have had difficulty standing up. As Karara and Aedra realized, it was obvious that Kondu had cut corners. However, that was why Aedra could still fight. Blade transformation was transformed into a single sword. Needless to say, Karara was the one who took it in hand. Karara's mana filled Aedra and his lost energy was restored. As a result, the blade glowed, showing that Aedra was full of energy 240. How foolish. I would have let you off the hook if I believed you were a fellow comrade. My dependents love to fight, so it's none of your business. I see. Well, it's not important now. That person committed the unforgivable sin of impersonating the founder of the art. I will do everything in my power to make him pay. Kondu, the Karara who was holding Aedra in her hands, was just as guilty. He bared his clear hostility and showed his seriousness. Half an hour had passed since the battle began. Karara was kneeling on the ground. Incredibly, Kondu was showing to be terribly strong. A master, indeed. Even to Karara, he was a monster beyond imagination. Karara knew that she was strong, but at the same time she understood that there were stronger people out there. In fact, even if she couldn't beat Diablo, one might have thought Thatch wouldn't lose to anyone else. And yet, Zijin had beaten her easily. In this war as well, she had been completely outmatched against Velgrind. So even though she was at Kondu's mercy, she wasn't surprised. On the contrary, she felt excited and uplifted. Karara rolled on the ground to keep distance from Kondu. She then stood up and took up Sagan's stance 32 once again. "You're good. Even Ajara complimented my swordsmanship, but it seems I am still no match for you. Up. I am only trying to use all my power to defeat my opponent, saying that is upsetting." Kondu, true to himself, found Karara's sense of combat very uncanny. Now was not the time to be fooling around, so he had been going all out from the start. He was using not only his word skills, but also his ultimate skill, Conviction King Sandalpin, without any hesitation. And yet, he was unable to finish Karara off. That alone was astonishing, and Kondu shuddered inwardly. It seemed that they were not easy opponents, and both had recognized one another. From that point on, the battle intensified. Karara struck Kondu with a powerful sword blow, blocking his movements. Kondu parried the sword lightly and aimed at Karara with the gun in his right hand. The power contained in the bullet was to disarm magic. The bullet was called Dispel. The reason Kondu fired it could be seen in Karara's next action. Without any chanting, a gravitational force field was formed instantly. Kondu noted that thighs was a feat of strength, but rather than reflecting on it, Karara resorted to more power, invoking a spell that did not affect her and hopping to block Kondu's movement. Anticipating this, Kondu chose to use Dispel. This versatility was Kondu's strength. The ultimate skill, Conviction King Sandalpin, had 4 main effects, and Kondu used them 32. Sagan stance / Sagan no Kami can be translated to something like right posture, and is the basic sword stance used in most traditional schools of swordsmanship. It is also called Chuden no Kami or middle-level posture. 241 differently depending on the time and situation. Remove broke the target's defense barrier. Dispel counteracted magic effects. Necrosis destroyed the target's mana circuit. Eraser was a high-density mana bullet. It also drained energy by detecting the nature of the target. All of these effects were combined in Judgment, the most powerful bullet of all. Karara had always been one to chant spells in her magic attacks. It was a stepping stonito this time, but all of those spells were lifted the moment she cast them. Kondu's reading had been accurate, and he had made the right choice. Moreover, he would fire various kinds of bullets at any opportunity. If Karara didn't recognize the nature of the bullets and deal with them properly, she would hurt badly. If she had been careless, the game would have been over in an instant. Kondu had analyzed the battle very calmly. He did not show any emotion and was even mechanical about it. He saw through the enemy's weaknesses and the flow of mana and took the most appropriate action. That was all. By sticking to the basics, Kondu had maintained his position as the strongest in the Imperial army. This was in stark contrast to Karara, who let her emotions get the better of her, yet Thetwo were very similar. Karara shook her head in dismay and asked Kondu in a friendly manner, "That's tricky. How did you know I was going to use magic?" Kondu also responded to Karara, gesturing for her to catch her breath. That's simple. It's because that's what I would do if I were you, I guess." "I see." That really is a simple explanation. Once again, Karara was impressed by this Kondu man. At the same time, she realized that Kondu was the most powerful enemy she had ever faced. How can he just read the flow of mana used to activate the spell and cut off the flow? How can he just say that? "That's what I would do," was what he said. What a terrible excuse. Karara felt bitter, but her expression was unable to hide her joy. It was nice to know that there was someone Yao could fight with all your might. Demon Lord Leon was a strong opponent that Guy recognized. It was supposed to be a satisfying fight, but Karara's challenge had not been met with any response. It had been disappointing, annoying, and frustrating, but with Kondu as her opponent, she could enjoy the fight to the fullest. To Karara, the process of fighting was more important than winning or losing. "That's good, very good. It's Kondu, right?" "You're the best enemy I've ever had." Karara praised him sincerely, but Kondu only snorted and brushed it off. He did not speak in words, but gave his opinion with his sword. A sharp slash was launched at Karara. Even though he was swinging with only his left hand, his sword line did not waver, and was even 242 more beautiful than the demonstration of a master. Karara dealt with Kondu's continuous slashes, relying on Ajura's skill and her own intuition. After a brief exchange of sword clashes, Karara discovered that Kondu had a few quirks. A sword in his left hand, a gun in his right. This was Kondu's fighting style, but at the moment of firing his gun, his eyes and fingertips were linked, and she could read the line of fire off the bullets. It was a small quirk that only someone like Karara could have detected, but it was still a fatal flaw that was more than enough to decide the match. Here, with perfect timing, Karara swung her sword. Kondu, who was about to fire his gun, could not react to the movement. As if without thinking, he forced himself to hold up his gun to deflect Karara's sword. His reaction speed was impressive, but that was not enough to stop Karara. Underestimate me. I've taken away one of your trump cards. Kondu twisted his body into an impossible position to resist, but it seemed that he could not resist Karara's strength. He was forced to let go of the gun. The Nambu pistol rolled to the ground. Karara was elated that she had given Kondu the slip, but then there was a creepy sensation. As soon as she felt it, Karara instinctively jumped back from the spot. It was Kondu's sword that slashed through the air. Damn, I failed to finish it. Karara's severed left arm fell to the ground with a thud. It was cut off by Kondu's sword, as if without any regard to the orichalcum skeleton. You bastard. Karara is furious, but her mind was calm. She acknowledged the reality of the situation while trembling with humiliation. She would never be able to beat Kondu at this rate. As proof of this, Kondu was now holding a military sword with both hands. His form was one off-perfected beauty, and even his demeanor was different from before. She had no choice but to accept that Kondu did not intend to rely on the gun from the beginning. His purpose had been to lure Karara by daring to create an opening. That last case, Karara had been underestimated by Kondu. He could have fought her with just her sword, but he didn't show it and instead played tricks on her. It was probably just a trick to make it easier for him to kill me, but how could such an expert do such a despicable thing as not showing his full strength? That's unforgivable. Recognizing this, Karara roared. Dare you underestimate me, a human? In a fit of rage, Karara tried to take a step forward to tear Kondu to pieces. But at that moment, please wait, Karara-sama. 243 Ajura, who had been transformed into Karara's sword, spoke to Karara. Karara and Ajura were now in a state of near unity. Naturally, they were connected by a telepathy net, so they could talk to each other with their minds. And so, in the field of consciousness that had been stretched a millionfold by Karara's power, they began to talk. What is it, Ajura? I'm busy right now, so if you interrupt me, I'll kill you. Down, Karara-sama. If you lose your cool like that, Kondu will have his way. I know what I'm doing. But he made me look like a fool. Me, the king, I'll never forgive him. Lately, it had become Ajura's role to stop Karara, but even Ajura had never seen Karara as angry as she was today. If he didn't stop her now, Karara would inevitably lose. Ajura honestly tried to persuade Karara. Listen. The reason Kondu did not resort to the sword from the beginning was not because he underestimated Karara-sama. Why not? No matter how you look at it, he's underestimating me. No, he's not. Rather, it's for the exact opposite reason. Because he perceived Karara-sama as a threat, Kondu is trying to keep his cards close Tohai's chest. Not everyone is born as strong as Karara-sama. It's only natural for a warrior to be mindful of fighting a strong enemy. Then what is it? Are you saying that he approves of me? That's right. Ajura was making points here and there. Kondu's style was complete in its own way, beaut in his essence. He was a swordsman who had inherited Ajura's style. There was no doubt that Kondu's style was more serious, but that was why he did not expose it from the beginning and instead switched to it at the right moment. The gap he showed when firing the gun must have been created by his nerve-wracking training. He must have used it because he recognized Karara as a strong opponent. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take such a risk by making such an elaborate move. I see, that's true. If you say so, thanks to Ajura's persuasion, Karara regained her composure and agreed. Ajura breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry for worrying you, Ajura. Thanks to you. I've come to my senses. I'm glad to hear that. I promise not to worry you anymore. With that declaration, Karara turned to Kondu once again. Then, without hesitation, a fist struck her once in the face. At such a blow, one would wonder how Karara's head didn't explode. However, Karara did not care and even smiled at Kondu. Hey, I didn't scare you, did I? I'm sorry, I just slightly lost my cool because I mistakenly thought you underestimated me. Even so, it's amazing what humans can do. They really do. 244 have a lot of tricks up their sleeve to win. I was a little surprised because I had never thought off that. Laughed, but knew not to underestimate the enemy. She was not careless, but without Ajara, she would have been taken in by Kondu's schemes. The Karara of today was not the Karara of the past, where selfishness was acceptable. As a loyal subordinate of the demon Lord Rimuru, she now acted in accordance to theaters of her lord. Aside from defeat, she could not afford to die. Karara warned herself in her mind. That blow had been for that very purpose, and as a statement of her resolve. Karara now acknowledged Kondu. The two of them were equals. It was a very serious thought, not typical of Karara's casual nature. What a surprise. You know, I never really thought of humans as real opponents, but no, I am taking them seriously. Perhaps it was the pride of being the strongest race that always made her unconsciously fail to use her full strength when fighting others. Even so, she had mistakenly assumed that Kondo had not been giving it his all and had to be admonished by Ajara. Karara realized her mistake and finally got serious. Kondo looked at the ghastly grin on Karara's face and felt that it was beautiful. The demon getting serious. As a vulnerable human, that is not something I should welcome. For the first time, his expression changed, and he recognized Karara as the enemy. Then, I too, must take you seriously, Kondu declared, putting on his armor for the first time. It was no longer the uniform that relied on the power of will, but a pure white spiritual armor that was a variation of the mythical-grade armaments given to him by Rudra. It resembled the ceremonial robes of the old Imperial Navy. While it was not that big of a change in appearance, the atmosphere was that of a different person. For Kondu, the ceremonial robe of his naval days was also a garment for death. As a lieutenant, he had caused the deaths of his men, and he had vowed to live with the guilt. In order to remember that resolve, he wore these garbs in battle. Karara looked at Kondu and released mana in a deep and loud voice. Then, she said her name. I am a loyal servant of Demon Lord Rimuru-sama, and one of the 12 Chaos Guardian Lords. Menace Lord Karara, I will kill you upon my pride, responded. I am Tatsuya Kondu, a former lieutenant in the Imperial Navy. I am now the commander of the Imperial Guardians, and I accept your challenge. The two sides stared at each other, quietly building up their strength. Now the real battle would begin. 245 Karara picked up her fallen left arm and lightly touched the cut surface. And just like that, the pieces were back together as if nothing had happened. That's unreasonable. Now, don't say that. Rimuru-sama gave me this precious body, so I can't leave a single scar. They were talking in a light tone, but both of them were looking for an opening. Kondo waited for Karara's arm to heal because he had his own agenda. Now that he had given up his pistol, Kondo would fight with only his sword. This was the true nature of the Aburo Shinmirayu, but it also meant that he had no other options left. Kondo was now serious. This meant that Kondo was betting everything he had. Now that he held the sword in both hands, he was confident that he could defeat any enemy. Kondo used his unique skill decipherer to read Karara's movements. He could read not only the movement of her muscles, but also the flow of mana that filled her body, and even signs of magic being activated. This ability was linked to the ultimate skill, Conviction King Sandalpen, and its performance was far beyond the realm of the unique level. For that reason, he didn't miss the fact that Karara's power had begun to grow abnormally. A tremendous energy that seemed to symbolize Karara's tyranny. And yet, as if unified by a great will, there was no stagnation in its flow. The energy that would normally have produced an explosive torrent was perfectly under Karara's control. What a monster, Kondo thought. The arm that he had taken so much trouble to cut off, now there was not even a trace of it left. Even her clothes had been mended. What a joke. The focus of her raging energy was the sword that Ajara has transformed into. The circulation of power was complete, thanks to the fact that he and Karara were one and the same. From Kondo's point of view, this was an abhorrent situation, and he found it even more troubling. Incredibly, at the center of Karara's mana, a fearsome crystal of power was forming. Kondo had an idea of what it was. He knew it because he had acquired it himself. It was something that could only be seen when the form of the heart materialized. This person, I'm sure of it. Is she trying to acquire an ultimate skill? As soon as he confirmed this, Kondo moved. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they needed to be eliminated quickly. That was the reason why he put on the ceremonial robe, a sign of his seriousness. In other words, defeat was not allowed. No matter what means were used, he had to win. It was the side of the victor that was justice. While examining Carrara, Kondu finished his preparations. All that remained was Hissward. With all his might, he slashed at Carrara. 246 good. You're giving me such a thrill with those unhesitating eyes. Kondu swung his sword, paying no heed to Carrara's gleeful cries. Although it was caught by Carrara's demon sword, Kondu's sword was very powerful. If it had not been for Ajaraswil, it might have been broken by the blow. Kondu added another series of blows. You, Carrara groaned as she was struck by the sharp and heavy slash. The secret of the power lay in the intent behind the sword. Kondu's ultimate skill, Conviction King Sandalpen, was not just a power that could put into a bullet. It was only when Kondu's will was embedded in his sword, which could be called his soul, that it showed its true essence. That was Kondu's inner workings and his true form. Kondu's onslaught began, and Carrara was on the defensive. Kondu was determined to tone the battle before Carrara awakened to her ultimate power. Using every technique at his disposal, he hunted Carrara down. Even though Carrara controlled her violence and showed great power, Kondu parried everything without changing his expression. Kondu's fighting skills were superior to Carrara. The reason why the battle was barely was that Carrara had a huge amount of magicules and Ajara's skill level was added onto it. If it wasn't for that, Carrara would have been destroyed long ago. Even now, the slash that contained the power of Eraser was cutting through Carrara, left side. Carrara's mana circuits had been disrupted by the effects of necrosis in several /esto her limbs. As a result, even the assimilation of Carrara and Ajara had begun to be affected. You, Carrara groaned, glaring at Kondu with bared teeth. It had been a miscalculation. She knew Kondu was strong, but she had thought she could handle him as long as she put her mind to it. However, Kondu was not that easy of an opponent. Even with the help of Ajara, Kondu was still a superhuman who could surpass Carrara. A human being. Even if he was awakened to a saint, I never thought that a mere human would be able to push me this far. Carrara contemplated her own ineptitude and put her right hand on her left side, where mana was leaking out from the slash. She tried to promote recovery, but it was ineffective because her mana circuits had been messed up. Normally, a wound of that magnitude could be repaired without a conscious thought. And yet, it was like this even when she was aware of it. No matter how bold and rough Carrara was, she knew that her current condition was the worst. The strength of one's will determined one's strength. What's more, Kondu was a man who had acquired the ultimate power on his own. Compared to Carrara, who had an infinite lifespan and spent her days at will, Kondu was simply incomparable. Only now, along with the pain that tormented her, did Carrara finally understand. A skill was meaningless if it was merely given. It was only through the desire to acquire it that its essence could truly be utilized 24/7 in terms of race, physical prowess, and vitality. Carrara had the upper hand. Thanks to Ajara's skill, they were even on par. And yet, she was unable to win. On the contrary, they were on the verge of defeat. At this rate, I'll lose. In other words, death. Me, the most powerful, a pillar of the primordial demons. That was absolutely unacceptable. Carrara's pride would not allow it. Above all, it would be going against the orders of Carrara's beloved lord, Demon Lord Rimuru. If it turned out that way, it would be a big mistake that could not be redeemed even by killing herself 1,000,000 times. Carrara felt fear. The inability to comply with Rimuru's ordershed terrified Carrara, who had never before known what fear was. I absolutely will not accept that, Carrara shouted, glaring at Kondu with bloodshot eyes. Forcing the wound to regenerate, she prepared herself. Carrara prayed even more deeply and intensely, a desire for victory against the man in front of her. Up until now, Carrara had fought only with her own pure demonic power, but that wasn't enough. Those who had awakened to the ultimate level could never be reached, just like Diablo and just like Kondu before her. She now understood that she would never be able to defeat those who had awakened to the ultimate power. Even more so, she could never be a match for Guy Crimson, the one at the top. It was not enough just to think about increasing power. If that was the case, no matter how hard she tried, she would only end up as food for the strong. Carrara finally understood after she had been driven to this point. If one truly wanted to fight the strong, one needed to understand themselves more deeply. To do this, what she needed above all was a strong will. This was the moment when Karara, a spiritual organism, sought the power of will, which was her essence. If so, let me help a little. She felt as if she heard such a voice. In that next moment, the something that had been moving deep inside of Karara took a clearer shape. Karara turned her attention to it. Her determination, her desire had taken shape. Until now, it was just a force raging inside her. She had always used her power to suppress it, to control it, to use it, but now she recognized that it was also herself. And she would release it. This ultimate power needed a name. My power, I give you a name. In order to fulfill the order Rimuru-sama has given, become my strength and release further power. Your name is the ultimate skill. Annihilation King Abaddon. 248 Abaddon had the meaning of destroyer. It was also the king of the abyss. A fitting title for Karara, the Menace Lord, had finally obtained it. The absolute power that could destroy everything. Ultimate skill, Annihilation King Abaddon, it was the embodiment of Karara's desire. A fearsome power that, once unleashed, could bring certain destruction to her adversaries. Karara's first desire for power came when she met a powerful enemy. And now that it had come to fruition, the battle between Karara and Kondu was about to come to an end. This is no joke, Kondu thought. Karara, whom he had almost killed, had awakened to her ultimate power right before Hisai's. From Kondu's point of view, this situation was nothing short of ridiculous. Kondu thought he had struck Karara with a fatal blow on numerous occasions. Yet, no matter how many times Karara fell, she kept getting back up. He had sliced through the barrier with his remove power and disrupted Karara's mana circuits with a slash filled with necrosis. After steadily accumulating damage in this way, it was the power of Eraser that was the final blow. It should have been over by now. However, even Kondu, who was in full strength, had been unable to defeat Karara, and now she awakened her power. Kondu was keenly aware of Hai's mistake. That's right. If only I had a judgment bullet left, this thought may have been due to Kondu's slight weakening. Judgment was a trump card, the most powerful blow that could only be created once a day. However, he had recently used it to weaken Veldora. It was uncharacteristic of Kondu to beg for something in a life-and-death battle. An enemy so powerful had gained an unknown power. Understanding this, he had fallen to a dark mood. Kondu, however, still tried to muster up the energy. Now that he was clothed in his garments, he would have to fight with an unwavering resolve. Kondu couldn't help but reveal his true feelings to Karara for the first time. You guys are unreasonable. Humans were ridiculed for being vulnerable, but that was not surprising. The species' hierarchy gap between them was so wide that it was too great to be filled. Even Kondu could not help but grumble about it 249 upon hearing this. Karara nodded in satisfaction. Ah, of course. We're the strongest species, after all. However, I think you're being unreasonable too, you know? It was Karara's greatest compliment. Karara had already recognized Kondu as her equal. That was why she respected him to the fullest and challenged him with all her might. Pointing her sword at Kondu, Karara prepared herself with no hesitation. She activated her Annihilation King Abaddon in her right and left hands, circulating a huge force of power. The space between Kondu and Karara overflowed with a stream of black and white light. An enormous amount of magicules was converted into energy, and the aftermath alone weighs enough to almost blow one away. Karara controls all of that energy by concentrating her consciousness. I'll show you everything I've got. I'd rather you. Fufu, don't be such a wet blanket. Now that I've accepted you as an equal, I will show you my best magic. Kondu got a bad feeling upon hearing that. One who did not care about the circumstances of others, that was the demon named Karara. Demon Lord Leon had also suffered for it, but at that time, Karara had not been serious. She was just amusing herself. Kondu, who had to deal with a serious Karara, would probably say that Leon had it better. Of the 4 devil lords, including Diablo, Karara currently had the largest amount of magicules. She had never been able to control them completely, but now that she possessed the Annihilation King Abaddon, that drawback was gone. The current Karara was able to control magic on a level comparable to Velgrund. I'll give you destruction. Now be gone. Abyss Annihilation. It was the ultimate magic that surpassed even gravity collapse. It was also Kararacidal, the most powerful offensive magic. It was a spell that generated an unimaginable torrent of extreme energy by throwing a substance called up from the abyss into a gravitational collapse force field. It went without saying that it was extremely difficult to control the energy, let alone make it directional. It was not a spell that should be used on a planet, but Karara had no hesitation in unleashing it. It was a spell that, if miscontrolled, could wipe out even the planet. The spell had never been used successfully in the underworld, and this was the first time it had been used in the material world. With no hesitation at all, Karara used a spell that had never succeeded before. If Testarossa and the others had been here, they would have stopped Karara at all costs. But there was no one here who could stop Karara. Ajira was there, but it would be unreasonable to ask him to stop Karara. In fact, it might 250 be better to say that it was not Kondu who was the most frightened, but rather Ajira. Hawk knew how dangerous the magic was. And what about Kondu? He had sensed the danger just by seeing Karara's preparatory movements and deployed conviction King Sandalpin, even before he heard her announcement. This quick assessment of the situation was what made Kondu. However, this time, his opponent was just too much. Abyss Annihilation was an extreme magic that was presupposed upon Karara's absurd mana to the point of being ridiculous. Its range was vast, and because this wasn't the otherworld, there was no telling how much damage it could do. Kondu guessed that if they were not careful, it could destroy even the otherworld. If that were to happen, all of the matter in the line of fire of this spell targeting Kondu would disappear. He was aware of this. If the otherworld was destroyed, Emperor Rudra was likely to be affected as well. Rudra's defenses were sound, but even so, there was still a chance. He had to prevent that from happening. But that wasn't all. Kondu was aware of a more troubling fact. Judging from Karara's stance, even that vicious magic was a decoy. Even if he survived the blow, it would be followed by the main attack of the sword. There was nothing he could do in that case. The only way to survive was to make every sacrifice possible and defeat her here. Kondu made up his mind. He sheathed his sword and waited for the right moment. Then he moved just as Karara activated the spell. With all of his might, he drew his sword. Yizakura, Hakeisen. He recreated the technique that Hakiru had shown him. The power it contained was the judgment that could only be used once a day. If he was unable to exceed his limits here, Kondu would be doomed. That was why, believing that he could do it, Kondu bet on his own potential. The power of his soul grew brighter. Would it be Kondu's or Karara? At the very least, there was no doubt that both of them were giving it their all. Kondu's blade sliced through the torrent of maniacal energy generated by the abyss annihilation. Karara's eyes widened, but there was a smile on her face. Pain shot through Kondu's entire body. Even the best protection, the mythical-grade ceremonial garments, were unable to prevent the power of destruction. Yet Kondu was not daunted. With conviction, he aimed for Karara's neck and made the 8 flowers bloom. Karara, however, was a step above Kondu. That's naive. Now then, I will show you my best technique, using Ajira's experience as my own. Those were her words, but they were more than that 251 in a moment of time. Karara's intention was transmitted to Kondu. 100 sword flashes that transcended Kondu's sword drew speed. The name of the technique was the Oboro, Hayeka Rairan 33. Kondu's sword broke and shattered under the unbearable violence. Immediately afterwards, Karara's final blow knocked Kondu down to his knees. Kondu felt his strength drain from his entire body. He had passed his limit long ago. He closed his eyes and fell on his back. The end of Kondu's life was near. I'm halfway there, he laughed at himself. After all, he had been unable to do anything. Neither able to defend his country nor keep his promise to Rudra. Be my friend, Tatsuya. I was unable to keep my promise to you. Kondu's heart was filled with regret. The thought of his unfulfilled promise almost tore at his heart. Tatsuya, I have a favor to ask you. Anything. As your friend, I will do whatever I can to help you. That's right, he had wanted to return the favor. He wanted to say thank you to Rudra for calling him a friend, for giving him meaning in this world. Even so, that request was too cruel, wasn't it? A long time ago, I asked Damrata for a favor. If I lose sight of my ideals, I want you, Mifren, to stop me. But I have lived too long. Damrata is too kind to kill me with his own hands. I regret this terrible request I made of him. That's so, Tatsuya. If it came down to it, would you be able to kill me with your calm judgment? Go and get in Damrata's way and stop me with your own hands. He hadn't liked it at all, because he wanted Rudra to live, too. Rudra was calm, intelligent, and courageous. He was Kondu's dream and a hard master to have. He was the man who stopped Kondu from killing himself in this world when he couldn't defend his country. He became his friend. The great champion, Emperor Rudra. Even so, he had still nodded because he knew Rudra's pain. Rudra's body, his shining soul, had long since reached its limit. It was probably the result of repeated reincarnations to control the special power of the Justice King Michael. Kondu, with his unique skilled decipherer, understood this fact more deeply than anyone. 33 Abaro, Chinese letter, means haziness, dreaminess, so I like to translate it to haze. I might be wrong, but I believe this was even used in the anime. Hayaka Rairin is a Japanese idiom that translates to countless or 100 flowers blooming in profusion. It's wordy, but I guess if I had to give a translation for the technique, it would something like haze, 100 flowers blooming madly, 252 else. Perhaps even more than Velgrund. She was blinded by her love for Rudra. If she knew what Rudra had asked of Damrata and Kondu, she would have been furious. In a sense, Rudra's request to Kondu was a natural occurrence. Now that he had acquiesced, he had to keep his promise, because that was what a promise was, but that time was still far to come. Rudra was still alive and in control of his power, but was that really the case? Looking back, he had felt a small sense of unease, the occasional cold look in Rudra's eyes and his overly cold judgment. Kondu only knew Rudra as such, but he saw that Damrata was in distress. If Rudra was indeed alive and well, why did Damrata need to agonize over it? It was really suspicious when he thought about it. Since when? Since when had Damrata really started to take action? Did I perhaps overlook something important? He had been interfering with Damrata assorted, but that might have been a big mistake. Rudra was certainly a shining light when they first met. And yet, Kondu had failed to notice Rudra's deterioration. The moment Kondu realized this fact, he felt his mind begin to clear. It was as if the shackles of his mind had been loosened. I see, so I was long already at the mercy of Justice King Michael. It was shameful, he couldn't help but lament. That's right. When Damrata was preparing to kill Rudra, he should have taken the lead instead of interfering. Then they could have stopped Rudra. What a blunder. Now, the situation was irreparable. It was unclear as to why Kondu had been freed from the Justice King's control, but he couldn't even move a finger anymore. All he could do now was wait quietly for death. I'm so useless. Whether it was sharing your pain or easing your suffering, I have failed to do so. And even the promise to free you was a failure. The task of stopping Rudra did not seem possible by any means. As it was, he could only reach the end of his life with regret. Hey, don't go sleeping on me. Let's continue the... If to disturb his sleep, he heard a voice speaking to him. When he opened his eyes, the enemy he had been fighting to the death with just now was peering at him sullenly. A demon with shining blonde hair and a bewitching smile. Surely a beautiful sight. Don't be absurd, I'm already dying. There's no way I can fight. But the victor has not been decided. That's no good. It's not decided, huh? Yeah, sure. After all, you're just so unreasonable. Kondu chuckled lightly as he heard Karara's words, though he didn't think she understood him. Karara herself was probably already running out of energy and on the verge of death. 253 laughter welled up at just the thought of it. He tried to sit up and failed. He was a mess. After all, I'm not going to be able to do anything more. The demon in front of him, on the other hand, was free and pure. I envy you, I really do. That's what he thought, from the bottom of his heart. It was also why Kondu began to say and do things that didn't even make full sense to himself. I have a request. His Majesty, with my gun, please kill. He was going to entrust his role to Karara, his enemy. What am I doing? Making such a foolish wish to the enemy I've been fighting. A defeated man's wish was bound to be ridiculed. And yet, for some reason, he said it out loud. Karara picked up the Nambu pistol that was lying on the ground. It's broken. It is, Kondu thought as his consciousness faded. He had been a little naive to think that maybe the demon would listen to his wish. Demons were not that kind. Reality was cruel, and Kondu understood that very well. His consciousness slowly became more and more distant. Even though he had become a saint, a spiritual life form, Kondu was still a human being. If his soul was destroyed, it was impossible to be revived. Karara's blow had dealt a fatal blow to Kondu. He could actually feel that he was collapsing from the end. It was impossible for him to recover from this stage. HMPH. You're just going to give up now that this toy's broken. It's not like you're the one who tormented me. It was such a good fight, but I happened to awaken. Hadn't expected such encouragement from his former enemy, Karara. And so, Kondu squeezed the last of his energy and smiled. Kyukuku, you're right, hilarious. It's hilarious how pathetic I am, I know. After these words, he began to let go of his consciousness. But, wait, don't die yet. I can kill the Emperor if you want or whatever. You're so slow. What's the reward? It's common knowledge that if you want to work with a demon, you need a contract. Karara was originally a demon that could never be negotiated with, and yet somehow she felt as if she could listen to Kondu's request. However, she was not willing to work for free. Kondu couldn't help but smile at Karara's flustered expression. He was getting more and more amused. The demon who had been his enemy. Her embarrassed and flustered appearance soothed him. I'll give you everything I have. I'll even give you my soul, so please. His words could no longer be voiced out. Kondu opened his eyes with the last of his strength and looked at Karara with a strong will 254. It was a mockery to believe in a demon. However, with the beauty of Karara burned into his mind, he made his wish. It may have been Kondu's selfish illusion to think that his message had been conveyed. Nevertheless, he bet on his last hope to save himself from his unworthiness. The voiceless voice reached Karara. I have heard your wish. In the name of Karara, the Menace Lord, we have a deal. Your wish shall be granted. Smiled as he heard those words solemnly proclaimed. He moved his weak hand with nothing but his willpower and pointed it at Karara. His fingertips touched the gun that Karara had declared to be broken. At the touch of Kondu's finger, the Nambu shined golden. It was bathed in Kondauspower, its material changed, and it was reborn as mythical grade. Kondu's soul was also passed on to Karara through the pistol. However, it did not contain his heart. Karara knew. The soul of an enlightened and sinless man could not be set free, even if his soul was bound. He would be released from the wheel of reincarnation without any restrictions and travel to the promised place. That is liberation. Karara thought it was lonely. That's no fun. It's been a long time since I've had such a resolute opponent. She muttered this to herself, and at the same time, in that case, let's combine the ultimate skill, Annihilation King Abaddon, with Conviction King Sandalpin. Karara felt as if she heard such a voice. She hurriedly turned her attention to the pistol in her hand 255. The pistol glowed with an even greater dazzling golden light, as if it were silently saying now you won't be lonely anymore. It was unmistakably a memento of Kondu, and now it was Karara's new partner. Well then. It seems you're with me now. As she spoke, the pistol seemed to flicker. At the same time, she could feel power flowing into her body. You're using your mana too roughly. I'll help you, so you should use me more skillfully. She felt as if she heard Kondu's voice. In that next moment, she understood everything. In an instant, she had taken possession of Kondu's power. Nosy guy. Can you stop treating me like a child? The man was such a cocky bastard to the end. Karara thought so. She didn't feel lonely anymore. Karara stood up. Congratulations on your great victory. Ajira was impressed. To you, I'm proud of you for surviving. Fufu, it is a pleasure to be praised by Karara-sama. Although he was smiling, Ajira was wounded. Karara's mana had poured into his body, and he had been subjected to Kondu's swordplay. Now that he was no longer a sword, he was badly injured that it was a wonder he had not been destroyed. Even so, Ajira was still smiling with satisfaction. This Kondu guy, he was a descendant of your disciple, wasn't he? Apparently so. Humans are not so foolish as to be underestimated. They can inherit skills and build upon them to continuously improve. Nodded happily. He was stronger than you, though. It's quite something. Frowned in disgust. The only reason he was stronger than me was because he was an exception. If we had fought with swords alone, I'm sure I would have won. I guess you can say that. They both laughed out loud. They were very similar in that they both hated to lose. As Karara laughed, she saw a rift in the other world that was collapsing. Through it, Shek could see Emperor Rudra's seated figure. Come now, the battle is not over yet. Karara walked out with a fearless smile on her face, as she always did. Of course, I will accompany you. We will strike fear into the hearts of those who stand in our way. 257 Ajira followed behind Karara. He was mortally wounded, but he didn't care. The enemy was still out there. And most importantly, the promise must be fulfilled. Granite, the third rank in the single-digit hierarchy, was a champion who had supported the Empire for a long time. He was a key player who had laid the foundations of the Empire and helped bring about 1,000 years of peace. He was once praised as the god of war by the subjects of the Empire, and was a great man as recorded in the history books. Although he had now disappeared from the center stage, he was the chief of the four knights as a confidant of Emperor Rudra. He was a warrior who had mastered all kinds of weapons and martial arts, and his physique was magnificent. Although he was over 2,000 years old, his black hair, which was stroked all the way back, and his short black beard gave him a youthful impression. Confronting Granite was Benimaru, the Flare Lord. The two men faced each other in the center of the circular Colosseum. I am Granite, protector of the Empire. I am Benimaru. You can think of me as the second in command of Demon Lord Rimuru. A brief exchange of names, it was time to fight. With that in mind, Granite smiled and spoke to Benimaru. Ah, wait a moment, don't you wish to hear what I have to say? It depends on the content. Well, that's simple. I have investigated about you, and it's been reported that you are Avery Powerful Man. Flattered. Phew, I'm not trying to flatter you. I've slaughtered many powerful men, and I pride myself on my discernment. Even in my eyes, you have passed the test. I'm sure you're no match for any ordinary demon lord. What are you trying to say? At this point, Benimaru was starting to get annoyed. It wasn't that he didn't like to negotiate, but now that the battle had heated up to this point, there was no time for a leisurely discussion. If the other side wanted to surrender, that would be a different story, but judging from Granite's behavior, that was not the case. Rather, he see Medto be suggesting that Benimaru surrender 258. His prediction was correct. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I'm surprised. Kondu was also unhelpful, as the Intelligence Bureau's negligence put our empire at risk. If there are more losses than expected, we won't be able to fight a decisive battle. So, I think we should end this now. Why don't you take an oath to be my subordinate? If you surrender, I will take full responsibility for you and your men. Was a very self-serving proposal. Since he was about to lose, he was proposing a ceasefire without admitting defeat. From a third party's perspective, it would only have seemed that way. In reality, however, that was not the case. Granite did not believe that he would lose. Because they had lost a lot of battle power, he was trying to recruit Benimaru and the others in order to replenish his forces. Benimaru intuitively saw through this and felt even more annoyed. This guy, is he trying to use us as pawns? But he seems to have the ability to back up his confidence. Benimaru calmly evaluated Granite. The fact that he made that suggestion in this other world meant that he was aware of the situation inside the other gates. He should have been regarded as a warrior with a tactical perspective, not merely a guard. Granite's proposal was not even worth considering from Benimaru's point of view. So, my subordinates will be fine, but what about Rimuru-sama? It's a shame, but that demon lord is dangerous. We'll need your help to defeat him in order to confirm your loyalty. Sure enough, Benimaru thought. He wanted them to work together to take down Rimuru, but in reality, he probably just wanted them to kill each other. Of course, if they survived that, they might be willing to let them join, but Benimaru was not stupid enough to trust such an uncertain story. Most importantly, it was absolutely outrageous to expect that he would betray Rimuru. That's not even worth talking about. We would never betray Rimuru-sama. The only reason why he was still listening to the other party was because Benimaru wanted to by some time. In fact, he had been hearing someone's voice since a while ago now. The voice, which sounded both nostalgic and pleasant, came to Benimaru with a proposal. Benimaru, may I make some changes to the form of power you desire? Normally, he would never have nodded to such a dubious proposal, but for some reason, Benimaru had agreed. Although his race had evolved into a flame spirit Oni, Benimaru had not been satisfied with that. Referring to the experience of Rimuru's lending him the ultimate skill, he aimed Tokir one on his own. That goal was half accomplished 259 upon seeing the battle between Rimuru and Velgrind, and the struggles of the others. Benimaru had become enlightened. He integrated the power of fire, his forte, into his unique skill, Generalissimo. He was unable to recreate Rimuru's power of absolute severance. His beloved sword, the Red Lotus, had been reforged by Kurobi to the level of a mythical-grade sword. If he put black flames on it, he would not be defeated because of the difference in weapon performance. Generalissimo was on the verge of reaching the ultimate level, combining the Techniquesh had developed and the racial characteristics of the flame spirit Oni race. And then he heard that mysterious voice. Benimaru wanted to see what kind of change would come from his acceptance. That Wasui, he agreed to talk with Granite, but later regretted it when he was told to betray Rimuru. The mere mention of such a suggestion was offensive, having had enough. He drew his sword and held it out towards Granite. Come on, it's no good having such a short temper. A monster lives by survival of Thefidist. They follow the strong and abandon the weak, right? Isn't it commonplace for monsters to change masters? Upon hearing Granite's words, Benimaru became angry enough to feel his head boil. As a general, he was confident and proud of his calm thinking, but now, Heh, I have no right to laugh at Shin like this. He mocked himself, but he had no intention of holding back his anger. Enough. I have nothing more to say to you. Those words, Granite shook his head and muttered, Good grief. I don't understand. This is a mercy and my greatest concession. I respect your position and am saying that I will hire you as a subordinate without hurting you. Granite spoke, seeming genuinely mystified. He had no doubt about his strength. This was because he believed himself to be overwhelmingly stronger than Benimaru. Understanding this, Benimaru became even more furious. There was only one reason why he had not yet gone off and cut him down. He wanted to make Granite regret what he had said. You going to continue this conversation lazily just so you can have an excuse for losing? Ha ha ha, what a joke. I appreciate your spirit, but you should learn to have some self-awareness. Perhaps my men were too proud and all three of them were defeated. I feel too ashamed to face His Majesty, but as long as you agree, we will have more strength than before. I'll be happy, and you won't have to die. Wouldn't that make for a good relationship? Yao should understand after hearing that. I have no intention of using you as abandoned pawns. Obviously aware of Benimaru's annoyance, Granite spoke without shame. What was even more infuriating was that his words were unmistakably serious. He meant what he was saying. Granite exuded the aura of a champion, and his demeanor eloquently evoked that there was no need for gimmicks 260. If you truly are a general, then think carefully. Your subordinates can be saved with just your heart. Besides, I will tell you the brutal truth. Kondu and Damrata are really strong. Damrata and I go way back, and I am familiar with his character. Well, I'm stronger, but Hai's also a powerful opponent who will not be defeated even in the face of a primordial. And then there's Kondu. He's a newcomer, but he's just as good as us. It was only because he was too dangerous that he was put under His Majesty's control, but even a primordial cannot defeat him. In other words, in order to challenge His Majesty Rudra, you will have to defeat the 4 strongest masters, including Velgrin Sama and myself. You understand that this is impossible, right? This guy is surprisingly loose-lipped, thought Benimaru. Now that his anger had been quenched a little, he would try to gather some information. Some of the words were irritating, but if he could find out the inner workings of the Empire just by putting up with them, Benimaru had no complaints. What bothered him was the fact that the Emperor had Kondu under his control. There was no doubt that Emperor Rudra possessed some kind of domination skill. It's unfortunate that you've been so vocal and unilaterally determined that we are the losers. Besides, even if we did follow you, it wouldn't be good to be put under control, would it? Kakaka, are you finally interested? I'm sure you are. Well, I had heard that the Ogreklin was an excellent mercenary group, so I thought that you would join us depending on the conditions. And rest assured, just as you feared, His Majesty does indeed have the power to control minds. But there's no point in worrying about that. So you're not convinced. Well, I guess it would be difficult. Consider it an Anorto be dominated. If one is not competent, you'll just be ignored. Besides, Kondu was also dominated and he was not aware of it. I am the only one who knows, so I do feel a little sorry for him. As I thought, you're out of your depth. Was truly out of the question. Granite's point as well was not incomprehensible. No one would be unhappy because the controlled person would be unaware of it. That was the logic behind it, but no one would nod their head if asked to accept it. That's so. It's true when I say that you don't need to worry. You may not believe much off what I say, but to put it another way, I can assure that you and your subordinates will never be dominated. Why not? Because you are weak. A joke? Benimaru's anger flared up again. Granite's tone was so natural that it was completely clear that he was not bluffing or anything, and that he wasn't even trying to insult Benimaru. Benimaru was aware that he had evolved Tobecome stronger, so he did not expect to be looked down upon so much 261. Well, just listen. When it comes to being an enemy, you are one of the strongest, but when it comes to being allies, you do not reach the value of being dominated. Not only have we taken control of young Yuuki as well as Kondu, but now we've taken control of Veldora-sama too. I don't think there's enough room to add you to those numbers, so if you swear loyalty to me, you will be allowed to move freely. After all, even if you were to challenge me with all of your subordinates, you would be no match for me. That's a lot of confidence. But then again, I am confident in my own strength as well. I don't want to listen to any more arguments, so let's decide who's right and who's wrong with action. Benimaru readied his sword, which he had slung over his shoulder. He had thought he might be able to get some useful information, but he decided that anything more would only make him more disgusted. Granite let out a big sigh, not amused. Monsters are incorrigible. It's a pity that you are still unable to see the reality of things. It's no use. I guess I have no choice but to give up on trying to win you over and negotiate with the one who defeated Minaza instead. Benimaru snorted. Do that. Shin is more stubborn than I am. Upon hearing this, Granite's face turned serious for the first time. Well, I don't believe you've been introduced, but do you know who Minaza is? Isn't it natural to gather information on the battlefield? Rimuru-sama has also educated us to do so thoroughly. That's interesting. I wonder how you got the information from the other world that Velgrin-sama created. As I thought, it would be a shame to kill a man of your stature. With that said, Granite finally drew his sword. He could handle any weapon with skill, but a familiar sword would be more comfortable in his hand. The moment he held his sword up to Benimaru, Granite's mood changed completely. His previous calm demeanor disappeared entirely, and he radiated a supreme energy that was not unlike a divine Oni. His short hair was standing on end, as if he was the embodiment of a manin of furious rage. There is a saying in the other world, ask not the sparrow how the eagle soars. 34 the meaning is that a small boy cannot understand the thoughts of a grown man, which is exactly what you are. You should have obeyed me while I was gently guiding you. Are you still lecturing me at this point? I'm tired of this. Then die. Hagun Gekishin Reshu 35. 34 The quote was basically, Enjaku is yukunzo kukoku no kakurazashi wo shurinya, which roughly translates to something like, why would a sparrow know the will mind of the eagle? It's similar to the quote, ask not the sparrow how the eagle soars, which I used because it sounds better in English. Basically, it means that the people at the top of the ladder are incomprehensible to those on the bottom. And that's just how nature is. 35 Not too sure what this means. I didn't get a good look at the Japanese. But based on MTL, it's something like 262 from the first blow. Granite unleashed his most powerful special move. He was confident that this would be the end. Granite's forte was analyzing the enemy. With the ultimate enchantment, alternative, lent to him by Rudra, Granite was able to determine the combat capabilities of his opponents. By doing so, Granite was able to correctly grasp Benimaru's strength. That is why he was convinced that there was no way they could be defeated. Of course, enemy detection was not omnipotent. If the adversary had awakened to an ultimate skill, it was impossible to know its power. However, it was easy to guess the level of competence just by looking at the amount of magicules the adversary possessed. In this respect, Benimaru and the others were not a threat. Benimaru, Sawai, Shin, and the demons. In Granite's eyes, it was obvious that none of them had acquired an ultimate skill. The primordials were a nuisance, and it was obvious that negotiations would not be possible with them. That's why he had planned to deal with the demons once they arrived. But it was Benimaru who appeared before Granite. In Granite's opinion, Benimaru was a promising young man with the potential to awaken an ultimate skill, however. He was not a match for Granite. The amount of magicules he possessed was huge, but it was still less than half of Granite. In that sense, it was natural for him to judge it that Benimaru was not a threat. Besides, Granite was not conceited nor careless. If the enemy was an ultimate skill holder, he might have had a hard time depending on the compatibility. As the battle time extended, there was the possibility of the enemy awakening the ultimate power due to perceived danger. That said, it was impossible for the power to suddenly increase just by talking with him. That is why Granite intended to finish his opponent off with overwhelming power, so that the enemy would not be allowed to fight back at all. Since Granite knew that Benimaru did not have a transformation like the Beastmen, there was no chance for Benimaru to win. Therefore, Granite's victory was certain. How lax. You're not doing much for all your boastful talk. What the? Something unexpected had happened. The Hagun Gekishin Resho, which contained enough energy to tear Benimaru to pieces, had been deflected by Benimaru's sword. It was an unbelievable sight. Granite's entire body was of mythical-grade equipment. Benimaru's sword was also quite good, but it should not have been able to match the strength of the true mythical grade. No, even before that. And no way, no, it can't be. Why have you acquired an ultimate skill? It was no wonder Granite was screaming. There was no way the enemy could have suddenly acquired an ultimate skill, which had never existed until now. Army Breaker. Kinetic shock, violent tremor. It's basically an attack with the power of a severe earthquake. 263. At Granite's panic, Benimaru's attitude was calm. What are you wondering about? A man is one who is constantly growing. Although Benimaru seemed fine on the surface, he was covered in cold sweat on the inside. The moment that Benimaru had received Granite's brutal sword was the moment that he gained power. In that moment, he was able to correctly grasp Granite's power. If the timing had been even slightly off, Benimaru would have suffered terrible damage. While he might not have died, he was in no condition to laugh about it. That was close. I didn't think he was hiding his abilities to this extent. I didn't intend to let my guard down, but I would have lost if I hadn't acquired this power. It had been a good thing that he took part in Granite's long conversation, Benimaru thought. Well, I guess it's my turn now. Benimaru switched his mindset and concentrated on the enemy. As far as results were concerned, it was a good thing that he had survived, but he would reflect on the rest later. The power he had just acquired was exactly the ideal he had envisioned. That was why Benimaru had performed it with the ease of breathing, and without reserve. Ultimate skill, Heat King Amaterasu, reflecting the information Seal had obtained by analyzing Velgrin's powers, Benimaru displayed this fearsome ultimate power. Benimaru's sword, the Red Lotus, adorned a black glow. It was a symbol of Benimaruspor Amaterasu. The word Amaterasu had two meanings in this context. The first read as heat haze and was understood as a meteorological phenomenon. Extending from there, it became the essence of Formhide, which had no substance, could not be burned, could not be frozen, and could not be cut. The second meaning went without saying. It was the light of the sun, a superheated flame. With his swordsmanship added to the characteristics of Amaterasu, even Benimaru could not imagine how much his power would increase. Granite, being Granite, responded in a manner worthy of the moniker God of War. After a moment of astonishment, he immediately calmed down and began to search for Benimaru's weakness. Perhaps it was because he had acquired an ultimate skill, but his magicule count was greatly reduced. The amount of magicules had been reduced to a third of Granite, though it was still enough to make an ordinary demon lord look like a fool. The unknown power was a threat, but he judged that he could defeat it with a single blow off all his might. Then he shouted, "Underestimate me, you monster. This time I won't hold back. I'll use all of my strength to defeat you." In the past, Granite's strength had been second only to Velgrind in the Imperial Army. In fact, he was stronger than Damrata and would have been an even match for Kondu. This was 264 still the case today. It was simply that he had not had a chance to be serious. He was not just Agard for Rudra. Granite then moved to crush Benimaru with all his might. Die, Yabagun Gekishin Resho 36. It was the same technique as before, but the difference in power was enormous. A fierce shockwave burst out and lightning flashed in the atmosphere. However, the C-Tex only passed through Benimaru. No matter the attack, it was not able to touch Amaterasu. At that moment, a roar sounded in the air. Something had happened, not in this space, but in the other world. Karara makes an awful role model. In Benimaru's mind, there was a clear picture of what Karara had done. Of course, it wasn't through Moss. When he acquired the ultimate skill, Heat King Amaterasu, he was able to see visions of Rimuru and his subordinates connected by the soul corridor. As a result, Benimaru had also grasped Karara's technique. "I'll show you something special. I've only just seen it myself, but I'll give it a go." Was unable to react. This was because Benimaru's attack had already cut him into tiny pieces and burned him to the ground. Even so, the scariest thing here was Benimaru himself. His movements were just like a shimmering heat haze. The Heat King Amaterasu, which had analyzed Velgrin's power, also possessed the power of light and heat domination, which gave him the ability to accelerate himself. By using this, Benimaru was able to unleash a swordlash of divine speed, though it was not as fast as the Scorched Dragon Cardinal acceleration. This invincible technique, which possessed both power and speed, it's called Abaro Kokyuan Hayeka Ryaran 37. "Well, I guess you can't hear me, though," Benimaru said as he turned away with a refreshed look on his face. Granite was actually quite strong. Moreover, he had been calculating, well-prepared, and in perfect condition. Even so, the fact that he had been defeated could be summed up in one phrase: bad luck. If there was one thing to be reflected upon, it was that he had ignored this strategy of defeating the enemy when you could. Granite had died from talking too much. Benimaru thought as such, and made a mental note to not repeat that mistake himself. 36 pretty much the same as before, but instead of army breaker violent tremor, it's more like an army destroyer. 37 it's similar to the Obero, Hayeka Rairan other than the addition of Kokuin meaning black flames. I translate this as haze, black flames, 100 flowers blooming madly, 265 Velgrind was anxious. This was because Rimuru had eaten her split body. That demon Lord Rimuru was one to be feared. She was unable to communicate with the eaten, split body. Her thoughts were swallowed up in the abyss, and no response had come back. Even if she poured her energy into it, it would only be like throwing herself into a bottomless pit. Judging that there was no point to this, Velgrind bit her lip. Roughly half of her total energy had been lost with no sign of recovery. It was difficult to maintain her composure, as her belief in the invincibility of parallel existence had now been broken. The current Velgrind had only about 20% of the magicule amount compared to her perfect state. She was finding it impossible to defeat Rimuru and had to make the decision to flee this place immediately. Rudra, I can't put him in danger. With this in mind, Velgrind decided to abandon the protection of the gate. Fortunately, no one had attacked yet, so she left without hesitation. If someone interfered with her there, she would just take care of it while there. Sure enough, she saw a few figures at the location surrounded by the 8 gates. Oh, what are you in such a hurry for? Have you forgotten something, Velgrind-sama? Testarossa, who appeared to be the leader in the group, asked as she sipped her tea in a relaxed manner. White primordial blanc. Velgrind glared at Testarossa, whose smile only deepened. She was in a hurry. Velgrind was annoyed at the appearance of such a troublesome opponent. In contrast to Velgrind, Testarossa was smiling gracefully. Didn't I ask you to stop calling me that? Or are you perhaps trying to pick a fight? Smile was still there, but her eyes were not happy. In the face of the overwhelming glitterminant Velgrind, Testarossa remained unrelenting in her stance. You still want to fight me even after I hurt you so badly? Yes, it would be a pleasure. I don't need to win. I just need to buy myself some time against you. Velgrind's fist came at Testarossa as she stood up. Tables and chairs shattered in the shock wave. Esprit and Zonda had already evacuated to avoid being caught. Testarossa danced around lightly. 266, the heat was so intense that it could turn one into charcoal just by a mere touch, and Thespede was so fast that it was impossible to see. There was no need to dare face the onslaught of Velgrind with force. Regardless of skill level, there was a difference of nearly 10 times the amount of magiculus between the two. Even though Velgrind had only about 20% of her magicules left, there was still that much of a gap. And yet, Testarossa maintained a relaxed attitude. It would be difficult to win. That was because there was simply no way to defeat Velgrind. But if all she wanted to do was buy time without defeating her, Testarossa's ability would be no problem. This is why I hate you guys. Oh, what a shame. I have the utmost respect for you, sister of Veldora-sama. So pretentious. In that case, stop making a scene and get out of my way. I'm afraid I must decline your request. I am a competitive person and I still hate to lose. That's why I'll get even with you right here. This was Testarossa's true intention. She couldn't defeat Velgrind in a straight fight, but she could still disrupt her. Even if she couldn't hold out until the other leaders arrived, Rimuru would be arriving soon. At that point, Testarossa's victory would be confirmed. Rimuru-sama's victory was truly wonderful, playing the overwhelming Velgrind-sama as if twisting a baby's hand. I, too, will not be defeated. Rimuru had already revealed the details of Velgrind's techniques, so Testarossa had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Red and white clashed. One was fierce, the other was graceful. While weaving a red and white pattern at a frightening speed, they faced each other again without making a single contact. Stupid, you're not the same person you were before. That's right. I'm surprised, but I've also acquired an ultimate skill. I think it is because of that. Testarossa answered casually, as if it was nothing. In fact, Testarossa had used the waiting time to hope to gain new powers. As a result, she succeeded in materializing the shape of her own heart. At that moment, she thought she heard a strange voice, but she chalked it up to her imagination. Testarossa was a demon that could choose the right answer by instinct. As for the power she desired, it was the ultimate skill. Death King Belial, just like the lustful King Asmodeus of Luminas, it controlled life and death. However, The fact that it weighed more on the side of death must have been reflective of Testaross's true nature. For her, defeat was a humiliation she could never accept, much less death. One of the conditions for a demon to evolve was to accumulate power to the limit and then age for more than 2,000 years. It also meant that they could not be defeated even once. In this 267 case, defeat meant annihilation. The phenomenon of losing one's body and being returned to hell was what was called defeat. So, strictly speaking, a draw did not count as a defeat. Escape, however, was another matter. A mental organism was influenced by their own mind. The moment one admitted that they could not beat their opponent and stopped challenging them, they were defeated. There were some crazy demons in the world, like Diablo, who were truly undefeated, but those were few and far between. Testarossa was aware of only a handful of them. As long as your heart does not give in, it's okay. That is why Testarossa did not stop challenging Zijin. As long as she did not stop until she won, it was not a defeat. The same was true in this case. Testarossa believed that as long as she didn't run away from Velgrind, she would eventually win. You've acquired an ultimate skill, huh? Yes. Diablo's bragging was annoying after all, but it was also because the previous battle made me deeply aware of what I lack. As long as a skill is a reflection of the heart, they are not necessary. That is what I once thought, but I guess it was a shallow belief. Perhaps it's because I've been able to confront my own desires, but I feel as if I've sharpened my use of power. Velgrind also possessed the ultimate skill, Charity King Regal, so she understood the meaning of Testarossa's words. It was also why she realized that it would be even more difficult for her to withdraw from this place. Truly, so abominable. Testarossa laughed at her unintentional complaint. That is the best kind of compliment, is it? Just as Velgrind's anger was about to reach its peak, there was a massive explosion that distorted space. Velgrind, who had regained her senses, looked back in surprise. One of the gates had been blown apart in a spectacular fashion. The blonde-haired demon, Carrara, appeared there. Incidentally, some of Leon's infamy was due to Carrara's actions, but that was not the point right now. Hey, it looks like you made it. I don't like losing all the time either, so I'd like to join you. You no, Carrara. I don't mean to be mean, but you're covered in scars. Kondu guy was tough. Well, I'm pretty satisfied, so I think I'll let it go for today. Carrara wobbled, and Esprit rushed over to support her to a chair which Zonda had maneuvered. Adra was also there, but he was left alone. If Carrara will put up with it, I'll stop being so selfish. I'm a little tired, so I'll just watch. Before she knew it, Ultima was sitting next to Carrara. She noticed that Veyron had prepared a chair for her 2681 after another. The demons gathered. Of course, it didn't stop there. Shin Saoi and Benimaru also emerged from their respective gates. Upon seeing this, Velgrind could only cringe. She realized that the strongest men on her side had all been defeated. It was a tactical victory for Testarossa. Rudra and Velgrind's hopes were about to be crushed. Shifting the viewpoint from the sky to the earth, on the battlefield, the heat of battle was rapidly dying down. In the midst of all this, Laplace was running towards Cagali, accompanied by Vega. It appeared that the forbidden spell, birthday, was long over. To be more precise, Cagali must have lost control due to the loss of Velgrind's assistance. It wasn't clear how many undead elves had been created, but there should still be some time before they started to move. Depending on the will of the undead elf, they could become a powerful warrior from birth. That's why it was necessary to take them into custody before anyone else did. Since Laplace had thought as much, others would naturally come to a similar conclusion. Lieutenant Kondu, who had led the ritual, could not have been unaware of this. Damn, I thought I had a head start. Once Laplace arrived at the site, the Imperial soldiers were in the midst of loading Cagali and the others into military vehicles. So, you're Laplace then. I've heard that you're quite strong, so is a fight inevitable. The man who called out to Laplace was a gentleman wearing a different colored military uniform. Lieutenant Kondu's white uniform was conspicuous, but this man's bright red uniform gave off a strange air. And yet, he did not look very strong. He had a doll-like face and was a mysterious man whose gender-neutral looks could be of Ammon or a woman. He seemed ordinary, and if he wasn't wearing such a flashy military uniform, he wouldn't even have left an impression. No, perhaps it was because of the military uniform that the man did not leave an impression. Observing this, Laplace responded cautiously. I'm Laplace, and if you're willing to let M go, there's no need to fight, right? Hoo, that's an impossible proposition. You see, the war is still going on over there. I can't just run away. Man was determined. In that case, Laplace had no choice but to prepare for battle. Then so be it. So hooray you. It would be a profitable question if answered properly 269 me. Well, it's only natural that you do know. I am the 10th in the ranks. I Feldway am the one who holds up the history of the empire. The man Feldway. He was a permanent fixture in the empire and was expected to serve as spare in the unlikely event that there was a vacancy in the single digits. He had heard rumors about Laplace as well, but this was the first time he had seen him. So, it's you. Then you're the man they call the spare. Not a man, but I'm not a woman either. That's complicated. Laplace looked at Feldway as they spoke. He looked natural and not self-conscious. He didn't take a stance, and he didn't appear to be running away. He was an elusive figure. It was Vega who was impatient. Leave it to me. I'll crush that bastard. Laplace hurriedly stopped him as he tried to move forward. Wait a minute. I told you never to run ahead. The chairman and the others are basically being held hostage, so we can't mess with them. Footman and Tear were still alive and well, struggling against the masses. If they were called upon, it would be impossible to tell how the battle would turn out. Laplace cautiously tried to find out what his opponent would do. However, this was interrupted by the appearance of an unexpected person. Vega, come help me. Laplace is a traitor. I'll deal with him here. Wah. Feeling a strong killing intent, Laplace fled from the scene. The voice that reached his ears was that of his trusted boss, Yuuki Kagurazaka. However, what he heard was not what Laplace wanted. Boss, come to your senses. It's not like you to be manipulated by others. Yuuki had defied Mariabelle's control. With his mental strength, he should be able to resist any kind of mental control. However, Laplace's voice did not reach him. Yuuki attacked Laplace with unhindered movements. Seeing this, Vega, who had been confused, smiled a twisted grin off happiness. Oh yeah, boss. When you're done with him, I can eat him, right? Yes, sure, I welcome you to get stronger. The boss, you know what you're talking about. Following the strong. That's the kind of man Vega was. He lacked morals and ethics. He lived by instinct more than a wild animal. That is why he did not feel his betrayal was evil. Antley fully launched his attack on Laplace. If it had only been one of Yuuki or Vega, he could have dealt with them. However, dealing with both of them at the same time was a tough task even for Laplace. Gee, this isn't good. Let alone saving the chairman, I might get killed. Nope, I'll just have Ito leave for now. From a strategic point of view, Laplace made the correct choice. But that was not going to 270 happen. Hoo-hoo-hoo, there's no point in trying to escape. You're Laplace, aren't you? You're cunning and cautious. It would be troublesome to let you go, so I'll have you die here. True to those words, Laplace's transition failed. This was the result of Feldway's spatial domination of the entire battle area, which He had been observing from up high. Damn it. Vega shot a turbulent volley of energy bombs in time with a violent kick from Yuuki. Vega may be a musclehead, but he had a good sense of combat. The escape route was blocked, and Laplace's chances of winning were slim. No, rather, as long as Yuuki was there was no chance. Geez, is this the end for me? Even so, Laplace had no intention of giving up so easily. Betting on the slight possibility that Yuuki's mental domination would be broken, he decided to show the true power he had been hiding. Die. You fool. You're the one who's gonna die. In between Yuuki's attacks, he kicked Vega, who had carelessly approached him. This made Vega unable to even stand up for the time being. Hey, that's pretty good. Yeah. I'm not as good as the boss, but I'm pretty strong too, you know. I know. So at the least, I'll kill you with my own hands. Wah! With a small sense of discomfort. Laplace noticed something and hurriedly stared at Yuuki's face. Sure enough, it was a familiar face. He was caught off guard. Lost in thought, Laplace was too late to react to Yuuki's fist. Oh no, he was screaming in his mind. And yet, the pain never came, because right before Laplace's eyes, Yuuki's fist had been blocked by someone's hand. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu. Oh dear, Rimuru-sama has scolded me. That is your fault, isn't it? It was Diablo. What do you mean by that? Laplace couldn't help but want to retort, but he restrained himself from doing so. Diablo-san, did you come to save me? Huh, why would I, that's right. It was Laplace, right? I'm here to help you, so make sure you tell Rimuru-sama emphatically that I saved you. 271 Diablo's expression changed from disgusted to smiling brightly as he said so. I've never seen such a suspicious smile before. It was quite impressive that Diablo could be seen this way by the admittedly suspicious Laplace, who had a reputation for such smiles. Needless to say, it was not a compliment at all. Okay, I get it. I'll tell Rimuru-sama that Diablo-san has been a great help. Good, then I will help you. Fact, Diablo had just been told by Rimuru. What are you still doing here? With everyone else working hard, it was only natural that he would be reprimanded as the only one watching Rimuru's battle. Although Diablo had a good reason for being there to protect Rimuru, he could not say such words to him, who seemed to have completely forgotten his orders. Rimuru was the only one in the world who could swing around the selfish Diablo. This was the moment that proved it Onsigain. That is why Diablo was ordered to get to work and ran away. After he heard the report from Moss, he rushed to this location. He did not come to help Laplace, but rather to get rid of all the suspicious people. Q-fu-fu-fu-fu. It was fortunate that I was able to sell a favor to this man here. Now, Rimuru-sama's opinion of me will be restored. Diablo felt as if he had already won. So, I'll leave Yuuki over there alone because of the alliance. Huh, isn't this the Phantom King? I know you've been coveting this world for a while, but is this the case? You've teamed up with Rudra, haven't you? Diablo's gaze rested on Feldway, who had been smiling faintly. The smile faded and Hel looked at Diablo with a blank expression as he took in his appearance. So then you must be the Black King Noir. Kondu's investigation mentioned that the primordial black had become a servant of the demon Lord Rimuru, so I see that it's true. I now go by the name Diablo. I don't care about what you plan to do, but if you try Tointerfer with Rimuru-sama, I will not tolerate it. If you are planning to antagonize me, be prepared. How kind of you. You are always getting in the way, you damn demon. Feldway glared at Diablo with an intense hatred. His murderous intent alone would have been enough to kill a normal person instantly. However, Diablo was unfazed, and he sneered at Feldway as if to provoke him. Never mind then. Even if I were to fight you here, I have no chance of winning. Rest assured, it will be impossible to win. A brief exchange of glares, Feldway spoke first. I think I will retire for the day. If you ever try to interfere with me again, be prepared for that, Diablo. Well, I'll let you off the hook for remembering my name. But keep in mind, I will prepare the means to kill you. 273 after those words, they glared at each other again. Then, as if having nothing more to do, they moved on, ignoring one another's presence. Feldway gave orders to Kagali and Yuuki. I'm worried about His Majesty Rudra. We're returning to the flagship, so get ready. Response, Yuuki, who had been watching over the situation, disengaged from his battle stance. Vega stood up unsteadily and followed Yuuki towards Kagali and the others. Footman and Tear were also called back, and with Feldway. Spatial domination. Everyone, including the newly born undead elves, were transferred out of the location. Diablo remained there, communicating with Moss. Now that he knew that the enemy was the Phantom King Feldway, had decided that he was the only one who could fight him. He moved to clean up the mess, albeit reluctantly. With Footman and Tear retreating, the fight on the battlefield came to an end. After confirming that everyone was safe, he gave appropriate instructions on how to treat the wounded. Moss was not only competent, but also in contact with Benimaru. Diablo decided that his worker was done. After Feldway and the others had disappeared, he flew to the flagship by transport. Laplace was the only one left. What, so you're leaving me alone again? He muttered to himself and slumped his shoulders. 274 epilogue brother and sister after eating Velgrind, I calmed down. Now that I had some time to look around, I took a look around the battleground. The Jura forest was badly damaged, but the capital city of Rimuru had escaped destruction. The area around the city had been cleared and some damage had been done, but Geld and Hissman seemed to have kept it safe. I was relieved. So, what are you still doing here? Well, isn't it fine, Rimuru-sama? In fact, I am here to make sure no one gets in Rimuru-sama's way. I had noticed that he had been watching me the entire time I was Velgrind. To be honest, it was annoying, but I didn't have time to pay attention at the time. And now, here we are at the present. It was only natural that I would complain. Come on, everyone else is working hard, so you go do your job. I understand. After looking at me with sad eyes, Diablo left. This guy, I really can't figure out how he thinks. He must have been watching the battle under the guise of guarding the Rimuru-sama and to prevent any external interventions. Frankly, it was unnecessary. It seems that even Seal-san was tired of Diablo. Her words were more scathing than ever. In any case, now I could get back to dealing with Velgrind. I decided to leave all the explaining and convincing to Veldora, however. As I listened, I found out that Veldora was putting all of the blame onto me. Oi, how come it's always me who has to deal with all these problem children? I was annoyed. This guy seems to be trying to portray me as the bad guy so that he could deflect Velgrin's 276 anger. Anyway, that's why I wanted to tell my sister that I was safe, but Rimuru wouldn't let me. Now that you are in the same position, you will understand what I am saying, won't you? And just like that he was selling me out. He's like that spoiled child who blames his friends when he doesn't want anyone to get angry at him. It was a mistake to let Veldora do the persuasion. But he had a point. I could understand that it would be embarrassing for him to show up out of nowhere in front of his sister, who was furious thinking he was dead. I could understand that feeling, but what's all this about blaming me? Isn't that just forcing more trouble on me? He was supposed to help mediate, not make the situation worse for me. This is not good. I can't leave Veldora in charge any longer. I needed to explain that Velgrin's current position was the same as Veldora's. Before that, I have something to report. What is it? Upon analyzing Velgrind, I have discovered that she was under the control of someone. Possibly Rudra. I can remove that effect if you want. How do you want to proceed? Hey, that's a bombshell of a statement. I'm not sure how to respond to that report. I had thought Sealsan would have done the analyze and assess on Velgrind, so I was not too surprised about that, but I just couldn't keep quiet after hearing that Velgrind had been controlled. By the way, was Rudra really the culprit almost confirmed? In addition, I have observed the battle between Karara and Tatsuya Kondu through the Soul Corridor, and it seems that Kondu was also controlled by Rudra. You would guess that this is a similar situation. When I asked for the details, I was told that Granite, the guy Benimaru was fighting, even gave him those answers. That guy was an idiot. I think it was necessary to make it a good example for everyone to learn. That said, it was a problem to be solved after I returned home. The current problem at hand was what to do with Velgrind. It has been proven that Veldora is unreliable. That's why I was going to explain it to her, but if Rudra's mental control is affecting her, there is a big possibility that she won't listen to home. Now then, what to do since we've taken the trouble? How about we put Velgrind in the same position as Vel 277 Dora, huh? Does that mean you can connect me to Velgrind with Soul Corridor like Veldora and turn her into an ultimate skill? Is that even possible? No problem. The current Rimuru-sama is equal to or greater than the true dragon race and has plenty of magicules. It is possible to take in Velgrind. But if I do that, I might be taking away Velgrind's free will, or would I? I was unable to actually force Veldora to do anything. When I asked him for a favor, he had to agree to work with me. Rather, Veldora just does whatever he wants. When he wants to protect himself, he is willing to sell me out, as he is doing right now. Although I would have sentenced him to confiscation of snacks at such a time, when I think about it, he really does give him a hard time. Even if he did something detrimental to me, it was impossible to undo his released state. I suppose I could stop the energy supply, but I couldn't make Veldora disappear. Moreover, the amount of magicules that a true dragon had was so large that it could not be lost by mere chance. As long as Veldora did not return of his own accord, he was free to do whatever he liked. In other words, there was no coercive force. Basically, when Veldora was free, I couldn't force him to do anything. Thinking about it this way, I realized that Velgrind would be in the same situation. If it put her in the same position as Veldora, and then free Velgrind, it would be a quick way to prove my innocence. I wouldn't be misunderstood anymore, and I wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Sibling quarrels? I don't know anything. That kind of thing is not my area of expertise. In that case, let's put her in the same state as Veldora. If you're not sure, do you want to put some restrictions on Velgrind? Restrictions? Is that even possible? Putting restrictions on Velgrind so that she can't resist may be necessary for the future. But that went against my principles. Worst of all, if Velgrind was not convinced, it would have been better to leave her in isolation in imaginary space. If I put a mandatory condition on her, I would become the same as Rudra. Even if she doesn't want to help me, that's fine. As long as she promises to stay out of my way, she can go live her life, understood. I think that's only fitting for Rimuru-sama. The plan was set, and it was time to get to work. First, I would start with a greeting 278 Velgrind-san, how are you? You Rimuru, quit messing around, let me out of here now. I turned my attention into my imaginary space, and Velgrind began to rampage. If you pictured the scene, it would be like a suspicious slime approaching a beautiful woman. Indeed, quite the criminal. That slime was me, now in human form. No, this was. It was no a beautiful girl of about 16 years old who was approaching a beautiful woman. The atmosphere was rather bewitching, but it couldn't be helped. This was also to prove my innocence. In the image, I held out my hand to Velgrind. Then I ate Rudra's influence, released it, and established the soul corridor. There were doors on both sides, so unless Velgrind opened her heart, she could not communicate with me. I could talk to her, so I didn't think it was a waste of time. These tasks were completed without any problems. Velgrind, who had been rampaging, had quieted down, and I was surprised by the sudden change. Rairimuru, you didn't do something unscrupulous to my sister, did you? You idiot, of course not. In fact, if you had persuaded her properly, I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. We were about to start a fight, but then… Shut up. Ah, yes. Sorry. There was a sudden loud cry, and Veldora and I lowered our heads at the same time. To be honest, I was scared. No wonder Veldora found her so difficult to deal with. What the hell is the meaning of this, Rimuru? Even if you ask, I'm not sure what you mean. I had no idea what she was talking about. I can hear my split body's voice over there, but these sounds don't seem to reach there. What the hell did you? Very pretty woman looked into my face, and I got nervous. I could feel her breath on me face, and I began to feel faint. She smelled really good. Velgrin's breath was so sweetly fragrant, perhaps because she didn't normally need to breathe. Now is not the time. Velgrin's doubts were probably due to the fact that she has been freed from Rudra's control. Are you a little angry? It's just your imagination. Is that so? But, well, I decided not to pursue it too deeply and got an explanation from Sealsan. According to it, the story was simple. The Velgrind in front of me was not under Rudra's control 279, while the split body over there was. That's why I was using the infinite prison to block theft flow of information. When blocking out information, one can only get information from the other side. As air assault, the Velgrind on the other side was in a trapped state. Under Rudra's control, she still couldn't understand what I was thinking. It was a one-way street. I understood that Sealsan was doing amazing things, but I was no longer surprised. Other words, if we analyze the difference in consciousness, we can prove that you were being controlled. As expected of Rimuru. Sister, let's trust Rimuru here. Shut up. Yes. Veldora, who had interjected, was being disciplined again, and secretly I did feel a little happy to see that. After shouting at Veldora, Velgrind seemed to be thinking about something. She was probably trying to figure out the difference between what I said and the split body over there. I, too, looked through the eyes of my companions and grasped the situation on the flagship. The battle was in its final stages, and something had just happened that would confirm Velgrind's suspicions. My friends were surrounding Velgrind. This may have seemed a bit cowardly, but that wasn't for those who were not familiar with the situation. In reality, even if Velgrind was in awakened state, it would be difficult to win even if they all challenged her at once. Be that as it may, the foreign space created by Velgrind was torn apart and about to collapse. Just when I thought it was about to collapse, Diablo came and destroyed it with ease. The Black Primordial. That's Diablo. He'd be pretty capable if I wasn't watching. Q-ha-ha-ha. That guy gives me his snacks. I like him. This guy has been bought off. So I can't believe every compliment that Veldora showers in Diablo. With that in mind, as I watched the situation, I saw Velgrind take a step back to protect Rudra. Rudra remained in his chair with a relaxed attitude despite the situation. That was some nerve. Or was it confidence? Seeing Rudra like this, there was one person who moved first. Karara. With the golden pistol in her hand, she shot Rudra without hesitation. Moreover, that bullet, that's the move that weakened me, isn't it? 280 judgment. If Kondu can only shoot the strongest bullet once a day, how can the yellow primordial? I knew the details because Sealsan had told me. Not the yellow primordial, but Karara. Apparently she won the battle against Kondwand, was entrusted with defeating Rudra. I didn't expect even Kondu, muttered Velgrind after I explained. Leaving the confused Velgrind behind, the situation moved on. Rudra, shouted the other Velgrind. She stood in front of Rudra with her arms outstretched as if to protect him. The fact that she was able to reach Rudra in time with a bullet of divine speed showed that her physical abilities were monstrous. However, the judgment was not half as powerful. Upon hitting, it blew off Velgrind's right arm from the shoulder and hit Rudra without diminishing its power. However, surprisingly, Rudra was unharmed. His expression was relaxed, as if he had known that Karara's attack would be in vain. What was that? How was he able to neutralize that attack? I don't know. I saw a glimpse of the barrier, but I don't believe it was capable of completely nullifying it. Veldora and I were surprised by the sight. Velgrind couldn't believe it either, muttering, "Why?" as she collapsed to the ground, supported herself with both hands. "What's going on, sister?" Velgrind replied in a small voice to the panicked Veldora. "Your friend was right. I really was under Rudra's control." Realizing this, Velgrind told me about Rudra. She said that Rudra was safe because Offhigh's ironclad defense. That defense was absolute and could not be destroyed by anybody no matter what. However, there was a condition. The loyalty of the subjects and subordinates to the emperor was the source of energy, and there had to be people who were loyal to the emperor. And then there was a drawback. Although this defense was perfect and always active, it restricted all other actions while it was active. This ability was the pretty off the ultimate skill, Justice King Michael, the castle guard. As we could see from the fact that it had deflected Carrara's judgment, it was almost invincible. The skill's user could not attack while it was in use, but those matters could be left to his subordinates. If he had that kind of power, he wouldn't have needed my sister to protect him. "Yes, I thought so too," Velgrind answered. "That's why the right thing for me to do would have been to pretend to protect him and then go on the offensive. But the fact that I acted like that," Velgrind finally understood that she was being thought-guided when she saw herself pushing to defend Rudra. Rudra, on the other hand, maintained the absolute castle guard and did not make a move 281. That's how it was supposed to. "What?" Velgrind shouted in surprise, and we were all in shock. This was because Rudra had instantly released the castle guard and pierced through Velgrind's chest even as she rushed towards him upon losing her right arm. It was as if Rudra had deliberately attacked Velgrind. "I see, so that's how it is. That person, my beloved Rudra, is gone," spilled from Velgrind's eyes. As if to prove Velgrind's sorrowful words, Rudra laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. Velgrind, you should be honored to be of service to me. I'll put your power to good use." As soon as Rudra said that, Velgrind on the other side crouched down in pain. "That's Yuki. Steal life, isn't it?" Rudra know the Justice King Michael also has the ability to freely use the skills of the targets under his control. What? That should be illegal. Upon hearing Velgrind's explanation, Veldora and I looked at each other. "I'll leave you to deal with Rudra. Don't be stupid. I have no need to argue that I am the best, but I don't want any trouble, so forgive me for refusing. I'll make you a parfait." "That's tempting, but HNNNG." Velgrind looked at us in disgust as we squabbled. Perhaps that was why her tears seemed to have receded. Needless to say, I thought it was a good thing. "Well, that and about the Rudra who had taken Velgrind's power. What do you mean by Rudra is Justice King Michael?" I had an idea, but I asked that question since I wanted to hear it from Velgrind herself. Rudra was already at his limit. He had been reincarnated so many times that his soul was worn out. That's why it's Rudra yet not Rudra. He was replaced by the Justice King long ago. Velgrind replied sadly. No. A skill born of the master's desire cannot harm the master himself. No, that's not it. Rudra. Justice King Michael was a power given to him by Veldanava. The skill actually earned by Rudra by his own will was Covenant King Uriel. Now that Veldanava, our brother, has still not returned, it is lost and unaccounted for. I have it, though. It wasn't the right atmosphere to say that, so I decided to just keep quiet. Velgrind continued with her explanation. To sum it up, she said that Rudra's repeated reincarnations had weakened his soul's power, and that he had become unable to control the Justice King Michael. When I heard about this, it came to my mind that rather than a skill betraying its host, this could be seen in a different way. Indeed. If I were in the same position as the Justice King Michael, I would aim for their revival of my true master, even if I had to take control of the temporary host. That's what I thought. I felt that Seal, as Amana's, would never give up, no matter how impossible the challenge might be. That is why I couldn't help but understand the thoughts of Justice King Michael. However, that didn't mean this can't be left unattended. The Justice King Michael has probably evolved into a free-willed Manas. If that's the case, then its purpose of action must be completely different from what Rudra was aiming for. What the hell is, wait. Rimuru, do you think that the Justice King Michael is after something? Since I was asked, I would answer. At the resurrection of Veldanava, I'm sure it's willing to make all kinds of sacrifice to achieve that goal. So we can't just leave it alone there, I explained. Velgrind's face paled. At that moment, a new figure appeared and launched an attack on Velgrind, who was currently facing Rudra. That is Phantom King Feldway, isn't it? He was overlooked because it was decided that Diablo could not defeat him, but it seems that he left his friends behind and came back. If Diablo couldn't defeat him, he must be a very strong man. Still, it always felt like Diablo just wanted to slack off. Or was it just my imagination? Never mind. Feldway, just like a powerful foe, was attacking Velgrind with spatial domination, which was difficult for even an awakened demon lord to resist. The wounded and weakened Velgrind did not seem to have the strength left to resist it. That Velgrind has disappeared from this world through space-time transfer. Now there are only 2 true dragons left. It's a good start, Rudra. No, Michael Sama. Feldway called Rudra Michael again. It seemed that Velgrind's guess had been proven true. Despite the suddenness of the event, Benimaru and Diablo tried to react quickly. However, I hurriedly performed a telepathy net and stopped them. It was partly because Phantom King Feldway was unfathomable, but also because I wanted to see how Rudra would react to being called Michael 283. What's more, I could see it. I could see a strange substance slipping out of Rudra's body. It was clinging to Velgrind as if it was trying to protect itself. And now, it seemed that all of that strange substance had disappeared from Rudra's body. Really, this reaction is, not bad. Velgrind's power became an afterthought and Rudra disappeared. Now all we have to do is harness the power of Veldora and Velzard and his resurrection will be complete. Rudra, who is now called Michael, accepted this as a matter of course. Now it was confirmed. My enemy was not Rudra, but Michael. And his goal was the complete revival of Veldanava, the Star King Dragon. This is a good thing, Michael Sama. Velzard can be dealt with, but it's Veldora that's troublesome. So their conversation continued. It was as if they didn't care about Benimaru and Theathers, but that was to be expected. Shin and Testarasa, who were not stopped, attacked simultaneously, but all of their attacks were blocked by the castle guard. Naturally, Feldway was also unharmed since he was protected as well. How very troublesome, but that wasn't the point right now. Rudra that's Rudra, right? The fragments, the pieces of his soul are still there. I thought I was the only one who could see it, but Velgrind seems to have sensed it too. I had wondered if she could see them, but it appeared that Velgrind was planning to track down what was left of Rudra. Calm down. Shut up. If we don't get over there soon, the pieces are going to disappear. It was like she had become a spoiled child, crying and screaming despite her angry expression. I prolonged the time by using thought acceleration. Then, Velgrind and I created our own world. Calm down, please. If you go out now, you'll just end up under Rudra's control again. Sure, you know what you're doing. But beyond that, you'll be stuck there. With no guarantee of returning to this world, saving Rudra is a pipe dream. Perhaps it's even impossible. If you continue to act like this, you'll have no future. Shut up. So what do you want me to do? I can't give up on Rudra like this, I can't. Those were Velgrind's true feelings. It was Seal's voice, not mine, but she hadn't noticed it and had exploded with a passion. The possibility is still there. Wah. 284 if you accept my skill alteration. It was a sweet temptation. It was no longer even necessary to wait for the answer. I accept. As long as it makes my wish come true. It seemed only natural to me that Velgrind should answer that way. The moment Velgrind agreed, a voice echoed out. Velgrind's will has been confirmed. The first thing to do is cut off the interference with Charity King Rhaegal. She listened. Velgrind calmed down. She examined her own body deeply, guided by the voice, and found that she had indeed found it. There were traces of some kind of interference with the Charity King Rhaegal engraved deep in her heart. It was blocked now, but it was definitely dangerous to leave it there. So this was the cause. Velgrind also understood. At the same time, she remembered. The ultimate skill, Justice King Michael, had a counterpart to the Regalia Dominion. It was a memory she remembered hearing a long time ago. Among the powers created by Veldanava, the ones more pure were called the Angelic System, and all of them were subject to the absolute control of the Justice King Michael. This was the ultimate dominion. Velgrind, Charity King Rhaegal was no exception. A very narrow corridor had been constructed to connect it to Justice King Michael, and there was no escaping its influence. That's right, how could I have forgotten? The ultimate skill holders of the angelic lineage could not go against my brother. He hated it more than anyone else, and that's why he traded Rudra's, Covenant King Uriel, for it. It also made sense why she had been dominated. If her brother Veldanava had built the system, it would be nearly impossible for her to resist. Indeed, I have no future. Rimuru was right. Velgrind felt like crying. But then, just as Velgrind was about to give up, she heard a strange voice. The preparations for the charity King Rhaegal have been completed. It will be integrate with the no longer needed Covenant King Uriel. Huh! Velgrind almost screamed. It was only natural that she would act this way. The Covenant King Uriel that she and Rudra had been looking for was found in such a place. Or rather 285 Velgrind had just now noticed. The voice she had been hearing was not Rimurru's. It was not a simple auditory hallucination, but a clear and powerful voice of will. It was very similar to the voice of the world, but softer and more refined, with a feeling of tenderness. There were many things she wanted to ask, but what she needed to ask now was the meaning of its words. Wait. You're giving me the Covenant King Uriel. Or rather, what do you mean by integrated? If you have no choice but to follow the Justice King Michael, as it is, then you can stop the alteration. I found a control circuit in the Covenant King Uriel, so I decided to use it as an inspiration to create a new skill just for you while discarding it. That was absurd. It was seriously an answer that anyone would spit take on. But all Velgrind cared about was one question. If you do that, then I can go find Rudra, right? Yes, that is possible. If it was possible, then there was no need to hesitate. Velgrind agreed with hope in her heart. No, it had already been promised. Velgrind, your intentions have been confirmed, so there is no need for a second acceptance. I will now activate skill alteration. That voice, Seal had no intention of stopping. The moment Seal activated skill alteration, an unbelievable surge of power rushed through Velgrind's body. Then it gently enveloped her entire body. Scorched Dragon Velgrins, Charity King Rhaegal, and Covenant King Uriel will be integrated and evolved into the ultimate skill, Divine Flame King Sethua, successful. In a fantastical and solemn voice, Seal announced in high spirits. And in that moment, Velgrind was freed from all bondage. Just as I was nodding my head to Seal's words, my Covenant King Uriel was transferred out. It was my fault for giving permission, but needless to say, I was stunned. Covenant King Uriel had been the culmination of the bonds I had with my comrades, no problem. What was integrated into Charity King Rhaegal was merely the residue 286 of Covenant King Uriel. Its essence has been inherited by the new power of Harvest King Shub-Niggurath. Hey, I have so many questions. I have a feeling that Seal Sensei is up to a lot of great things without my knowledge. I was too afraid to ask, but the thing I needed to focus on now was Velgrind. I was glad to hear she made it. Congratulations, Velgrind-san. Now it's safe to let you out. When I said this with a smile, she glared at me with a fierce expression. It wasn't that I didn't have an idea why, so I gently looked away. There are many things I really want to ask you, but not now. So are you going to let me go now? I nodded because there no longer seemed to be a problem. Seal said that giving Velgrind the Covenant King Uriel had made her responsive to Rudra's soul, so finding and retrieving the soul fragments would no longer be impossible. When I heard that, I thought to myself, perhaps the residue that Seal was referring to was the core of Rudra's heart, the Covenant King Uriel. If so, then Velgrind had always been with Rudra. I wasn't sure if one could find Rudra's soul, which was scattered all over the world, but I had a feeling that Velgrind would be able to do it. Well then, let's release you for now. And just like that, the three of us came back from the spiritual world to the present world. We said our goodbyes, still feeling the lingering of time. Thank you, Rimuru. I'm sorry for all the trouble. It really was. There was so much I wanted to complain about too. However, I was afraid of upsetting her, so I kept quiet. That you're connected by the parallel existence, I don't think you have to worry about getting lost. I know it's going to be difficult after that, but good luck. I kept my support to a safe level. But then, sister, even if it doesn't work out, I'm here. So don't be sad and just do your best, Veldora said with a big smile. His ability to say anything no matter the atmosphere was very impressive. It seems that Velgrind was not sure how to react to this, and her answer was, "You really are an idiot. Stupid, cute little brother. I'm glad you're okay." With that said, Velgrind smiled shyly. Then, for some reason, she stared at me again. Being seen super close by beautiful women made me too nervous to move a muscle. Seeing my deer-in-headlights expression, she shook her head in exasperation. "I'll see you later, then." With that, Velgrind departed with a valiant transport. 287, there you have it. The next thing was to support Benimaru and the others. Are you coming too? Of course I am. Less than a minute later. The attack on Michael was still going on. It was not good an auto get through the castle guard, but it was still the right thing to do. This was because the moment you stop attacking, the enemy would start their own. It was also why Benimaru and Diablo were watching from the sidelines instead of stopping Shin and the others. There were only 2 enemies. I was tempted to take them down here, but unfortunately that was not possible because as long as the castle guard was in place, an attack on Michael would not work. But then again, the conditions are the same for how weak. Your attacks won't work against Michael Sama. Feldway, smiling broadly, was trying to activate his powers in between the attacks. It seems that the Phantom King was not exaggerating, and he intended to throw all of my companions out into the void at once. Goodbye, everyone. I doubt we'll be seeing each other again, but what? I was also aiming for the moment the attack went off. In order to interrupt Feldway, I appeared on the battlefield. Demon Lord Rimuru. Nice to meet you. Phantom King Feldway-san. 288. The smile faded from his face when I replied sarcastically. Small-town hick with no manners. Ah, I don't want to hear that from Aggressor-san, who's always longed to be in the city. When I provoked him further, his expression became a blank mask. I guess he was the type who didn't get riled up and accumulated his anger calmly. They were the most troublesome type of opponent to deal with. At that moment, Michael, who had been silently listening to our conversation, intervened in a relaxed manner. Hoo-hoo-hoo, weren't you hiding and observing me? I thought you were looking for a way to sacrifice your friends and escape. He was more than half correct, but I wasn't about to sacrifice my friends. Well, whatever. I don't care what you think. Let's just get this over with, shall we? HMPH, you're a bold man, but do you really think you can beat me? Who knows, but I'll give you some advice. I understand that your authority is absolute control over the angelic skills, and that one cannot break through the castle guard as long as there are people who believe in you. There's no more to say. Don't you think that if we turn Thempire into a scorched earth and kill every last living thing, you would lose your advantage? This was complete bluffing. I had no intention of going that far. However, if I had to weight the sacrifices of my comrades to this, I would do it without hesitation. I was already prepared for it a long time ago. It seems I have underestimated you too. Should we not be enemies? You're right. Noble ideals and noble missions have nothing to do with me. I can actually sympathize with some of your goals. That's why, as long as you don't interfere with me, you can do whatever you want. Although it was too late now. Now that Michael had gone out of control, he would no doubt bring us calamity. It was still okay for now, but Seal predicted that there would inevitably be conflicts of interest in the future. In that case, all I had to do was believe it and act accordingly. Michael was silent, perhaps pondering. In that case, I decided to tell him my intentions. If you try to hurt me or my people, I will crush you so badly that you'll never be able to do anything foolish again. I would strike fear into their hearts. Indeed, I certainly had no way to break the castle guard currently. However, I did have Mitrusty's sidekick Seal. I knew it would find a way to defeat it. What's more, I would show no mercy to those who laid a hand on my precious friends. I would defeat Michael no matter what it took, I swore to myself. I see. Then let's leave for now. NN, is that all right with you, Michael Sama? Feldway asked in surprise, but Michael 290 nodded humbly, indicating his intention to withdraw. It's too early to tell, and we are the same. If we fight here, it's going to end badly for both of us. I felt the same way. With the means I just mentioned, it was indeed possible to win. But that also went against me principles. I could not deny that I was postponing the problem, but for now, I really just wanted to buy time. Well then, I guess we're done for today, shall we? All right. Having said that, on a day that we should have been celebrating our complete resurrection, we've been given an unexpected challenge. I had thought that Guy Crimson would be the biggest obstacle, but it turns out that this slime, whom I thought was insignificant, is. With that said, Michael and Feldway left. They probably weren't going to the Empire. There was no response to my surveillance spell, Argus, and Moss reported nothing unusual. Awful, really. I don't even know where they went. Benimaru laughed. Yurusama, as you ordered, everyone is safe. Now let's celebrate that and go home. I suppose that's correct. Well then, let's go home. I'm already tired today and quite hungry. Why don't we ask Shuna to prepare some delicious meals for us? A banquet, huh? That also sounded good. I nodded back at Veldora. Let's go home and have a banquet. My words put the smiles back on everyone's faces. Even though we still had much work to do, we were grateful that we could celebrate our success together. Velgrind continued her journey. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. She tirelessly moved forward. At that time, she had left Rimuru and flew to a different world that transcended time. It was in an unknown crevice of another world where she safely reunited with her parallel existence which had managed to escape Feldway. That place had no atmosphere or even earth, Velgrind was forced to drift around without 291 any sense of time. Had Velgrind not been a true dragon, she might have died in that place. Butch had spatial domination and an infinite lifespan. She had plenty of time to think before she reached the place where she could stop. Velgrind had almost stopped thinking because of the unbelievable events that had happened to her. The amount of information exceeded her processing capacity. The emergency of being adrift in a different space, on the other hand, allowed her to regain her composure. Velgrind thought to herself. The sheer volume of information and its anomalies had made her give up thinking, but she thought for as long as she could. Then, more than anything else, she thought of one thing. The fundamental question was how Velgrind had been able to regain her freedom, going against the system constructed by her own brother. There was only one person she could think of who could have made this possible. That aberration of a slime, an ally of her foolish brother, Demon Lord Rimuru. And no way, it can't be. That slime. He had freely altered an ultimate skill, giving Velgrind her freedom and greatly improving her abilities to an even higher level. This was not something that could be done by Summonormal. Only my brother Veldanava could do such a thing. If there was another being capable of such an act, I can't imagine it. Velgrind shuddered at the thought of the impossible. Turning her attention to it, the ultimate skill, Divine Flame King Sethua, reacted. It was far more powerful than the Charity King Rhaegal. And above all, as if linked to Rudra's heartbeat, the fragments she had taken in were reacting. Heth, it doesn't matter who that slime is. He is Rimuru, a friend and ally of Veldora and my benefactor. That was the conclusion she came to. Finally, Velgrind broke out of her circling thoughts and turned her attention to reality. Traveling across the worlds, and through the ages, Velgrind continued to collect pieces of Rudra's soul. I love you, Rudra. With the single-minded desire to see Rudra again, Velgrind overcame countless obstacles. And then, finally, she spotted the boy in a big city full of skyscrapers 292 Rejoice and Resolve. The boy was in possession of everything that was missing. If she gave him that, adding in the rest of what Velgrind had, however, Velgrind struggled with the question of whether she could do such a thing. To do so would be to dramatically change the boy's fate. Velgrind, who had an infinite lifespan, was perfectly capable of staying here and watching over the boy until his lifespan came to an end. Well, there's nothing to panic about. I want to see you as soon as possible, but I mustn't be in a rush. Velgrind thought as such and was about to turn her back on the boy and walk away. But then, a shining soul fragment flew to the boy of its own accord. Unseen by anyone, the soul fragment merged with the boy as if it had been sucked in. And with that impact, the boy vanished from this world. All that remained in Velgrind's hand was the fragment of the beginning. Perhaps you too. Have you been wanting to see me? Velgrind asked the fragment as if speaking to it and hoped that it was so. And then she activated her Divine Flame King Sethua to follow the boy's lead 294.